In loving memory, Mary Felicita Kennedy Murphy, My Saving Grace. Prologue. Barnsley Monastery, England, 1200. Holy Bishop Holwick, will you explain to us the hierarchy in heaven and on earth? Who is the most esteemed in God's eyes? The student asked. Don't the apostles stand first in God's good graces? The second student inquired. Nay, replied the wise bishop, the Archangel Gabriel, protector of women and children, our champion of the innocents, stands first above all others. Who next, then? The first student asked. All the other angels, of course, the bishop answered. Next stand the apostles, with Peter first among the 12, and then follow the prophets and miracle workers, and those good teachers of God's word on earth. Last in heaven stand all the other saints. But who is the most important here on earth, Bishop Holwick? Who is the most blessed in God's eyes here? Man, came the immediate reply. And the highest and most important among men is our holy Pope. The two students nodded acceptance of that dictate. Thomas, the elder of the two young men, leaned forward on his perch atop the stone wall outside the sanctuary. His brow was wrinkled with concentration. Next in God's love stand the cardinals, and then the other ordained men of God, he interjected. That is so, the bishop agreed, pleased with his student's guess. But who stands next in importance? The second student asked. Why, the rulers of kingdoms here on earth, the bishop explained. He sat down in the centre of the wooden bench, spread his ornately decorated black robes, and then added, Those leaders who fatten the church's treasury are more loved by God, of course, than those who hoard gold for their own pleasure. 3 more young men walked over to listen to their holy leader's lecture. They settled themselves in a half-circle at the bishop's feet. Do married and then unmarried men stand next? Thomas asked. Aye, the bishop replied, and they are of the same position as the merchants and the sheriffs, but just above the serfs chained to the land. Who next, Bishop? The second student asked. The animals, starting with the most loyal, man's dog, the bishop answered, and ending with the dull-witted oxen. There, I believe I have given you the full hierarchy to repeat to your students once you have taken your vows and are ordained men of God. Thomas shook his head. You've forgotten women, Bishop Holwick. Where do they stand in God's love? The bishop rubbed his brow while he considered the question. I have not forgotten women, he finally said. They are last in God's love. Below dull-witted oxen? The second student asked. Aye, below oxen. The 3 young men seated on the ground immediately nodded their agreement. Bishop, Thomas asked, what is it, my son? Have you given us God's hierarchy, or the church's? The bishop was appalled by the question. It smelled blasphemous to him. They are the same, are they not? A great number of men who lived in the early centuries did believe that God's views were always accurately interpreted by the church. Some women knew better. This is a story about one of them. Chapter 1. England, 1206. The news was going to destroy her. Kelmot, her faithful steward and senior in charge since Baron Ralph Williamson's hasty departure from England on the king's personal business, was given the responsibility of telling his mistress the god-awful news. The servant didn't put off the dreaded task, for he guessed Lady Johanna would wish to question the 2 messengers before they returned to London, if his mistress could speak to anyone after she'd heard about her beloved husband. Aye, he needed to tell the gentle lady as soon as possible. Kelmot understood his duty well enough, and though he believed he was anxious to get it done, his feet still dragged as though mired in knee-deep mud as he made his way to the newly built chapel where Lady Johanna was in afternoon prayers. Father Peter McKechnie, A visiting cleric from the MacLaurin holding in the Highlands was making his way up the steep incline from the lower bailey when Kelmot happened to spot him. The steward let out a quick sigh of relief before shouting a summons to the dour-faced priest.
"I've need of your services, McKechnie,"
Kelmot bellowed over the rising wind. The priest nodded, then scowled. He still hadn't forgiven the steward for his insulting behaviour of 2 days past.
"Are you wanting me to hear your confession?"
The priest shouted back, a hint of mockery in his thick brogue.
"Nay, father."
McKechnie shook his head.
"You've got yourself a black soul, Kelmot."
The steward made no response to the barb, but patiently waited until the dark-haired Scot had gained his side. He could see the amusement in the priest's eyes, and knew then he was jesting with him.
"There is another matter more important than my confession," Kelmot began. "I've just received word—"
The priest wouldn't let him finish his explanation.
"Today's Good Friday," he interrupted. "Nothing could be more important than that. You won't be getting communion from me come Easter morning unless you confess your sins today and beg God's forgiveness. You might begin with the distasteful sin of rudeness, Kelmot. Aye, that would be a proper start."
Kelmot held his patience.
"I gave you my apology, father, but I see that you still haven't forgiven me." "'Tis the truth, I haven't."
The steward frowned.
"As I explained yesterday and the day before, I would not allow you entrance into the keep, because I was given specific orders by Baron Ralph not to let anyone inside while he was away. I was told even to deny Lady Johanna's brother Nicholas entry, should he come calling. Father, try to understand. I'm the third steward here in less than 1 year's time, and I try only to hold on to my position longer than all the others."
McKechnie snorted. He wasn't quite through baiting the steward.
"If Lady Johanna hadn't intervened, I'd still be camped outside the walls, wouldn't I now?"
Kelmot nodded.
"Aye, you would," he admitted, "unless you gave up your vigil and returned home. I won't be going anywhere until I've spoken to Baron Ralph and set him straight about the havoc his vassal is causing on MacLaurin land. Plain murder of innocents is going on, Kelmot, but I'm praying your Baron doesn't have any idea what an evil, power-hungry man Marshall has turned out to be. I've heard it said Baron Ralph's an honourable man. I hope that praise be true, for he must right this atrocity with all possible haste. Why, even now some of the MacLaurin soldiers are turning to the bastard MacBain for assistance. Once they've given him their pledge of loyalty and named him laird, all hell's going to break free. MacBain will go to war against Marshall and every other Englishman preying on MacLaurin land. The Highland warrior is no stranger to fury or vengeance, and I'd wager my soul even Baron Ralph's hide will be in jeopardy once MacBain sees for himself the rape of the MacLaurin land by the infidels your Baron placed in charge."
Kelmot, although not personally involved in the plight of the Scots, was still caught up in the story. There was also the fact that the priest was inadvertently aiding him in putting off his dreaded task. A few more minutes surely wouldn't hurt, Kelmot thought to himself.
"Are you suggesting this MacBain warrior would come to England?" "I'm not suggesting," the priest countered. "I'm stating fact. Your Baron won't have the slightest inkling he's here, either, until he feels MacBain's blade at his throat. It will be too late then, of course."
The steward shook his head.
"Baron Ralph's soldiers would kill him before he even reached the drawbridge. They'd never get the chance," McKechnie announced, his voice firm with conviction. "You make this warrior sound invincible. I'm thinking he could be. 'Tis the truth, I never met another like him. I won't chill you with the tales I've heard about the MacBain. Suffice it to say, you don't want his wrath pouring down on this keep." "None of it matters now, father," Kelmot whispered, his tone weary. "Oh, it matters all right," the priest snapped. "I'm going to wait to see your Baron for as long as need be. The matter is too grave for impatience to take hold."
Father McKechnie paused to gather his control. He knew the MacLaurin issue was of no concern to the steward, yet once he started to explain, the anger he'd been carefully guarding inside spilled out, and he wasn't able to keep the fury out of his voice. He forced himself to speak in a much calmer voice when he changed the topic.
"You're still a sinner, Kelmet, with the soul of an old dog, but you're an honest man trying to do your duty. God will remember that when you stand before him on Judgment Day. If you're not wanting me to hear your confession now, then what service do you require?" "I need your assistance with Lady Johanna, Father. Word has just arrived from King John." "Yes?"
McKechnie prodded, when the steward didn't immediately continue his explanation.
"Baron Ralph is dead." "Good Lord above! You cannot mean it." "It's true, Father."
McKechnie gave a harsh gasp, then hastily made the sign of the cross. He bowed his head, pressed his hands together, and whispered a prayer for the Baron's soul. The wind sent the hem of the priest's black cassock slapping against his legs, but McKechnie was too intent on his prayers to pay any attention. Kelmet turned his gaze to the sky. The clouds were black, swollen, and being nudged overhead by an insistent, howling wind. The sound of the storm's advance was eerie, ominous, fitting. The priest finished his prayer, made another sign of the cross, and then turned his attention to the steward again.
"Why didn't you tell me right away? Why did you let me go on and on? You should have interrupted me. Praise God. What will happen to the MacLarens now?"
Kelmet shook his head.
"I don't have any answers for you, Father, regarding the Baron's holding in the Highlands. You should have told me right off,"
the priest said again, still staggered by the black news.
"A few more minutes makes no difference," Kelmet replied. "And perhaps I was putting off this task by keeping you in conversation. It is my duty to inform Lady Johanna, you see, and I would greatly appreciate your help. She's so young, so innocent of treachery. Her heart is going to be broken."
McKechnie nodded.
"I've known your mistress for only 2 short days, but I've already seen she has a gentle nature and a pure heart. I'm not certain I can be of much help, though. Your mistress seems to be very frightened of me." "She fears most priests, Father. She has sound reason." "And what would that reason be?" "Her confessor is Bishop Hallwick."
Father McKechnie frowned.
"You needn't say another word," he muttered with disgust. "Hallwick's wicked reputation is well known, even in the Highlands. No wonder the lass is fearful. It's a wonder she came to my aid and insisted you let me in, Kelmet. That took courage, I'm realizing now. The poor lass," he added with a sigh. "She doesn't deserve the pain of losing her beloved husband at such a tender age. How long has she been married to the Baron?" "She's been his wife for over 3 years. Lady Johanna was little more than a child when she was wed." "Father, please come with me to the chapel." "Certainly."
The 2 men walked side by side. Kelmet's voice was halting when he next spoke.
"I know I won't have the proper words. I'm not certain how to say." "Be direct," the priest advised. "She'll appreciate that. Don't make her guess by giving her hints. Perhaps it would do us well to fetch a woman to help comfort your mistress. Lady Johanna will surely need another woman's compassion as well as our own." "I don't know who I would ask," Kelmet admitted. "Just the day before Baron Ralph left, he replaced the entire household staff yet again. My lady barely knows the servants' names. There have been so many of them. My mistress keeps to herself these days," he added. "She's very kind, Father, but distant from her staff, and she has learned to hold her own counsel. 'Tis the truth she has no confidants we could bring along with us now." "How long has Baron Ralph been away?" "Near to 6 months now. Yet in all that while, Lady Johanna hasn't come to depend upon anyone." "Nay, Father. She confides in no one, not even her steward," Kelmet said, referring to himself. "The Baron told us he would only be away for a week or 2, and we've been living with the expectation of his arrival home each and every day." "How did he die?" "He lost his footing and fell from a cliff." The steward shook his head. I'm certain there's more to the explanation than I've been told, for Baron Ralph wasn't an awkward man. Perhaps the king will tell Lady Johanna more. A freak accident, then, the priest decided. God's will be done, he added, almost as an afterthought. It might have been the devil's work, Kelmet muttered. McKechnie didn't remark on that possibility. Lady Johanna will surely marry again, he announced with a nod. She'll inherit a sizable amount, won't she? She'll gain a third of her husband's holdings. I've heard they're vast, Kelmet explained. Might one of those holdings be the McLaurin land your King John stole away from Scotland's king and gave to Baron Ralph? Perhaps, Kelmet allowed. McKechnie filed that information away for future use. With your lady's golden-coloured hair and handsome blue eyes, I would imagine every unattached baron in England will want to marry her. She's very beautiful, and though it's probably sinful of me to admit, I'll tell you I was quite affected by the sight of her. Her appearance could easily bewitch a man, even without the estate you'll have to offer.
They reached the narrow steps leading up to the chapel doors when the priest finished his remarks.
She is beautiful, the steward agreed. I've seen grown men openly gawk at her. Barons will certainly want her, he added, but not in marriage. What nonsense is this? She's barren, Kelmet said.
The priest's eyes widened.
Dear God,
he whispered. He lowered his head, made the sign of the cross, and said a prayer for the dear lady's burden. Lady Johanna was also in prayer. She stood behind the altar and said a prayer for guidance. She was determined to do the right thing. She held a parchment scroll in her hands, and when she finished her plea to God, she wrapped the scroll in linen cloths she had already spread on top of the marble surface. She once again considered destroying the damning evidence against her king. Then she shook her head. Some day someone might find the scroll, and if only one man learned the truth about the evil king who once ruled England, then perhaps a thread of justice might be served. Johanna placed the scroll between the two marble slabs below the altar top. She made certain it was hidden from view and protected from damage. Then she said another quick prayer, genuflected, and walked down the aisle. She opened the door to go outside. The conversation between Father McKechnie and Kelmet immediately stopped. The sight of Lady Johanna still affected the priest, and he acknowledged the truth without feeling a qualm of guilt. McKechnie didn't consider himself caught by the sin of lust because he noticed the shimmer in her hair or stared a bit longer than necessary at her lovely face. In his mind, Johanna was simply one of God's creatures, a magnificent example, to be sure, of the Lord's ability to create perfection. She was Saxon through and through, with her high cheekbones and fair colouring. She was a little shorter in stature than others, for she was of only medium height, but she appeared taller to the priest because of the queenly way she held herself. Aye, her appearance pleased the priest, and he was certain she pleased her God as well, as she truly possessed a kind and gentle heart. McKechnie was a compassionate man. He ached over the cruel blow the dear lady had already been given. A barren woman served no purpose in this kingdom. Her very reason for existing had been snatched away. The burden she carried, knowing of her own inferiority, was surely the reason he'd never seen her smile. And now they were about to give her another cruel blow. "Might we have a word with you, milady?" Kelmet asked. The steward's tone of voice must have alerted her that something was amiss. A guarded look came into her eyes, and her hands became fists at her sides. She nodded and slowly turned to go back inside. The two men followed. Lady Johanna turned to face them when she'd reached the centre of the aisle between the rows of wooden pews. The altar was directly behind her. 4 candles provided the only light inside the chapel. The flames flickered inside their round glass globes, spaced a hand's length apart on top of the long marble altar top. Lady Johanna straightened her shoulders, folded her hands together, and kept her gaze firmly on the steward. She seemed to be bracing herself for foul news. Her voice was whisper-soft, devoid of all emotion. "Has my husband returned home?"
"Nay, my lady,"
Kelmert answered. He glanced over at the priest, received his encouraging nod, and then blurted out, "2 messengers have just arrived from London. They bring terrible news. Your husband is dead." A full minute of silence followed the announcement. Kelmert began to clasp and unclasp his hands while he waited for the news to take root. His mistress didn't show any outward reaction, and he began to think she hadn't understood what he'd just said.
"It's true, my lady. Baron Ralph is dead,"
he repeated in a hoarse whisper. And still he saw no response. The priest and the steward shared a worried look, then looked back at Lady Johanna. Tears suddenly gathered in her eyes. Father McKechnie almost let out a sigh of relief. She understood the news. He waited for her denial next, for in all his considerable years of consoling the bereaved, he'd seen most people use denial in order to cheat the truth a little longer. Her own denial was swift and violent. "No!" she screamed. She shook her head so forcefully her long braid caught over her shoulder. "I will not listen to this lie! I will not!"
"Kelmert has spoken the truth,"
Father McKechnie insisted, his voice low and soothing. She shook her head at him. "This must be trickery. He cannot be dead. Kelmert, you must hunt down the truth. Who would tell you such a lie?" The priest took a quick step forward to put his arm around the distressed woman. The anguish in her voice made him want to weep himself. She wouldn't allow comfort. She backed up a space, gripped her hands together, and demanded, "Is this a cruel trick?"
"Nay, my lady," Kelmert replied. "The news came from King John himself. There was a witness. The Baron is dead. God rest his soul," the priest intoned. Lady Johanna burst into tears. Both men hurried forward. She warded them off by backing up again. They stopped, uncertain now what to do. They watched as the broken-hearted woman turned away. She stumbled to her knees, crossed her arms over her stomach, and doubled over as though she'd just received a hard blow to her middle. Her sobs were soul-wrenching. The men let her vent her desolation for long minutes, and when she was finally able to regain a little of her control and her sobs had lessened, the priest placed his hand on her shoulder and whispered words meant to comfort her. She didn't brush his hand away. McKechnie watched as she slowly regained her dignity. She took a deep, calming breath, mopped her face with the linen square he handed her, and then allowed him to assist her to her feet. She kept her head bowed when she addressed the men. "I would like to be alone now. I must pray." She didn't wait for their agreement, but turned and walked to the first pew. She knelt down on the leather-padded kneeler and made the sign of the cross, signalling the beginning of her petitions. The priest went outside first. Kelmert followed. He was just pulling the door closed behind him when his mistress called out to him. "Swear it, Kelmert! Swear on your father's grave my husband is truly dead!" "I swear it, my lady."
The steward waited another minute or two to see if there was anything his mistress wanted from him, and then pulled the door completely shut. Johanna stared at the altar for a long, long while. Her mind was a riot of thoughts and emotions. She was too stunned to think reasonable thoughts. "I must pray," she whispered. "My husband is dead. I must pray." She closed her eyes, folded her hands together, and finally began her prayer. It was a simple, direct litany that came from her heart. "Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God." Chapter 2. The Highlands of Scotland, 1207. The Baron obviously had a death wish. The laird was going to accommodate him. The MacBain had heard through the intricate gossip vine 4 days before that Baron Nicholas Saunders was making his way up the last steep, winter-covered hills to the Maclaurin holding. The Englishman wasn't a stranger, and had in fact fought by the MacBain's side during a fierce battle against the English infidels who'd taken root on Maclaurin land. Once the invigorating fight was finished, MacBain had become laird over both his own followers and the Maclaurin clan, and as their new leader, he made the decision to allow Nicholas to stay on long enough to recover from his rather substantial injuries. MacBain believed he'd been very accommodating then, damned gracious too, but for good reason. As grating as it was to acknowledge, Baron Nicholas had actually saved MacBain's life during the battle. The laird was a proud man. It was difficult for him to say thank you, actually impossible, and so, in appreciation for saving the laird from an English sword aimed for his back, MacBain didn't let Nicholas bleed to death. Since they didn't have anyone experienced in the ways of healing, MacBain personally cleaned and wrapped the Baron's injuries. His generosity hadn't stopped there, although in his mind he'd repaid the debt sufficiently. When Nicholas was strong enough to travel, the MacBain had let him have his magnificent horseback, and gave him one of his own plaids to wear, so he would have safe passage on his return to England. No other clan would dare touch a MacBain, so the plaid was actually better protection than chainmail. Aye, he'd been hospitable all right, and now the Baron was determined to take advantage of his good nature. Damn it all, he really was going to have to kill the man. There was only one bright thought that kept his mood from going completely sour. He would keep Nicholas's horse this time.
Feed a wolf once, MacBain, and he's bound to come sniffing around here again for more food.
The laird's first in command, a thick-shouldered, blonde warrior named Callum, made that remark with a forced sneer in his voice. The sparkle in his eyes indicated he was actually amused by the Baron's arrival.
"Are you going to kill him?"
MacBain thought about the question a long minute before answering, "Probably." His voice had been deliberately blasé. Callum laughed.
"Baron Nicholas is a courageous man to come back here."
"Not courageous," MacBain corrected. "Foolish."
"He's coming up the last hill wearing your plaid as pretty as you please, MacBain."
Keith, the eldest of the Maclaurin warriors, shouted the announcement as he came strutting through the doorway.
"Do you want me to bring him inside?"
Callum asked.
"Inside?" Keith snorted. "We're more out than in, Callum. The roof's gone from fire, and only 3 of the 4 walls are standing proud now. I'd say we're already outside."
"The English did this," Callum reminded his laird.
"Nicholas, he came here to rid the Maclaurin land of the infidels,"
MacBain reminded his soldier.
"Nicholas had no part in the destruction. He's still English. I haven't forgotten."
He pulled away from the mantel he'd been leaning against, muttered an expletive when a slat of wood crashed to the floor, and then walked outside. Both Callum and Keith fell into step behind him. They took their positions on either side of their leader at the bottom of the steps. The MacBain towered over his soldiers. He was a giant of a man, fierce in appearance and temperament, with dark black-brown hair and grey-coloured eyes. He looked mean. Even his stance was belligerent. His legs were braced apart, his arms were folded across his massive chest, and a scowl was firmly in place. Baron Nicholas spotted the laird as soon as his mount crested the hill. MacBain looked furious, all right. Nicholas reminded himself that that was a usual condition. Still, the scowl was black enough to give the Baron second thoughts. "I must be daft," he muttered to himself. He took a deep breath, then let out a shrill whistle of greeting. He added a smile for good measure, and raised one fist in the air as a greeting. The MacBain wasn't impressed with the Baron's manners. He waited until Nicholas had reached the centre of the barren courtyard before raising his hand in an unspoken signal to stop.
I thought I'd been damned specific, Baron. I told you not to come back here.
Aye, you did tell me not to come back, Nicholas agreed. I remember.
Do you also remember I told you I'd have to kill you if you ever set foot on my land again?
Nicholas nodded.
I've a strong memory for details, MacBain. I remember that threat. Is this not open defiance, then?
You could conclude it is, Nicholas answered with a negligent shrug. The smile on the Baron's face confused the hell out of MacBain. Did Nicholas think they were playing some sort of game? Was he that simple-minded? MacBain let out a long sigh.
Take off my plaid, Nicholas.
Why?
I don't want to get your blood on it.
His voice shook with fury. Nicholas hoped to God it was all bluster. He believed he was equal in muscle and strength to the laird, and he was certainly every inch as tall. Still, he didn't want to fight the man. If he killed the laird, his plan would fail, and if the laird killed him, he'd never know what the hell the plan was until it was too late. Besides, the MacBain was much quicker in battle. He didn't fight fair either, a trait, Nicholas decided, he found impressive.
Aye, it is your plaid, he shouted to the barbarian. But the land, MacBain, well now, that belongs to my sister.
MacBain's scowl intensified. He didn't like hearing the truth. Taking a step forward, he pulled his sword from its sheath at his side.
Hell,
Nicholas muttered as he swung his leg over his stallion and dismounted.
Nothing's ever easy with you, is it, MacBain?
He didn't expect an answer, and didn't get one. He removed the plaid he'd worn draped like a banner across one shoulder and tossed it on the saddle of his horse, then reached for his own sword. One of the MacLaurin warriors rushed forward to lead the horse away. Nicholas paid him little attention and tried as well to ignore the crowd gathering in a circle around the courtyard. His mind was fully focused on his adversary.
It was your brother-in-law who destroyed this holding and half the MacLaurin clan, MacBain roared, and I have suffered your presence long enough.
The two giants matched glares. Nicholas shook his head.
Keep your facts straight, MacBain. It was my sister's husband, Baron Rolfe, who placed the infidel Marshal and his sorry men in charge of this holding. But when Rolfe died and my sister was freed from his control, she sent me here to rid the land of the traitorous vassals. She owns this holding, MacBain. Your King William the Lion forgot to barter it back from Richard when that good man was King of England and in such desperate need of coins for his crusades. But John never forgot what was passed down to him. He gave his land to his faithful servant Rolfe, and now that he's dead, Johanna inherits. It's her land, all right, like it or not.
Dredging up past defences made both warriors furious. They advanced upon each other like raging bulls. The clash of their mighty swords drew blue sparks and ear-piercing sounds as steel slapped steel. The noise echoed down the hills, drowning out the crowd's grunts of approval. Neither warrior said another word for at least 20 minutes. The fight consumed every ounce of their strength and their concentration. MacBain was the aggressor in this battle, Nicholas the defender, as he blocked each deadly blow. Both the MacBain warriors and the MacLaurin soldiers were thoroughly satisfied with the show. Several muttered approval over the Englishman's quick moves, for in their minds Nicholas had already shown his superior skill by staying alive for so long. MacBain suddenly twisted back and used his foot to trip the Baron. Nicholas fell backward, rolled, and was back on his feet as quick as a cat before the laird could take advantage of the opportunity.
"You're being damned inhospitable,"
Nicholas panted. MacBain smiled. He could have ended the battle when Nicholas had fallen backward, but he finally acknowledged to himself that his heart just wasn't in the fight.
"My curiosity is keeping you alive, Nicholas," MacBain announced, his breathing laboured.
His brow was covered with sweat, even as he swung his sword in a wide downward arch. Nicholas arched his own sword upward, meeting the powerful blow.
We're going to be related, MacBain, like that or not."
It took a few seconds for the statement to penetrate. The laird didn't let up on his attack when he asked,
"How can that be, Baron? I'm going to become your brother-in-law."
MacBain didn't try to hide his astonishment over the Baron's outrageous and surely demented announcement. He took a step back and slowly lowered his sword.
"Have you gone completely daft, Nicholas?"
The Baron laughed. He tossed his weapon aside.
"You look as though you just swallowed your sword, MacBain."
After giving his observation, he lunged headfirst into the laird's chest. It felt as though he'd just rammed a stone wall. The ploy hurt like hell, but it proved effective. MacBain let out a low grunt. The two warriors went flying backward. MacBain let go of his sword. Nicholas ended up sprawled on top of the laird. He was too exhausted to move, and in too much pain to want to. MacBain shoved him aside, made it to his knees, and was about to reach for his sword again when he suddenly changed his inclination. He slowly turned to look at Nicholas.
"Marry an Englishwoman?"
He sounded horrified. He was out of breath, too. The last observation pleased Nicholas considerably, and just as soon as he was able to draw a deep breath again, he would boast over the fact that he had worn the laird out. MacBain stood up, then hauled Nicholas to his feet. He shoved him backward so he wouldn't think the action had been an act of kindness, then folded his arms across his chest and demanded an explanation.
"And who is it you believe I would marry?"
"My sister."
"You're mad."
Nicholas shook his head.
"If you don't marry her, King John will give her to Baron Williams. He's a mean son of a bitch," he added in a gratingly cheerful voice. "God help you then, MacBain. If Williams marries her, the men he'll send will make Marshall seem as good and just as the day is long."
The laird didn't show any outward reaction to that bit of news. Nicholas rubbed the side of his head in an attempt to ease the sting before continuing on.
"You'll probably kill whoever he sends here," he remarked. "Damned right I will," MacBain snapped.
"But Williams will only retaliate by sending more and more and more. Can you afford to risk constant war with England? How many more Maclaurens will die before it's settled? Look around you, MacBain. Marshall and his men damned near destroyed every building. The Maclaurens turned to you for help and made you their laird. They're depending on you. If you marry Johanna, the land will legally become yours. King John will leave you alone."
"Your king approves of this union."
"He does." Nicholas's voice was emphatic.
"Why?"
Nicholas shrugged. "I'm not certain. He wants Johanna out of England, that much I know. He made that remark several times. He seemed eager for the marriage and agreed to give you the Maclauren land the day you wed. I'll receive title to her holding in England."
"Why?"
MacBain demanded again. Nicholas sighed. "I believe my sister understands why John wants her settled so far away. He calls this place the ends of the earth, but Johanna won't tell me what his reasons might be."
"So, you would also profit from this marriage?"
"I don't want the holding in England," he said. "It will only mean more taxes each year, and I already have enough to do rebuilding my own estates."
"Then why did you ask for your sister's—"
Nicholas didn't let him finish. "John understands greed," he interrupted. "If he thought I was only protecting my sister from Baron Williams, he might have declined my suggestion to marry her to you. He did insist upon a large fine, of course, but I've already paid it."
"You're contradicting yourself, Baron. If John wanted Johanna away from England, why would he consider marrying her to Baron Williams?"
"Because Williams is extremely loyal to John. Williams is his lapdog. He would keep my sister under control." Nicholas shook his head then. In a low whisper he said, "My sister was privy to some damning information, and John doesn't want his past sins coming back to haunt him."
Oh, she could never give testimony in court against any man, not even her king, for she is a woman, and therefore would not be listened to by any official. Still, there are barons ready to rebel against the king. Johanna could possibly ignite their fervour if she told whatever it is she knows. It's a puzzle, MacBain, but the more I reflect upon it, the more convinced I become that my king is actually afraid of what Johanna knows. If what you guess is true, I'm surprised he hasn't had her killed. Your king is capable of such a foul deed.
Nicholas knew he would never gain MacBain's cooperation unless he was completely honest with him. He nodded once again.
He is capable of murder. I was with Johanna when she received the summons to go to London. I saw her reaction. I believe she thought she was going to her execution. Yet she is still alive. The king keeps her under close guard. She has private quarters and isn't allowed guests. She is living each day in fear. I want her away from England. Marrying you is my answer.
The laird was pleased by the baron's veracity. He motioned for him to walk with him and started toward the ruins he now called home. Nicholas fell into step beside him. MacBain's voice was low when he remarked,
"So it was you who came up with this clever plan?"
"Yes," Nicholas replied, and just in the breath of time. John was set to marry her to William 6 months ago, but she was able to resist.
How?
Nicholas grinned.
She demanded an annulment first.
MacBain's surprise was evident.
Why would she ask for an annulment? Her husband's dead.
It was a clever stalling tactic, Nicholas explained.
There was a witness to her husband's death, but the body wasn't recovered. My sister told the king she wouldn't marry anyone as long as there was a shred of hope Ralph was still alive. He didn't die in England, you see. He was in a city built on the water, acting as John's envoy when the accident took place. The king wasn't going to be denied, of course, but because he's having so much difficulty with the church these days, he decided to go through proper channels. Johanna just received the papers. The annulment has been granted. Who was this witness to her husband's death?
Why do you ask?
Just curious, MacBain answered. Do you know?
Yes, Nicholas answered. Williams was the witness. Gabriel stored that bit of information away in the back of his mind.
Why do you prefer me to the English baron?
Williams is a monster, and I cannot abide the thought of my sister being under his control. You were the lesser of two evils. I know you'll treat her well, if she'll have you.
What nonsense is this? It isn't her decision to make.
I'm afraid it is, Nicholas said. Johanna must meet you first and then decide. It was the best I could do.
In truth, she wouldn't marry anyone if she could continue to come up with the coins the king demands to stay unmarried.
That is what she believes, anyway.
I know better. The king will marry her off one way or another. Your king is a greedy man, MacBain said. Or is this special punishment designed to gain your sister's cooperation?
The tax? Nicholas asked. MacBain nodded. No, Nicholas said.
John can force widows of his tenants-in-chief to remarry. If they're determined to remain free, or to choose their own husbands, well, then they have to pay him a sizable fine each year. You mentioned you already paid the fine. You're assuming, then, that Johanna will find me acceptable?
Nicholas nodded.
My sister doesn't know I paid the fine, and I would appreciate it if you didn't mention it when you meet her.
MacBain clasped his hands behind his back and went inside. Nicholas followed.
I must consider this proposal of yours, the laird announced. The thought of marrying an Englishwoman is hard to stomach, and when you add the fact that she is also your sister, it's almost unthinkable.
Nicholas knew he was being insulted. He didn't mind. The MacBain had proven his character during the battle against Marshall and his cohorts. The laird might be a little rough around the edges, but he was also a courageous and honourable man.
There's something else you should consider before you decide,
Nicholas said.
What is it?
Johanna's Baron. MacBain nodded to let Nicholas know he'd heard him, but didn't comment on the news for several minutes. Then he shrugged.
I already have a son.
Do you mean Alex?
Yes.
I was told at least 3 men could be his father.
That is true,
MacBain countered.
His mother was a camp follower. She couldn't name the man who fathered Alex. She believed it might be me. She died birthing the boy. I claim him as mine.
Do any of the other men also claim him?
No. Johanna can't give you children. Will the fact that Alex is illegitimate matter in future? It will not matter,
MacBain announced, his voice hard and unbending.
I'm also illegitimate.
Nicholas laughed.
Do you mean that when I called you bastard in the heat of battle against Marshall, I wasn't being insulting but truthful?
MacBain nodded.
I've killed others for calling me that name, Nicholas. Count yourself fortunate. You'll be the fortunate one if Johanna decides to marry you.
MacBain shook his head.
I want what rightfully belongs to me. If getting the land means marrying the shrew, I'll do it.
Why would you believe she's a shrew? Nicholas asked, puzzled by MacBain's conclusion.
You've given me sufficient clues to her character, MacBain answered. She's obviously a stubborn woman, because she refused to confide in her brother when asked what information she has against her own king. She needs a man who will control her. Those were your words to me, Nicholas, so don't look so surprised. And last, she happens to be barren. She sounds appealing, doesn't she?
Aye, she is appealing, MacBain scoffed.
I don't relish my future as her husband, but you are correct. I will treat her kindly. I imagine we'll find a way to stay out of each other's paths.
The laird poured wine into 2 silver goblets and handed one to Nicholas. Each raised his drink in a salute, and then downed the contents. Nicholas understood proper etiquette in the Highlands. He promptly belched. MacBain nodded approval.
I suppose this means you'll be coming back here whenever the mood strikes you.
Nicholas laughed. MacBain sounded damned forlorn over the possibility.
I'll need several plaids to take back with me, he said then. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your bride, would you? I'll give you more than a few, Nicholas, MacBain countered. I want at least 30 men riding escort. Each will wear my colours for protection. You'll dismiss them when you reach Rush Creek. Only you and your sister will be allowed on our land. Is that understood? I was jesting about the plaids, laird. I can take care of my sister. You'll do as I order, MacBain commanded.
Nicholas gave in. The laird changed the topic then.
How long was Johanna married?
A little over 3 years.
Johanna would like to remain unmarried, Nicholas said, but my sister's feelings are of no concern to John. He's kept her under lock and key in London. I've only been allowed a short visitation, and John was present all the while. As I told you earlier, my sister's a loose end he wants taken care of, MacBain.
MacBain frowned. Nicholas suddenly smiled. How does it rub, knowing you're the answer to King John's prayer? The laird wasn't amused.
I get the land, he remarked. That is all that matters.
Nicholas's attention was turned when MacBain's giant wolfhound came loping through the entrance. The beast was a fierce-looking thing, with a brindle-coloured coat and dark eyes. Nicholas thought it weighed almost as much as he did. The hound spotted Nicholas when he rounded the corner and bounded down the steps. He let out a low, menacing growl that made Nicholas's hair stand on end. MacBain snapped a command in Gaelic. His monstrous pet immediately went to his side. A word of advice, MacBain. Hide that ugly gargoyle when I bring Johanna here. She'll take one look at the 2 of you and turn right around and go back to England. MacBain laughed. Mark my words, Nicholas. I won't be denied. She will have me. Chapter 3.
I won't have him, Nicholas. You must be out of your mind if you think I would even consider becoming his wife.
Appearances are deceiving, Johanna, her brother countered. Wait until we're closer. You'll surely notice the kindness in his eyes. MacBain will treat you well. She shook her head. Her hands were shaking so violently she almost dropped the reins to her mount. She tightened her hold on the leather straps and tried not to gape at the huge warrior and the monstrous-looking animal leaning against his side. They were nearing the courtyard of the desolate holding. The laird stood on the step leading up to the dilapidated keep. He didn't look particularly pleased by the sight of her. She was sickened by the sight of him. She took a deep breath in an attempt to calm herself, then whispered,
"What colour are his eyes, Nicholas?"
Her brother didn't know.
"You saw kindness in his eyes, yet you didn't notice the colour."
She had him there, and they both knew it. Men don't notice such insignificant things, he defended.
"You told me he was a gentleman with a soft voice and a quick smile. He isn't smiling now, is he, Nicholas?"
"Now, Johanna—"
"You lied to me."
"I did not lie to you," he argued. "MacBain saved my life not once, but twice during the battle against Marshall and his men, and he refuses to even acknowledge it. He's a proud man, but honourable. You must trust me on this. I wouldn't suggest you marry him unless I was convinced it would be a sound union." Johanna didn't answer him. Panic was taking hold. Her gaze kept going back and forth between the huge warrior and the ugly beast. Nicholas thought she was getting ready to faint. His mind raced for some clever thing to say to help her calm down. "MacBain's the one on the left, Johanna." She wasn't amused by his jest.
"He's a very big man, isn't he?"
Her brother reached over to pat her hand. "He's no bigger than I am," he replied. She pushed his hand away. She didn't want his comfort. She didn't want him to feel her trembling with cowardly fear either. Most wives would wish to have strong husbands to defend them. MacBain's size should be a comfort to you and a mark in his favour. She shook her head.
"'Tis a mark against him,"
she announced. She continued to stare at the laird. He seemed to be growing right before her eyes. The closer she got, the larger he became.
"He's handsome."
She blurted out her opinion in a voice that sounded like an accusation. "If you think so," Nicholas decided to agree.
"'Tis another mark against him. I don't want to be married to a handsome man."
"You aren't making sense."
"I don't have to make sense. I've decided. I won't have him. Take me home, Nicholas, now."
Nicholas jerked on the reins to stop her mount, then forced her to look at him. The fear he saw in her eyes made his heart ache. Only he knew the purgatory she'd endured while married to Ralph, and although she wouldn't speak of it, he knew what her real terror was now. His voice was low and fervent when he said, "Listen to me, Johanna. MacBain will never hurt you." She wasn't certain if she believed him or not.
"I would never allow him to hurt me."
The vehemence in her reply made him smile with approval. Ralph hadn't been able to beat the spirit out of her. Nicholas counted that as a blessing. "Think of all the reasons why you should marry him," he said. "You'll be away from King John and his cohorts, and they won't come here after you. You'll be safe here."
"There is that consideration."
"MacBain hates England and our king." She nibbled on her lower lip.
"That is another sound point in his favour," she admitted.
"This place, as bleak as it now looks, will one day be a paradise, and you'll have helped to rebuild it. You're needed here."
"Yes, I would help to rebuild," she said, "and I do long for warm weather. 'Tis the truth I only agreed to come here because you convinced me the land is much closer to the sun. I don't know why I hadn't realised that before. I must admit, not having to wear a heavy cloak more than 1 month out of the year does have a wonderful appeal. You did say it was odd the weather was so chilly for this time of year."
Good God, he'd forgotten that little lie. Johanna hated the cold, and knew absolutely nothing about the Highlands. He'd deliberately deceived her in his attempt to get her safely out of England, and now felt guilty as hell. He'd corrupted a man of the cloth, too, for he'd begged Father McKechnie to go along with the fabrication. The priest had his own motives for wanting Johanna to marry the MacBain laird, and had held his silence each time Johanna mentioned the appeal of such a warm, sunny climate. He had, however, glared at Nicholas whenever the topic came up. Nicholas let out a sigh. He guessed that when Johanna was knee-deep in snow, she'd realise he'd lied to her. Hopefully, by then, her opinion of MacBain would have softened.
"Will he leave me alone, Nicholas?"
"Yes."
"You didn't tell him anything about my years with Ralph?"
"No, of course not. I wouldn't break my word to you." She nodded.
"And he knows for certain I cannot give him children?"
They'd been over that issue at least a dozen times on the journey up the hills. Nicholas didn't know what more he could say to reassure her. "He knows, Johanna."
"Why didn't it matter to him?"
"He wanted the land. He's laird now and has to put his clan above his own concerns. Marrying you was simply a way he could achieve his goal." It was a cold, honest answer. Johanna nodded.
"I'll meet him," she finally agreed, "but I won't promise you I'll marry him, so you can quit your smile right now, Nicholas."
MacBain had grown weary of waiting for his bride to come to him. He started down the steps just as she nudged her mount forward. He still hadn't gotten a proper look at her, as she was completely covered by a black cape and hood. Her smallness, however, surprised him. He'd expected a much larger woman given Nicholas's size. Her appearance wasn't important to him. The marriage was a practical arrangement, nothing more. He assumed, however, that because she was Nicholas's sister, she would have the same dark colouring and auburn-coloured hair. He was mistaken. Nicholas dismounted first. He tossed the reins to one of the soldiers and went over to Johanna's side to assist her to the ground. She was a little bit of a thing. The top of her head only reached her brother's shoulders. Nicholas had his hands on her arms and was smiling down at her. It was obvious he cared a great deal about his sister. MacBain thought his brotherly devotion a little overdone. While Johanna untied the cord holding her cloak together, the soldiers began to line up behind their leader. The Maclaurin men clumped themselves together behind their laird and to the left of the wide steps, while the MacBain warriors lined up behind their leader and on the right side. The 6 steps were filled with curious men in a matter of seconds. They all wanted to see the laird's bride. MacBain heard the low grunts of obvious approval a scant second after Johanna removed her cloak and handed it to her brother. MacBain didn't think he made a sound, but he wasn't certain. The sight of her took his breath away. Nicholas hadn't said a word about her appearance, and MacBain hadn't been interested enough to ask. He now looked at the Baron and saw the laughter in his eyes. "He knows I'm rattled," he thought to himself. MacBain masked his astonishment and turned his full attention back to the beautiful woman walking toward him. Lord, she was a bonny lass. Her waist-length blonde curls swayed with each step she took. The woman didn't seem to have any flaws. There was a light sprinkle of freckles across the bridge of her nose. He liked that. Her eyes were a vivid shade of blue, her complexion was pure, and her mouth, dear God, her mouth could drive a saint to lustful thoughts. He liked that, too. Some of the Maclaurin soldiers weren't as disciplined in their reactions as the MacBain was. The 2 men standing directly behind their laird let out long, low whistles of appreciation. MacBain took exception to their rude behaviour, however. He half-turned, lifted each man by his neck, and sent them both flying like cabers over the side of the steps. The other soldiers had to duck to get out of the way. Johanna came to a quick stop, looked at the soldiers sprawled out on the ground, then looked back at their leader. The laird didn't even seem winded.
"A gentleman," she whispered to Nicholas. "That was a lie, wasn't it?"
"Give him a chance, Johanna. You owe him and me that much." She gave her brother a disgruntled look before turning back to the laird. MacBain took a step forward. His wolfhound came with him, and once again leaned against his master's side. Johanna started praying for enough courage to keep walking. When she was just a foot or two away from the warrior, she stopped and then executed a perfect curtsy. Her knees were shaking so hard that she was pleased she didn't fall over on her face. She heard a loud snort and several grunts while her head was bowed. She didn't know if the noises were sounds of approval or censure. The laird was wearing his plaid. He had extremely muscular legs. She tried not to stare at them.
"Good day, Laird MacBain."
Her voice trembled. She was afraid of him. MacBain wasn't surprised. The sight of him had sent more than one young woman running back to the safety of her father. He'd never considered trying to change their reactions, because he hadn't particularly cared. He was caring now, however. He would never get the woman to marry him if he didn't do something to ease her fear. She kept giving worried glances down at his dog. MacBain assumed the hound also frightened her. Nicholas wasn't being much help. He just stood there grinning like a simpleton. MacBain demanded his assistance by glaring at him. He decided he shouldn't have done that when Johanna took a quick step back.
"Does she speak Gaelic?"
MacBain addressed his question to Nicholas. Johanna answered.
"I have been studying your language."
She didn't speak in Gaelic when she answered. Her hands were folded together in front of her. The knuckles were white from her hard grip. Mundane conversation might put her at ease, MacBain decided.
"And how long have you been studying our language?"
Her mind went blank. It was his fault, of course. His stare was so intense, unsettling too, and she couldn't seem to form a thought. Dear God, she couldn't even remember what they were talking about. He patiently asked her again.
"Almost 4 weeks,"
she blurted out. He didn't laugh. One of the soldiers snorted with amusement, but MacBain's glare stopped him. Nicholas was frowning down at his sister, wondering why she hadn't told the laird the truth. It had been closer to 4 months since Father McKechnie began instructing her. He caught the look of panic in his sister's eyes when she glanced up at him, and he understood then. Johanna was simply too nervous to think straight. MacBain decided he didn't want an audience during this important meeting.
"Nicholas, wait here. Your sister and I are going inside to talk."
After giving his command, MacBain moved forward to take hold of Johanna's arm. The hound came with him. She instinctively backed up, realized what she was doing and how that cowardly retreat must have looked to the laird, and quickly moved forward again. The huge beast growled at her. MacBain snapped an order in Gaelic. The hound immediately quit the low, menacing sound. Johanna was looking ready to faint again. Nicholas knew she needed a bit of time to get her courage back. He took a step forward.
"Why didn't you allow my men and Father McKechnie past Rush Creek?" he asked. "Your sister and I must come to terms before the priest is allowed here. Your men won't ever be allowed on our land, Nicholas. Have you forgotten my terms? We went over the details when you were last here."
Nicholas agreed with a nod. He couldn't think of anything further to ask.
"Father McKechnie was very upset over your command to wait below," Johanna said.
MacBain didn't appear to be overly concerned about alienating a man of God. He shrugged. Her eyes widened in reaction. During the 3 years of her marriage to Ralph, she'd learned to fear priests. The ones she had known were powerful and unforgiving men. Yet McKechnie wasn't like the others. He was a kind-hearted man who had risked his life to come to England so that he could plead for the McLarens. She wouldn't have him insulted now.
"Father McKechnie is weary from the long journey, my lord, and would surely appreciate food and drink. Please show him your hospitality."
MacBain nodded. He turned to Callum.
"See to it,"
he commanded. He thought his agreement over her request would ease her fears about him. He had just proven he could be an accommodating man after all, yet she still appeared ready to bolt. Damn, but she was a timid thing. His pet wasn't helping matters much. She kept worriedly glancing down at the dog, and every time she stared at him, the hound growled at her. MacBain considered grabbing hold of her, tossing her over his shoulder and carrying her inside, then changed his mind. The thought amused him, but he didn't smile. He held his patience, put his hand out to her, and simply waited to see what she would do. From the look in his eyes, she knew he had guessed she was afraid of him, and that he was finding her timidity amusing too. She forced herself to take a deep breath, then put her hand in his. He was huge everywhere. His hand was at least twice the size of her own, and he certainly must have felt her trembling. He was a laird, however, and she assumed he would never have attained that position of power without gaining a few gentlemanly manners along the way, and she therefore assumed he wouldn't mention her shameful condition. "Why are you shaking?" She tried to pull her hand away. He wouldn't let go. He had her now, and he wasn't about to let her get away. Before Johanna could come up with a suitable explanation to his question, he turned and pulled her along up the steps and through the doorway. "Because of your unusual weather," she blurted out. "Our what?" He looked confused. "Never mind, laird." "Explain what you meant," he commanded. She sighed. "Nicholas explained that the weather here is warm all year around. I thought he'd told you about his—" She started to say lie, then changed her mind. The laird might not understand how amused she'd been over her brother's outrageous fabrication about the Highlands. "His what?" MacBain asked, curious over her sudden blush. "He said it was unusual to have such cold winds here," she said. MacBain almost burst into laughter. He caught himself in time. The weather was actually unusually warm for this time of year. He didn't even smile. The lass had already shown she had tender feelings, and he didn't suppose laughing at her naivete would soften her attitude toward him. "And you believe everything your brother tells you?" he asked. "Yes, of course," she answered, so that he would know she was thoroughly loyal to her brother. "I see." "The cold is the reason I am trembling," she said, for lack of a better lie to tell. "No, it isn't." "It isn't?" "You're afraid of me." He waited for her to lie to him again. She surprised him with the truth. "Yes," she announced. "I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of your hound, too." "Your answers please me." He finally let go of her. She was so surprised by his remark, she forgot to let go of his hand. "It pleases you to know I fear you?" He smiled. "I already knew you feared me, Johanna. I'm pleased because you admitted it. You could have lied." "You would have known I was lying." "Yes." He sounded terribly arrogant, but she wasn't offended. She expected arrogance in a man as big and ferocious-looking as this warrior. She realized she was holding on to him then, and immediately let go. Then she turned to look around the entrance. To the right was a wide staircase with an ornately carved wooden railing. A hallway led behind the staircase, and on the left of the entryway was the great hall. It was in ruins. Johanna stood on the top step and stared at the devastation. The walls were charred from fire, and the roof above the hall, what little there was left of it, hung down in a long strip to rest against the blackened sides. The smell of old smoke still lingered in the air. Johanna went down the steps and crossed the room. She was so disheartened by the sight of the destruction, she felt like weeping. MacBain watched the change in her expression as she looked around the room. "My husband's men did this, didn't they?" "Yes." She turned to look at him. The sadness in her eyes actually pleased him. She was a woman with a conscience. "A terrible injustice was done here." "That is true," he agreed. "But you weren't responsible." "I could have tried to plead with my husband." "I doubt he would have listened to you," MacBain announced. "Tell me something, Johanna. Did he know his vassal was causing such havoc here, or was he ignorant?"
He knew what Marshall was capable of, she replied. MacBain nodded. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued to stare at her.
You tried to right the injustice, he remarked. You sent your brother here after Marshall.
My husband's vassal had become a demigod. He didn't wish to hear the news that Ralph was dead, and he was no longer needed here.
He was never needed here.
MacBain's voice had taken on a hard edge. She nodded agreement.
No, he was never needed here.
He let out a sigh.
Marshall had found power. Very few men can give that up.
Could you?
He was surprised by her question. He started to answer, yes, of course he could, but he was new to his position as Laird, and honestly didn't know if he could step down or not.
I've yet to be tested, he admitted. I would hope, if it was for the good of the clan, I could do whatever was asked of me. But I cannot say for certain until I'm faced with such a challenge.
His honesty impressed her, and she smiled.
Nicholas was angry with you because Marshall had slipped away and you wouldn't let him go after him. He said the two of you argued. Then you struck him into a sound sleep. When he next opened his eyes, Marshall was in a heap at his feet.
MacBain smiled. Nicholas had certainly softened the bloody tale.
You're going to marry me, Johanna?
He sounded emphatic. He wasn't smiling now. Johanna braced herself against his anger, and then slowly shook her head.
Explain the reason behind your hesitation, he commanded.
She shook her head at him again. MacBain wasn't used to being contradicted, but he tried not to let his impatience show. He knew he wasn't very skilled in conversation with women. He certainly didn't know how to woo the fairer sex, and he knew he was making a muck out of this discussion. Why in God's name had Johanna been given the choice in the first place? Nicholas simply should have told her she was going to get married, and that would have been the end of it. This discussion shouldn't even be taking place. Damn it all, they should be in the middle of their wedding ceremony exchanging their vows.
I don't like timid women.
Johanna's shoulders straightened.
I'm not timid, she announced. I've learned to be cautious, my lord, but I have never, ever been timid.
I see.
He didn't believe her.
I don't like big men, even handsome ones.
You think me handsome?
How had he managed to turn her words into a compliment? He seemed surprised, too, as though he really wasn't aware of his own appeal.
You misunderstand, sir, she told him. Being handsome is a mark against you.
She ignored his incredulous expression and repeated,
And I especially dislike big men.
She knew she sounded ridiculous. She didn't care. She wasn't about to back down now. She looked him right in the eye while she folded her arms across her middle and frowned up at him. Her neck was already getting a crick in it from looking up.
What think you of my opinion, my lord?
The challenge was there in her stance and her tone of voice. She was bravely standing up to him now. He had the sudden urge to laugh again. He sighed instead.
They're daft opinions,
he told her, being as blunt as possible.
Perhaps,
she agreed,
but it doesn't change how I feel.
MacBain decided he had wasted enough time on the discussion. It was high time she understood what was going to happen.
It's a fact you aren't leaving here. You're staying with me, Johanna. We're going to be married tomorrow. That isn't an opinion, by the way. It's fact.
You would marry me against my will?
I would.
Hell, she looked terrified again. That reaction didn't sit well with him. He tried to use reason once again to gain her cooperation. He wasn't an ogre, after all. He could be reasonable.
Have you changed your mind in the past few minutes and now want to go back to England? Nicholas told me leaving England appealed to you.
No, I haven't changed my mind, but...
Can you afford to pay the fine your king demands to stay unwed?
No.
Is it Baron Williams? Nicholas mentioned to me that the Englishman wanted to marry you.
He didn't give her time to answer.
It doesn't matter. I won't let you leave. No other man is going to have you.
I don't prefer Baron Williams.
I take it from the disgust in your voice. This Baron is also a handsome giant.
He's handsome only if you find pigs attractive, my lord. And he's a small man in size, with an even smaller mind. He is completely unacceptable to me.
I see, MacBain drawled out. So, you dislike both large and small men. Have I got that right?
You're making fun of me.
No, I'm making fun of your daft statements. Nicholas is just as big as I am, he reminded her.
Yes, but my brother would never hurt me.
The truth was out. She'd blurted out the words before she could stop herself. MacBain raised one eyebrow in reaction to the telling statement. Johanna turned her gaze to the floor, but not before he saw her blush.
Please try to understand, Laird. If a pup bit me, I would have a fair chance of surviving. But if a wolf bit me, I don't believe I would have any chance at all.
She was trying so damned hard to be brave, and failing miserably. Her terror was real, and, MacBain speculated, learned from past experiences. Long minutes passed in silence. MacBain stared at her. She stared at the floor.
Did your husband—
I will not talk about him.
He had his answer. He took a step toward her. She didn't back away. He put his hands on her shoulders and commanded her to look up at him. She took her time obeying. His voice was a low, gruff whisper when he spoke.
Johanna.
Yes, my lord.
I don't bite.
Chapter 4. They were married the following afternoon. MacBain agreed to wait that long so Father McKechnie could prepare for the ceremony. It was the only issue he was willing to bend on, however. Johanna wanted to return to the campsite and stay the night in her own tent near her brother, the priest, and her loyal men. Laird MacBain wouldn't hear of it. He ordered her to sleep in one of the newly built cottages along the hill, a tiny one-room affair with a single window and a stone hearth. Johanna didn't see the laird again until the ceremony, nor did she see her brother until he came to collect her. MacBain had posted 2 guards outside her door. She was afraid to ask if the soldiers were there to keep outsiders from entering or to keep her from leaving. She didn't get much sleep. Her mind raced from one worry to another. What if MacBain turned out to be like Ralph? Dear God, could she survive purgatory again? The possibility that she could be marrying another monster made her weep with self-pity. She was immediately ashamed of herself. Was she really such a coward after all? Had Ralph been right to ridicule her? No, no. She was a strong woman. She could handle anything that came her way. She would not give in to the fear, or allow herself to have such low thoughts about herself. She had value, damn it. Didn't she? Johanna had believed her confidence in herself had returned after Ralph's death. For the first time in over 3 years, she lived without fear. Her days were filled with blissful peace. Even after King John had dragged her to his court, he left her alone in her own private chambers. No one bothered her. There was a garden directly outside her door. She spent most of her days there. The peaceful interlude was over, however, and she was now being forced into another marriage. She was bound to disappoint the laird. And what would he do then? Would he try to make her feel ignorant and unworthy? By God, she wouldn't let that happen. Ralph's attacks had been so cleverly disguised, and she'd been so young and childishly naive, she hadn't realized until it was almost too late exactly what he was doing. It was a slow, insidious attack upon her character. Relentless, too, and it went on and on and on, until she felt as though he'd sucked the very light out of her. She tried to fight back then, and that was when the beatings began. Johanna forced herself to block the memories. She fell asleep praying for a miracle. Nicholas came to get her during the nooning hour. He took one look at her pale face and shook his head. "Have you so little faith in your brother's judgment? I have told you MacBain's an honourable man," he reminded her. "You have no reason to fear him." She placed her hand on her brother's arm and walked by his side. "I do have faith in your judgment," she whispered. Her voice lacked conviction, but he wasn't insulted. He understood her fear. The memory of seeing her battered face when he'd stopped to pay a visit, and Ralph hadn't had time to hide her away, instantly filled him with rage yet again. "Please don't frown, Nicholas. I'm conquering my fear. It will be all right." Nicholas smiled. He couldn't believe his sister was actually trying to comfort him now. "Aye, your marriage will be all right," he said. "Do you know, if you would just look around you, you'd catch a glimpse of your future husband's character. Where did you sleep last night?"
"You know very well where I slept."
"It's a brand-new cottage, isn't it?" He didn't give her time to answer. "I can see 3 others from here, all looking freshly built. The wood hasn't weathered yet."
"What is it you're trying to tell me?"
"A selfish man would consider his own comforts first, wouldn't he?"
"Yes."
"Do you see a new keep?"
"No."
"Callum is MacBain's first in command over the MacBain warriors, Johanna, and he told me the cottages are for the elderly in the clan. They come first, for they are most in need of warm fires and roofs over their heads at night. MacBain puts himself last. Think about that, Johanna. I found out there are 2 bedchambers on the east side, above the stairs in the keep proper. Neither was disturbed by fire, yet MacBain hasn't spent a single night there. He sleeps outside with the other soldiers. Doesn't that tell you something about the man's character?" Her smile was all the answer he required. The colour came back into her face. Nicholas nodded with satisfaction. They had almost reached the edge of the courtyard when they stopped to watch the crowd of men and women working to prepare for the ceremony. Since the chapel had been gutted by fire, the wedding would take place in the courtyard. A makeshift altar consisting of a wide, flat wooden board was propped on top of 2 empty ale barrels. A woman spread a white linen cloth over the board. Father McKechnie waited until the covering was in place, then put a beautiful golden chalice and plate in the centre. 2 more women were kneeling on the ground in front of the barrels, arranging bouquets of flowers in front of the wood. Johanna started walking forward again. Nicholas took hold of her hand to stop her. "There is something more you need to know," he began.
"Yes?"
"Do you see the child sitting on the top step?" She turned to look. A little boy, surely no more than 4 or 5 summers, sat all alone on the top step. His elbows rested on his knees, and his head was propped up by his hands. He was watching the preparations. He looked terribly unhappy.
"I see him,"
Johanna said.
"He looks forlorn, doesn't he, Nicholas?"
Her brother smiled. "Aye, he does," he agreed.
"Who is he?"
"MacBain's son." She almost toppled over.
"His what?"
"Lower your voice, Johanna. I don't want anyone to overhear this conversation. The boy belongs to MacBain. There's speculation he might not be his son, of course, but MacBain has made it clear he accepts him." She was too astonished to speak. "His name's Alex," Nicholas remarked, for lack of anything better to say. "I can tell I've given you a bit of a shock, Johanna."
"Why didn't you tell me sooner?"
She didn't give him time to answer.
"How long was MacBain married?"
"He wasn't."
"I don't understand."
"Yes, you do. Alex is illegitimate."
"Oh."
She didn't know what to think about that. "The boy's mother died during childbirth," Nicholas added. "You might as well know it all, sister. The woman was a camp follower. There are at least 3 other men who could claim the boy." Her heart went out to the little one. She turned to look at him again. He was an adorable child, with dark, curly hair. From the distance separating them, she couldn't see the colour of his eyes. She wagered they were grey, like his father's. "Johanna, it's important for you to know MacBain acknowledges the boy as his son." She turned to her brother.
I heard you both the first and the second time you mentioned that fact.
And? She smiled.
And what, Nicholas?
Will you accept him?
Oh, Nicholas, how can you ask me such a thing? Of course I will accept him. How could I not?
Nicholas let out a sigh. His sister didn't understand the ways of their harsh world. It's a bone of contention among the Maclaurens, he explained. MacBain's father was the Laird Maclauren. He went to his deathbed without ever acknowledging his son.
Then the man I'm marrying is also illegitimate?
Yes.
Yet the Maclaurens made him their laird?
Nicholas nodded. It's complicated, he admitted. They needed his strength. He does carry his father's blood, and they've conveniently forgotten he was born a bastard. The boy, however— He didn't say another word. He would leave the conclusions to her. Johanna shook her head.
Do you suppose the little one's upset about the wedding?
It would appear he's upset about something. Father McKechnie drew their attention by waving to them. Nicholas took hold of Johanna's elbow and started forward. She couldn't take her gaze away from the child. Lord, he looked pitiful and lost. They're ready, Nicholas announced. Here comes MacBain. The laird walked across the courtyard and took his place in front of the altar. His hands were at his sides. The priest moved to stand next to him. He again motioned Johanna forward.
I can't do this. Not without—
It's going to be all right.
You don't understand, she whispered, smiling. Wait here, Nicholas. I'll be right back.
The priest waved to Johanna. She waved back, smiling. Then she turned around and walked away. Johanna, for the love of God! Nicholas was muttering to the air. He watched as his sister made her way around the crowd. When she headed for the steps, he finally understood what her errand was. Nicholas turned his gaze to MacBain. His expression revealed nothing of his thoughts. The priest craned his neck to watch Johanna, then turned to MacBain and nudged him with his elbow. Johanna slowed her pace when she neared the steps, for she didn't want the little one to run away before she got to him. The news that MacBain had a son had filled her with joy and relief. Finally, she had her answer to the question that plagued her. MacBain obviously didn't care she was barren, because he already had an heir, illegitimate or not. The guilt she'd been carrying dropped away like a heavy cloak from her shoulders. MacBain couldn't contain his frown. Damn! He hadn't wanted her to find out about the boy until they were married, and she couldn't change her mind. Women were peculiar in their attitudes, he knew, and he was certain he was never going to understand exactly how their minds worked. They seemed to take exception to such odd things. Most, he'd heard, didn't accept mistresses, and some of the wives of the other warriors he knew didn't acknowledge bastards. MacBain had every intention of forcing Johanna to acknowledge his son, but he'd hoped to get her settled in first. Alex spotted her coming his way and immediately buried his face in his hands. He had skinny knees. They were caked with dirt. When he peeked up to look at her, she saw his eyes. They weren't grey like his father's, but blue. Johanna paused on the bottom step and spoke to the child. MacBain started to go after his bride, then changed his mind. He folded his arms across his chest and simply waited to see what would happen. He wasn't the only one watching. Silence filled the courtyard as every MacBain and every Maclauren turned to look. "Does the boy understand English?" Father McKechnie asked. "Some," MacBain answered. "She told me you were instructing her in Gaelic. Has she learned enough to converse a bit with Alex?" The priest shrugged. "Probably," he allowed. Johanna talked to the child for several minutes. Then she reached out her hand to him. Alex jumped to his feet, tripped down the stairs, and put his hand in hers. She leaned down, brushed the hair out of his eyes, adjusted his plaid from drooping over his shoulders, and then pulled him along by her side. "He understands that," McKechnie whispered. "What does he understand?" Callum asked. The priest smiled. Acceptance. MacBain nodded. Johanna reached Nicholas's side and took hold of his arm again.
"I'm ready now," she announced. "Alex, go and stand beside your father," she instructed. "It is my duty to come to the two of you."
The little boy nodded. He ran down the length of the path and took his place on his father's left. MacBain glanced down at his son. His expression was contained, and Johanna couldn't tell if he was pleased or annoyed. His gaze stayed on her, but once she started to walk toward him, he unfolded his arms and reached down to touch the top of his son's head. Nicholas gave her away in marriage. She didn't resist when he placed her hand in MacBain's. He was damned proud of his sister. He knew she was nervous, but she didn't try to cling to his side. She was positioned between the two warriors, with her future husband on her right and her brother on her left. Johanna stood straight, held her head high, and looked straight ahead. She was dressed in a white, ankle-length chains and a matching knee-length bliot. The square neckline of her wedding attire was embroidered with pale pink and green threads, fashioned into the design of dainty rosebuds. She smelled like roses, too. The scent was faint, yet vastly appealing to MacBain. Father McKechnie took a small bouquet of flowers from the corner of the altar and handed it to her before hurrying around to the other side to begin the mass. MacBain kept his gaze on his bride. She was an utterly feminine creature, and God's truth, he didn't know what he was going to do with her. His main worry was that she wouldn't be strong enough to survive such a harsh life. He forced the concern aside. It had become his duty to make certain she survived. He would protect her from danger, and if she needed to be pampered, then by God he would see she was pampered. He didn't have the faintest idea how, but he was an intelligent man. He would find out. He wouldn't let her dirty her hands either, or do any back-breaking work, and he would demand she rest each and every day. Taking care of her was the very least he could do in appreciation for the land she'd given him, and surely that was the only reason he was worrying about her comforts now. The wind blew a strand of hair in her face. She let go of his hand to brush the strand of hair back over her shoulder. It was a dainty, feminine action. The curly mass of gold seemed to float down her back. Her hand shook so hard that the nosegay she held against her waist was rapidly dropping petals. When she didn't take hold of his hand again, he was so bothered that he grabbed her hand and hauled her up close to his side. Nicholas saw the possessive action and smiled. The ceremony was going along quite nicely, until Father McKechnie asked her to promise to love, honour, and obey her husband. She considered his request a long minute. Then she shook her head and turned to the groom. She motioned for him to lean down and stretched up on tiptoe so that she could whisper in his ear, "I will try to love you, my lord, and I'll certainly honour you because you'll be my husband, but I don't believe I'll obey you much. I found that total submissiveness doesn't agree with me." She was wringing the petals off the stems of her flowers while she explained her position. She couldn't look him in the eye either, but stared at his chin while she waited for his reaction. MacBain was too astonished by what she'd just said to him to notice how worried she was. He had to force himself not to laugh. "Are you jesting with me?" He hadn't whispered his question. Since he wasn't overly concerned about their audience overhearing their discussion, she wasn't going to be concerned either. Her voice was every bit as forceful as his had been when she gave him her answer. "Jest with you during the middle of our wedding vows? I think not, my lord. I'm very serious. Those are my conditions. Do you accept them?" He did laugh then. He simply couldn't help himself. Her burst of courage was short-lived. She felt embarrassed and humiliated, but the issue was too important to let pass. There was only one course of action left. She straightened her shoulders, jerked her hand away from his, and shoved the bouquet of flowers at him. Then she made a curtsy to the priest, turned around, and walked away. The message was clear. Still, there were a few McLaurin soldiers who were slow to catch on.
"Is the lass leaving?"
Keith, the commander over the McLaurin soldiers, whispered his question in a voice loud enough for everyone to hear.
"She's getting away, MacBain,"
another called out.
"It appears she is leaving,"
Father McKechnie interjected.
"Did I say something to displease her?"
Nicholas started to go after his sister. MacBain grabbed him by his arm and shook his head at him. He shoved the bouquet at the Baron, muttered something under his breath, and then went after his bride. She'd almost made it to the edge of the clearing before MacBain caught up with her. He grabbed her by her shoulders and turned her around. She wouldn't look up at him. He forced her chin up with his hand. She braced herself for his anger. He would surely lash out at her. She was a strong woman, she reminded herself. She would withstand his wrath.
"Will you try to obey?"
He sounded exasperated. She was so astonished by his attitude, she smiled. She wasn't such a weakling after all, she thought to herself. She had just stood up to the laird and forced him to negotiate. She wasn't certain she'd won much, but she definitely hadn't lost anything. "Yes, I will try," she promised. "Upon occasion," she hastily added. He rolled his eyes heavenward. He'd allowed quite enough time on the topic, he decided. He grabbed hold of her hand and dragged her back to the altar. She had to run to keep up with him. Nicholas quit frowning when he spotted his sister's smile. He was highly curious to find out what the argument had been about, of course, but he thought he'd have to wait until the wedding ceremony was over before he could find out what happened. He didn't have to wait after all. Johanna accepted the bouquet from her brother and turned back to the priest. "Please forgive the interruption, Father," she whispered. The priest nodded. He again asked her to love, honour, and obey her husband. He added the word please this time. "I will love, honour, and try to obey my husband upon occasion," she answered. Nicholas started laughing. He now understood what the argument had been about. The McLaurins and the MacBains let out a collective gasp. They were horrified. Their laird scanned his audience and glared them into silence. Then he turned his scowl on his bride.
"Obedience and submissiveness aren't necessarily the same thing," he snapped.
"I was taught that they were," she defended.
"You were taught wrong."
His frown was frightening enough to start her fretting again. Dear God, she really couldn't go through with this. She didn't have the strength. She shoved the bouquet of flowers at MacBain again and turned to leave. The laird slammed the flowers into Nicholas's outstretched hand and grabbed hold of Johanna before she could get away.
"Oh, no, you don't," he muttered. "We aren't going through this again."
To prove he meant what he'd just said, he threw his arm around her shoulders and anchored her into his side.
"We're going to get this done before nightfall, Johanna."
She felt like a fool. The priest was staring at her with a look on his face that suggested he thought she'd lost her mind. She took a breath, accepted her flowers from her brother again, and then said, "Pray forgive me for interrupting you again, Father. Please continue." The priest mopped his brow with his linen square, then turned his attention to the groom. Johanna barely paid attention to the priest's lecture on the merits of being a good husband. She was too busy trying to get past her embarrassment. She decided she was sick of worrying. Her decision was made, and that was that. She said a quick prayer and made up her mind to put her fears in God's hands. Let him do the worrying. It was a sound plan, she decided. Still, she wished he would give her a sign that everything really would turn out all right. That notion made her smile. She was being terribly fanciful. She was a woman, and therefore last in God's love, or so she'd been told over and over again by Bishop Hallwick. God certainly didn't have time to listen to her paltry concerns, and she was probably committing a sin of vanity just by hoping for any kind of sign. She let out a little sigh. MacBain heard the sound and turned to look down at her. She smiled weakly up at him. It was MacBain's turn to answer the priest's questions. He started with his name and title. He was called Gabriel. God had given her a sign. Johanna's eyes widened, and she thought her mouth might have dropped open. She was quick to regain control of her emotions. Her thoughts weren't controlled, though. They raced with questions. Had his mother deliberately named him after the highest of angels, the most esteemed in God's love? Johanna remembered her religious lessons well enough about the archangel. He was known as the protector of women and children. She remembered the wonderful stories passed down through the generations from mother to child about the most magnificent of all the angels. Her own mother had told her Gabriel would always watch out for her. He was her own special archangel, and was to be called upon for aid in the dead of night when nightmares came creeping into her dreams. The archangel was the champion of the innocents and the avenger of evil. She shook her head. She was being overly romantic, that was all. There wasn't anything symbolic about her husband's name. His mother had probably been in a fanciful mood when he was born. There was also the possibility he was named after a relative, too. She couldn't convince herself. Lack of sleep made her easy prey for such foolish thoughts, she supposed. Still, she had prayed for a miracle last night, and just minutes before she'd wished for a sign of some sort to let her know everything was going to be all right. Johanna had seen a drawing a holy man had made in charcoal of Gabriel. She still remembered every detail of the rendering. The archangel had been depicted as a giant warrior with a gleaming sword in his hand. He had wings. The man standing beside her didn't have wings, but he was certainly a giant warrior with a sword at his side. And his name was Gabriel. Had God answered her prayer, after all? Chapter 5. His mamma should have named him Lucifer. Johanna came to that conclusion by the end of the day. Barbarian or savage would have been suitable alternative names, she thought to herself. Her husband had the devil inside him with his arrogant, high-handed orders. The man was also completely devoid of all civilized manners. Didn't he know it wasn't polite to fight on his wedding day? Oh, Gabriel started out pleasant enough. As soon as Father McKechnie gave the final blessing and the Mass was over, her new husband turned her to face him. He was handed a beautiful multicolored plaid. It matched the one he was wearing. He draped the long, narrow cloth over her right shoulder. A second plaid, made with different tones, was draped over her left shoulder. The first, her husband explained, was the MacBain plaid. The second, the McLaren. He waited until she nodded understanding, then pulled her into his arms and kissed the breath right out of her. She had expected only a quick peck. She got ravaged. MacBain's mouth was hard and hot. The heat the passionate kiss sparked made her cheeks turn pink. She considered pulling away, then gave up the idea. The kiss became so consuming, she didn't have the strength or the inclination. The laughter in the background finally caught Gabriel's attention. He abruptly ended the kiss, nodded with satisfaction when he saw the bemused expression on his bride's face, and then turned his attention to the priest. She wasn't as quick to recover. She sagged into her husband's side. Father McKechnie hurried around the side of the altar to give his congratulations.
"Well, now, that was a fine wedding ceremony,"
he announced. Alex wiggled his way between his father and Johanna. She felt him tugging on her skirts and smiled at the child. The priest drew her attention again with a snort of laughter.
"For a minute there, I didn't believe we'd get it done."
Both her husband and the priest looked at Johanna. She smiled back.
"I never doubt it," she remarked. "Once I make up my mind to do something, I get it done."
Neither man looked as though he believed the boast. The priest pulled Alex away from Johanna's skirts and moved him to stand on his father's left.
"Shall we begin the receiving line?"
he suggested.
The clan will want to come forward to offer their good wishes."
Gabriel continued to stare at his bride. He acted as though he wanted to tell her something, but couldn't get the words out. "Do you wish to say something to me, Gabriel?"
"Don't call me that. I dislike the name."
"But it's a fine name." He grunted. She tried not to take exception to that rather barbaric sound. "You should be proud to have such a grand name." He grunted again. She gave up. "What should I call you?" she asked him, trying to be accommodating.
"Laird,"
he suggested. He didn't look like he was jesting with her. She wasn't about to agree with his suggestion. It was ridiculous for a husband and wife to use such formal names. She decided to use diplomacy to gain his cooperation, for she didn't believe defiance would work now. "But when we're alone," she asked, "may I call you Gabriel then?"
"No."
"Then what—"
"If you must address me, call me MacBain. Aye, that name will do."
"If I must address you? Have you any idea how arrogant you sound?" He shrugged.
"No, but it's good of you to say I'm arrogant."
"No, it isn't." He was through discussing the topic.
"You were right to include the boy."
Because he'd sounded so gruff, and because she was still reacting to the ludicrous suggestion that she call him MacBain, it took a full minute for her to realize he was actually thanking her. She wasn't certain how to respond. She nodded, then said, "He should have had a proper bath before the ceremony." MacBain tried not to smile. He really shouldn't let her get away with such open rebukes. But God's truth, he was so pleased to see she had some spirit inside her, he didn't chastise her.
"Next time I'll see that he does."
It didn't take any time at all for his barb to hit. The implication that he would marry again wasn't lost on her. "You like having the last word, don't you, Laird?"
"Aye, I do,"
he admitted with a grin. Alex, his father noticed, was staring up at Johanna with a look of rapture on his face. The priest had moved him to the side for the receiving line, but the boy had already squeezed himself next to Johanna again. His bride had won over the boy in a matter of minutes. MacBain found himself wondering how long it would take him to win her affections. It was a foolish thought. Why did he care how she felt about him? The marriage had secured him the land, and that was all that mattered. The soldiers from both clans came forward, one by one, to introduce themselves to Johanna and to give their laird their congratulations. The women came forward next. One young red-haired lady, who introduced herself as Leela from the McLaurin clan, handed Johanna a beautiful bouquet of purple and white flowers. She thanked the woman for her gift, and thought to add the flowers to the nosegay she'd been gripping in her other hand. When she saw the mess she'd made of the flowers Father McKechnie had given her, she burst into laughter. The flowers were gone. Had she been holding a bouquet of stems throughout the ceremony? Alex was fidgety by the time the introductions were finished. The women hurried back and forth across the courtyard with trays of food to put out on the tables the men were assembling. Gabriel was deep in conversation with two McLaurin soldiers. Johanna turned to Callum and Keith. "There are 6 horses in the meadow below," she began. "When's to be my very own?" Alex blurted out. MacBain heard his son's comment and turned back to look at Johanna. His smile was devilish.
"So that is how you won him over,"
he remarked. She ignored her husband and kept her attention on the soldiers. "They are my wedding gift to my husband and Alex," she hastily included. "Will you please send someone to fetch them?" The soldiers bowed and went to see the task completed. Alex tugged on the hem of Johanna's bliot to get her attention. "Did Papa give you a gift?" His father answered his question.
"Nay, I didn't, Alex."
She contradicted him. "Yes, he did, Alex." "What did he give you?" the little boy asked. MacBain was also curious to hear what she had to say. She was smiling at Alex. "He gave me a son." MacBain was taken aback by her declaration. His son wasn't certain what she'd meant.
"But I'm his son,"
he declared. He pointed at his chest so she would be sure to understand.
"Yes,"
Johanna answered. The boy smiled.
"Is a son better than 6 horses?"
Of course.
"Better than even 100?
Yes. Alex was convinced of his importance. His chest puffed up with pride.
"How old are you?"
Johanna asked. He opened his mouth to answer, then closed it again. From the puzzled look on his face, she assumed he didn't know. She turned to her husband to get her answer. He shrugged. He obviously didn't know either. She was appalled.
"You don't know your son's age?"
"He's young," MacBain answered. Alex immediately nodded agreement over his father's announcement.
"I'm young,"
he repeated.
"Papa, could I go look at the horses?"
Gabriel nodded. His son let go of Johanna's bliot and went chasing after Callum and Keith. Father McKechnie had witnessed the scene between the child and Johanna.
"Well, the lad's taken with her, isn't he?"
remarked to the laird as he watched Alex run across the yard.
"She bribed him,"
MacBain drawled out.
"Yes, I did,"
Johanna agreed.
"Men aren't so easily won over,"
her husband remarked.
"I'm not interested in winning any man over, laird. Please excuse me. I would like to talk to my brother."
It was a wonderful dismissal, yet completely ruined when Gabriel grabbed hold of her hand and pulled her back. Nicholas had to come to her. He was surrounded by women, of course, because of his handsome looks and his gift for charm, and Johanna had to wait several minutes before her brother noticed her motioning to him and disengaged himself from his admirers. Nicholas addressed MacBain first.
"I'll be sending men here in a month or two to help with the rebuilding."
MacBain shook his head.
"You will not send any soldiers here. We'll kill them the minute they set foot on our land. You're a stubborn man, MacBain. How much was the fine you paid to your king?"
"What fine?" Johanna asked. Both Nicholas and Gabriel ignored her question. Her brother gave MacBain the sum. Gabriel announced he would reimburse the Baron for the expense. Johanna finally caught on. She turned to her brother.
"Do you mean to say our king made you pay a fine? Why, Nicholas?"
"Because we chose your husband, Johanna. He agreed for a price."
"If I'd agreed to marry his choice?"
she prodded.
"William's?"
Nicholas asked. She nodded.
"Then there wouldn't have been a fine, of course."
"You lied to me. You told me you didn't have enough coins to loan me to pay the tax to John, so I could remain free for 1 more year's time."
Nicholas let out a sigh.
"I did lie," he admitted. "You were putting off the inevitable, and I was concerned about your safety. Damn it all, you were held prisoner in London. I couldn't be certain you'd be safe for long, and there was also the worry John might give the McLaurin land to someone else."
She knew he was right. She knew he loved her too, and was thinking only about her safety.
"I forgive you your deception, Nicholas."
"Go home, Baron. Don't come back. You've done your duty. Johanna is my responsibility now."
Johanna was stunned by her husband's rudeness.
"Now?"
she blurted out.
"You want him to go home now?"
"Now,"
her husband repeated.
"My brother—"
"He isn't your brother."
She was so outraged by his behaviour she felt like screaming. Her husband wasn't paying her any attention now. His gaze was directed on Nicholas.
"I should have known," he said. "You don't look like brother and sister, and when Johanna gave the priest her full name, I realised you weren't related. Your feelings for her—"
Nicholas wouldn't let MacBain continue.
"You're very astute," he interrupted. "Johanna doesn't have any inkling, laird. Leave it be."
"Laird!"
"Leave us, Johanna. This discussion doesn't concern you."
His tone of voice didn't suggest she argue. She started wringing the petals off the fresh bouquet while she looked at the grim expression on each man's face. She didn't have to make up her mind to leave or stay. Father McKechnie had heard enough to know a fight was brewing. He took hold of Johanna's arm, feigned enthusiasm, and said,
"You'll be hurting the women's feelings if you don't taste their special dishes. Come along now. They'll fret until they get a wee bit of praise from their new mistress. Do you remember how to say thank you in Gaelic?"
The priest half dragged, half nudged her away from the two men. Johanna kept looking back over her shoulder to see what was happening. Nicholas looked furious. So did MacBain. Her husband, she noticed, was doing most of the talking. Nicholas happened to glance her way, noticed she was watching him, and then said something to MacBain. Her husband nodded. The two men turned and disappeared down the slope. She didn't see either one of them again until the sun was fading from the sky. She let out a loud sigh of relief when she spotted her husband and her brother coming back up the hill. Streaks of orange from the sun's descent filled the sky behind them. Their silhouettes, made black by the distance and the sun's trickery, made them appear mystical. They seemed to rise out of the earth like mighty, invincible, godlike warriors. They moved with such easy grace. They were the fittest warriors she'd ever seen. The Archangel Gabriel was surely smiling down at the pair. They were, after all, surely fashioned in his image. Johanna smiled over her fanciful thoughts. Then she got a good look at their faces. She let out a horrified gasp. Nicholas had a bloody nose. His right eye was swollen shut. MacBain didn't appear to be in any better condition. Blood poured down from a cut high on his forehead. There was another cut seeping blood at the corner of his mouth. She didn't know who to yell at first. She instinctively thought to run to Nicholas and give him holy hell while she measured the extent of his injuries. But by the time she'd lifted the hem of her skirts and started running, she realized she should probably go to Gabriel first. He was her husband now, and he should come first in her thoughts. There was also the fact that if she was able to soothe his temper, he might be more willing to listen to reason and allow her brother to stay a few more days.
"You've been fighting!"
She shouted the accusation when she reached her husband. He didn't believe he needed to agree. It was damned obvious they'd been fighting, and he didn't particularly care for the anger in her voice. Johanna pulled the linen square she kept tucked in the sleeve of her gown and stretched up on tiptoe to pat the blood away from the cut so she could see how deep the injury was. She gently brushed his hair back, out of her way. He jerked his head back. He wasn't used to anyone fretting over him, and he didn't know how to react.
"Do stand still, my lord," she ordered. "I'm not going to hurt you."
MacBain stood still and allowed her to fuss over him. Damn, but she pleased him, though not because she was acting concerned about him now. Nay, it was the fact that she'd come to him first. "Have you resolved whatever was bothering you?" she asked.
"I have,"
MacBain answered. He sounded surly. She looked over at her brother.
"And you, Nicholas?"
"Yes."
His tone was every bit as irritated as her husband's. She turned back to her husband.
"Why did you deliberately provoke Nicholas? He is my brother, you know," she added with a nod. "My parents took him in when he was just 8 years old. He was there when I was born, and has been called brother by me from the moment I could speak. You owe him an apology, husband."
MacBain ignored her suggestion and grabbed hold of her wrist so she would stop poking at his cut, then turned to Nicholas.
"Say your goodbyes now," he ordered. "You won't see her again."
"No!"
Johanna cried out. She pulled away from her husband and ran to her brother. She threw herself into his arms.
"You didn't tell me the truth about him," she whispered. "He isn't a gentle man. He's hard and cruel. I can't bear the thought of never seeing you again. I love you. You protected me when no one else would. You believed in me. Nicholas, please take me home with you. I don't wish to stay here."
"Hush, Johanna. It's going to be all right. MacBain has good reason for wanting me and my men to stay away from here. Learn to trust him.
Nicholas held MacBain's gaze while he gave his sister his instructions.
Why doesn't he want you to come back?
Nicholas shook his head. His silence told her he wasn't going to explain. What message would you like me to give Mother? I'll see her next month.
I'm going home with you.
Her brother's smile was filled with tenderness. You're married now. This is your home. You have to stay with your husband, Johanna. She wouldn't let go of him. Nicholas leaned down, kissed her forehead, and then pulled her hands away from him. He gently nudged her toward her husband. Treat her well, MacBain, or by all that's holy, I'll come back here and kill you. That would be your right, MacBain answered. He walked past Johanna to slap his hand against Nicholas's. You and I have come to an understanding. My word is my bond, Baron. As my word is my bond, Laird. The two men nodded. Johanna stood there with tears streaming down her face as she watched her brother walk away. His mount had already been made ready for him. Nicholas gained his stallion's back, then rode down the hill and out of sight. He never looked back. Johanna turned around and found that her husband had also left. She was suddenly alone. She stood at the edge of the clearing, feeling as bleak and desolate as her surroundings. She didn't move until the sun had disappeared from the sky. The bone-chilling wind finally gained her attention. She shivered with the cold and rubbed her arms as she slowly made her way back to the courtyard. There wasn't a Scot in sight, or so she thought, until she reached the centre of the clearing. She saw her husband then. He was leaning against the door to the keep, watching her. Johanna wiped the tears away from her face, straightened her appearance, and hurried forward. She climbed the steps with only one intention. Childish though it probably was, she was determined to tell him how much she disliked him. She never got the chance. MacBain waited until she was close enough, then pulled her into his arms. He held her tight against his chest, dropped his chin to rest on the top of her head, and hugged her. The man was actually trying to comfort her. His actions thoroughly confused her. He had been the one, after all, to cause her this upset. Yet now he was trying to soothe her. Damn it all, it was working. She knew she was overly exhausted from the long, difficult day, and surely that was the reason she didn't try to pull away from him. He was wonderfully warm. She told herself she needed his heat to chase away the cold. She was still going to give him hell, but she'd wait until she was warm first. Gabriel held her for several minutes while he patiently waited for her to regain her composure. She finally pulled away from him.
Your rudeness toward my brother made me most unhappy, my lord.
She hoped for an apology. She realized after a minute of waiting she wasn't going to get one.
I would like to go to bed now, she announced. I'm very sleepy. Would you please show me the way back to my cottage? I'm not certain where it is in the darkness.
The cottage you slept in last night belongs to one of the MacBains. You won't sleep there again.
Then where do I sleep?
Inside, he answered. There are 2 chambers above the stairs. The McLaurens were able to stop the fire before it reached the steps.
He pulled the door wide and motioned for her to go inside. She didn't move.
May I ask you something, my lord?
She waited for his nod, then said,
Some day, will you explain why you sent my brother away and ordered him never to return?
In time you'll understand, he answered. But if you don't, I'll be happy to explain.
Thank you.
I can be accommodating, Johanna.
She didn't snort because it wouldn't have been ladylike. The look in her eyes told him she didn't believe him.
I released your brother from a burden, wife.
And I was his burden?
Gabriel shook his head.
No, you weren't his burden, he answered. Go inside now.
She decided to obey his command. The woman who had handed her the fresh bouquet of flowers after the wedding ceremony was standing at the foot of the stairs.
"Johanna, this is—"
She didn't let her husband finish.
"Leela,"
she said.
"thank you again for the beautiful flowers. It was most thoughtful of you." "You're very welcome, my lady,"
the woman replied. She had a soft, musical voice and a pleasing smile. Her hair was as red as fire and every bit as mesmerizing. Johanna guessed her age to be near her own.
"Was it difficult for you to leave your family and friends to come here?"
Leela asked.
"There were no friends close by,"
Johanna answered.
"What about your staff? Our laird surely would have granted you permission to bring your lady's maid."
Johanna didn't know how to answer the question. She barely knew her staff. Ralph had changed the household every other month. At first she believed he was just overly demanding. Later she caught on. He wanted to keep her isolated, without anyone to confide in. She was to depend only upon him. After his death, she'd been forced to London, and hadn't formed any attachments while a prisoner in King John's court.
"I would not have allowed any other Englishwoman here,"
MacBain said, when Johanna hesitated in giving her answer.
"They were content to stay in England,"
Johanna interjected. Leela nodded, then turned and started up the steps. Johanna followed her.
"Do you think you'll be happy here?"
she asked over her shoulder.
"Oh, yes,"
Johanna answered, praying she was right.
"I'll be safe here."
MacBain frowned. Johanna had no idea how much that comment said about her past. He stood at the bottom of the steps, watching his bride. Leela wasn't as astute as her laird.
"But I asked you if you'd be happy,"
she said, with a bit of laughter in her voice.
"Of course you'll be safe here. Our laird will protect you."
She could take care of herself, Johanna thought. She didn't tell Leela that, however, for she didn't want the woman to think she wasn't grateful to have the laird's protection. She turned around to look at her husband.
"Good night, my lord."
"Good night, Johanna."
Johanna followed Leela up the rest of the steps. The landing was partially blocked by a stack of wooden crates on the left, so no one would pitch over into the great hall or the hallway below. A narrow corridor was on the opposite side. There were candles perched inside bronzed holders, braced against the wall to light the way. Leela started telling Johanna about the keep and begged her to ask questions that came to mind. Another woman named Megan waited inside the first chamber with a bath ready for Johanna. She had dark brown hair and hazel eyes, and also wore the McLaurin plaid. Her smile was just as inviting as Leela's. Their easy acceptance of Johanna helped her relax. The bath felt wonderful. She told them how thoughtful they were to think she would enjoy the luxury.
"Our laird ordered the bath for you,"
Megan explained.
"Since a MacBain gave up his bed for you last night, it was the McLaurins' turn to do something for you. It was only fair,"
Leela added. Before Johanna could ask what she meant by that remark, Megan turned the topic. She wanted to talk about the wedding.
"You looked so beautiful, my lady. Did you do the embroidery work on your dress? It was quite lovely." "Of course she didn't do the work herself,"
Leela said.
"Her maid. But I did do the sewing,"
Johanna interjected. The conversation continued all during her bath. Johanna finally bid the ladies good night and went down the hall to the second chamber. The room was warm inside and very appealing. There was a hearth against the outside wall, a huge bed draped with a MacBain plaid along the opposite wall, and a window overlooking the meadow below. A thick fur covering on the window blocked the night winds, and that protection, added to the fire blazing away in the hearth, made the room most inviting. The bed all but swallowed her up. She imagined 4 people could sleep under the covers together, side by side, without touching each other. Her feet were cold, but that was the only discomfort she felt. She considered getting out of her bed in search of a pair of woolen stockings, then decided the task would require too much effort. She probably should have taken the time to braid her hair, she thought with a loud yawn. It was going to be full of tangles in the morning.
She decided she was too tired to care. She closed her eyes, said her prayers, and went to sleep. The door opened just as she was drifting off. Her mind didn't register what was happening until she felt the side of the bed sag. She slowly opened her eyes. It was all right, she told herself. It was Gabriel, and not an intruder sitting on the side of the bed. He was taking his boots off. She tried not to be alarmed. "What are you doing, my lord?" Her voice was a groggy whisper. He looked over his shoulder to answer her.
"I'm getting ready for bed."
She closed her eyes again. He thought she'd gone back to sleep. MacBain sat there staring down at her for several minutes. She rested on her side, facing him. Her hair, as golden as a sunset, was spread over her shoulders like a coverlet. She looked exquisite to him, innocent and fragile as well. She was much younger than he'd supposed she would be, and after he and Nicholas had resolved their differences, and the Baron had wisely decided to obey his commands, he'd asked him exactly how old his sister was. Nicholas couldn't remember the date of her birth, but he'd said she'd been little more than a child when her parents received the order from King John to marry her to his favoured Baron. Johanna suddenly bolted upright in the bed. "Here? You think to sleep here, my lord?" She'd choked on the question. He nodded, wondering why she looked so panic-stricken. Her mouth dropped open. She was too stunned to speak. Gabriel stood up, untied the piece of leather holding his plaid in place, then tossed the strip of leather on the nearby chair. His plaid dropped to the floor. He was stark naked. She squeezed her eyes shut. "Gabriel." His name came out in a low whisper. She'd closed her eyes, but not before she'd gotten a thorough look at his backside. It was enough to make her feel faint-hearted. The man was bronzed from the sun from neck to ankles, and how in heaven's name was that possible? Did he walk around without a stitch on during the sunlight hours? She wasn't about to ask him. She felt the covers being pulled back, then felt the sag of the bed again as he stretched out beside her. He started to reach for her. She bounded to her knees and turned around to face him. He was on his back and hadn't bothered to cover himself. She grabbed hold of the blanket and fairly tossed it over his middle. She could feel her face burning with embarrassment. "You've been tricked, my lord. Aye, you have," she blurted out in a near shout. Gabriel didn't know what in God's name had come over her. She looked terrified. Her eyes filled with tears, and he wouldn't have been surprised if she'd burst into sobs.
"How was I tricked?"
He'd deliberately kept his voice calm and low. He stacked his hands behind his head and acted as though he had all the time in the world to wait for her answer. His casual attitude helped to calm her. She took a deep breath, then said, "My brother didn't tell you. He said he had explained. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I should have made certain you knew. When I found out you already had a son, I thought you knew about me, and that it didn't matter. You had an heir. You—" Gabriel reached up and put his hand over her mouth. Tears were streaming down her face. He kept his voice soothing when he said, "Your brother's an honourable man." She nodded. He removed his hand from her mouth, then gently tugged her down next to him. "Yes, Nicholas is an honourable man," she whispered. The side of her face rested on his shoulder. He could feel her tears as they dropped on his skin.
"Nicholas wouldn't trick me."
"I didn't think he would." She sounded bewildered. A long minute passed while he waited for her to tell him what was bothering her. "Perhaps he forgot to tell you, or thought he had."
"What did he forget to tell me?"
"I cannot have children." He waited for her to continue. "And?" he asked, when she didn't say another word. She'd been holding her breath, waiting for his reaction. She thought he'd be furious. He didn't appear to be, however. He was casually stroking her arm. An angry man wouldn't caress. He would strike.
Johanna decided he didn't understand.
"I'm barren," she whispered. "I thought Nicholas told you. If you want the marriage annulled, I'm sure that Father McKechnie will see to the petition."
"Nicholas did tell me, Johanna."
She bolted up in the bed again.
"He told you?"
She looked thoroughly confused.
"Then why are you here?"
"I'm here because I'm your husband, and this is our wedding night. It's a usual occurrence to share the bed."
"Do you mean you wish to sleep here tonight?"
"Damned right I mean to,"
he answered. She looked incredulous now.
"And every other night," he announced.
"Why?"
"Because I'm your husband," he explained.
He pulled her down next to him, rolled to his side, and leaned over her. He gently brushed the hair away from the side of her face. His touch was gentle and soothing.
"Are you here just to sleep, my lord?"
"No."
"Then you wish to—"
"Yes,"
he said, irritated by how horrified she looked now.
"Why?"
She really didn't understand. His own observation soothed his pride, but he couldn't control his exasperation with her.
"Johanna, weren't you married for 3 years?"
She was trying not to stare into his eyes. It was a difficult task. They really were quite beautiful. The colour was the purest of grey. He had nice high cheekbones too, and a straight nose. He really was a handsome devil, and even though she tried not to care, her heartbeat reacted to his nearness. It was racing now. His scent was appealing too. He smelled clean, male. His hair was damp. Gabriel had had a bath before coming to bed. She shouldn't have thought that was nice. She did, though. She really should get hold of her undisciplined thoughts. What he looked like or how he smelled shouldn't matter.
"Are you going to answer me before daylight?"
She remembered his question.
"I was married 3 years.
"Then how can you ask me if I want to sleep with you?"
His confusion didn't make any sense to her.
"For what purpose? I can't have your children."
"You've mentioned that," he snapped. "There's another reason I want to bed you."
"What other reason?"
she asked suspiciously.
"There's pleasure in the marriage act. Have you never experienced it before?"
"I don't know about pleasure, my lord, but I'm most familiar with disappointment."
"Do you think I'll be disappointed? Or do you believe you will be?"
"Both of us will be disappointed," she said. "Then you'll become angry. It's really for the better if you leave me alone."
He wasn't about to agree to that suggestion. She acted as though she had everything all figured out. He didn't need to ask where she'd gotten her opinions. It was apparent to him she'd been sorely mistreated by her first husband. She was so damned innocent and vulnerable. MacBain thought it a pity Ralph was dead. He would have liked to kill him. He couldn't change the past for her, however. All he could do was concentrate on the present and their future together. He leaned down and kissed her brow. He was pleased to see she didn't flinch or try to turn away.
"Tonight is the first time for you."
He was going to explain that it would be their first time together, and that it would be a new beginning for both of them. But Johanna interrupted.
"I'm not a virgin, my lord. Ralph came to my bed many times during our first year as man and wife."
That statement caught his curiosity. He leaned back to look at her.
"And after the first year?"
"He went to other women. He was most disappointed in me." "Aren't there any women you could go to?"
She sounded enthusiastic over the possibility. He didn't know if he should be insulted or amused. Most wives didn't wish to share their husbands. Johanna looked eager enough to run outside and recruit a mistress for him. Hell, she'd probably give up her side of the bed, too.
"I don't want any other women."
"Why not?"
She had the gall to look disgruntled. He was having difficulty believing this bizarre conversation. He grinned and shook his head.
"I want you," he insisted.
She let out a sigh.
"I suppose it's your right."
"Yes, it is."
He pulled the covers away. She jerked them back in place.
"Just one moment, please," she said. "I would like to ask you an important question before you begin."
He frowned over her request. She turned her gaze to his chin, so he wouldn't see how frightened she was becoming as she waited for his agreement or his denial. "What is your question?"
"I would like to know what will happen when you're disappointed."
She dared a quick look up into his eyes, then hastily added,
"I would like to prepare myself."
"I won't be disappointed." She didn't look as though she believed him.
"But when you are," she persisted.
He held on to his patience. "Then I will have no one to blame but myself." She stared at him a long minute before letting go of her death grip on the covers. While he watched, she folded her hands together on top of her stomach and closed her eyes. The look of resignation on her face made him shake his head in frustration. It was inevitable, he supposed. Gabriel was going to get his way, and she was intelligent enough to know it. She wasn't in a complete panic. She remembered the pain involved in the mating act, and although she certainly wasn't looking forward to the god-awful discomfort, it wouldn't be unbearable. It wouldn't kill her. She had gotten through the ordeal before, she reminded herself. She could get through it again. She would survive.
"All right, my lord. I'm ready."
Lord, she was an exasperating woman. "Nay, Johanna," he countered in a low, gruff whisper. He reached for the ribbon holding her gown in place and pulled the string free. "You aren't ready yet, but you will be. 'Tis my duty to make you want me, and I won't take you until you do." She didn't show any outward reaction to his promise. God's truth, she looked as though she'd just been placed inside a wooden box. The only thing missing was a flower clutched between her rigid fingers, MacBain decided. Then he'd know for certain she was dead and about to be put in the ground. He decided he was going to have to change his approach. His bride was alarmingly pale and as tense as the string on his bow right now. She was on guard against him. That fact didn't bother him overly much, for he understood her reasons, even if she didn't. He was going to have to wait until she had calmed down just a little. Then he would begin his gentle attack. His strategy wasn't complex. He was simply going to overwhelm her. Hopefully, she wouldn't realize what was happening to her until it was too late. Her shields would be down, and once passion ignited, there wouldn't be much room in her mind for fear. He'd already learned his bride was a gentle lady. The expression on her face when she'd been talking to his son before the wedding told him she was a compassionate, caring woman. He didn't know if she had a passionate nature, however, but he was determined to find out before either one of them left the bed. MacBain leaned down, kissed her brow, and then rolled onto his back and closed his eyes. Long minutes passed before she realized he was actually going to sleep. She turned to stare at him. Why had she been given this reprieve?
"Have I already disappointed you, my lord?"
No. She continued to watch him, waiting for further explanation. He didn't say another word to appease her curiosity. Not understanding his motives made her worry all the more.
"What would you like me to do?" she asked.
"Take your shift off."
"And then?"
"Go to sleep. I won't touch you tonight." His eyes were closed, and he therefore didn't see the change in her expression. He heard her sigh, though, speculated it was due to relief, and couldn't help but become a little irritated with the woman. Hell, it was going to be a long, long night before he found satisfaction. She couldn't make any sense out of his order. If he was going to leave her alone, why did he care if she wore a nightgown or not? Perhaps the command was just his way of saving face, she thought to herself. She wasn't about to argue with him. Not now. Not after she'd been given this wonderful gift. Since his eyes were closed, she didn't have to concern herself with modesty. She got out of the bed, took her gown off,
folded it neatly, then walked around to the other side of the bed to put the garment on the chair next to it. His plaid was on the floor. She picked it up, folded it, and put it on top of her nightgown. The air inside the chamber had become frigid, and the floorboards were freezing cold against her bare feet. She hurried to get back under the covers before her toes turned to ice. His heat drew her close to his side, but she was careful not to touch him. She turned on her side, giving him her back, and ever so slowly edged closer and closer to him. It took her a long time to relax. She was afraid to trust him, yet afraid not to, because he was now her husband and deserved her trust, until he'd proven he wasn't worthy, of course. Nicholas trusted him. Her brother was the most honourable man she'd ever known, save for her father. Nicholas was also an excellent judge of character. He wouldn't have suggested she marry the laird if he didn't believe Gabriel was a good, decent man. There was also the telling fact that her husband hadn't forced himself on her. Why, he was actually being very accommodating. The heat from his body radiated against her back. It felt wonderful. She moved just a little bit closer until the backs of her thighs touched the tops of his. She was sound asleep minutes later. Gabriel decided he was going to get a high place in heaven, no matter how mortal his past sins were, and all because of the consideration he'd shown his bride tonight. Anticipation made his forehead break out in a cold sweat. Rolling in hot coals wouldn't have been as painful as this weight, he decided. He believed he could endure any amount of physical pain, but lying next to her with lustful thoughts raging through his mind now made this night one hell of a challenge. She wasn't helping matters much. She kept pressing her backside up against his groin. It was the sweetest torture he'd ever experienced, and he had to clench his jaw tight against the provocation. The fire burned down to embers in the hearth, and it was well after midnight before he decided he'd waited long enough. He put his arm around Johanna's waist and leaned down to nuzzle the side of her neck. She awakened with a start. She went completely rigid, but only for a minute or two, and then she put her hand on top of his where it rested just below her breasts. She tried to push his hand away. He wouldn't move. She was groggy from sleep, and the wet kisses he placed on her neck were actually making her shiver with heat, not cold. It felt too good to worry about. Just to make certain he didn't think he was going to be allowed any more liberties, however, she laced her fingers through his to keep his hand from moving. He knew what her plan was. He wasn't deterred. He teased her earlobe with his teeth, then with his tongue, while he gently disengaged his hand from her hold and slowly began to caress the undersides of her full breasts with his knuckles. The sensations coursing through her body were extremely pleasant, surprising too. Odd, but his touch made her restless for just a little more. His breath was sweet and warm against her skin. She instinctively tried to get away from him, and yet tried to get closer at the same time. Her body was contradicting her mind, until she felt the hard evidence of his arousal. A tremor of panic took hold. She turned to him. She was going to demand he keep his word. He had promised he wouldn't touch her tonight. Surely he hadn't forgotten.
You promised you wouldn't touch me tonight.
He kissed the frown away from her brow. I remember.
Then
he kissed the bridge of her nose. Johanna suddenly found herself surrounded by his heat. He'd pinned her to the bed with his body and covered her from head to feet. His hard thighs rested between hers. His arousal was pressed intimately against the soft curls shielding the core of her femininity. The feel of his hard body against hers made her gasp with fear and pleasure.
Gabriel.
He threaded his fingers through her hair and cupped the sides of her face. He leaned down until he was just inches away from her. His gaze was settled on her mouth. It's past midnight, Johanna. I kept my word to you.
He didn't give her time to protest or panic. He silenced her with a kiss. His mouth was hard and hot as it settled on top of hers. His tongue swept inside to rid her of any argument she might have wanted to make. Gabriel wanted her to forget her fears before her mind became ruled by them. No matter how much he wanted her, he knew he would never force himself on her. If Johanna couldn't get past her apprehensions tonight, then he would wait and try again tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. In time, she would surely learn to trust him, and then hopefully rid herself of her own inhibitions. The kiss wasn't tender, but ravenous and carnal. She wasn't resisting him, and was, in fact, kissing him just as thoroughly. A low groan of pleasure sounded in the back of his throat when her tongue timidly brushed against his. The sexy sound of approval made her a little bolder. She was so overwhelmed by her own reaction to the arousing love play, she could barely think. She rubbed her feet against his legs in a restless motion and tried to remember to breathe. She tasted as good as he'd fantasized she would. His mouth slanted over hers again and again, and he didn't let up his assault against her defenses for a long while. He made love to her mouth with his tongue, slowly penetrating and then receding, forcing her to respond with his deliberate teasing. He meant to overwhelm her, and overwhelmed she was. Within minutes, she was trembling with desire. When his hands moved to her breasts and his thumbs brushed across her sensitive nipples, she let out a low moan of pleasure. She couldn't stop herself from arching up against his hands, deliberately trying to get a little more of his sweet torment. He had to make her put her arms around him. Her hands were fists at her sides until he dragged his mouth away from hers and told her what he wanted her to do. And still she didn't cooperate. He lifted his head to look at her. He smiled with pure male satisfaction then. Johanna looked dazed by what was happening to her. There was passion in her eyes. He lowered his head again. He gave her another open-mouthed, tongue-dueling kiss, just to let her know how pleased he was with her, and then took hold of her hands and put them around his neck. "Hold on to me," he commanded in a rough whisper. "Pull me close." She had the grip of a warrior. Gabriel slowly kissed a path to her chest. He palmed her breasts with his hands, then leaned down to take one nipple into his mouth. Her nails raked his shoulders in reaction. He grunted with raw pleasure. Gabriel had been in complete control of the love play, but when his hand slid down her flat, smooth, silky belly and moved lower to touch her intimately, and he began to caress the very heat of her, he lost his own composure. The folds hidden beneath her soft curls were slick, wet, and incredibly hot. His thumb rubbed across the sensitive nub of flesh as his fingers slowly penetrated her. She cried out in fear now, for the intensity of the pleasure he forced on her was new, too frightening for her to understand or control. She tried to push his hand away, even as her body contradicted that action to move restlessly against him. Dear God, she didn't know her own mind.
"Gabriel, what is happening to me?"
Her nails dug into his shoulder blades, and her head rolled to the side as he continued his lovemaking. He shifted his position so he could soothe her with another kiss. "It's all right," he whispered in a voice that sounded out of breath. "You like how this feels, don't you?" He didn't give her time to answer him. His mouth took possession of hers again. His tongue moved inside, just as his fingers plunged deep inside her tight sheath. She came undone. Passion such as she'd never known before ignited in the pit of her stomach and spread like wildfire through her body. She clung to her husband, whimpering now, demanding with her slow, erotic movements to end the overwhelming bliss. And still he held back. The pressure building inside him was almost unbearable. All he wanted to think about was sinking into her beckoning heat. He fought against the raging desire and continued to make love to her with his mouth and his fingers. When she suddenly tightened around him,
He knew she was about to find her own release. He immediately shifted positions again, so that his arousal was pressed against the opening of her sheath. He braced himself on his elbows, held her jaw with his hand, and demanded that she look at him.
"Say my name, Johanna."
His voice sounded harsh and angry. The intensity in his expression indicated his restraint. "Gabriel," she whispered. He kissed her quick and hard. He dragged his mouth away, looked down into her eyes, and demanded,
"Now and forever. Say the words, wife. Say them now."
Every nerve in her body was screaming for release. He gripped her shoulders while he waited for her pledge. "Now and forever, Gabriel." His head dropped to her shoulder. With one powerful surge, he embedded himself fully inside her. He was surrounded by liquid heat. Dear God, she was tight and so damned hot he could barely stand the sweet agony. He couldn't stay still inside her, giving her body time to adjust to his invasion, and in the back of his mind was the worry he might be hurting her. Yet he was powerless against the all-consuming demand of his own body now. His thrusts weren't measured, but hard and urgent. She raised her knees to take him deeper inside. She surrounded him, squeezed him. He groaned with pure animal pleasure. It was exquisite agony. She became wild in his arms. She clung to her husband and met his demand by arching up against him. Her thighs tightened around him, and her whimpers, soft and incredibly sexy, drove him wild. He had never experienced such passion before. She held nothing back. Her complete surrender to him quickened his own. He didn't want it to be over. He slowly withdrew until he'd almost become separate from her, then sank back again. Gabriel was mindless now to everything but giving her fulfillment and finding his own. His breathing was harsh and choppy, and when he felt the tremors of her climax and heard her call his name with a mixture of wonder and fear, he couldn't hold back any longer. He poured his seed into her with a loud, lusty groan. Johanna's body seemed to splinter apart with her orgasm. She thought she'd died. Never in her wildest imaginings could she have thought such bliss was possible. It was the most shattering and wondrous of experiences. She had actually allowed herself the freedom to give herself completely to Gabriel, and, dear Lord, her reward had been most astonishing. Her husband had held her close and kept her safe during the raging storm, and the sheer beauty of their lovemaking made tears come to her eyes. She was too exhausted to weep. He had certainly drained her of her strength. He collapsed on top of her. She thought that she might have taken all of his strength too, yet his weight didn't crush her. She realized then his arms were still braced at her sides. As physically spent as he appeared to be, he still sought to protect her. The scent of their lovemaking filled the air around them. Their heartbeats pounded frantic beats. Gabriel was the first to recover. His immediate concern was for his wife. God, had he hurt her?
"Johanna."
He forced the strength back into his arms and lifted himself up so that he could look at her. The concern in his expression was evident.
"Did I—"
Her laughter stopped his question. There was such joy in the sound, he couldn't help but smile in reaction. You did," she whispered. The woman was a puzzlement to him.
"How can you laugh and cry at the same time?"
"I'm not crying." He brushed his fingertips across one cheekbone to wipe the wetness away.
"Aye, you are crying. Did I hurt you?"
She slowly shook her head. "I didn't know it could be like this between a man and a woman. It was very beautiful." Those words made him nod with arrogant satisfaction.
"You're a passionate woman, Johanna."
"I never knew I was, not until tonight. Gabriel, it was most enjoyable. You made me—" She couldn't come up with the right word to describe how she'd felt. He was happy to supply it for her.
"Burn."
She nodded. I didn't realize some husbands liked to kiss and caress before mating, she said.
He leaned down, kissed her mouth, and then rolled onto his back away from her. It's called preparation, wife.
It's nice, she whispered with a sigh.
Ralph's idea of preparation was to pull the covers back. Johanna immediately blocked the memory. She didn't want to mar the beauty of what had just happened with ugly pictures from the past. She didn't want Gabriel to go to sleep. God's truth, she wanted him to make love to her again. She couldn't believe her own boldness, and had to shake her head over her own surprisingly wanton behaviour. Johanna pulled the covers up and closed her eyes. An unsettling thought began to nag her. Now that they had mated, shouldn't one of them leave? Ralph had always come to her bed, and after he'd finished with her, immediately left. Since Gabriel was acting as though he was going to sleep, she decided it was her duty to leave him. She wanted to stay, but the thought of being ordered to leave would sting her pride. It was better not to give him the chance to order her to go, she supposed. Johanna battled with the worry for several minutes. Gabriel was having disconcerting thoughts of his own. His cunning plan to overwhelm his bride while her defences were down had been turned around on him. Hell, she'd overwhelmed him. He'd never lost his discipline so thoroughly with any other woman, never ever felt this vulnerable, and he began to wonder what she would do if she knew she had such power over him. He scowled, just thinking about it. Johanna moved to the side of the bed. She reached for her robe before she stood up. She kept her back to her husband while she put the garment on. Her shoes, she remembered, were near the door. And still she hesitated to leave. She couldn't understand her own mind. She felt miserable now and lonely, and she couldn't imagine why she wanted to weep. Their love-making had been wonderful, yet now she was filled with new uncertainty. Nay, she didn't understand this change in her, but she imagined she would have the rest of the dark hours to think about it. She doubted she would get any sleep, and by morning light she would have worked herself up into a state of exhaustion. Gabriel looked as though he'd already gone to sleep. She tried to be as quiet as possible as she made her way to the door. She was just reaching for the latch when he stopped her. "Where do you think you're going?" She turned to look at him.
"To the other chamber, my lord. I assumed that was where you wanted me to sleep."
"Come back here, Johanna." She slowly walked back to his side of the bed.
"I didn't mean to wake you."
"I wasn't asleep." He reached for the belt of her robe. His voice sounded only mildly curious when he asked, "Why do you want to sleep alone?"
"I don't want to,"
she blurted out. He used the sleeves of her robe to pull the garment off. She was shivering with the cold. That observation amused him. He thought it was damned hot in the chamber. He pulled the cover back then and simply waited for her to get into bed again. She didn't hesitate. She climbed over her husband. Gabriel put his arms around her and pulled her close. The side of her face rested on his shoulder. He pulled the covers up, let out a loud yawn, and then said, "You will sleep in this bed with me every night. Do you understand, Johanna?" She bumped his chin when she nodded.
"Is it usual in the Highlands for husbands and wives to sleep together?"
He gave her a roundabout answer. "It's going to be usual for you and me."
"Yes, my lord."
Her whispered agreement, given so quickly, pleased him. He tightened his hold on his bride and closed his eyes.
"Gabriel,"
he grunted his reply.
"Are you pleased you married me?"
She was sorry she'd asked the question the minute the words were out of her mouth. Now he would know how vulnerable she was feeling and how horribly insecure she really was. "The land belongs to me now. That pleases me." He was a brutally honest man. She thought she should probably admire that trait. She didn't, though, not tonight. She decided she wanted him to lie to her and to tell her he was happy to have her for his wife. God, she was becoming daft. She didn't want to be married to a man who would blatantly lie to her. No, of course she didn't. She knew she wasn't making any sense. Surely exhaustion was the reason she was having such foolish, unimportant thoughts. What did she care if he wanted her or not? She had gained exactly what she had set out to gain when she married him. She was free from King John's tentacles. Yes, she was free and safe. She had gotten exactly what she'd bargained for, and so had he. The land now belonged to him.
"You're too soft. I should have preferred a strong, tough-skinned woman."
She was almost asleep when she heard his comment. Since she didn't know what to say in reply, she kept silent. Another minute passed before he spoke again.
"You're too tender for life here. I doubt you'll survive a full year. I probably should have preferred a more robust, unemotional woman. Aye, you won't last a full year here."
He didn't sound particularly disturbed by that possibility. She tried not to take exception. She wasn't going to try to talk him out of his opinions either. Arguing that she was indeed a very strong woman with every bit as much endurance as any of the Highland women would have been useless. Gabriel had already formed his opinions, and only time together would prove to him she wasn't a summer flower. She really did have stamina. She had already proven to herself she was a survivor. In time, she would prove it to him.
"You're a timid lass. I probably should prefer a woman who was more forceful."
It took a supreme act of will to keep silent. She had asked him one simple question. A quick yes or no would have been sufficient answer. He seemed to be taking delight in listing her faults, though. She could hear the laughter in his voice. Her husband, she was learning, was a bit rude.
"You have daft opinions. I should probably prefer a wife who always agreed with me."
She started drumming her fingers in irritation on his chest. He put his hand on top of hers to stop the telling action. Johanna let out a loud yawn. It was a deliberate hint for him to let her go to sleep. A thoughtful husband would have ceased his litany of insults immediately. Gabriel wasn't particularly thoughtful.
"The least little thing frightens you,"
he remarked, remembering the expression on her face when she had first seen his wolfhound.
"I should probably prefer a woman my hound would be afraid of," he added.
The heat radiating from his body made her drowsy. She draped one of her legs over his thighs and scooted closer.
"You're too thin by half," Gabriel said then. "The first northern wind will blow you over. I should probably prefer a big, strapping woman."
She was too sleepy to debate with her husband. Outrage took too much concentration. Johanna fell asleep listening to her husband as he continued to list her countless flaws.
"You're terribly naive, wife,"
he said, when he remembered she had told him the year-round warm climate appealed to her. She had believed her brother's outrageous lie.
"Aye, you're naive, all right,"
he said again. Long minutes passed before Gabriel decided to finally answer her question.
"Johanna."
She didn't answer him. He leaned down, kissed the top of her head, and then whispered,
"'Tis the truth. I am pleased I married you."
Chapter 6. Johanna awakened to the sound of pounding. A crash followed. She thought the roof had caved in. She bolted up in the bed just as the door opened. Gabriel walked inside. She grabbed hold of the covers and pulled them up to cover her chest. She knew she looked a sight. Her hair hung down over her face, obstructing her view. She clutched the covers with one hand and brushed her hair back over her shoulders with her other hand. "Good morning, Laird MacBain." He found her attempt at modesty amusing, considering the fact that he'd stroked every inch of her body during the night. She was blushing, too.
"After last night, I don't believe you need to be embarrassed with me, Johanna."
She nodded.
I will try not to be embarrassed, she promised.
Gabriel walked over to the foot of the bed. He clasped his hands behind his back and frowned at her. She smiled back. "It isn't morning," he announced, "but afternoon." Her eyes widened in surprise.
I was exhausted,
she blurted out, in defence of having slept half the day away.
I'm usually awake at dawn, my lord, but the journey here was very tiring. What is that pounding noise I'm hearing?
She added the question in an attempt to turn the topic away from her laziness. "The men are working on the new roof above the Great Hall." He noticed the dark circles under her eyes. Her skin was pale. He was sorry he'd awakened her. Then the hammering started again, and he realized that noise would have shaken her awake anyway. Gabriel decided he shouldn't have allowed the work on the roof to begin today. His bride needed rest, not distraction.
Was there something you wanted, my lord?
"I wanted to give you your instructions." She smiled again, an indication, she hoped, of her willingness to take on whatever duties he wanted to give her. "Today you will wear the MacBain plaid. Tomorrow you will switch to the McLaurin colours."
I will.
"You will."
Why?
"You're mistress here over both clans, and must try not to slight either faction. It would be an insult if you wore my colours 2 days in a row. Do you understand?" He believed he'd been very specific.
Nay, she replied. I don't understand. Aren't you laird over both clans?
"I am."
So you are, therefore, considered everyone's leader?
"That is so." He sounded terribly arrogant. He looked arrogant, too. His presence was commanding. He fairly towered over the bed. And yet he'd been so incredibly gentle last night. The memory of their love-making made her sigh. "Now do you understand me?" he asked, perplexed by the wide-eyed stare she was giving him. She shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts.
No, I still don't understand, she confessed. If you're—
"It isn't your place to understand," he announced. She hid her exasperation. He seemed to want her agreement. He wasn't going to get it. She simply continued to stare at him and wait for his next outrageous remark. "There is one more instruction I would give you," Gabriel said. "I don't want you to concern yourself with work of any kind. I want you to rest." She was certain she hadn't heard him correctly.
Rest?
"Yes."
In heaven's name, why?
He frowned over her incredulous expression. It was apparent to him why she should rest. Still, if she needed to hear his reason, he would give it. "It's going to take you time to recover."
Recover from what?
"From your journey here."
But I've already recovered, my lord. I slept the morning away. I'm fully rested now.
He turned to leave.
Gabriel,
she called out to stop him. "I asked you not to call me by that name."
Last night you demanded I say your name, she reminded him.
"When?" She immediately started blushing.
When we were kissing.
He remembered. "That was different," he told her.
What was? Kissing me, or demanding I say your name?
He didn't answer her.
Gabriel is a fine name.
"I am through discussing this," he announced. She didn't know what to make of his behaviour. She decided to put the matter of his name aside for the moment. He was reaching for the door latch, and she wanted to ask him something before he left.
May I go hunting this afternoon?
"I've just explained I want you to rest. Don't make me repeat myself."
But you aren't making any sense at all, my lord.
He turned around and walked back to the side of the bed. He looked irritated, but only mildly so. He didn't intimidate her. The realization popped into her mind all at once. She smiled in reaction. She didn't understand why she felt that way, but she did. She was actually speaking her mind too, and that was a pleasant first in a long, long while. It felt liberating.
I've already explained I recovered from my journey here, she reminded him.
He clasped her jaw in his hand and tilted her head back so she would have to look into his eyes. He almost smiled when he saw how disgruntled she looked. "There is another reason I want you to rest," he announced. She gently nudged his hand away. She was getting a crick in her neck looking up at him.
"And what might your reason be, my lord?"
"You're weak." She shook her head.
"You mentioned that opinion last night, husband. It wasn't true then, and it isn't true now."
"You are weak, Johanna," he repeated, ignoring her protest. "It's going to take you time to build up your strength. I'm aware of your limitations, even if you aren't." He didn't give her time to argue over his decision. He leaned down, kissed her, and then left the chamber. As soon as the door closed behind him, she threw off the covers and got out of bed. How could her husband form such unbending opinions about her character so quickly? He couldn't possibly know her limitations. He hadn't known her long enough. It was unreasonable for him to draw any conclusions about her. Johanna continued to think about her husband while she washed and dressed. Father McKechnie had explained what she would be expected to wear underneath the plaid. She put on the Highland dress, a white, long-sleeved underblouse and skirt, then donned the MacBain plaid. She fashioned perfect pleats around her waist, tossed one end of the long strip of material over her right shoulder so the plaid would cover her heart, and secured the garment with a narrow brown leather belt. She thought about unpacking her bow and arrows and ignoring her husband's command altogether, then changed her mind. Open defiance probably wouldn't sit well with Gabriel. She had already learned he was a proud man, and she didn't believe she could achieve anything by challenging his decision. Still, there was always more than one way into a castle. Her mother used to whisper that reminder to Johanna when she argued with her father. Johanna's mother was a wise woman. She was loyal to her husband, of course, but over the years she had learned how to get around his stubborn moods. Johanna had learned from her mother's example. The dear woman was full of clever sayings she'd passed down to her daughter. She never tried to manipulate her husband, she explained, for manipulating would be dishonourable, and the end, after all, didn't always justify the means. She was very clever, though, and usually found a way to placate everyone in her household. Unbeknownst to her mother, Johanna's father frequently took her aside when she was bickering with her mother as well. He too had advice to give regarding the delicate methods he employed to get along with his wife when she was in one of her stubborn moods. Johanna's mother's suggestions made far more sense than her father's recommendations. She learned something more important from her father, however. He loved his wife and would do anything in his power to make her happy. He just didn't want his wife to know it. The two of them played a game of sorts where both were the victors. Johanna thought their marriage a bit strange, but they had been very happy together, and she thought that was all that mattered. Johanna only wanted to live a quiet, peaceful life. In order to achieve her goal, she would simply make certain she stayed out of her husband's way. She wouldn't interfere in his affairs, and she would definitely try to get along with him. In return, she expected him to try to get along with her and stay out of her way. After her years with Ralph, Johanna believed with all her heart that being left alone would make her happy. She turned her attention to straightening up the chamber. She made the bed, swept the floor, unpacked her clothes and put them away in the chest, and then tucked her 3 satchels under the bed. She was in a hurry to get outside, for it had turned out to be a glorious day. When she tied the fur covering back from the window, sunlight flooded the chamber. The scent of the Highlands filled the air. The view was breathtaking. The meadow below was as green as emeralds. The hills beyond were thick with giant pine and oak trees. Splashes of colour dotted the landscape. Red, pink, and purple wildflowers clustered together along a winding path that seemed to lead all the way to heaven. After eating a small meal, Johanna decided to take little Alex with her on a walk across the meadow and up the path beyond. She would gather a skirt full of flowers to put on the mantel. Finding the little boy turned out to be quite a challenge. She went downstairs and stood at the entrance to the great hall, waiting for one of the soldiers to notice her. There were 4 men tearing at the far wall, and another 3 high up on the roof, working on the slats. Everyone seemed to notice her at once. The pounding stopped. Since they were all staring at her, she made a curtsy in greeting, before asking if they knew where Alex might be. No one answered her. She was feeling extremely self-conscious. She repeated her question, but kept her gaze centered on the soldier standing in front of the hearth. He smiled, scratched his beard, and then shrugged at her. Finally, Gabriel's first-in-command explained.
"They don't understand you, milady."
She turned to the soldier and smiled.
They speak only Gaelic, my lord.
"Aye," he answered. "They speak only Gaelic. Please, you needn't call me your lord. I'm only a soldier here. Callum will do."
As you wish, Callum.
"You're a bonny lass, wearing our plaid."
He seemed embarrassed giving her that compliment.
Thank you,
she answered, wondering what the word bonny meant. She turned back to the men watching her and asked them her question in Gaelic. She frowned with concentration. The language was difficult, tongue-twisting, in fact, when she was so nervous inside. But when she'd finished her question, only one of the older men openly winced. The others smiled. Still no one answered her. They all turned to stare at the hem of her gown. She looked down to see if something was amiss. Then she turned to Callum, hoping for an explanation. His eyes, she noticed, sparkled with amusement.
"You asked them if they'd seen your feet, milady."
I meant to ask if they'd seen Gabriel's son,
she explained. Callum gave her the proper word to use. She again turned and repeated her question. The men shook their heads. She thanked them for their attention and turned to leave. Callum hurried ahead of her to open the door.
I must work on my accent, she announced. I could tell from that one gentleman's expression I was making a muck of it.
Aye, she was making a muck of it, Callum thought to himself. He wasn't about to agree, however, because he didn't want to injure her feelings.
"The men appreciate the fact that you're trying, milady."
It's the burr, Callum, Johanna decided. I haven't quite captured it yet. It's a very challenging language, she added. You could be a help if you would.
How? He asked.
From this moment on, speak only Gaelic when you address me. I believe I'll catch on much quicker if your language is all I hear.
Certainly,
Callum agreed in Gaelic.
Excuse me?
I said, certainly, milady,
Callum explained. She smiled.
Have you seen Alex?
He shook his head.
He might be down at the stables, he said.
He spoke in Gaelic and pointed in the direction of the stables in an attempt to help her guess what he'd just said. Because she was concentrating on interpreting what he was saying to her, she barely paid any attention to what was going on in the courtyard. There were soldiers everywhere, but she didn't notice what they were doing. She finally figured out what Callum had said, blurted out her thank you, and went running across the yard. She suddenly found herself in the middle of a sparring exercise. Callum grabbed her by her shoulders and pulled her back just in the nick of time. A lance nearly sliced her down the middle. One of the McLaurin soldiers let out a loud expletive. Gabriel had been watching the sparring from the opposite side of the yard. He saw his wife's near miss and immediately shouted a halt to the training session. Johanna was horrified by her own behaviour. Such inattention was shameful. She picked up the lance the soldier had dropped and handed it to the man. His face was flaming red. She didn't know if he was embarrassed or furious.
Pray forgive me, sir. I wasn't watching where I was going.
The dark-haired soldier gave her a quick nod. Callum still had his hands on her shoulders. He gently tugged her back. She turned to thank him for his quickness in coming to her aid. She spotted her husband coming her way. Her smile faltered when she took in the look on his face. The soldiers were all staring at her. The MacBain warriors were smiling. The McLaurins were frowning. That mixed reaction confused her. Then Gabriel was standing in front of her, blocking her view. His attention was centered on Callum. He didn't say a word, just frowned at the soldier. Johanna realized Callum still had hold of her. The minute the soldier released his grip, his laird turned his attention and his scowl on her. Her heart started pounding with her fear. She desperately tried to hold on to her composure. She wasn't about to let him know how frightened she was. She decided not to give him time to berate her.
"I was very inattentive, my lord, sinfully so. I could have been killed."
He shook his head.
"You could not have been killed. You insult Callum by suggesting he would have allowed you injury."
She wasn't going to argue with her husband.
"I meant no insult," she said.
She turned to Callum.
"Please accept my apology. I wished to soften my husband's anger with me by being the first to acknowledge my foolishness."
"Do you have a problem with your sight?" Gabriel asked.
"No,"
she answered.
"Then why, in God's name, didn't you see my men were fighting with weapons?"
She mistook his exasperation for anger.
"I have explained, my lord. I wasn't paying attention."
Her husband didn't show any reaction to her explanation. He simply continued to stare at her. He was waiting for his temper to calm. Seeing his wife come so close to death had frightened the hell out of him. It was going to take him a long while to get over it. A full minute passed in silence. Johanna thought her husband was considering her penance.
"I apologize for interrupting your important work," she said. "If you wish to strike me, please do so now. The weight is becoming unbearable."
Callum couldn't believe what he'd just heard.
"Milady."
He was stopped from saying more when Gabriel raised his hand for silence. The second his hand moved, she backed up. It was a protective action learned from past lessons. She realized what she was doing and immediately moved forward again. Her husband had best understand she wasn't going to let the past repeat itself.
"I would warn you, my lord. I cannot stop you from striking me, but the minute you do, I'll leave this holding."
"Surely you cannot believe our laird would—" "Stay out of this, Callum."
Gabriel gave his command in a hard voice. He was furious over the insult his wife had just given him, but damn it all, the fear was real. He had to remind himself that she didn't know him well, and therefore had only jumped to the wrong conclusions. He took hold of Johanna's hand, started up the steps, then heard the pounding and immediately changed directions. He wanted privacy for this important discussion. She tripped over the step when her husband turned, righted herself, and hurried to keep up. Callum shook his head as he watched his laird drag his mistress behind him. It wasn't Lady Johanna's awkwardness that caused him to frown, but the paleness that had come over her complexion. Did she believe her laird was going to take her someplace private so he could beat her without an audience? Keith, the red-haired leader of the MacLaurin soldiers, walked over to stand next to Callum.
"What has you frowning?" he asked.
"Lady Johanna," Callum answered.
"Someone has filled her head with dark tales about our laird. I believe she's afraid of him."
Keith snorted.
"Some of the women are already saying she's afraid of her own shadow. They've given her a nickname," he added. "After just one look at her, they're calling her courageous. 'Tis a pity, their mockery, for they're judging her without giving her a fair chance."
Callum was furious. In calling her courageous, they, of course, meant just the opposite. They believed her to be a coward.
"MacBain better not hear of this," he warned. "Who started this blasphemy?"
Keith wasn't about to give him the name. The woman was a MacLaurin.
"Who it was isn't important," he argued. "The name caught on. The way Lady Johanna trembled at the sight of the laird's hound started some of the women smirking, and the frightened look in her eyes each time MacBain spoke to her made them conclude she was—"
Callum interrupted him.
"She is timid, perhaps, but certainly not a coward. You'd best put the fear of God in your women, Keith. They think they're so—"
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Saving Grace by Julie Garwood, performed by Rosalind Landor. Chapter 12. Claire Mackay didn't wake up until the following morning. Johanna stayed with the woman most of the night until Gabriel came into the chamber and literally dragged her away. Hilda was happy to take over the watch for her mistress. Johanna had only just returned to the room and settled herself in a chair by the side of Claire's bed when the woman opened her eyes and spoke to her.
"I heard you whispering to me."
Johanna was given quite a start. She jumped up and went over to Claire.
"You're awake,"
she whispered, her relief almost overwhelming. Claire nodded.
"How do you feel?"
Johanna asked.
"I ache from my head to my toes."
Johanna nodded.
"You have bruises from your head to your toes?" she replied. "Does your throat hurt too? You sound hoarse." "'Tis the truth. I did a lot of screaming,"
Claire said.
"May I have a drink of water?"
Johanna hurried to fetch the goblet. She helped Claire sit up. She tried to be as gentle as possible, but the woman still grimaced in pain. Her hand shook when she reached for the goblet.
"Was there a priest here? I thought I heard someone praying." "Father McKechnie gave you the last rites,"
Johanna explained. She put the goblet on the chest and sat down in her chair again.
"We didn't know if you would survive or not. It was just a precaution,"
she added in a rush. Claire smiled. She had beautiful white teeth and dark brown eyes. Her face was still terribly swollen, of course, and Johanna could tell from the way she tried not to move she was still in terrible pain.
"Who did this to you?"
Claire closed her eyes.
"I remember hearing you whisper those words to me. Were you telling the truth? Am I safe here?" "Yes, of course you are." "Where is here?"
Johanna hurried to introduce herself and then explained what had happened. She deliberately left out the mention about the arrow she'd put in Robert McInnes's thigh and the arrow her husband put in his shoulder. By the time she was finished with her explanation, Claire was falling asleep again.
"We'll talk later," she promised. "Sleep now, Claire. You may stay with us for as long as you wish. Hilda will bring you something to eat in just a little while. You'll—"
Johanna quit talking when she realized Claire Mackay was sound asleep. She tucked the covers around the woman, moved her chair back, and left the room. Gabriel was reaching for his boots when Johanna walked into their chamber.
"Good morning, my lord,"
she said in greeting.
"Did you sleep well?"
He frowned in reaction. Johanna went over to the window and pulled the furs back. From the yellow cast in the sky, she guessed it was only a few minutes past dawn.
"You were told to stay in bed," he said. "Did you wait until I fell asleep and then leave again?"
"Yes."
His frown intensified. She decided to try to placate him.
"I thought I would rest for a few minutes before going downstairs. I am weary."
"You look half dead."
"My appearance isn't important,"
she announced, even as her hands flew to her hair and she tried to tuck the curls back into her braid.
"Come here, Johanna."
She walked across the room to stand in front of him. He reached down to untie the belt holding her plaid in place.
"You will stay where you're put," he announced.
She tried to slap his hands away.
"I'm not a piece of jewellery or a trinket only to be taken off a shelf when the mood strikes you, my lord."
Gabriel caught hold of her chin and leaned down to kiss her. He thought only to get her to quit frowning, but her lips were so damned soft and appealing, he forgot his reason. He put his arms around his wife and hauled her up against him. His kisses made her weak-kneed and dizzy. She put her arms around her husband's waist and held tight. She decided it was quite all right to allow him to rob her of her every thought. He was her husband, after all. Besides, when he was kissing her, he couldn't scowl or lecture. She didn't remember undressing or getting into bed. Gabriel must have carried her there. He'd taken his clothes off too. He covered her with his body, captured the sides of her face with his hands, and gave her a searing kiss. His tongue moved inside her mouth to rub against hers. She loved to touch him, to feel his hot skin under her fingertips, to caress the splay of hard muscle along his upper arms and shoulders. When she wrapped her arms around her husband, she felt as though she'd captured his strength and his power. He was a wonder to her, a revelation. Gabriel was as strong as the fittest of warriors, and yet so incredibly gentle whenever he touched her. She loved the fact that she could make him lose his control. She didn't have to guess that might be true either, Gabriel told her. She felt free with him, and completely uninhibited as well, for her husband seemed to like whatever she wanted to do. He made her lose her own control, of course. She wasn't one to scream her demands, but by the time he quit his teasing and moved to mate with her, she was wild to make him end this sweet torment. She cried out when he entered her, and he immediately stopped.
God, Johanna, I didn't mean to—
Oh, God, I hope you did mean to,
she whispered. Her nails dug into his shoulder blades. She wrapped her legs around his thighs and squeezed him tight inside her.
Gabriel, I don't wish you to stop now. I want you to move.
He thought he'd died and gone to heaven. He ignored her command and leaned up on his elbows to look into her eyes. He saw the passion there, and almost lost all his control then. Dear Lord, she was beautiful, and so damned giving.
You're a lustful wench.
He was trying to tease her, but his voice sounded gruff.
I like that,
he added with a groan when she moved so restlessly against him. Gabriel had made her burn for him, and now refused to give her fulfillment or take his own.
Husband, this activity requires your participation,
she cried out, her frustration beyond reason now.
I thought I'd drive you daft first,
he told her in a husky whisper. It turned out to be an empty boast, for Gabriel felt as though he was the one who lost his mind when she dragged him down for a long, passionate kiss and moved against him so provocatively. His discipline deserted him. His movements became forceful and demanding, though surely no more demanding than his wife's. They found fulfillment together. Johanna held on to her husband as wave after wave of ecstasy washed over her. She felt safe in his strong arms, certainly sated, and almost loved. It was more than she'd ever had before, or ever dreamed was possible. She fell asleep, sighing. Gabriel thought he might have crushed her to death. She went completely limp in his arms. He rolled onto his side and whispered her name. She didn't answer him. She was breathing, though. Had passion sent her into a dead faint? Gabriel smiled, for that possibility did appeal to him. He knew the true reason, of course. Johanna was exhausted. She'd spent most of the night watching over their new charge. He leaned down, kissed her brow, and got out of bed.
You will rest,
he whispered. He smiled then. The little woman was actually obeying him. Of course she hadn't heard his order. She was already sound asleep. But it still made him feel damned happy to give a command he knew would be obeyed. Gabriel covered his wife, got dressed, and quietly left the chamber. The day started out pleasant enough, but it soured fast. Callum was waiting for his laird in the great hall with the announcement that another petition had arrived from Baron Good requesting an audience with Lady Johanna. The messenger who delivered the request came from Laird Gillifrey again, and waited by Callum's side to hear Gabriel's reply.
"Is the Baron waiting at the border of your land?"
he asked the soldier.
"Nay, Laird, he sent a representative. His goal is to convince Lady Johanna to meet with Baron Good near England's border."
Gabriel shook his head.
"My wife isn't going anywhere. She doesn't want to speak to Baron Good. England is a part of her past now, and she looks only to her future here. Tell your laird I thank him for acting as mediary. I'm sorry he's been inconvenienced by the English. I'll find a way to repay him for his efforts in keeping the Baron and his vassals away from my holding."
"What exactly do you wish me to tell the representative?" the soldier asked.
"I'll memorize every word, Laird MacBain, and recount just as you've spoken. Tell him my wife will not speak to any barons, and that it would be foolish indeed if they continue to pester her."
The messenger bowed and left the hall. Gabriel turned to Callum.
"You will not mention this to my wife. She doesn't need to know the Baron is again trying to get to her." As you wish, laird.
Gabriel nodded. He tried to put the irritant of the English baron behind him, but his day still didn't improve. The Maclaurens weren't getting any of their duties done, and there were 3 accidents before noon. The soldiers were preoccupied. They acted as though they'd been given a grave insult, and couldn't stand the thought of working side by side with the MacBain soldiers. It was apparent they blamed the MacBains for the mess they believed they were in. Odd, but the Maclaurens didn't like warring much. Gabriel found their attitude puzzling. He thought they might have lost their zest for battle after they lost almost all they owned when last under siege by the English. Still, Gabriel found their attitude a shameful trait. Highlanders should embrace war, not abhor it. The merging of the 2 clans was taking longer than he'd anticipated. He had wanted to give each clansman time to adjust to all the changes, but he now realized he had been too damned accommodating. All that was going to stop. His followers would either put their differences aside or suffer his displeasure. Work on the wall was going at a snail's pace. On a usual day, 1 MacBain soldier could do the work of 3 Maclaurens. Today didn't qualify as usual, however. The Maclaurens were muttering like old men. Their concentration certainly wasn't on their work, and nothing significant was getting done. Gabriel's patience was at an end. He was about to challenge a few of the blatant offenders when Callum chased him down with the report that yet another messenger had arrived. Gabriel wasn't in the mood for another interruption. He much preferred the idea of bashing a few Maclauren heads together. He didn't particularly care for the news he was given either. The news was sure to please his wife, however, he supposed. He wanted Johanna to be happy. He wasn't certain why it mattered to him, but he was honest enough to admit her happiness was important. Hell, he was getting soft. The messenger was shaking in his boots by the time Gabriel gave him permission to leave. He made him repeat the message he wanted taken back to England, for the man's attention was interrupted when Dumfries came running into the hall. The dog growled, the man bolted, and Gabriel found his first smile since early morning. Johanna's reaction to the news wasn't what he expected. He was going to wait until dinner to tell her, but she came down the stairs just as the messenger was trying to run through the closed doors and wanted to know what the stranger wanted. Dumfries was snapping at the man's heels. Johanna was appalled by the treatment their visitor was receiving. She pushed the dog out of the way, then opened the doors for the man. She bid him good day, but she didn't think he heard her. He was halfway across the courtyard, running like a madman, and Gabriel's laughter surely drowned out her words. She shut the doors and walked over to the steps. Her husband stood by the hearth, grinning like a well-gifted man on Christmas morn. She shook her head at him.
"It isn't polite to frighten our guests, my lord."
"He's English, Johanna,"
he explained. He believed he had just given her an adequate excuse for his conduct. She looked worried. She hurried down the steps and walked over to her husband.
"He was a messenger, wasn't he? Who did he bring news from? Was it King John? Or did Baron Good send another request?"
She'd gone from worry to terror in less than a minute's time. Gabriel shook his head.
"He didn't bring bad news, wife. The message came from your mother."
She grabbed hold of Gabriel's hand.
"Is she ill?"
Gabriel hurried to soothe her. He hated seeing her frightened.
"She isn't ill," he said. "At least I don't believe she is," he added. "She wouldn't be coming here if she was sick, would she?"
"Mamma's coming here!"
She'd shouted the question. He was astonished. Johanna looked ready to swoon. Her reaction wasn't at all what he expected.
"This news does not please you?"
"I have to sit down."
She collapsed into one of the chairs. Gabriel walked over to stand in front of her.
"Answer me, wife. If the news doesn't make you happy, I'll have Callum catch the messenger and tell him to deny the request."
She bounded to her feet.
"You'll do no such thing. I want to see my mother."
"Then what in God's name is the matter with you? Why are you acting as though you've just received foul news?"
She wasn't paying any attention to her husband. Her mind raced from one thought to another. She was going to have to get her house organised. Aye, that duty came first. Dumfries would have to have a bath. Was there time to teach the hound some manners? Johanna wasn't about to let the dog growl at her mamma. Gabriel grabbed hold of his wife by her shoulders and demanded she answer him. She asked him to repeat his question. "Why isn't this good news, wife?"
"It's wonderful news," she countered.
She added a look that suggested she thought he'd lost his mind.
"I haven't seen Mamma in over 4 years, Gabriel. It will be a joyful reunion."
"Then why, in God's name, do you look so ill?" She shrugged his hands away from her shoulders and started pacing in front of the hearth.
"There's so much to do before she gets here," she explained. "Dumfries will need to be bathed. The keep must be cleaned from top to bottom. I won't have your pet growling at my mamma, Gabriel. I'll have to teach him some manners. Oh, God, manners."
She whirled around to look at her husband.
"The McLaurins don't have any."
She'd wailed out her last remark. Gabriel didn't know whether to laugh or frown over her rattled behaviour. He ended up smiling. She frowned in reaction.
"I won't have my mamma insulted," she snapped.
"No one's going to insult her wife."
She snorted with disbelief.
"I won't have her disappointed either. She trained me to be a good wife."
She put her hands on her hips and waited. Her husband didn't have anything to say.
"Well?"
she demanded, when he stubbornly remained silent. He let out a sigh.
"Well, what?"
"You're supposed to tell me I'm a good wife," she cried out, her frustration evident.
"All right," he soothed. "You're a good wife."
She shook her head.
"No, I'm not," she admitted.
He rolled his eyes heavenward. He didn't know what she expected from him. He guessed she'd tell him when she got herself under control, and he patiently waited.
"I've been remiss in my duties. All that's in the past, however. I shall start teaching your men proper manners at dinner tonight."
"Now, Johanna,"
he began, a warning in his voice.
"The men are—"
"Don't you interfere, Gabriel. You needn't worry. Your soldiers will listen to my instructions. Do you think you'll be home by dinner?" she asked.
He was confused by the question. He was home now, damn it all, and dinner would be served in just a few minutes. Still, she was rattled now, he reminded himself. Perhaps she didn't realize what time it was.
"I'm home now," he reminded her. "And dinner—"
She didn't let him finish.
"You have to leave."
"What?"
"Go and get Alex, husband. I've been very patient with you," she added when he started frowning. "Your son should be home when Mamma gets here. Alex will probably need a bath, too. I'll put him in the creek with Dumfries. God only knows what manners your son's been taught. Probably none."
She paused to sigh.
"Go and fetch him."
She tried to leave the hall after giving him that order. He caught hold of her and forced her to turn around to look at him.
"You do not give me commands, wife."
"I cannot believe you take this opportunity to become surly, husband. I don't have time to placate you today. I have important duties to see to," she added. "I want Alex home. Do you want to shame me in front of my mamma?"
She seemed appalled by that possibility. Gabriel let out a loud sigh. He barely remembered his own mother, and therefore couldn't imagine why Johanna would become so agitated over a visitation. It was obviously important that all go well, however, and he did want his wife to be happy. He decided to tell her the true reason.
"Alex stays with his relatives until—"
"The war's taking forever," she interrupted.
"There is another reason, wife."
"What is it?"
"I don't want him here until the McLaurins and the MacBains have put their differences aside. I don't want Alex to suffer any slights."
She'd been struggling to get away from his grasp until he gave her that explanation. Then she went completely still. Her expression was incredulous.
"Why would anyone slight Alex? He's your son, isn't he?"
"Probably."
"You claim him. You can't change your mind now. Alex believes you're his father, Gabriel."
He put his hand over her mouth to get her to cease her instructions to him. His smile was filled with tenderness. For it occurred to him that his gentle wife had never once considered denying Alex's rightful place in their household. Hell, she was demanding fair treatment. She deserved to understand his motives for keeping the boy away. Gabriel dragged her over to a chair. He sat down, then pulled her onto his lap. She immediately turned timid. She wasn't used to sitting on her husband's lap. Anyone could walk in and see them together. She worried over that possibility for a moment or two, then pushed the concern aside. What did she care what others thought? Gabriel was her husband, after all. It was his right. Besides, she liked being held by him. 'Twas the truth, she was beginning to like him more than she'd ever thought was possible.
"Quit daydreaming,"
Gabriel ordered when he saw the look on her face. She did look as though she was dreaming as she stared off into space.
"I want to explain something to you."
Yes, husband.
She put her arm around his neck and began to stroke his skin. He told her to stop, but she ignored his command. He frowned in reaction.
"When the Maclaurens were in such desperate need of a leader to battle the English, they sent a contingent to me."
She nodded, frowning now, for she couldn't imagine why Gabriel wanted to tell her what she already knew. She didn't interrupt him, however. He looked intense, and it would have been rude for her to interrupt him with the news that she already knew the reason why he was now laird. Nicholas had explained the situation to her, and Father McKechnie had been happy to give her more details. There was also the fact that this was the first time Gabriel was taking the time to share his concerns with her. Whether he realized it or not, he was making her feel involved in his life and important.
Please continue,
she requested.
"After the battle was finished and the English were no longer a threat, the Maclaurens were content to have me for their leader. Of course they weren't given the option," he added with a nod. "They weren't as receptive to my followers."
Didn't the MacBain soldiers fight with the Maclaurens against the English?
"They did."
Then why aren't the Maclaurens thankful now? Have they forgotten?
Gabriel shook his head.
"Not all of the MacBains could fight. Augie is one example. He's too old for battle now. I thought, given time, the Maclaurens and the MacBains would learn to adjust. But now I realize that isn't going to happen. My patience is at an end, wife. The men will either get along and work together, or suffer my displeasure."
He was growling just like Dumfries by the time he finished his explanation. She stroked the side of his neck.
What happens when you're displeased?
He shrugged.
"I usually kill someone."
She was certain he was jesting with her. She smiled.
I won't allow fights in my house, husband. You'll have to do your killing somewhere else.
He was too stunned by what she'd just said to take exception to her command. Johanna had just called the keep her house. It was a first, for until this moment she'd always referred to everything as his. Gabriel hadn't realized how much her separation, deliberate or not, had bothered him.
"Is this your home?"
Yes,
she answered.
Isn't it?
"Yes,"
he agreed.
"Johanna, I want you to be happy here."
He sounded puzzled by his own admission. She couldn't help but become a little disgruntled over that notice.
You sound surprised,
she said. Lord, he had beautiful eyes. She thought she could be content to look at her husband all day long and not grow bored. He really was a handsome devil.
"I am surprised,"
he admitted. He suddenly wanted to kiss her. Her mouth was so damned appealing to him. So were her eyes. They were the clearest colour of blue he'd ever seen. Hell, he even liked the way she frowned at him. He had to shake his head over that foolish realization. Wives should never let their husbands see their displeasure. Should they?
Some husbands want their wives to be happy,
Johanna decided aloud.
My father certainly wanted Mamma to be happy.
"And what did your mother want?"
To love my father,
she answered.
"And what do you want?"
She shook her head. She wasn't about to tell him she wanted to love him. Such a declaration would make her vulnerable, wouldn't it?
"I know what you want,"
she blurted out, in an attempt to take the attention away from her feelings.
"You want me to sit by the fire and sew at night and rest my days away. That's what you want."
She'd become almost rigid in his arms. She wasn't stroking his neck now, either. She was pulling his hair. He reached up, took hold of her hand, and put it in her lap.
"Oh, I forgot one last thing," she blurted out. "You'd like me to stay where you put me, isn't that right?"
"Don't jest with me, wife. I'm not in the mood."
She wasn't jesting with him, but she didn't think it would be a good idea to tell him so. She didn't want to goad his temper. She wanted him to stay in a good mood, so he would let her have her way.
"There's more than one way to skin a fish," she announced.
He didn't know what the hell she was talking about. He didn't think she did either. For that reason, he didn't ask her to explain.
"I believed, given time, that we would get used to each other," he told her.
"You make us sound like the McLaurens and the MacBains," she countered. "Are you getting used to me?"
"It's taking longer than I expected," he told her.
He was deliberately getting her riled. Johanna was trying not to let him see how upset she was becoming. The proof was in her eyes, however. They were now the colour of blue fire. Aye, she was "You were in bondage. There's a difference." She couldn't fault his reasoning. She had been in bondage. However, she didn't want to dwell on her past.
"And just what does my first marriage have to do with the topic under discussion?"
"What exactly is the topic?"
"Alex," she stammered out, "I was explaining to you that there is always more than one way to skin a fish. Don't you understand?"
"How in God's name would I understand? No one skins fish here."
She thought he was being deliberately obtuse. He certainly didn't appreciate clever sayings.
"I meant that there is always more than one way to attain a goal," she explained. "I won't have to use force to get the McLaurens to behave. I'll use other methods."
She could tell he was finally considering the matter. She pressed her advantage.
"You told me I should trust you. 'Tis the truth you ordered me to," she reminded him. "Now I will give you the same command. Trust me to take care of Alex. Please bring him home."
He couldn't deny her.
"Very well," he agreed with a sigh. "I'll get him tomorrow, but he'll only come here for a short visitation. If all goes well, then he'll stay. Otherwise—"
"It will go well."
"I won't have him put in jeopardy."
"No, of course not."
She tried to get off his lap. He stopped her by grabbing hold of her.
"Johanna."
"Yes?"
"Do you trust me?"
She stared into his eyes for a long minute. He believed she was thinking the question over before she gave her answer. The possibility chafed. They'd been married for over 3 months now, and that was surely time enough for her to learn to trust him.
"Your hesitation irritates me,"
he snapped. She didn't seem particularly bothered by that fact. She touched the side of his face with her hand.
"I can tell it does," she whispered. "Yes, Gabriel. I trust you."
She leaned forward and kissed him. The wonder in her voice, added to the show of affection, made him smile.
"Do you trust me?"
He almost laughed, until he realized she was being serious.
"A warrior doesn't trust anyone, Johanna, but his laird, of course."
"Husbands should trust wives, shouldn't they?"
He didn't know.
"I don't believe it's necessary."
He rubbed his jaw, then added,
"Nay, it would be foolish."
"Gabriel."
"Yes?"
"You make me want to tear my hair out."
"Begging your pardon, mistress," Hilda called out from the doorway. "May I have a moment of your time?" Johanna jumped off her husband's lap. She was blushing by the time she turned to the cook and bid her enter the hall.
"Who's sitting with Claire?" she asked.
"Father McKechnie is with her now," Hilda answered. "She wanted to speak to him." Johanna nodded. Gabriel stood up. "Why didn't you tell me she was awake?" He didn't give her time to answer, but started for the steps. Johanna hurried after him.
"I promised her she could stay here,"
she blurted out. Her husband didn't answer her. She pushed Dumfries out of her way and chased her husband up the steps.
"What are you thinking to do?"
she demanded. "I'm just going to talk to her, Johanna. You needn't worry."
"She isn't up to a long conversation. Her confession now. You shouldn't interrupt."
The priest was just opening the door to come out when Gabriel reached the chamber. He nodded to Father McKechnie as he passed him. Johanna was right behind her husband. "You will wait here while I talk to her," Gabriel commanded.
"But she might be afraid of you, husband."
"Then she'll have to be afraid."
He shut the door in his wife's face. Johanna didn't have time to be outraged over his rudeness. She was too worried about Claire Mackay. She put her ear to the door and tried to listen. Father McKechnie shook his head and pulled her away.
"Let your husband have his privacy,"
he suggested.
"You should know by now our laird would never hurt a woman."
"Oh, I do know that,"
Johanna rushed out.
"Still, Claire Mackay wouldn't know, would she?"
The priest didn't have an answer for her. She turned the topic then.
"Did you hear Claire's confession?"
"I did."
Johanna's shoulders slumped. Father McKechnie thought that was an odd reaction.
"Confession's a sacrament," he reminded his mistress. "She wanted absolution."
"At what price?" Johanna asked in a whisper.
"I'm not understanding your question, lass."
"The penance," she blurted out. "It was severe, wasn't it?"
"You know I cannot discuss the penance," he said.
"Bishop Holwick liked to boast about his penances,"
Johanna blurted out. The priest demanded several examples. The one that most repelled her she saved for last.
"1 leg for 1 egg," she said.
The bishop laughed after he suggested that punishment to my first husband to inflict upon a serving girl. Father McKechnie plied her with questions, and when she'd given him her answers, he shook his head.
"I'm ashamed to hear this," he admitted, "for I would like to believe all priests are good men doing God's important work here. Bishop Holwick will have his day of reckoning, when he stands before his Maker and tries to explain away his deliberate cruelty."
"But, Father, the Church stands behind the bishop. He takes his penances from the good book. Why, even the length of the stick is given."
"What are you talking about? What stick?"
the priest asked, thoroughly confused. She didn't understand why he didn't know what she was talking about.
"The Church dictates how a husband and wife should behave," she told him. "A submissive wife is a good and holy wife. The Church approves beating women, and in fact recommends such punishment, because women will try to rule their husbands if they're not kept submissive."
She paused to take a breath. Discussing the topic was upsetting to her, but she didn't want the priest to see her distress. He might ask her why she was distraught, and then she'd have to confess a dark and surely mortal sin.
"The Church frowns on murder, of course. A husband shouldn't beat his wife to death. A stick is preferred over a fist. It should be wooden, not metal, and no more than this long."
She held her hands out to show him the measurement.
"Where did you hear these rules?"
"Bishop Holwick."
"Not everyone in the Church believes—"
"But they're supposed to believe,"
she interrupted, her agitation apparent now. She was wringing her hands together and trying not to let the priest see how close she was to losing her composure.
"Why is that, lass?"
Why didn't he understand? He was a priest, after all, and should be most familiar with the rules governing women.
"Because women are lost in God's love," she whispered.
Father McKechnie kept his expression contained. He took hold of Johanna's arm and led her down the hallway. He didn't want his laird to come outside and see his wife in such a distressed state. There was a bench against the wall adjacent to the steps. The priest sat down, then patted the spot next to him. She immediately sat down. Her head was bowed, and she pretended great interest in straightening the pleats of her plaid. Father McKechnie waited another minute or two for his mistress to regain her composure before he asked her to explain her last remark.
"How would you know women are last in God's love?"
"The hierarchy,"
she answered. She repeated from memory what she'd been taught, her head bowed all the while. When she was finished, she still refused to look at the priest. He leaned back against the wall.
"Well now," he began, "you've given me quite a list to mull over in my mind. Tell me this, Johanna. Do you truly believe dim-witted oxen—"
"It's dull-witted, father,"
she interrupted. He nodded.
"All right, then,"
he agreed.
"Do you believe dull-witted oxen have a higher place in heaven than women?"
Father McKechnie was such a good man. She didn't want to disappoint him. She wasn't going to lie to the priest, though, no matter what the consequences.
"No,"
she whispered. She glanced up to see how her denial affected the priest. He didn't look horrified. She took a breath and then blurted out,
"I don't believe any of it. I'm a heretic, father, and will surely burn in hell."
The priest shook his head.
"I don't believe it either," he told her. "It's nonsense, made up by frightened men."
She leaned back now. She was clearly astonished by Father McKechnie's attitude.
"But the Church's teachings—"
"The teachings are interpreted by men, Johanna. Don't be forgetting that important fact."
He took hold of her hand.
"You aren't a heretic," he announced. "And now I want you to listen to what I have to say. There is but one God, Johanna, but two ways of looking at him. There's the English way and the Highlanders' way."
"How are they different?"
"Some of the English pray to a vengeful God," Father McKechnie explained. "The children are raised to fear him. They are taught not to sin because of the terrible retaliation in the next life, you see. The Highlanders are different, though certainly no less loved by God. Do you know what the word clan means?"
"Children,"
she answered. The priest nodded.
"We teach our children to love God, not fear him. He is compared to a kind, good-hearted father."
"And if a Highlander sins?"
"If he is repentant, he will be forgiven."
She thought about his explanation a long while before she spoke again.
"Then I am not damned because I don't believe God loves women least of all?"
The priest smiled.
"No, you are not damned," he agreed. "You have as much value as any man. To tell you the truth, lass, I don't believe God keeps a list or hierarchy."
She was so relieved to hear she wasn't alone in her opinions, and that she wasn't a heretic because she refused to believe Bishop Hallward's dictates. She wanted to weep.
"I don't believe God wants women beaten into submission," she whispered. "Still, I don't understand why the Church has so many cruel rules against women."
Father McKechnie let out a sigh.
"Frightened men came up with these rules."
"What would they be afraid of, father?"
"Women, of course. Now don't go repeating this to anyone, Johanna, but there are actually some men of God who believe women are superior. They don't want them to get the upper hand. They believe, too, that women use their bodies to get what they want."
"Some women probably do," Johanna agreed. "But only some."
"Yes," the priest said. "Women are certainly stronger. No one can dispute that fact."
"We aren't stronger,"
Johanna protested, smiling now, for she was certain the priest was jesting with her.
"Yes, you are,"
Father McKechnie countered. Her smile proved contagious, and he couldn't help but grin.
"Think many men would have more than one child if they were the ones suffering through childbirth?"
Johanna laughed. The priest had painted an outrageous picture.
"Women have been given a harsh lot in this life," Father McKechnie continued. "Yet they survive, and in fact find ways to flourish in such a restrictive setting. They certainly have to be more clever than men, lass, to get their voices heard.
The door opened to Claire Mackay's chamber, and Gabriel came out. He turned to pull the door closed behind him. Both Johanna and Father McKechnie stood up.
"Thank you, Father," she whispered. "You've helped me sort out a difficult problem."
From the look on your husband's face, I would wager he could use a little help sorting out his problem.
He'd whispered his remark, then raised his voice when he turned to his laird.
Did your conference go well, Laird MacBain?
The scowl on Gabriel's face should have been proof enough to the priest that the conference hadn't gone well. Johanna decided Father McKechnie was just trying to be diplomatic. Gabriel shook his head.
She refuses to name the man responsible, he said.
"Perhaps she didn't know his name,"
Johanna suggested, instinctively coming to Claire Mackay's defence.
She told me she spent a full night with the soldier, Johanna. Do you honestly believe she didn't bother getting his name?
"Gabriel, you needn't raise your voice to me."
After giving her husband a good frown, she tried to walk around him so she could go to Claire's room. Her husband grabbed hold of her arm.
Let her rest, he commanded. She fell asleep during my questions.
He turned his attention to the priest and added,
If her face wasn't distorted from the beating, I would have each one of my men come up here and look at her. Perhaps seeing her would nudge their memory.
"Then you believe a MacBain?"
No, I don't believe one of my own is responsible, Gabriel said. My men are honourable.
"Did Claire say it was a MacBain?"
Johanna asked. He shook his head.
She wouldn't answer that question either, he said. MacBain! Keith's back from the Mackay holding!
Callum shouted the announcement from the entryway. Gabriel nodded to the priest, let go of his wife's arm, and went downstairs. He fairly ripped the doors off their hinges and went outside. Callum hurried to keep up with his laird. The doors slammed shut behind the two warriors. Johanna spent the next hour wrestling with Dumfries while she removed his stitches. He carried on like a baby, and when she was finally finished poking at him, she spent a long while soothing him. She was sitting on the floor. Dumfries obviously didn't realize how big he was, for he tried to climb onto her lap. She was certain she smelled as horrid as the dog, and decided it was high time Dumfries had a proper bath. Megan fetched her a rope. Johanna looped one end around the dog's neck, collected her container of rose-scented soap, and dragged the hound out the back door and down the hill. She ran into Glynis at the water well. Johanna was already a bit out of sorts. The constant worry about Claire Mackay preyed on her mind, and Dumfries's shameful behaviour was draining her strength. Her arms ached from dragging him along. Johanna believed she would have been able to control her anger if she'd been in a better frame of mind. Glynis was polite enough to call out a proper greeting to her mistress before asking about Claire Mackay.
"You aren't thinking of letting that whore sleep under the same roof with our laird, are you?"
Johanna came to a dead stop. She slowly turned to look at the McLaurin woman.
"Claire Mackay isn't a whore!"
she shouted at the woman. She was about to add a forceful thought or two about the rewards Glynis would receive in the next life if she showed compassion now, but changed her mind. Glynis deserved a good kick in her backside. Johanna resisted the impulse and decided to give her a kick in her arrogance instead.
"I didn't mean to raise my voice to you, Glynis, for it isn't your fault you were led to believe Claire Mackay was a whore. Still, given your nickname, I would think you above all others would reserve judgment until you had all the facts. The McLaurins wouldn't have given you such a name if you weren't worthy, now would they?"
she asked. She nodded to the other women lined up at the wall. Glynis shook her head. She looked confused and wary. Johanna sweetened her smile.
"We have only Laird McInnes's word that Claire didn't act honourably, and we aren't about to believe anything that man tells us, are we now? Claire's a welcomed guest in my house. I expect her to be treated with dignity and respect. Do excuse me now. Dumfries and I are going to Rush Creek. Good day, Glynis."
Johanna tightened her hold on her rope and walked away. she started counting. She could hear the women whispering among themselves behind her. She doubted Glynis would be able to contain her curiosity for more than a minute or two. She was wrong. The Maclaurin woman called out to her before Johanna had even reached the number 10.
"What nickname have you heard, my lady?"
Johanna slowly turned around.
Why, Glynis, I thought you knew. They call you Pure.
Glynis let out a little gasp and she visibly blanched. Johanna should have felt guilty over her lie. She didn't, though. The Maclaurin woman thought she was so terribly clever with her backhanded insults. She didn't know Johanna understood the names were actually the opposite of what they really meant.
"Dumfries," she whispered. "We're going to let her simmer until tomorrow. By then Glynis will have realised how cruel her game is. Then I'll tell her I made up the name."
Guilt wouldn't allow Johanna to wait that long. By the time she'd bathed the dog, she was feeling miserable. She was certain that if she was struck by lightning at that very moment, she'd go straight to hell. She decided to go to Glynis's cottage and confess her sin. She was drenched from head to shoes, thanks to Dumfries's misbehaving in the creek, and she was given several stares on her way back to the well.
"My lady, what happened to you?"
Leela asked her the question. She backed away from the dog and kept her gaze on the hound while she waited for her mistress to answer her.
"I gave Dumfries a bath. He pushed me in the creek," Johanna explained. "Twice, as a matter of fact. Where does Glynis live? I wish to have a word with her."
Leela pointed out the cottage. Johanna dragged the dog along by her side, muttering over his stubbornness. She reached the cottage, hesitated for only a minute while she pushed her hair out of her face, and then pounded on the door. Glynis pulled the door open. Her eyes widened when she saw her mistress. Johanna noticed Glynis's eyes looked teary. Lord, had her cruel remark made her cry? Johanna's guilt intensified. She was a little surprised, too, for Glynis was such a big, strapping woman, almost manly in her build. She didn't think she was the sort to ever weep. She spotted Glynis's husband sitting at the table then. She didn't want him to overhear what she was going to say.
"Could you spare me a moment of your time, Glynis? I would like to speak to you in private."
"Yes, of course," Glynis answered. She glanced over her shoulder, then turned back to her mistress. She had a worried expression now. Johanna guessed she didn't want her husband listening in either. Introductions were made. Glynis's husband was a head shorter than his wife. He had red hair, freckles on his face and arms, and handsome white teeth. His smile seemed sincere. Johanna was invited inside. She declined as graciously as possible, using her sorry condition as her excuse. She asked Glynis to please step outside instead. When the Maclaurin woman had closed the door behind her, Johanna motioned her close. Glynis started to walk forward, then stopped. Dumfries's low growl obviously intimidated her. Johanna ordered the dog to quit his bluster before she gave her apology.
"I came here to tell you I made up the nickname. No one calls you Pure," she announced. "I did it out of spite, Glynis, and I'm sorry for my sin. I caused you needless worry, but in my defence I will tell you I was thinking to teach you a lesson. It stings to have the tables turned on you, doesn't it?"
Glynis didn't answer her question, but her face turned pale. Johanna nodded.
"I know you're the one who came up with the name for me. I also know that when you call me courageous, you're really meaning I'm a coward."
"That was before, my lady," Glynis stammered out.
"Before what?"
"Before we knew you well, and realised you weren't a coward at all."
Johanna wasn't going to be swayed by that bit of praise. She was certain Glynis was only trying to ease her way out of an awkward situation.
"I do not care for your foolish games," she announced with a nod. "Father McKechnie boasted that the Highlanders never hide their feelings. They don't use subterfuge."
She had to take the time to explain what that word meant before continuing.
"I find I admire that trait, Glynis. If you think I'm a coward, Then have the courage to say it to my face. Don't make up silly games. They're hurtful, and very like something the English would do.
If Glynis nodded any more vehemently, Johanna thought, her neck would snap.
"Did you tell our laird?" she asked.
Johanna shook her head.
"This matter doesn't concern him."
"I will stop giving nicknames, my lady," Glynis said then, "and I apologise if you were hurt by my cruelty."
"Were you hurt by mine?"
Glynis didn't answer for a long minute. Then she nodded.
"I was," she whispered.
"Then we are even."
"Augie isn't daft," she added. "He really is clever. If you spent any time with him at all, you'd realise that."
"Yes, my lady."
"There," Johanna announced. "We've settled this problem. Good day to you, Glynis."
She made a curtsy and turned to leave. Glynis followed her to the edge of the path.
"We only called you courageous until you put Dumfries back together with your thread, my lady. Then we changed your name."
Johanna was determined not to ask, but curiosity won out.
"And what did you change my name to?"
She braced herself for the insult she knew was coming.
"Timid."
"Timid?"
"Aye, my lady. We call you Timid."
Johanna was suddenly in a fit mood again. She smiled all the way home. They called her timid. It was a fair start. Chapter 13. Johanna didn't see her husband until dinner. The men were already seated at the 2 tables when she walked down the steps into the great hall. No one stood up. Gabriel wasn't there yet. Both Father McKechnie and Keith were also absent. The servants were busy putting oblong platters of meat on the table. The aroma of the mutton filled the air. A wave of nausea caught Johanna by surprise. She thought the soldiers' behaviour was the reason she was suddenly feeling ill. They were grabbing handfuls of food before the trenchers were even placed in front of them. They weren't waiting for their laird to join them, or for the priest to give the blessing before dinner. Enough was enough. Mamma would have heart failure if she witnessed such shameful behaviour at her dinner table. Johanna wasn't about to be shamed in front of her dear mother. She'd die first, or kill a couple of the McLaurens, she thought to herself. They were the worse offenders, though the MacBain soldiers were certainly trying to keep up. Megan noticed her mistress standing by the entrance. She called out to her, realised Johanna couldn't hear her over the noise the men were making, and walked across the hall to speak to her.
"Aren't you going to have your supper?" she asked.
"Yes, of course. My lady, you don't look well. Are you feeling all right? You're pale as flour, you are."
"I'm fine," Johanna lied.
She took a deep breath in an attempt to get her queasy stomach under control.
"Please fetch me a large bowl. Bring one that's cracked."
"Whatever for, my lady? I might have to break it."
Megan thought she'd misunderstood her mistress. She asked her to repeat her explanation. Johanna shook her head.
"You'll understand soon enough," she promised.
Megan ran to the buttery, grabbed a heavy porcelain bowl from the shelf, and hurried back to her mistress.
"This one's chipped," she announced. "Will it do?"
Johanna nodded.
"Stand back, Megan. Sparks are about to fly."
"They are?"
Johanna called out to the soldiers first. She knew they wouldn't hear her over all the racket, but she thought she should at least attempt ladylike conduct at first. She tried clapping her hands together next. Finally she whistled. Not one of the soldiers looked up. She gave up trying to be diplomatic. She lifted the bowl and hurled it across the room. Megan let out a loud gasp. The bowl crashed into the stone hearth and splintered to the floor. The effect was just as she'd hoped. Every man in the hall turned to look at her. They were silent, looking incredulous, and she couldn't have been more pleased.
"Now that I have your attention, I have several instructions to give you."
Several mouths dropped open. Callum started to stand up. She told him to stay where he was.
"You meant to throw the bowl?"
Lindsay asked her that question.
Yes, she answered. Please listen to me, she explained. This is my house, and I would therefore appreciate it if you would follow my rules. First, and most important, none of you will eat until your laird has been seated and served. Do I make myself clear? Most of the soldiers nodded. A few of the Maclaurens looked irritated. She ignored their frowns. Callum, she noticed, was smiling. She ignored him, too.
"But what if our laird doesn't come in for supper?" Niall asked.
Then you'll wait until your mistress has been seated and served before you eat, she answered.
There was a considerable amount of grumbling over her dictate. Johanna held on to her patience. The men turned back to their trenchers.
I'm not finished giving you my instructions,
Johanna called out. Her voice was drowned out by the clatter again.
Megan, fetch me another bowl. But, m'lady, please, as you wish.
Less than a minute passed before Megan handed her mistress a second bowl. Johanna immediately hurled it at the hearth. The loud crash turned everyone's attention again. Several of the Maclaurin soldiers were giving her surly looks now. She decided a threat or two would be appropriate retaliation.
I won't throw the next bowl at the hearth, she announced. I'll throw it at one of your heads if you don't pay attention to me.
We're wanting to eat, m'lady,
another soldier shouted.
I'm wanting your attention first, she replied. Listen carefully. When a lady enters the room, the men stand.
You interrupted our supper to tell us that,
Lindsay shouted. He added a nervous laugh and nudged his neighbour's side with his elbow. She put her hands on her hips and repeated her dictate. Then she waited. She was pleased to see every soldier finally stand up. She smiled, satisfied.
You may sit down.
You just told us to stand up, another Maclaurin muttered.
Lord, they were dense. She tried to hide her exasperation.
You stand when a lady enters and you sit when she gives you permission.
What do we do when she comes in and then goes right back out again?
You stand, then sit.
Seems a nuisance to me,
another Maclaurin remarked.
I'm going to teach you manners even if it kills you, she announced.
Callum started laughing, but her glare stopped him.
Why?
Niall asked.
What do we need manners for?
To please me, she snapped. There won't be any more belching at my tables, she said.
We can't belch,
Callum asked, looking astonished.
No, you can't, she said in a near shout. You can't make any other rude noises either.
But it's a compliment, m'lady, Niall explained. If the food and drink are good, a belch is due praise.
If you enjoy your food, you'll simply tell your host it was a fine meal, she instructed. And while we're on the topic of food, I'll tell you I find it gravely offensive when I see one of you ripping food from your neighbour's trencher. That's going to stop right now.
But, m'lady,
Lindsay began. She cut him off.
You aren't going to slam your goblets together when you give a toast, she announced. The ale spills everywhere.
We do it on purpose,
Callum explained. Her eyes widened over that admission. Niall hurried to tell her why.
When we toast, we make certain some of our ale spills into the other goblets. That way, if there's poison in one, everyone will die. Don't you see, m'lady? We do it to ensure no one will try trickery.
She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Were the Maclaurins and the MacBains that suspicious of each other? The Maclaurins dared to turn their backs on her again. Johanna was infuriated by their rudeness. They were being deliberately loud now in their bid to drown out her voice.
Megan, I'm fetching it, m'lady.
Johanna lifted the pitcher in the air, turned toward the Maclaurin table, and was just about to throw the thing when it was snatched out of her hand. She turned around and found Gabriel standing right behind her. Keith and Father McKechnie flanked his sides. She didn't have any idea how long they'd been standing there, but the stunned look on Father McKechnie's face indicated it had been long enough. She could feel herself blushing. No wife wished to be caught screaming like a shrew or throwing things to get attention. Johanna wasn't about to let her embarrassment deter her, however. She'd started this, And by God, she was going to finish it. "What in God's name are you doing, wife?" His deep tone of voice, added to his frown, made her wince. She took a deep breath, then said,
"Do stay out of this. I'm in the middle of giving my instructions to the men."
"No one seems to be paying you any attention, m'lady," Keith pointed out. "Did you just tell me you want me to stay out?"
Gabriel was too flabbergasted to continue. She caught the gist of what he wanted to say.
"Yes, I do want you to stay out of this," she agreed, before turning her attention to Keith. "They will pay attention or suffer my displeasure," she promised.
"What happens when you're displeased?"
the McLaurin soldier asked. She couldn't think of a suitable answer. Then she remembered what Gabriel had said he'd do when he was displeased.
"I'll probably kill someone," she boasted.
She was certain she'd impressed the McLaurin soldier with that announcement. She added a nod, so he wouldn't know she was bluffing, and waited for his reaction. It wasn't what she expected.
"You're wearing the wrong plaid, m'lady. Today's Saturday."
She suddenly wanted to strangle Keith. A loud belch sounded behind her. She reacted as though she'd just been stabbed in the back. She let out a loud gasp, snatched the pitcher out of her husband's hand, and turned to the men. Gabriel caught her before she could do any damage. He tossed the pitcher to Keith, then turned her around to face him.
"I asked you not to interfere," she whispered.
"Johanna."
"Is this my home or isn't it?"
"It is."
"Thank you."
"Why are you thanking me?"
he asked, wary now. She was up to something, all right. The glint in her eyes told him so.
"You just agreed to help me," she explained.
"No, I didn't."
"Well, you should."
"Why?"
"Because this is my home, isn't it?"
"Are we back to that?"
"Gabriel, I would like a free hand in the running of my household. Please?" she whispered.
He let out a sigh. Damn, but it was impossible for him to deny her anything. He wasn't even certain what he was agreeing to, but he still nodded.
"How many more bowls and pitchers will you throw?"
"As many as it takes," she replied. She turned around and hurried over to stand at the head of the McLaurin table.
"Keith, if you'll take one end, and Father, if you would be so good as to lift the other end, I'll run ahead and hold the doors open.
Gentlemen," she added, her gaze directed on the soldiers seated at the table now,
"please help by carrying your stools. This shouldn't take us any time at all."
"What are you thinking to do?"
Keith asked.
"Moving the table outside, of course."
"Why?"
"I want to make the McLaurins happy," she explained. "They're part of my clan now, and I believe they should be content."
"But we don't want to move outside," Lindsay blurted out. "Why would you think we would? I only just got the honour of eating with my laird. I want to stay here."
"No, you don't,"
Johanna countered. She smiled just to confuse the warrior.
"I don't."
"You'll all be much more content outside because you won't have to follow any of the rules of my household then. 'Tis the truth you all eat like animals. You might as well eat with them. Dumfries will be happy for the company."
All of the McLaurins looked at Keith. He looked at his laird, received his nod, and then cleared his throat. It was up to him to set his mistress straight.
"I don't believe you understand the situation here, m'lady. This keep has belonged to the McLaurin clan for as long as anyone can remember."
"It belongs to me now."
"But, m'lady," Keith began. "What does she mean when she says our land belongs to her?"
Niall asked. Johanna folded her hands together. Gabriel walked over to stand next to her.
"I'll be happy to explain, but only once, so please try to follow along," she said. "Your king bartered this land away. Is everyone here in agreement with that fact?"
She waited until the soldiers nodded.
"King John gave the holding to me. Does everyone agree with that fact?"
"Yes, of course," Keith agreed. "But you see—"
She wouldn't let him finish.
"Pray forgive me for interrupting you, but I'm anxious to finish this explanation."
She turned her attention back to the soldiers.
"Now then, and do pay attention, please, for I hate repeating myself. When I married your laird, the land became his. Do you see how simple it is?"
Her gaze settled on Lindsay. He nodded to make her happy. She smiled. The room suddenly started to spin. She blinked, trying to bring everyone back into focus. She grabbed hold of the edge of the table to balance herself. A wave of nausea washed over her, then just as rapidly disappeared. It was the meat, she thought to herself. The awful smell was making her sick.
"You were saying, lass?"
Father McKechnie prodded, beaming with satisfaction over the gumption his mistress was showing in front of the men.
"What's got her so riled, I wonder?"
Johanna didn't know who asked that question. It came from the MacBain table. She turned her gaze to those men and answered.
"Megan said something the other day that took me by surprise," she said. "I've mulled it over in my mind, and I still don't understand why she would make such a comment." "What did I say?"
Megan asked. She hurried over to stand on the opposite side of the McLaurin table so she could face her mistress.
"You told me Cook would be happy to do anything I asked because she was a MacBain and knew better than to complain. I wondered what you meant, of course, but now I think I understand. You actually believe Hilda should be thankful she's allowed to live here. Isn't that right?"
Megan nodded.
"'Tis the truth she should be thankful."
The McLaurin soldiers all nodded in unison. Johanna shook her head at them.
"I believe you've all got it backward," she said. "The McLaurins don't have any claim to this keep or this land, and that, gentlemen, is also fact. My husband happens to be a MacBain. Have you forgotten that?"
"His father was laird over the McLaurins,"
Keith interjected.
"He's still a MacBain," she pointed out again. "He's been very accommodating. He's more patient than I am," she added with a nod. "Regardless, I believe the MacBains have graciously allowed all of you McLaurins to stay on. I really hate to bring this prickly topic up now, but I've received important news, you see, and I really must get my household in order. It would sadden me to see you leave, but if the rules are too difficult for you to follow, and if you can't get along with the MacBains, then I don't believe there's much choice."
"But the MacBains are the outsiders,"
Lindsay stammered out.
"Aye, they are,"
Keith agreed.
"They were,"
Johanna said.
"They aren't now. Do you see?"
No one did see. Johanna wondered if they were just being incredibly stubborn or just plain ignorant. She decided to try to make them understand one last time. Gabriel wouldn't let her. He pulled her back and took a step forward.
"I'm laird here," he reminded the soldiers. "I decide who stays and who goes."
Keith immediately nodded agreement.
"Are we allowed to speak freely?" "You are," Gabriel replied. "Every one of us has pledged our loyalty to you," he began. "But we aren't particularly loyal to your followers. We're weary of war and want to rebuild before we go into battle again. Yet one of the MacBains has instigated war with the McInnes clan, and now refuses to come forward and admit his transgression. Such behaviour is cowardly."
Callum jumped to his feet.
"You dare to call us cowards?"
Dear God, what had she started? Johanna was feeling sick again. She was certainly sorry she'd said anything. Two of the McLaurins stood up. A fight was brewing, all right, and it was all her doing. Gabriel didn't seem inclined to put a stop to it either. He looked completely unaffected by the threatening atmosphere, almost bored, in fact. A confrontation was finally taking place, and Gabriel was damned happy about it. He would let each warrior vent his anger, then explain what was going to happen. Those who didn't wish to go along with his decisions could leave. Unfortunately, Johanna looked upset over what was happening. Her face was stark white now, and she was gripping her hands together. Gabriel decided to take the argument outside. He was just about to give that command when his wife stepped forward.
"Callum, Keith didn't call you a coward," she cried out.
She turned her gaze to the McLaurin soldier then.
"You don't understand, sir, for you had already left on your errand to speak to Claire Mackay's father," she rushed out. "You see, my husband asked each one of his followers if he had, involved himself with Claire, and each man denied any knowledge of the woman.
But did each man tell the truth? Keith challenged.
I'll ask you a question in answer, she countered. If Laird McInnes blamed a Maclaurin, and every one of you gave your Laird your denial, would you expect him to believe you?
Keith was clever enough to know where she was going with the question. He reluctantly nodded.
My husband and I both have complete faith in his followers. If the men say they didn't touch Claire Mackay, then they didn't. I don't understand you, sir. How can you take the word of a mean-hearted McInnes over one of your own?
No one had a quick answer to that question. Johanna shook her head again. She was feeling terribly ill now. Her face felt as though it was on fire, yet her arms were covered with goosebumps. She wanted to lean against her husband, but held back, for she didn't want him to know she wasn't feeling well. She didn't want to upset him. She also didn't want to spend the next year in bed, and knowing Gabriel's obsession with rest, she was certain that's what would happen. Johanna decided to go up to her chamber and wash her face. Surely cold water would help revive her.
I would appreciate it if every one of you would consider what I've just explained, she requested. I can't have bickering in my home. If you'll excuse me now, I'll go up to my chamber.
She turned to leave. Then she stopped and turned around again.
When a lady leaves the room, the men stand.
Here we go again,
a Maclaurin whispered loud enough for her to hear.
Well?
She demanded. The men stood. She smiled, satisfied. Then she turned to leave. The room suddenly started spinning. She didn't have anything to hold on to until everything settled back where it was supposed to be.
You did call me a coward, Keith, Callum muttered. If you want to believe I did, then do so, Callum, Keith replied. What was the important news Milady said she just received?
Gabriel.
Johanna's voice was weak, but he still heard her. He turned around.
Yes?
Catch me?
Chapter 14. He caught her before she hit the floor. Everyone started shouting at the same time. Father McKechnie thought he might faint when he saw how ill his mistress looked.
Clear the table, he shouted. We'll put her there.
Niall and Lindsay swept their arms across the linen cloth. Trenchers and food went flying. Megan pulled the linen cloth off.
Someone fetch a healer, for God's sake, Niall bellowed. Milady needs help. She's our healer, Callum snapped. What made her swoon? I'm thinking we did, Lindsay decided. We got her all riled up. That was too much for her.
Gabriel was the only one who didn't seem overly concerned about his wife. Her face did look pale to him, but he didn't think she was really sick. He'd noticed how upset she became when the men started shouting at each other. She had an aversion to fighting, he knew, and he therefore concluded her faint was just a clever ploy to turn the men's attention away from their argument. She'd gone a little overboard, of course, and he'd tell her just that when they were alone.
It's all our fault, all right, making her throw bowls to get her attention, Niall said. She wants us to have some manners. I can't figure out why, but I'm thinking we'd best be more cooperative.
Aye, another Maclaurin named Michael agreed.
We can't have her swooning all the time. Laird MacBain might not be close enough to catch her next time. Move back, men, Father McKechnie ordered. Give the lass some room to breathe. She is breathing, isn't she? Aye, Callum, she's breathing, the priest answered. Your concern for your mistress is praiseworthy. She's our mistress today, Lindsay commented. She's wearing our plaid. Today's Saturday, Keith interjected. She's wearing the wrong plaid. She can't seem to get it right, can she? Callum asked. Why are you hesitating, MacBain? Put the lass on the table, Father McKechnie said. Men, get out of your laird's way.
The men immediately moved back. As soon as Gabriel placed his wife on the table, they all moved forward again. At least 20 faces loomed over her. Everyone was frowning with concern for Johanna. Gabriel felt like smiling. The soldiers had their differences, of course, but they were united now in their worry about their mistress. Johanna was neither a MacLaurin nor a MacBain by birth. She was English. If the men could give her their loyalty, they could damned well learn to get along with each other. "Why won't she open her eyes?" Niall asked.
"She doesn't appear to be finished with her faint just yet,"
the priest replied. "Are you going to give her the last rites, Father?"
"I don't believe that's necessary. Shouldn't we do something?"
Callum asked the question and added a frown in his laird's direction. It was apparent he expected Gabriel to fix whatever was ailing his wife. Gabriel shook his head.
"She'll wake up in a minute or two."
"We shouldn't have upset her," Michael said. "Why did she suddenly get a bee up her arm?" Lindsay quickly substituted the last word for the one he was going to use when he caught the priest's frown.
"It was our manners that set her off,"
Brian reminded the group. "But why now, I'm wondering?" Lindsay blurted out. "Milady didn't seem to mind what we were doing until tonight."
"Her mother's coming for a visitation."
Their laird gave them the announcement. There was a collective and drawn-out "Ah" over the revelation. "No wonder she's wanting us to have some manners," Michael said with a nod.
"Poor lass,"
Keith whispered.
"She must be worried we'll shame her in front of her mother." "Makes sense to me," Callum agreed.
"We'd best get some manners, then," Lindsay suggested. He let out a sigh.
"She did kill Pet, after all. And 3 more," Keith reminded the soldier.
Gabriel was beginning to wonder how long Johanna was going to drag out her swoon when she suddenly opened her eyes. She almost let out a scream, but stopped herself in time, letting out a loud gasp instead. She stared up at all the soldiers staring down at her while she struggled to get over her startle. It took her a minute or two to realize she was stretched out on top of the dinner table. She couldn't imagine how she'd gotten there.
"Why am I on the table?"
"It was closer than your bed, milady," Callum answered.
"You swooned,"
Keith added, in case she'd forgotten. "Why didn't you tell us your mother was coming for a visitation?" Niall asked. Johanna tried to sit up before answering the question. Father McKechnie put his hand on her shoulder to hold her down.
"You'd best stay right where you are, lass. Your husband will be happy to carry you up to bed. Are you feeling better now?"
"Yes, thank you," she answered. "I really fainted. I've never, ever fainted before. I can't imagine why."
Lindsay decided to give her his explanation before she asked for it. "It was our manners that set you off, milady."
"It was."
The soldier nodded.
"She should stay in bed a week at least,"
Keith recommended.
"I can't go to bed,"
Johanna argued. No one paid any attention to her protest.
"I'm saying she should stay in bed 2 weeks,"
Callum announced.
"It's the only way to be certain she'll regain her strength. She's puny, if you'll remember," he advised.
The men nodded. Johanna was outraged.
"I'm not puny," she announced in a near shout. "Father, do let me up. I can't go to bed. I have to take my turn sitting with Claire Mackay." "I'll be happy to sit with her," Megan offered. "It doesn't seem fair letting only MacBain women tend to her. You don't want the MacLaurin women bickering over the slight, do you now, milady?"
"Megan, now isn't the time to bring up that concern," Keith muttered.
"The MacBain women were the only ones who offered to help with Claire," Johanna explained. "But I'm offering now," Megan insisted. "Then I thank you, and will certainly appreciate your help."
Megan smiled. She was obviously satisfied with her mistress's gratitude. Johanna put the matter aside and turned her attention to her husband. She'd been deliberately avoiding looking at him, for she knew he'd be frowning and surely getting ready to pounce on her with his "I told you you were weak" reminder. She mentally braced herself and turned her gaze. Gabriel was easy to find in the crowd as he towered over his soldiers. He stood to the left of the table behind Callum. Her husband was smiling, which fairly stunned Johanna. She was certain he'd be furious or worried at the very least. She should have been relieved over his obviously cheerful mood, but she wasn't. She had fainted, after all, and Gabriel had proven to be quite a worrier about her well-being in the past. Yet he looked happy now. Did he find her faint amusing? She gave Gabriel a disgruntled look, and he winked back, which confused her.
"When is your mother coming here?"
Keith asked her then. She didn't take her gaze off her husband when she gave the McLaurin soldier her answer.
In 2 or 3 months,
she guessed. She smiled up at Father McKechnie then, and gently removed his hand from her shoulder so she could sit up. Callum tried to lift her into his arms. Keith tried to assist her from the other side of the table. Johanna was suddenly being pulled every which way. Gabriel finally intervened. He pushed Callum out of his way and took his wife into his arms.
"Rest your head on my shoulder,"
he commanded. She wasn't quick enough, so he shoved her head there. He carried her out of the hall and up the stairs. She protested most of the way.
"I'm feeling fine now," she argued. "I can walk, husband. Do put me down."
"I want to carry you," he explained. "It's the least I can do after all the trouble you went to convincing my men."
"The least you can do?"
"Aye," he answered. She didn't have any idea what he was talking about. His smile was even more confusing to her.
"You act as though my faint amused you,"
she blurted out. Gabriel opened the door to their bedchamber and carried her inside.
"'Tis the truth, you did amuse me," he admitted.
Her eyes widened.
"But you're usually overly concerned about me, nagging me to rest all day long. Why this sudden change in your attitude, I'm wondering?"
"I don't nag. Old women nag, not warriors."
"You used to nag,"
she countered. She couldn't help but become a little irritated. Her husband's callous attitude bothered her. A husband should be a little concerned when his wife fainted, shouldn't he?
"Your ploy worked," he said. "My men forgot their argument. That was the reason you pretended to faint, wasn't it?"
He all but tossed her on the bed. She bounced twice before settling. She felt like laughing now. She was certainly filled with relief. Gabriel wasn't such an unfeeling clout after all. He really believed she'd pretended to swoon. Johanna didn't want to lie to her husband, but she didn't particularly want to set him straight either. If he realized she hadn't been pretending, he'd probably force her to stay in bed until next spring. She didn't agree or disagree with her husband. If he decided to take her silence as agreement over his own conclusion, so be it. He'd turned her attention anyway. He was taking his boots off.
"Aren't you going to boast over your cleverness?" he asked.
He tossed his boots to the floor and began to untie the knot in his belt. He kept his gaze on her all the while.
"Old men boast, my lord," she answered.
Her gaze was on his waist.
"Not warriors' wives."
Lord, how she pleased him. He liked the way she turned his own words back on him. Johanna was becoming downright sassy. Such behaviour was proof enough she'd conquered her fear of him. She still blushed quite easily. She was blushing now. She obviously guessed what he intended to do. He decided to tell her anyway, just to further her embarrassment. She'd get all flustered then, and Lord, how he liked that feminine trait. He stood by the side of the bed and told her in explicit detail exactly what he planned to do to her. The pictures he painted with his erotic words made her face burn, and the way he wanted to make love to her made her think she was going to faint again. The dark and incredibly arousing look on his face made her think he wasn't jesting with her. Still, she needed to be sure.
"Do men and women really make love in such a way?"
She sounded breathless, but she couldn't help it. Her heart was slamming a wild beat, and she was fighting her own arousal while she tried to decide if such a thing was possible. The thoughts Gabriel had deliberately planted in her mind both appalled and excited her. He pulled her to her feet and began to take her clothes off her.
"You're jesting with me, aren't you, husband?"
He laughed.
"No."
"Then husbands and wives, really?"
"We're going to," he answered, his voice a rough whisper.
She shivered. "'Tis the truth, I've never heard of such a—"
"I'll make you like it," he promised.
"Will you like—"
"Oh, yes."
"What will I—"
His wife was having difficulty finishing her sentences. She was obviously shaken. So was he realized. He was certainly aroused. His movements were damned awkward as he fought the tiny ribbons holding her undergarments together. He let out a sigh of satisfaction when he finally got rid of the last of her clothes and then roughly pulled her up against him. He lifted her up so his hard arousal could press against the junction of her thighs. She instinctively moved until she was cuddling him. He grunted with pleasure. They fell into bed together. Gabriel rolled on top of her. He braced his weight with his elbows on either side of her and leaned down to capture her mouth for a long, drugging kiss. Their tongues duelled and stroked each other, and when he finally moved to kiss a path down the side of her silky neck, he could feel her trembling with pleasure. She wasn't quite finished plying him with questions. She was a worrier, he supposed, and that was surely the reason she wanted a full explanation.
"Gabriel, you really think to use your mouth to kiss me there?"
"Oh, yes,"
he whispered against her ear. His breath, so sweet and warm against her sensitive skin, made her tremble with desire.
"Then I'm going to, kiss you there."
He went completely still. She began to worry. A scant second later, he slowly lifted his head to look at her.
"You don't have to do anything," he told her.
"Do you want me to?"
He'd drawled out the word, and God, he was such a sexy man. She felt as though she'd already pleased him. She reached up to stroke the side of his face. He leaned into her hand. He liked her to touch him. He needed her to, she realized, almost as much as she needed him now to stroke her. She let out a sigh and put her arms around her husband's neck. She tried to pull him down for a long kiss, but he resisted.
"Johanna, you don't have to."
She smiled up at him.
"I'll make you like it,"
she whispered. His head dropped to the crook in her shoulder. He leaned up, bit her earlobe, and then said,
"I know I'll like it, but I don't know if you'll."
Now he was having trouble finishing his sentences. It was all his wife's fault. She reached down and gently stroked his arousal. He was too busy shuddering to think coherent thoughts. He'd been worried she wouldn't like tasting him. She started out timid, but she got over being shy soon enough and became damned enthusiastic. She made him crazy. His heart felt as though it had stopped when she took his arousal into her mouth. She was wild now, completely uninhibited as she stroked him with her mouth, her tongue, and dear God, she made him just as wild to please her. He couldn't stand the ecstasy for very long. He came before she did, but once he'd recovered from the spasms that racked his body, and he could think again, he turned his full attention to pleasuring his wife. Her whimpers soon turned to shouts. The intensity of her own orgasm made her forget to breathe. She demanded he stop his wonderful agony, even as she clung to him and pressed herself against him in a contradictory plea for more. The taste of her made him hard and throbbing in scant minutes. He was suddenly desperate to be inside her. He moved, pinned her to the bed, and knelt between her thighs. His hands cupped her backside, and he lifted her up at the same instant he thrust deep inside. He felt as though he'd died and gone to heaven. She was so damned tight, so incredibly sweet and giving, and he knew he would never be able to get enough of her. The bed squeaked from their forceful movements. Their breathing was harsh and choppy, and when she found fulfillment again, her scream made his ears ring. He was thoroughly satisfied. He collapsed on top of his wife and let out a loud groan. He could hear her heart hammering inside her chest. He was arrogantly pleased and satisfied. He'd made her completely forget herself. She'd done the same to him. He frowned over the acknowledgement. It had become impossible to distance himself from his wife, he realized. He couldn't simply make love to her, and then go back to his duties and put her out of his thoughts. She had become more than simply a woman to mate with during the dark hours of the night. She was his wife, and damn it all, she was even more than that. She was the love of his life. Hell! He muttered the expletive, then lifted his head to look at her. She was sound asleep. He was relieved, for he wouldn't have to explain the appalled look he was certain he had on his face, or the blasphemy he'd just uttered. He couldn't seem to make himself leave her. He stared down at her for long minutes. She was so beautiful to him. Yet her appearance wasn't the reason he'd lost his mind and fallen in love with her. God help him. Nay, it was her character that wooed him into forgetting his shields. Looks faded with age, but the beauty in Johanna's heart and in her soul seemed to grow more wonderful with each new day. She'd snared him all right. Blindsided him she had, and now it was too late to do anything about protecting himself from her. There was only one course of action left to him. Johanna was going to have to love him. By God, he wasn't about to let himself become this vulnerable without gaining equal measure. Gabriel felt better. The plan made sound sense to him. He wasn't certain how he'd get her to fall in love with him, but he was an intelligent man. He'd think of something. He leaned down, kissed her brow, and then got out of bed. Their love-making had worn her out, he supposed, as he reached for his plaid. That possibility made him smile until he yawned. He realized then she'd worn him out too. He stared down at her all the while he dressed, and when he was finished, he took time to cover her up. Then damned if he didn't have to kiss her one last time before he left the chamber. He was becoming appalled again by his own shameful behaviour. Loving was a tricky affair, he decided. Perhaps in time he'd get the hang of it. He started to forcefully pull the door closed, caught himself in time, and shut it as quietly as possible. Hell, he was becoming considerate. He had to shake his head over that disgusting trait. He wondered what other surprises were going to come his way, now that he'd acknowledged to himself the fact that he did indeed love his wife. The future worried him. If he turned into a doting husband, he swore he'd have to kill someone. Aye, loving was a tricky affair. Johanna slept through the night. Gabriel left the chamber before she awakened. She was thankful for her privacy. She felt so sick she could barely breathe without gagging. She tried to get out of bed twice, but each time the room would begin to spin, and her stomach would lurch in protest of the movement. She took deep, gulping breaths to try to calm her nausea. It didn't help. She made it over to the washstand and slapped a wet cloth against her forehead, but that didn't help either. Johanna finally quit fighting the inevitable and ended up kneeling over the chamber pot, retching until she was certain she was going to faint again. While she'd been throwing up, she thought she was surely going to die. Yet after she was finished, she felt surprisingly fit again. Whatever sickness had claimed her had either ended abruptly or had strange symptoms. Until she knew what was ailing her, she couldn't treat herself. Johanna wasn't one to pamper herself, yet she couldn't help but be worried. She'd believed her faint the night before was due to an empty stomach mixed with the unpleasant aroma of cooked meat. But she'd almost fainted again this morning, and the only aroma in the chamber was the scent of the outdoors coming through the opened window. She tried not to think about being sick. She'd missed Mass, and knew she would have to take Father aside later and explain that she'd been indisposed. The colour had come back to her face by the time she dressed. She braided her hair, straightened the chamber, and then went to look in on Claire Mackay. Hilda opened the door for her. Johanna smiled when she saw Claire was sitting up in bed. Her face was still horribly swollen, of course, and the left side of her face was black and blue from bruises, but her eyes looked clear, not murky, and Johanna surmised the blow to the head hadn't done irreparable damage.
"How are you feeling this morning, Claire?"
Johanna asked.
"Better, thank you,"
the Mackay woman answered in a weak, pitiful voice.
"She barely ate a morsel of the food I carried up,"
Hilda interjected.
"Says her throat pains her too much. I'm going back to the kitchens to mix a tonic for her."
Johanna nodded. She kept her gaze on Claire.
"You're going to have to eat in order to regain your strength."
Claire shrugged in answer. Johanna shut the door behind Hilda and went over to sit down on the side of the bed next to her patient.
"You do want to get better, don't you?"
Claire stared at Johanna a long minute before answering.
"I suppose I'll have to,"
she whispered. She deliberately tried to turn the topic then.
"It was good of you to take me in, Lady Johanna. I haven't properly thanked you yet. I'm most appreciative." "You needn't thank me," Johanna protested. "Why did you sound so sad when you said you would probably have to get better?"
The Mackay woman didn't answer her. She was obviously nervous, for she was twisting the end of the blanket into a knot.
"Is my father going to come here?"
"I don't know," Johanna answered. She reached over and placed her hand on top of Claire's.
"Will you be happy to see him if he does come to see you?"
"Yes, of course,"
Claire rushed out. She didn't sound very sincere. Johanna was determined to gain some answers, but she wasn't going to demand anything from the battered woman. She would use patience and understanding. Eventually, Claire would tell her why she was so worried. She decided to soothe her now.
"You needn't be afraid, you know. You're safe here. No one's going to hurt you. After your baby's born and you've regained your strength, my husband and I will help you decide what's to be done. You may stay with us for as long as you wish. You have my word."
Claire's eyes filled with tears.
"I'm very weary now. I would like to rest."
Johanna immediately stood up. She tucked the covers around the woman, acting like a concerned mother now. She put her hand to Claire's forehead to make certain she didn't have fever, then went over to check the pitcher to make sure her patient had enough water to drink. Claire appeared to be sound asleep by the time Johanna left the chamber. Hilda went back inside to take over the watch. Johanna tried to talk to Claire later in the morning, but as soon as she started asking questions, Claire became weary and fell asleep again. Megan took a turn sitting with Claire that afternoon, so Hilda could supervise the preparations for dinner. Johanna thought to try and question her patient once again, but she was waylaid when her husband came striding into the great hall with his son at his side. Johanna had just finished removing Callum's stitches. She was trying to make him pay attention to her while she gave him instructions. He was like a fidgety child, anxious to get back outside.
"You aren't leaving until you promise to apply this salve every morning and night for a week's time, Callum."
"I promise,"
the soldier replied. He jumped to his feet and went hurrying across the room, leaving the jar of salve on the table.
"I'm here!"
Alex bellowed his important announcement and spread his arms wide, in a gesture so dramatic his father couldn't help but smile. The boy certainly didn't have a problem with his own self-worth. Of course, Gabriel had assured him several times on the way back home that Johanna was anxious to see him. His wife's reaction was just as amusing to Gabriel. She let out a loud gasp, picked up her skirts, and ran across the hall to greet Alex. The little boy threw himself into her arms. She hugged him tight. The top of his head only reached her waist. He was such an adorable little boy, and she was so happy to have him home, her eyes filled with tears. Gabriel left the two of them and went upstairs to try to talk to Claire Mackay once again. He was determined to find out the name of the warrior who had disgraced the woman. He also wanted to give her the news that her father would be arriving tomorrow to take her back home, providing, of course, that she was strong enough. Gabriel came back downstairs a few minutes later. Claire was still too ill to answer his questions. Why? She was so exhausted she fell asleep a scant minute after he'd explained his reason for the audience. Johanna and Alex were waiting for him at the bottom of the steps.
"Is something wrong, husband?" she asked when she spotted the frown on his face.
Every time I try to talk to the Mackay woman, she falls asleep. How long do you think it will be before she's strong enough to answer my questions?
"I don't know, Gabriel," she answered. "You saw what she looked like the day she came here. It's going to take time for her to mend. Be patient with her," she suggested with a nod. "It's a miracle she's alive."
I suppose it is, he agreed. Johanna, her father's coming here tomorrow to take her back home.
She didn't like hearing that news. She shook her head.
"Claire's in no condition to go anywhere. Her father's going to have to understand."
Gabriel wasn't in the mood to argue with his wife. The joy he'd seen on her face when Alex had run to her had filled him with such pleasure and contentment. He didn't want to mar the reunion with important talk now. Tonight would be soon enough to discuss Claire's future.
Why don't you take Alex outside, wife? It's too fine a day to stay inside.
His attention was centred on his son now. Alex was holding Johanna's hand and staring up at her in true wonder. It suddenly occurred to Gabriel that the boy was in desperate need of a mother. Just as revealing was the fact that Johanna needed Alex almost as much.
"Yes, it is a fine day,"
Johanna said. A look of tenderness had come into Gabriel's eyes. He was being very unguarded now. The love he felt for his son was most apparent. Lord, she was feeling emotional today. She knew she was about to burst into tears, and turned so that her husband wouldn't see her distress. He wouldn't understand, of course. Men believed women only wept when they were unhappy or in pain, or so Johanna believed, but her tears were simply an emotional response to the wonderful feeling of happiness and contentment she was feeling. God had blessed her. She was barren, yet now had a son to love. Aye, she would love Alex, for it simply wasn't possible for her to steel her heart against such an innocent child.
"Could we go and see the horses, Mamma?"
She burst into tears. Both Gabriel and his son were horrified.
Johanna, what's wrong with you?
Her husband's concern sharpened his voice to a near bellow.
"We don't have to see the horses,"
Alex blurted out, thinking he might be the cause of her distress. Johanna tried to regain her control. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes with the hem of her plait before trying to explain.
"Nothing's wrong," she told her husband. "Alex called me Mamma. He took me by surprise, you see, and I seem to be very emotional today." "Papa said I should call you Mamma," Alex said. "He said you'd like it."
The little boy's face was puckered in a frown. He was obviously fretting. Johanna hurried to soothe him.
"Your father was correct. You should call me Mamma." "Then why are you crying like a baby?" Alex asked.
She smiled.
"Because you make me happy," she answered. "Alex, it's too fine a day to stay inside. Let's go and see the horses."
She tried to leave. Gabriel reached out and grabbed her by the shoulders.
"First, you'll tell me thank you for bringing your son home," he announced.
He wanted praise, she supposed.
"I'll thank you later, my lord, when I'm ready."
She stretched up on tiptoe and kissed him. She heard Alex make a gagging sound and burst into laughter. Gabriel smiled. He watched his wife and his son go outside. Then he followed them and stood on the top step. He continued to watch his wife and his son until they disappeared down the hill.
"What has you smiling so, Laird?"
Father McKechnie climbed up the steps and stopped by his laird's side.
"I was watching my family,"
Gabriel answered. Father McKechnie nodded.
"A handsome family you have, son. God's blessed the three of you."
Gabriel didn't consider himself a religious man, yet he found he had to agree with the priest's evaluation. When he was young and foolish, he'd prayed for a family. Now he had Alex and Johanna to call his own. Fair was fair, he decided, and he guessed he'd have to give his Maker his due. He had answered his prayer, after all. Johanna's laughter echoed across the courtyard then, interrupting Gabriel's thoughts. He instinctively smiled. Damn, but he liked the sound of her joy. Johanna didn't have any idea her husband was listening to her. Alex was so filled with enthusiasm and excitement to be outside, he couldn't maintain a slow pace. He ran so fast, the heels of his feet smacked his backside. She could barely keep up with him. They spent the afternoon together. They looked over the horses first, then made their way down to the meadow to visit Oggy. The old warrior had just returned from the ridge, and looked like he was in a foul mood.
"What has you scowling, Oggy?"
Johanna called out. Alex saw the soldier's glare and immediately edged behind Johanna's skirts.
"It's all right, Alex," she whispered. "Oggy likes to grumble, but he has a kind heart." "Like Papa?"
Johanna smiled.
"Yes,"
she answered, thinking what a clever child Alex was. He was perceptive, too. Oggy waited until the pair reached him before giving an answer for his frown.
"I'm ready to give up my game,"
he announced with a dramatic nod.
"It's no use setting the stones any distance. Most crumble from the force of the whack I give them. They splinter in the air. No point to it then, is there now? Who's that hiding behind you, peeking up at me with such wide blue eyes?"
"This is Alex," Johanna answered. "Do you remember Gabriel's son?"
"Of course I remember the lad," Oggy answered. "But I'm in the middle of a sour mood, Johanna. I'm not fit for company today. Go away and leave me to my pout."
Johanna tried not to laugh.
"Couldn't you spare a few minutes to show Alex how to strike the stones into the holes here in the meadow?"
"No, I couldn't spare a few minutes,"
Oggy muttered, even as he motioned the little boy over to his side.
"This isn't a child's game. How old are you, boy?"
Alex had a death grip on Johanna's hand. He wasn't about to leave her side. She had to walk with him over to Oggy.
"Alex doesn't know how old he is," Johanna explained. "I'm thinking he's 4 or 5 summers."
Oggy rubbed his jaw with concentration.
"Open your mouth, boy. Let me have a look at your teeth. I can tell you how old you are."
Johanna burst into laughter.
"He isn't a horse," she said.
"When it comes to teeth, they could be the same, at least with the young ones."
Alex tilted his head up and opened his mouth. Oggy nodded with approval.
"You've been taking good care of your teeth, haven't you now?"
"Papa showed me how to rub them with green hazel and wipe them with a woolen cloth," Alex answered. "I only forget some of the time."
Oggy squinted against the sunlight as he bent down to have a good look.
"He's close to 5, I'm guessing. He couldn't be any older. His first teeth are still nice and tight,"
he explained, after he'd reached in and tried to wiggle Alex's 2 top front teeth.
"Too snug for 6, too big for 3. Aye, he's going on 5. I'd wager my game on it."
Alex was finally allowed to close his mouth. He turned his gaze up to Johanna.
"I'm 5.
"Almost," she answered.
"We'll have to choose a day and give you a proper birthday celebration, Alex. Then you'll officially become 5.
Alex had gotten over his fear of the leathery-looking warrior and now begged to play the game. Oggy spent close to 2 hours supervising the child. Alex didn't understand the word concentrate, and he talked non-stop all the while. Oggy was extremely patient with the boy, but he did cast several glares in Johanna's direction every now and again. Alex couldn't seem to remember he was to keep quiet when Oggy was about to strike his stone. Johanna sat on the side of the hill to watch the pair. She listened to Oggy tell stories about the past, and it soon became apparent to her that Alex was in awe of the warrior. He begged to hear more. The sun was setting, and Alex had started yawning when Johanna finally called a halt to the entertainment. She stood up, adjusted the pleats of her plaid, and started to thank Oggy. She didn't remember what happened next. She opened her eyes and found both Oggy and Alex leaning over her. Alex was crying. Oggy was gently patting the side of her face and trying to soothe the boy at the same time. It didn't take Johanna any time at all to realise what had happened.
"Oh, Lord, I fainted again, didn't I?"
"Again?" Oggy asked, his brow wrinkled with worry. He helped his mistress sit up. Alex immediately sat down on her lap and leaned against her chest. He obviously needed her assurance, she decided. She put her arm around the child and gave him a quick hug.
"I'm quite all right now, Alex."
"You fainted before,"
Oggy persisted. Johanna nodded. The movement made her head spin.
"Last night," she answered. "Gabriel caught me. It happened so quickly that I didn't have any warning."
"It sure as certain was quick,"
Oggy agreed. He squatted on the ground next to Johanna and continued to brace her back with his arms.
"You were standing 1 minute and flat on the ground, looking as dead as a corpse the next."
Oggy was deliberately trying to make light of the topic for the child's sake. He hid his worry as best he could.
"I don't understand what's wrong with me," she whispered.
"You'd best go and see Glynis,"
Oggy advised.
"She knows a few healing tricks."
"She wanted to sew Callum's arm, so she must have some experience,"
Johanna remarked.
"Yes, I'll go and see her tomorrow."
"No,"
Oggy countered.
"you'll go now. I'll take Alex home."
From the stubborn set of his jaw, Johanna knew it would be pointless to argue with the man.
"All right, then,"
she agreed. She turned her attention to her son.
"Alex, let's not mention this faint to your father. We don't want to worry him, do we?"
"Shame on you telling the boy not to—"
"Oggy, I'm thinking of Gabriel's feelings now,"
Johanna argued.
"I don't want him to worry."
Oggy nodded agreement. He had every intention of telling his laird what had happened, of course, and when his mistress pitched a fit, he'd remind her she hadn't made him give her his promise not to say a word. Both he and Alex accompanied Johanna to Glynis's door. They left her there, but only after Oggy pounded on the door and the McLaurin woman had answered the summons.
"Lady Johanna's got a complaint to give you,"
Oggy announced.
"Come along, boy. It's time for your supper."
"Have I done something to displease you, m'lady?"
Glynis asked. Johanna shook her head. She motioned her over to the rock ledge away from the entrance so that Glynis's husband wouldn't chance to overhear the conversation.
"Please sit down, Glynis," she requested. "A friend of mine is ill, and I would like to gain your advice on what's to be done to help her."
Glynis immediately looked relieved. She sat on the ledge, folded her hands in her lap, and waited for Johanna to continue.
"Twice, now, this woman has fainted for no apparent reason,"
Johanna blurted out. She stood in front of the McLaurin woman and waited for her response to that news. Glynis simply nodded. Johanna didn't know what to make of that reaction.
"Is she dying of some dread disease?"
Johanna was wringing her hands together now and trying not to let Glynis see how upset she was.
"She could be,"
Glynis replied.
"I'm needing more facts before I give you my suggestions for treatment, m'lady. Is your friend young or old?" "Young." "Is she married?" "Yes."
Glynis nodded.
"Does she have any other symptoms to speak of?" That is to say, she awakened feeling very sick and did in fact throw up. Her stomach is queasy most of the morning, yet when she isn't feeling queasy she's feeling quite fit. I'll have to ask a few personal questions before I give you my opinion, m'lady,"
Glynis told her mistress in a low whisper.
"I'll answer them if I know the answers,"
Johanna replied.
"Has your friend missed her monthly?"
Johanna nodded.
"She's missed 2 months now, but that isn't unusual, for she isn't at all consistent."
Glynis was trying not to smile. "Would you happen to know if her breasts are feeling tender?" Johanna almost checked to see before she gave her answer. She caught herself in time.
"Perhaps just a little, but not overly much. Is she newly married?"
Johanna thought that was an odd question to ask. She nodded.
"Do you think the strain of the new marriage would cause such symptoms?" "I don't believe so, Glynis, for the woman was married before."
"Did she have children with the first?" Johanna didn't let her finish the question.
"She's barren,"
she interrupted. Perhaps by one man she was, Glynis remarked. Johanna didn't know what to make of that remark. Then Glynis turned her attention with yet another question. I mean to ask, is she sleeping more than usual?
Yes, she is,
Johanna cried out. She was amazed by the clever questions Glynis was asking now.
You've heard of this sickness before, haven't you?
'Tis the truth, I have, Glynis answered.
Will she die?
Nay, my lady, she won't die.
Then what should she do?
Johanna was close to tears now. Glynis hurried to assure her. Her smile was wide when she gave her answer. She should tell her husband she's carrying his child. Chapter 15. It was a blessing Glynis was such a strong, strapping woman. She proved to be quick on her feet, too. She caught her mistress before she hit her head on the stone wall. The joyful news had sent Lady Johanna into a dead faint. She awakened a few minutes later in Glynis's bed. The first words out of her mouth were given in a shout.
I'm barren!
Glynis patted her hand. By one man you were, but not by our laird. You've got all the symptoms, my lady. You're carrying all right. Johanna shook her head. Her mind couldn't accept such a possibility.
Women are barren, not men,
Glynis snorted. So men say, she muttered. You and I have had our differences, my lady, but I'd like to think we've come to an understanding. I count you as a friend, especially on the days you're wearing our fine McLaurin plaid, she added with a grin.
I'm happy to have you for a friend, Glynis,
Johanna replied, wondering why in heaven's name the woman would bring up that topic now. Glynis was quick to explain her reasons. Friends hold each other's confidences, she said. And so I would ask you if your first husband ever took any other woman to his bed. I'm not trying to shame you, my lady, only sort out the truth. Johanna sat up.
Yes, he did take other women to his bed, she admitted, and not just a few. He seemed determined to bed as many as he could. He liked to flaunt his women in front of me. I didn't mind, though, she added in a rush when she caught Glynis's pitying look. I didn't like my husband. He was an evil man. But what I'm really asking, my lady, is if you'd be knowing if there were any illegitimate bairns as a result of his dalliances. No, there weren't any babies born, Johanna answered. Ralph told me the women used a potion to keep from getting pregnant. He thought I used one too, and would go into a rage each month because he was sure I was deliberately foiling his attempts to have a child. There are such potions around, Glynis replied. You're certainly carrying now, my lady, so we can conclude you aren't barren after all. I'm going to keep silent about this joyful news. It's up to you to pick your time and tell your husband. Our laird will be very pleased. Johanna left the cottage a few minutes later. Glynis followed her to the stone wall. Johanna suddenly turned around. My husband won't allow me to work in the fields, she announced. No, of course not, Glynis replied. You're our mistress. You shouldn't be doing common work. I can sew, Johanna said. She added a nod. Each night I sit by the hearth and either work on my tapestry or do a little embroidery. I can fashion flowers on things, she added. What are you getting at, my lady? Just spit it out, why don't you? I noticed you wear saffron-coloured blouses under your plaid, and I was wondering if you'd like me to sew a border of flowers around the neckline for you. Glynis's eyes widened. Why would you want... You tend the fields all day long, Glynis, and I would like to do something to show my appreciation. If you'll bring one of your blouses up to the hall, I'll start work tonight. She was too embarrassed to wait for an answer. Johanna didn't understand why she was suddenly feeling so shy and unsure of herself. She waved as she ran down the path leading to the courtyard. She slowed her pace when she reached the hill. The fullness of her condition hit her again. She walked the rest of the distance home in a daze. Oggy caught up with her in the centre of the courtyard. I'll be coming to supper tonight, he began.
I'm going to tell your husband."
He quit his explanation that he was going to tell his laird Johanna had fainted when he saw the look on her face.
"What has you smiling like you just found a pot of gold, lass?"
She shook her head.
"I'll tell you tonight," she promised. "It's a grand day, isn't it, Oggie? Even though the weather's a bit unusually cold."
"Oh, lass, you'd best be knowing something about the weather here."
Oggie wanted to tell her the truth, that the weather was actually mild for early fall. Keith had told him their mistress believed the Highlands were as warm as the summer all year long. He didn't want the soldiers laughing behind Johanna's back over her naivete, but his mistress went sailing right on past him, her head apparently lost in the clouds, before he could set her straight on the topic of the Highland weather. He decided he'd wait until later to tell her the truth. Johanna sat with Alex at the table while he ate his supper. He was too young to wait for his elders. When he was finished, she sent him to the buttery to wash his face and hands. She went over to sit by the hearth. Dumfries came loping into the hall. She gave him a firm pat of affection, then settled herself in the chair to do some sewing. Dumfries collapsed with a loud thud next to her chair and rested his head on her shoes. Alex joined her a scant minute later. He was still wearing stew on his face. Johanna fetched a wet cloth and cleaned him properly. He wanted to sit next to her in the same chair. She scooted over to accommodate him.
"Will you want to stay here with your father and me, or will you miss your other relatives, Alex?" "I want to stay here," he replied.
He let out a loud yawn and leaned against Johanna, watching as she threaded her needle.
"I want you to stay too,"
Johanna whispered.
"Papa says you missed me."
"He's right. I did miss you." Alex's chest swelled up with importance.
"Did you cry like a baby when you missed me?"
She smiled over his choice of words.
"I most certainly did," she lied. "Would you like me to tell you a story before you go to bed?"
Alex nodded.
"Where did you learn the story? From Oggie?"
"No," she answered. "My mother told me stories when I was a little girl, and when I grew up I learned how to read, and I—"
"Why?"
"Why what?"
"Why did you learn to read?"
Johanna's gaze was fully directed on Alex's upturned face, and for that reason she didn't notice her husband had walked into the hall. He stood on the top step, watching his wife and his son, while he waited for one of them to acknowledge his presence.
"I learned because it was forbidden," she answered. "I was told I was too ignorant to read, and for a time I believed that nonsense. Then I got my gumption back and decided I was just as clever as anyone else. That is when I learned how to read, Alex. And when you're older, I'll teach you."
Alex was fingering her plaid while he listened to her explanation. He suddenly yawned wide enough for her to see the back of his throat. She instructed him to cover his mouth with his hand, and then began a story that used to be her favourite when she was a child. Alex was sound asleep less than a minute later. His head dropped to the side of her chest. Johanna was so content to have the little one in her arms, she closed her eyes to say a prayer of thanksgiving. She fell asleep almost as quickly as Alex had. Gabriel didn't know who to carry up to bed first. Callum came to his rescue. He took Alex. "Where should I put him for the night, MacBain?" he asked in a low whisper, so the little one wouldn't wake up. Gabriel didn't have any idea. Claire was using the second chamber, and so he couldn't put his son in there. He didn't want Alex to sleep with the soldiers either. The boy was too young, and needed to be close to his mother and father in the event he became fearful or disoriented during the night. "Put him in my bed for now," Gabriel instructed. "I'll figure something out before tonight." He waited until Callum had carried Alex out of the hall, before turning his attention back to his wife. He squatted down next to her chair and started to reach for her when she suddenly opened her eyes.
"Gabriel."
She said his name with wonder in her voice. He felt as though he'd just been caressed. "Were you dreaming about me, perchance?" He was trying to tease her.
but his voice was gruff with emotion. Damn, but he loved this woman. He let out a sigh then, and added a frown in a bid to get his thoughts under control. He wanted to bed her. He knew he'd have to wait, so he decided to growl at her instead.
You should go upstairs, wife. You're clearly exhausted. You're doing too much work. I've told you time and time again to rest, but you blatantly—
She reached over and brushed her fingertips down the side of his face. Needless to say, his concentration was broken. He thought it might be a deliberate ploy. "I'm not doing too much," she replied. "I wasn't sleeping just now. I was dozing and thinking about something wonderful. I still can't quite believe it, Gabriel. It doesn't seem possible. And when I tell you my important news—" She suddenly stopped and peeked around her husband to make certain they were alone. She didn't want anyone else sharing in this special moment. Keith and 3 other McLaurin soldiers came strutting into the hall, just as she realized Alex was missing.
"Do you see? You were sleeping,"
Gabriel told her.
"You didn't even notice Callum took my son upstairs."
"He's our son," she corrected. He liked the sound of that. Johanna was becoming possessive, and he thought that was a good sign. In time, he hoped her possessiveness would extend to him.
"Yes, he is our son," he agreed. "Now tell me your news."
"It will have to wait until later."
"Tell me now."
"Nay." His eyes widened. He stood up, then hauled her to her feet.
"You dare to deny me?"
She smiled. "I dare anything these days, thanks to you, husband." He didn't know what she was talking about. He decided he'd wait until later to badger her into giving him a proper explanation. Now he was determined to make her tell him her news.
"I wish to know what has you worrying. You will tell me now," he commanded.
He was sounding arrogant again. Heaven help her, she was beginning to appreciate that flaw. "I'm not worrying," she said. "I'll tell you my news when I'm ready, my lord, and not a moment before. I won't be rushed."
"You going to tell your laird what happened down in the meadow?"
Oggy shouted his question from the entrance. Johanna turned to look at him. The old warrior bounded down the steps and started across the room. Dumfries let out a loud growl. Oggy hushed him with a quick growl back. "Yes," Johanna called out. "I'm going to tell him after dinner."
"If you don't, I'll be telling on you come morning, lass. Just see if I don't."
"What in thunder?" She deliberately interrupted her husband's mutterings to call out a greeting to the priest. "Good evening, father." In a low whisper she said to her husband, "Do try to be patient this once. I promise you'll be richly rewarded." He grunted. She couldn't tell from his expression if he was going to be agreeable or not. "I wish to have some privacy when I tell you my important news." He finally nodded. Gabriel tried not to smile. He thought he'd finally figured out what it was she wanted to tell him. Lord, he felt good. And all because the daft woman had finally realized she loved her husband. He would let her have her way, he decided. If she wanted to give him her declaration in the privacy of their bedchamber, he would accommodate her. Damn, but he wished dinner was over. He was anxious to be alone with her. He hadn't realized until this minute how important her love was to him. Wives didn't have to love their husbands, but this one had to love him, he decided. If he was going to be miserable, then by God, so was she.
"Matters of the heart are damned confusing."
He'd muttered his opinion in a low voice. "I beg your pardon?" she asked, not certain she'd heard what he'd said.
"Never mind," he snapped.
"Your moods, my lord, are like the weather here," she remarked. "You're most unpredictable." He shrugged. Johanna's attention was turned when the soldiers filed into the hall. She noticed a serious breach in their manners immediately. "You should bow your heads to your laird and his wife when you enter the room." She called out her instruction, and then waited to see if the soldiers were in the mood to be polite.
If they gave her any trouble, she was fully prepared to ask Megan to fetch a few more bowls. The men bowed their heads. Johanna was satisfied. She left her husband standing by the hearth and went over to the MacBain table. Two of the younger soldiers, allowed the privilege of dining with their laird tonight, had already taken their seats. She asked them to stand up again.
"No one sits down until your laird and his wife have taken their places," she patiently explained. There was a bit of grumbling over her dictate, but in the end everyone complied with her request. Johanna didn't want to prod the men too much. For that reason, she didn't scold them for shouting every other word during their supper. She was quite pleased with their progress. The men were trying to be polite. She didn't hear a single belch throughout the meal. Oggy asked his laird what he was going to do with the liquid gold sleeping in the cave. Because he'd stated his question in a low whisper, everyone was alerted something secretive might be going on. Johanna was astonished. The men had ignored her shouts the night before, but now fell silent as soon as Oggy's whisper caught their attention. She put that observation away in the back of her mind for further use.
"What's Oggy talking about?"
Keith asked his laird. Gabriel leaned back in his chair and told the group about the barrels in the cave. There was a considerable amount of hooting and cheering over the news, and when the men had calmed down, Gabriel added the fact that they all had Oggy to thank for the treasure.
"Let's go and get a barrel or two to drink tonight,"
Brian enthusiastically suggested. Johanna didn't give her husband time to agree or disagree with Brian's request. She stood up and shook her head at the soldiers. The soldiers immediately stood up. The show of manners was impressive.
"Are you leaving or staying?"
Niall asked.
"I'm staying,"
she answered. "You may sit down, gentlemen."
"But you're still standing,"
Lindsay pointed out.
"It's a trick, isn't it, m'lady? Once we sit down, you'll start in throwing bowls again."
Johanna held on to her patience.
"I'll do no such thing," she promised. "I just wanted to stand to get your attention."
"Why?"
She frowned at the MacBain soldier who asked her the question.
"If you'll be patient for just a moment, I'll explain. The barrels aren't for drinking. The brew is too precious. We're going to use it to barter for goods we need."
She expected an argument. She wasn't disappointed. Everyone started shouting at the same time. Only Father McKechnie and Gabriel remained silent. They were both watching Johanna and smiling while she tried to placate the men.
"Once you've had time to think about it, you'll realize bartering is the only option open to us."
"But why in God's name would we want to barter it away?"
Keith demanded above the noise. She heard his question and turned to answer him.
"It's sinful to steal, you see, and if we use—"
She quit trying to explain her reasons when she realized no one was listening to her. She turned to her husband. The look on his face told her he found his men's behaviour vastly amusing. She leaned close to him, so he could hear her above the shouting going on between the McLaurens and the MacBains, and demanded he explain the reasons why they were going to use the barrels for trade. He nodded agreement. She thanked him and then resumed her seat.
"Be silent!"
While Gabriel's roar was certainly rude conduct at the dinner table, Johanna thought, it proved to be effective. The men immediately stopped arguing. He nodded, satisfied, and then turned to her.
"You may now explain your position on the distribution of the drink."
"But I wish for you to explain."
He shook his head.
"You'll have to try to make them understand," he ordered. "And while you're at it, you'll have to make me understand as well."
She jumped to her feet again.
"Do you mean to say you don't agree with me?"
"Nay, I don't agree with you."
He waited for her to finish her gasp, then continued on.
"Stealing has proven effective in the past, Johanna. Don't give me that look. I haven't betrayed you."
"Stealing's wrong, isn't it, Father?"
The priest nodded.
"She speaks the truth, laird."
It was difficult to hear the priest over the scraping noise of the stools when the men once again stood up.
"Will you make up your mind, lass?" Keith requested. "Is she leaving this time?"
Niall asked, in a whisper loud enough for everyone to hear. She doesn't appear to be going anywhere, Callum drawled out.
Oh, do sit down,
Johanna muttered. They wouldn't obey her command until she had once again taken her seat. She kept her frowning gaze on her husband.
It would please me, and please God too, I might add, if you quit thieving and used the barrels to trade for what our clan needs.
Aye, it would please God, Father McKechnie agreed. Begging your pardon for interrupting, but I've a suggestion to make.
What is it, Father? Gabriel asked.
Use only a few of the barrels to get what we need, and save the rest for the clan.
There was more discussion after the priest gave his suggestion. Most of the McLaurens were in agreement. The MacBains, however, were stubbornly united in keeping all the treasure for themselves. They were behaving like children who didn't want to share their toys. Gabriel, unfortunately, fell into that group. Johanna was openly glaring at her husband now. He was trying not to laugh at her. The issue seemed terribly important to his wife, and he finally decided he could give up the amusement of stealing to please her.
We'll do as our priest suggests, he commanded.
Johanna let out a sigh of relief. Gabriel winked at her.
You aren't always going to get your way, he warned.
No, of course I won't,
she quickly agreed. She was so happy with her husband, she reached across the table and took hold of his hand.
You're going to be needing a noser,
Oggy made the announcement. Everyone turned to look at him. The younger soldiers didn't know what he was talking about. Lindsay was the first to ask what the others were thinking.
What in God's name is a noser, Oggy?
An expert, he answered with a nod for emphasis.
He'll be able to tell us which barrels to hold back. You wouldn't want to be giving away the best, would you?
No, of course we wouldn't,
Niall blurted out.
Want a noser drink up all the new brew he's testing?
Brian asked.
I've got a good taste for the drink,
Lindsay boasted.
I'll be happy to be your noser.
Everyone laughed over the soldier's suggestion. When the noise had quieted down, Oggy explained.
A noser doesn't taste the drink, he instructed. He uses his nose to sniff out the aroma. He can tell just by the smell the good from the sour.
Then we best get Spencer, Callum suggested.
He's got the biggest nose of any MacBain or McLaurin.
Oggy smiled.
It isn't the size, but the experience, son, he said. Skill is what matters. Nosing can be taught, but the best are the ones who have a natural talent for the task. There's a noser up near the Isle of Isla we could send for, assuming he's still alive, and I heard tell of another noser living in the south, close enough to the lowlands to make me think he might be a MacDonald.
We can't have an outsider coming here, Callum protested. As soon as he sees the treasure, he'll go back and tell his laird. The MacDonalds will all come running then. Johanna wasn't paying much attention to the discussion now. She was busy thinking about her joyful condition. She would tell Gabriel about the baby tonight when they were in bed together. She would make certain the candles were still burning, so she could see the look of surprise on his face after she gave him her announcement. Her hand moved to her stomach. Dear God, she was going to have a baby.
Then it's settled?
Gabriel asked the question. Everyone was shouting, "Aye," when Johanna happened to catch Father McKechnie's horrified expression. He was staring at her, and as soon as he had her attention, he tilted his head toward her husband. She guessed whatever had just been decided didn't sit well with the priest.
What have you just settled?
Haven't you been paying attention to the discussion?
No.
MacBain, Callum called out. We can't just send a messenger to request the noser. His clan will become suspicious. Aye, they'd wonder why we wanted a noser and would surely follow him back, Keith interjected. We'll have to snatch him, Oggy suggested.
How will we know which one to take? Lindsay asked.
If we go after Nevers, I'll go along and point him out to you.
Nevers?
What kind of name is that?
One of the McLaurens asked.
Gabriel, will you please explain what was just settled?
Johanna insisted. We settled the question of what to do with the noser, Callum answered for his laird, after he selected the best of the brew for us.
Aye, we did,
Keith added.
Are we all in agreement, then?
Oggy asked.
We snatch nevers.
Everyone shouted his opinion of Oggy's plan to kidnap the noser, while Johanna impatiently drummed her fingertips on the tabletop.
Please explain,
she began again.
Shouldn't we move the barrels into the hall?
Brian asked at the same time.
Where is the cave?
Keith wanted to know. Johanna wasn't going to wait for an answer any longer. Father McKechnie still looked worried. She was determined to find out why.
Just 1 minute, please, she called out. Keith, you said you had decided what you were going to do with the noser.
We all decided, he corrected.
And, she prodded.
And what, my lady?
What are you going to do? The noser will go home, won't he?
Good Lord, no, lass,
Oggy said. The very idea made him grimace.
He can't go home, my lady.
And why not? She demanded.
He would tell his laird about the barrels, Keith explained. We can't have the noser talking,
Brian interjected.
Sure as certain he would tell,
Niall agreed.
I would tell our laird.
Keith tried to turn the topic then. Johanna wouldn't let him.
You still haven't answered my question, she persisted. Exactly what is it you intend to do with the man?
Now, Johanna, this doesn't concern you,
Gabriel said.
Why don't you go over to the hearth and sew for a spell?
He was deliberately trying to turn her attention. Her suspicion grew.
I'm not in the mood to sew, my lord, and I'm not going anywhere until someone answers my question.
Gabriel let out a sigh.
You're a stubborn woman, he remarked.
The soldiers all nodded, for they were obviously in agreement with their laird's evaluation. The priest decided it was his duty to tell his mistress what had been decided. No one else seemed inclined.
They're thinking to kill him, lass.
She couldn't believe what she'd just heard. She made the priest repeat himself. Then she let out a gasp, bounded to her feet, and vehemently shook her head.
Were you in favour of this solution?
She asked her husband.
He's laird, my lady, Callum said. He didn't voice an opinion. Our laird waits, you see, and after we've all given our suggestions, he decides for or against.
He'll veto your sinful idea, then,
she announced.
Why would he do that, my lady? It's a sound plan,
Michael argued. Gabriel had every intention of denying the vote to kill the noser, for he didn't think it would be honourable to gain the man's assistance and then repay him in such a foul way. But he didn't like the idea of his wife instructing him in his duties. He was also trying to come up with a viable alternative to the problem.
No one is going to kill the noser.
Several soldiers groaned in protest over her dictate.
But, my lady, it's the truth. This is the very first time all the Maclaurens and all the MacBains have ever agreed on anything, Keith remarked.
Johanna was incensed. She kept her gaze on her husband.
Do I understand correctly? You plan to use the noser's skill, and when he's finished helping you, you're going to kill him?
It seems we are,
Callum answered for his laird. The MacBain soldier had the gall to smile after admitting his future sin.
So this is how you men repay a favour?
No one responded to her question. She scanned her audience, then turned back to her husband. He nodded. He was obviously agreeable to the foul plan. Johanna decided to try to use reason to sway him.
Gabriel, if stealing is a sin, what do you suppose killing is?
Necessary, he replied.
It isn't.
She was getting all riled up, and he knew he should calm her by telling her he wasn't going to let any harm come to the noser. But Lord, she was such a joy to watch when she was angry. How had he ever thought her timid? He remembered how she had behaved the first day they'd met. She had been timid then, terrified too. His gentle little bride had come a long way in a very short while. The changes were all for the good, of course, but he liked to believe he was partially responsible. She hadn't felt safe when she first came to the Highlands, but she certainly felt safe now. She trusted him too. She wouldn't be ranting and raving at him now if she still feared him.
I cannot believe you're smiling, Gabriel. Have you lost your senses?
You make me smile, Johanna. You've certainly changed since you married me. The traits were all there, but you kept them well hidden behind your shields of indifference. God's truth, you make me proud when you stand up to me. Aye, you do.
She couldn't believe he was giving her compliments. Now, when they were in the middle of a heated debate, she was determined to win. He was using trickery, she thought to herself. Aye, that was what he was doing. He wanted to turn her attention with a bit of praise. She wasn't going to accommodate him.
You make me proud too, she snapped. But you still aren't going to kill the noser. I'm putting my foot down, husband, so you'd best give in to me. I won't let up until you do.
She looked ready to kill someone, and he thought he might very well be her target. He couldn't resist goading her just a little bit more.
I've decided to be accommodating about bartering just to please you, but I'm going to have to put both feet down on the issue of the noser.
Several loud grunts of approval followed the laird's statement.
We can't allow the man to go back home. He'll bring back an army to steal the barrels,
Keith explained when her frown settled on him.
Nay, we can't have that,
another Maclaurin shouted.
She's standing again,
Brian blurted out.
For the love of...
The men muttered as they hurried to stand. Johanna ignored them.
Gabriel, if the noser doesn't know where the cave is, and if he can't see his way there, well, then he can't lead anyone to the barrels, now can he? Therefore...
She let her husband draw his own conclusion. He was a barbarian, yes, but he was an intelligent one. He would be able to sort it out in his mind and figure out what she was suggesting. Callum slapped his hand on the tabletop.
By God, she's got a sound plan, Laird. It's a little mean-hearted, Keith remarked. I think I'd rather be killed, but if our mistress is set on keeping the noser alive, I'd have to agree it's a good alternative. She's a clever one, all right,
Oggy announced. His voice was filled with pride. Johanna didn't know what the men were talking about now. Her gaze was locked on her husband. He stared at her a long minute, then said,
You aren't going to let me kill him, are you, lass?
He sounded forlorn to her. She let him see her exasperation.
It is the truth, I'm not.
His sigh was long and dramatic.
Hell.
She interpreted his blasphemy to mean she'd won.
Thank you,
she whispered.
I knew you could be reasonable.
She was so relieved she collapsed back into her chair. The men all sat down again.
We'll follow your suggestion, Gabriel announced. It's a mean one, but fair.
Keith sounded as though he was praising his mistress. Mean? She didn't think Keith was making any sense. The sparkle in Gabriel's eyes didn't make sense either. Was he happy he'd lost the argument? She glanced over to see how Father McKechnie was reacting. He should have been smiling over the victory. He wasn't, though. He was looking worried again. Her guard was immediately back up.
Keith, exactly what do you think is mean-hearted?
It's a clever plan, my lady, mean or not, Callum said.
What plan?
The one you just gave us, he answered. Don't you remember? She does have trouble remembering, Keith remarked. She can't seem to keep her days straight. Why, even now she's wearing the wrong plaid.
Would someone please explain my plan to me?
We're going to blind him.
Keith gave her the atrocious news. A round of grunts followed. She jumped to her feet again. The men all immediately joined her.
I've a plan to tie my lady to her chair, Oggy muttered. I'm getting weary of sitting and standing every other minute.
Johanna was getting a pounding headache. Her patience had been all used up. She ordered the men to sit down in a near roar. She realized she'd shouted, of course, and immediately tried to calm herself. Reason, she thought to herself. Aye, she would reason with the savages.
Men, there is always more than one way into a keep, she began,
her voice hoarse with control.
"M'lady,"
Keith interrupted.
"we've been over that before. Don't you have it straight in your head yet? We've got us a back door and a front."
"Do be quiet,"
Johanna ordered in another shout. She threaded her fingers through her hair and lowered her voice when she continued.
"You make me want to scream. God's truth you do."
"You are screaming, m'lady,"
Lindsay pointed out. She took a deep breath. By God, she would make them listen to reason or die trying. Surely a few of them realized how sinful their idea was. It was up to her to convince the others. They were members of her clan, after all, and therefore her responsibility.
"Heaven help me," she whispered.
"What did she say?"
Lindsay asked.
"I cannot believe you would consider blinding the poor man," she cried out.
"You gave us the idea, m'lady."
"Keith, if I had a bowl handy, I swear I would—"
"You're getting your mistress riled up,"
Oggy warned. She turned to her husband.
"No one's going to blind the man. I won't hear of it. When I said there was more than one way into the keep, I was giving the men a lesson, and Dear God, Keith, if you try to instruct me again about the number of entrances, I swear I will throw something at you. What I mean to say, husband— Oh, Lord, now I've lost my thought."
"You were trying to remember how to get into the keep,"
Brian reminded her.
"I was not," she snapped. "I was giving you a lesson, you daft men. There's more than one way to skin a fish, you see, and if you don't want the noser to see the cave, then you simply blindfold him when you take him there."
"We don't skin our fish here," Lindsay said. "We eat them whole."
She wanted to kill the soldier. She glared him into silence instead.
"You're getting her upset,"
Oggy shouted.
"It ain't good given her illness. Make your apology, boy," he ordered.
"Gabriel, I want your word you won't harm the noser," Johanna demanded.
Her husband was frowning at her. Lindsay was stammering out his apology. Keith thought it necessary to go over the number of entrances to the keep one last time, and Callum was wondering aloud if the English skinned their fish before they ate them. He believed they were ignorant enough to follow such a practice.
"Shouldn't m'lady be wearing our colours today?"
Michael, the youngest of the Maclaurin soldiers, had only just noticed the breach. Keith nodded. He sounded resigned when he said,
"She should." "Oggy, what the hell did you mean when you said my wife was ailing?" "She fainted this afternoon, laird,"
Oggy explained.
"Went down like a corpse, she did."
Gabriel's roar echoed throughout the hall. Everyone immediately fell silent. 2 months ago, such behaviour would have sent her running. Aye, she would have been terrified. She'd come a long way, she thought to herself, for Gabriel's fury merely irritated her now. Her ears were ringing from his bellow. She covered them with her hands and glared at her husband.
"Must you do that?" she asked.
He ignored her rebuke.
"You actually fainted. You weren't pretending this time."
She didn't answer him.
"Why does everyone have to shout all the time? I'm warning you now, men," she added as she scanned her audience. "When my mamma comes here, no one's going to speak above a respectable whisper."
The men didn't agree with her dictate fast enough.
"Do you understand me?"
she asked in a fair bellow of her own. The soldiers nodded in unison. She let out a very unladylike grunt of satisfaction. Then she caught Father McKechnie's smile. Her attention was turned, of course, because she couldn't imagine what he found so amusing. She had to think about his odd behaviour for a second or two. Gabriel wasn't going to be ignored.
"Answer me, damn it!"
He was determined to gain a proper explanation. Her shoulders slumped. She pictured herself in bed for the next 5 or 6 months and grimaced in reaction.
She guessed she'd better try to placate him. He was her husband, after all, and he seemed to be very distressed over her possible illness. "It isn't at all what it seems to be," she said. "I'm not sick."
"Did you or did you not faint?"
The chair flew backward when Gabriel stood up. He loomed over her like the avenging archangel she'd likened him to in her fantasies, and Lord, he was magnificent. He leaned down until his face was just inches away from hers, obviously intent on intimidating her into answering him. She reached up and placed her hand on the side of his face. "Promise me you won't harm the noser. Then I'll explain what happened." He caught hold of her hand before replying.
"I'm not in the mood to negotiate, wife. What reason would you have to pretend to faint in front of Augie? It weren't a pretence, Laird. I'd be knowing the difference."
"I'll be happy to discuss this matter in privacy with you," Johanna whispered.
"I took her over to Glynis to gain some advice," Augie announced. "Does our Laird think she pretended to faint last night?" Brian asked. "She's mean enough to try to trick us," Lindsay commented. Callum was in agreement with the Maclaurin. "Aye, she is mean enough." Johanna was aghast by the men's insults against her character. She jerked her hand away from her husband's hold and turned to the soldiers. "How can you say I'm mean?" she cried out. "'Cause you are, my lady," Brian cheerfully told her. She turned back to Gabriel. She fully expected him to come to her defence. He fully expected her to tell him what the hell was the matter with her. "Gabriel, how can you allow your men to defame me?" "It's a compliment they're giving you, damn it. You will give me your full attention. When I ask a question, I expect to have it answered." "Yes, of course you do," she agreed, trying to soothe him. "It's just that now isn't the time." Her mind was still focused on the soldier's opinion of her. "I cannot believe you think I'm mean," she cried out. "You killed our pet and 3 others," Callum reminded her. "That was necessary, not mean." "You came up with the plan to blind the noser," Keith said. "Blindfold him," she corrected. "You put an arrow in the McInnes soldier. That was damned mean, my lady." "I'd do it again," she announced. She wasn't about to pretend she was sorry she'd injured the soldier. He had meant to kick Claire Mackay, and she couldn't let that happen. "Aye, you would do it again," Keith agreed. "And that's the reason we're all thinking you're a mean one, my lady. It's an honour to have you for our mistress." Grunts of approval followed Keith's compliment. Johanna became flustered. She brushed her hair back over her shoulders in an attempt to act as though she hadn't been overly affected by Keith's remarks. "I suppose it's all right for you to call me mean, men, but you won't be saying such things in front of my mamma. She wouldn't understand." "Johanna!" Gabriel shouted her name. She decided he'd run out of patience. He had waited a long while to get her full attention. She turned back to her husband and smiled up at him. "Did you want something, my lord?" His eyelid twitched. He'd used up all his patience, all right. Johanna braced herself and then blurted out, "I didn't pretend to faint the first time, and I did faint again this afternoon. However," she quickly added, before he could start in bellowing again, "I'm really not sick. Glynis explained what was wrong with me." "You're going to bed." "I knew you would overreact," she cried out. He took hold of her hand and turned to drag her across the hall. She wasn't being very cooperative. She kept trying to pull away. "How long must I stay in bed?" "Until you've recovered from whatever it is ailing you," he commanded. "Damn it! I knew you weren't strong enough to last a full year." Her gasp filled the hall. She'd taken grave exception to his remark. The soldiers were all watching, of course, and when they heard their laird's comment and his wife's reaction, they smiled in unison. "If you believed I was such a weakling, you shouldn't have married me." He grinned. She jerked her hand away from his and backed up a space before he could catch hold of her again. "I'm wagering she's about to get mean again," Lindsay said. Father McKechnie shook his head. "Not with our laird," he told the soldier. She's partial to the MacBain. She doesn't look partial to him now, Brian said. Her skull's every bit as set as his is.
Johanna wasn't paying any attention to the soldier's mutterings. Her concentration was centred on her stubborn husband.
"You're sorry you married me, aren't you?"
He didn't answer her fast enough.
"You only married me to get the land, and after I'm dead and gone, you'll have to remember to marry a big giant of a woman, preferably one who can belch as loud as any of your men."
The look on his face gave her pause.
"You will not die!"
He'd whispered his command in a harsh voice filled with anguish. She was stunned. Gabriel sounded terrified.
"I will not lose you."
"No, you will not lose me."
She walked forward and took hold of his hand. Tears filled her eyes as she stared up at the wonderful man trying to glare some sense into her. He loved her. He hadn't given her the words yet, but the proof was there in his eyes. Johanna felt overwhelmed. They went up the steps leading to the entrance together. She could feel him shaking. She didn't want him to worry any longer, and so she stopped at the foot of the stairs leading up to the bedchambers and turned to her husband. The men were all craning their necks to see what was happening, but they were too far away to hear the conversation.
"Gabriel, do you remember my concern before we were married?"
"You had too many concerns for me to keep track of, wife. Don't push my hands away. I'm going to carry you upstairs. Don't you realize you could break your neck if you fainted while trying to climb these steep steps? You may not be worried about your welfare, but I sure as hell am."
He knew he was wearing his heart on his sleeve. He didn't like feeling this vulnerable.
"What will your mother say when she arrives and finds her daughter dead?" he muttered.
She smiled.
"Mamma's going to like you, Gabriel."
Her husband looked exasperated. He lifted her into his arms. She immediately kissed him.
"You're still going to bed," he announced.
"On the night after we were married, I told you I was barren."
"No, you didn't. Nicholas told me."
She nodded.
"On our wedding night, I'm certain I mentioned it."
He nodded.
"Yes, you did," he said. "Several times, in fact."
He started up the steps. She rested her head against his shoulder. Her fingers were fully occupied stroking the back of his neck. She wondered if their baby would have her husband's colouring. She thought she might like to have a little girl, then decided she would be just as happy with a boy.
"I'm not,"
she whispered with a sigh. She waited for him to understand. He didn't say anything until they reached their bedchamber.
"Did you hear what I just said? I'm not," she repeated.
"You're not what?"
"I'm not barren."
He opened the door, but hesitated at the threshold. His gaze was fully directed on his wife. He slowly lowered her to the floor.
"Do you honestly believe it matters to me? You and Alex are all the family I want. I don't need another child. Damn it, woman. Haven't you realized yet how much You mean more to—"
Hell, he was rambling like an old woman. He motioned for her to go inside.
"Warriors do not concern themselves with matters of love," he muttered.
He looked miserable. She didn't smile. She knew he didn't like telling her what he was feeling. It was a trait they both shared, she realized.
"Gabriel."
"I don't ever want you to bring up the fact that you're barren, Johanna. Now quit fretting."
She strolled into their chamber.
"You may not need another child, my lord, but I do declare in 6 or 7 months you're going to be getting one."
He didn't understand. He shook his head. She nodded.
"We're going to have a baby."
For the first time in his life, Gabriel MacBain was rendered speechless. His wife believed that was a most appropriate reaction. They had, after all, just been given a miracle. Chapter 16.
"You're certain?"
Gabriel whispered his question, so his son wouldn't wake up. Alex was sleeping on a mat across the chamber. Only the top of his head was visible above the mound of covers Johanna felt he needed to stay warm. She and her husband were in bed. Gabriel held Johanna in his arms. She was so relieved he was finally reacting, she let out a little sigh. She'd given Gabriel her good news over an hour ago, then waited for him to tell her how happy she'd made him. He hadn't said a word until now.
"I have all the symptoms," she whispered back. "I was disbelieving at first, of course, because I thought I was barren for a very long while. Are you happy about the baby, Gabriel?"
"Yes." She sighed again. It was too dark in the chamber to see his face, but she guessed he was smiling.
"Glynis told me a woman can be barren with one man and fertile with another. Do you know what that means?"
"What?"
"Men can be barren too."
He laughed. She hushed him so he wouldn't wake Alex. "Your first husband obviously was," he said.
"Why does that please you?"
"He was a bastard." She couldn't fault his reasoning.
"Why don't men acknowledge that they could be the barren ones in a marriage?"
"Such an admission would wound their pride, I suppose. It's easier to blame the women. It isn't right, just easier." She let out a loud, lusty yawn. Gabriel was stroking her back. The caress made her sleepy. He asked her something, but she was too tired to answer him. She closed her eyes and was dead to the world a minute later. Gabriel didn't fall asleep for another hour. He held Johanna close and thought about the baby. He should have wanted a boy as his first choice, for a man couldn't have enough sons to help with the building of an empire, but he really hoped for a baby girl. She would have blue eyes and yellow hair like her mother, and if God was willing to recreate perfection, his daughter would be every bit as sassy. He fell asleep with a smile on his face. Laird MacBain told his clan about the baby the following morning. Johanna stood next to her husband on the top step outside the doors. Alex stood next to her. Both the McLaurins and the MacBains cheered the news. Johanna and Gabriel had already told Alex. The little boy didn't seem overly interested about a new brother or sister, and his lack of interest convinced his parents he was feeling secure. He could barely stand still during the announcement. His father had promised to take him riding, and to a 4-year-old, a minute of waiting seemed to feel as long as an hour. After Gabriel dismissed the well-wishers, Johanna turned to Callum and Keith.
"I've come up with several names I'd like to—"
"Good God, lass, you can't tell us the baby's name," Keith blurted out.
The McLaurin soldier was horrified by her ignorance. Didn't she realize the bairn's name should never, ever be told to another person before the baptism? As soon as he was able to stop sputtering, he asked her just that question. She told him she guessed she didn't realize.
"I was never concerned about the traditions regarding babies," she explained.
"What is that, my lady?" Callum asked. "Most married women are careful to follow every tradition."
"I thought I was barren."
"You're not,"
Keith remarked. She smiled.
"No, I'm not," she agreed.
"We'll have to do our best to instruct you, then, on the importance of the name you select. A man's name is far more important than just a name," Callum announced.
Before she could ask what in heaven's name he meant by that statement, Keith turned her attention.
"If another person has knowledge of the name before the christening, he could use it to work magic on the babe."
Callum nodded agreement. Johanna could tell from their serious expressions they weren't jesting with her. They really believed their nonsense.
"Is this tradition or superstition you're giving me?" she asked.
Glynis stepped forward to join the conversation. She wanted to add a few important reminders of her own.
"If the babe cries during the christening, then it is sufficient proof the devil's been driven out, my lady. Did you already know that truth?"
Johanna shook her head. She had never heard of anything so preposterous. She didn't want to injure Glynis's feelings, however, and for that reason she didn't smile.
"Then I shall hope the baby cries," she said. You might also give the wee one a tiny pinch to ensure he does cry out, Glynis suggested.
Some mothers probably do, Keith speculated. If your baby's born at midnight or at the twilight hour, he'll have the gift of second sight, of course. Heaven help the babe if he comes during the chime hours, for then he'll have the ability to see ghosts and spirits hidden from the rest of us.
Papa, aren't you ready to leave yet?
Alex asked. Gabriel nodded. He leaned down, ordered Johanna not to exhaust herself, and then lifted his son on his shoulder and started for the stables. Leela walked across the courtyard, bowed her head to her laird when she passed him, and then hurried over to Johanna to offer her congratulations.
It's joyful news, she said.
Aye, it is, Glynis agreed. I was just giving Milady a few suggestions, she told Leela.
And I shall try to remember every one of them,
Johanna promised. Keith shook his head.
I doubt you'll remember, he said. You've forgotten what day this is, he added. You're wearing the wrong plaid again. I'm beginning to wonder if she's doing it on purpose, Callum remarked.
There was a hint of amusement in his voice. As soon as the MacBain soldier spoke, Leela deliberately turned so that her back was to Callum. She kept her gaze directed on the ground. Johanna noticed the action and was intrigued by it.
Glynis, Megan told me you had a good hand at cutting hair,
Johanna said. 'Tis the truth, I do have a talent for the task.
Claire Mackay could use your assistance,
Johanna said.
The McGuinness men made a mess out of her hair.
I know they did, Glynis said. They meant to make a mess, so anyone seeing her would know her shame. Johanna didn't want to get into a long discussion about Claire now.
Yes,
she agreed,
but Claire's father is coming here today, and I was wondering if you could—
Say no more, milady. I'll be happy to fetch my scissors and try to make the lass look a little more presentable.
Thank you,
Johanna said.
Leela, please don't leave just yet,
she added, when the McLaurin woman turned to walk with Glynis across the yard.
Since Lady Johanna's wearing the MacBain colours, I assume she's your responsibility today, Keith told Callum.
I can take care of myself, gentlemen, Johanna said.
You both waste your time following me around.
The two men ignored her protest.
Aye, she is my responsibility,
Callum said. Johanna decided she would have to talk to Gabriel about the foolishness in his command. The men would continue to trail after her until they were released from the duty by their laird. Keith bowed to his mistress and left to see his duties completed. Callum was about to go back inside, but Johanna stayed him with her hand on his arm.
Callum, may I have a minute of your time? I would like to introduce you to Leela.
He gave her a look that suggested she'd lost her senses.
I've known Leela for some time, milady.
He didn't spare the McLaurin woman a glance when he said her name. Johanna turned to Leela. She was diligently staring at the ground.
Leela, have you met Callum? You know I have,
Leela whispered.
Then tell me, please, both of you, why you act as though you've never met before. I'm very curious and probably interfering, but I assure you I have the best of intentions. I thought, from the looks you try not to give each other, well, that you might actually care about each other a great deal. He's a MacBain.
She's a McLaurin. Please excuse me, milady, Callum said, his voice clipped and hard. I have duties that need my attention. I don't have time for such foolish talk.
He didn't even nod in Leela's direction when he left. She kept her gaze turned away. Johanna reached out to touch her arm.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make either one of you upset. You do care about Callum, don't you?
She gave an abrupt nod.
I have tried not to have these feelings, milady, she whispered. I cannot seem to help myself. I believe Callum has feelings for you, Leela. Nay, she argued. He would never allow himself to become attracted to a McLaurin. I didn't realise the separation between the clans ran this deep, Johanna remarked. How could you not know?
The way the men carry on whenever you wear the wrong plaid should be proof enough of the importance they attach to the issue. We're all trying to get along with each other, yet stay separate at the same time. But why must everyone stay separate?
Leela confessed she didn't know.
We're all most appreciative of our laird's patience with us, she said. I heard what you said at the supper table, about the land belonging to the MacBains now. Everyone was talking about it, my lady. What you said made sense to some of us. The MacLaurin soldiers didn't like hearing the truth, however. Do you know what I think? We have one too many plaids. Aye, we do,
Leela agreed.
But neither clan is going to give up its colours, no matter how much you plead. I'm not going to plead with anyone,
Johanna said.
Will you answer a question, please? If Callum was a MacLaurin, would he court you? I would hope he would, she answered. But he isn't a MacLaurin, and he doesn't have any feelings for me anyway.
Johanna turned the topic then.
Would you like to come back to the hall and help with the tasks every now and again? Oh, yes, my lady, I would. I could see...
She stopped before she gave herself away. Johanna wasn't fooled.
Yes, you would be able to see Callum more often.
Leela blushed.
Our laird doesn't want me to.
But of course he does, Johanna said.
Come for dinner tonight, Leela. You'll sit next to me. We'll discuss your duties after we've eaten. I would be honoured to sit at your table,
Leela whispered. Her voice shook with emotion.
I must go inside now and take my turn sitting with Claire. I'll see you tonight, Leela.
Johanna hurried upstairs and went directly to Claire's chamber. She dismissed Megan from her task of watching over the woman and sat down to talk to her.
Did you climb the stairs without assistance, my lady?
Megan demanded to know.
Of course,
Johanna answered, surprised by the censure in Megan's tone.
You could fall,
Megan countered.
You shouldn't be taking such chances. Megan, I have enough people fretting over me. 'Tis the truth, I'll go daft if I'm followed around day and night. I held on to the railing, she added,
when Megan looked ready to protest.
Are you ill, Lady Johanna?
Claire asked.
She's carrying, like you,
Megan blurted out. She nodded, then closed the door behind her.
Congratulations, my lady. I hope you give your husband a sound boy.
Claire struggled to sit up in bed. Johanna tucked the covers around the woman before taking her seat again.
A girl will be just as pleasing, she remarked.
Claire shook her head.
I wouldn't want a girl. Boys have far more advantages, but girls are only used for barter. Isn't that so?
Yes, Johanna agreed. She folded her hands in her lap and smiled at the Mackay woman. Claire was frowning at her.
Then why would you want one? You'll have the worry your husband will give her in marriage to some evil man, and she'll spend the rest of her life being afraid.
Claire nodded.
And hurt, she whispered.
My husband would not deliberately give his daughter to a monster, she said. Did your father know McGuinness was cruel-hearted?
Claire shrugged.
He only cared about uniting the two clans.
Johanna was disheartened to hear that news.
Does your father love you? As much as any father would love a daughter, she replied.
Girls are more clever, Johanna said. Even Father McKechnie believes this to be true.
They can still be beaten and humiliated. You don't realise how fortunate you are, Lady Johanna. Your husband treats you well.
Johanna leaned back in her chair.
I wouldn't stay here if he didn't treat me well.
Claire didn't look like she believed Johanna.
How could you leave?
She asked.
I would find a way,
Johanna explained.
Claire, when I was married before to an Englishman, I would pray every night I wouldn't conceive. I didn't want to give him a girl because I knew he would mistreat her whenever he felt inclined to vent his anger, and I didn't want to give him a boy because I knew he would be taken away from me and raised in his father's image. I didn't want such foul attitudes about women to be passed down, you see.
Were you beaten?
Yes.
How did the Englishman die? Did you kill him?
Johanna was surprised by the question. She shook her head.
There were times I wanted to kill him, and I'll surely burn in hell for admitting such a sin of contemplation. But I didn't give in to my anger. I didn't want to be like him, Claire. I felt trapped, yes, and then I realized I was intelligent enough to find a way to leave. How did he die? I was told by King John he fell from a cliff near the city on the waters. I didn't even know he'd left England. Claire nodded. Johanna decided to turn the topic. Glynis will be here in a few minutes with her scissors. She'll try to repair your hair. When will my father get here? We expect him this afternoon. I don't want my hair repaired. It used to be as long as yours until they butchered it. I want my father to see what the McInnes men did to his daughter. What about your mother? She's dead, Claire answered. 4 years now. I'm glad she isn't here now. It would break her heart to see me like this. The baby you're carrying, will your father... I'm very weary now, my lady. I would like to rest. Johanna stared at Claire a long while. The Mackay woman closed her eyes. She was feigning sleep. Claire, you can't keep this up much longer, Johanna said. You're going to have to talk about what happened. I'm in pain, Johanna. Have you no mercy? Johanna nodded. I know you ache. Then please, Claire, Johanna interrupted. My husband is most anxious for you to tell him who the MacBain soldier... I will not name the man! Claire burst into tears. Johanna reached out to take hold of her hand. It's going to be all right, she whispered. You don't have to be afraid. You told me you felt trapped, and I felt the same way. I couldn't marry the bastard. I couldn't. I did something I wish now... Yes? Claire shook her head. It doesn't matter, she whispered. I'll be found out soon enough. Please let me rest now. I'm not strong enough to talk about what happened. Johanna gave in. Glynis pounded on the door and then walked inside. She carried a brush and her scissors in her hand. I'm ready to see what I can do, she announced. Johanna stood up. Claire isn't up to having her hair fussed over. Do you mean all the trouble I went to searching out these scissors was for nothing, milady? Actually, no, Glynis. I could do with your services. I've been wanting to cut my hair for quite some time. Come along to my bedroom and you can use your scissors on me. Glynis perked up. Her errand hadn't been in vain after all. She and Johanna got into an argument about the length to be trimmed, however. Glynis didn't want to cut so much away, but her mistress was emphatic. Johanna's hair barely reached her shoulders when Glynis was finished. I'll admit you look fetching, milady. I didn't realize it would be so curly. The weight kept the curls out, Glynis explained. The weight gave me a fair-sized headache every day, Johanna added. Thank you so much, Glynis. She threaded her fingers through her hair and laughed. I'm not so certain how it looks, but it feels wonderful. Will the MacBain throw a fit when he sees what I've done? Johanna could tell from Glynis's smile she was jesting with her question. I doubt he'll even notice. He'll notice, all right. He notices everything about you. We all smile over the way he stares at you. He holds affection for you, milady. I pray he'll continue to feel affection for me tonight. He's sure to become irritated when I join him at the dinner table. 'Tis the truth everyone's going to be rattled by the surprise I've decided upon. Glynis's curiosity was captured, of course. What do you have planned? I can't tell you, Johanna replied. You'll have to wait and see. Glynis nagged her mistress for several more minutes before giving up. Will you be going downstairs? I'll take hold of your arm and make certain you don't fall on the steps. I'm going to stay here, she replied. Would you mind if I borrowed your scissors? I'll return them to you this evening. Keep them here, Glynis said. When Claire's wanting her hair trimmed, I'll know where to look. Good day to you, milady. Glynis was just reaching for the door latch when Johanna stopped her with a question. Do all women have the same symptoms when they're carrying? Glynis turned around. Most do, she answered. Why do you ask? I was just wondering, Johanna answered. When does a woman start showing? Depends, Glynis replied. Some show by the 4th month. Others wait another month for their middles to fatten. You should be starting to lose your waist, she added. Are you? I am, Johanna said. She thanked Glynis again. As soon as the door closed behind the woman, Johanna began work on her surprise. She spread the MacBain plaid lengthwise over the bed and cut it down the middle. She made the same long cut in the McLaurin plaid. Then she sat down on the bed with the 2 halves and sewed them together. When she was finished, it was impossible to tell where the MacBain plaid ended and the McLaurin plaid began. Keith would probably have to take to his bed for a week when he saw what she'd done. Johanna knew she was going to cause an uproar. She didn't care. It was high time everyone put his differences aside and joined together to form one clan under Gabriel's leadership. She probably should tell her husband what she was going to do. Johanna folded the leftover strips and put them under the bed. She hid the new plaid she'd sewn together there too. She wouldn't put the garment on until dinner. She was yawning by the time she'd completed her task. She needed a nap. She took off her plaid, draped it over the chair with her belt, and then stretched out on the bed. She would only rest a minute or two. Johanna fell asleep thinking about Claire Mackay. The woman had started to tell her something she'd done, then changed her mind. She'd looked terribly frightened. She certainly was a puzzle. What had she meant when she'd said in time she would be found out? Johanna slept for 3 hours. She opened her eyes and found Alex sound asleep beside her. Her son was drooling all over her arm. He was obviously a sound sleeper, a trait she hoped his little brother or sister would share. She slowly sat up so she wouldn't disturb Alex, and almost burst into laughter when she spotted Dumfries sound asleep at the foot of the bed. She couldn't order the dog down without waking Alex. She scooted out of bed, washed, and then got dressed in the MacBain plaid again. Waves of nausea made the simple task seem to take forever. Johanna had to sit down several times to wait until the sickness passed. Gabriel opened the door just as she was tightening her belt around her waist. He saw that his son was still sleeping, and motioned with the crook of his finger for Johanna to join him in the hall. He was staring at her hair, or so she believed, and frowning with obvious displeasure. He would eventually get over his irritation, she decided. She hurried across the chamber, a smile on her face, and went out into the corridor. Gabriel pulled the door closed and turned to her. "You're too damned pale," he muttered. "And that is why you're frowning, my lord?" He nodded. She pinched her cheeks to gain some colour. "Have you perchance noticed anything else?"
"Claire's father was spotted coming up the ridge." She forgot all about trying to gain a compliment over her haircut when Gabriel gave her his news. "I want you and Alex to stay inside our chamber until Laird Mackay and his men have left."
"How many soldiers ride with the laird?"
He shrugged. "Enough," he answered. Gabriel was just turning away when she shook her head at him.
"I wish to speak to Claire's father," she announced.
"He won't be in the mood to be polite, Johanna. Do as I order."
"The laird's angry with the McInnes clan, not us," she reminded him.
"Nay," he said. "His fury is fully directed on all the MacBains. He blames us for his daughter's disgrace." Johanna's complexion underwent a radical change. She wasn't pale now. In the space of a heartbeat, her face had turned red with anger. She didn't ask her husband how he'd gained his information. If he said the Laird Mackay blamed them, then it must be true. Gabriel wasn't one to jump to conclusions without first gaining all the facts.
"Who is sitting with Claire now?"
"Hilda," he answered. "Go back inside," he ordered. "I don't want any of the Mackay's anger near you." She didn't agree or disagree with her husband's command. He assumed she was going to be cooperative. She did go back inside her chamber, but only for a minute or two, until she was certain her husband had gone back downstairs to wait for Claire's father. Then she hurried down the hallway to Claire's room. She sent Hilda to sit with Alex.
"Your father's going to be here in just a few minutes, Claire. Do you want to see him alone, or do you want me to stay with you?"
Claire struggled to sit up in bed. She let out a little whimper of distress.
Johanna wasn't certain if the movement caused her pain, or if the announcement was the reason. The fear on Claire's face was aching to see.
"Please stay," she said.
Johanna straightened the blankets around the bed, more to cover her own nervousness than to make Claire comfortable.
"I don't know what to say to him."
"Just tell him what happened," Johanna advised. Tears gathered in Claire's eyes.
"I can't," she cried out.
The truth hit Johanna all at once. It was a blessing she was standing next to the chair. She was able to sit down before she fell.
"You don't understand, Johanna." "Oh, Lord, I think I do understand. You made it all up, didn't you? There wasn't any MacBain. You aren't carrying."
Claire started crying. She shook her head, trying to deny Johanna's accusation. The fear in her eyes made a mockery of her attempt to cling to her lie, however.
"You're wrong,"
she protested.
"Am I?"
Johanna asked.
"Every time one of us tried to ask you questions, you feigned weariness."
Claire didn't give Johanna time to continue.
"I was weary," she defended.
Johanna could feel Claire's panic. She wanted to comfort her. She didn't, though. Instead, she tried to be heartless to her pain, for she was determined to get to the truth. Only then could she help Claire.
"You gave yourself away, you know."
I didn't.
You told me you felt trapped, and that you did something you knew would eventually be found out. Pretending to be carrying a baby would eventually be found out, wouldn't it? Didn't you realize people would notice you weren't getting bigger?
Claire was openly sobbing now.
I didn't think at all,
she confessed. Johanna slowly leaned back in her chair.
What in heaven's name are we going to do about this mess?
We? I'm the one who will suffer the consequences when my father finds out I lied.
Why did you make up such a tale?
I was desperate,
Claire admitted.
Can't you understand? It was so horrible living there. Each day got worse.
I do understand,
Johanna said. But Claire interrupted. She was anxious to explain her reasons so Johanna wouldn't condemn her.
Father placed me in the McInnes household for training. I was supposed to marry the laird's son in 6 months' time. It didn't take me long to realise how terrible they all were. Did you know the laird has 2 older daughters? They were born before his precious son, she added in a rush. One of the servants told me that each time the laird was given the news his wife had delivered him a daughter, he went up to the birthing chamber and beat the poor woman. She died after giving him a son. She probably welcomed death. I know I would have if I were married to such a monster.
And his son is just like his father, isn't he?
Johanna already knew the answer to her question. She had vivid memories of the laird's son standing over Claire, with his hands formed into fists at his sides.
He's worse than his father,
Claire said. Her voice reeked with disgust.
I couldn't abide the thought of being married to him. I tried to talk to my father, but he wouldn't listen to me. I had run back home, you see, but...
Claire couldn't go on for several minutes. Her sobs were wrenching. Johanna found it extremely difficult to maintain her own composure. Not only had Claire been placed in the hands of a monster, she'd also been betrayed by her father. It was unthinkable to Johanna, for her own father would have killed Ralph had the dear older man been alive and known the anguish his daughter suffered.
Your father took you back to the McInnes clan, didn't he, Claire?
Yes,
she whispered.
I don't believe I've ever felt so abandoned or desperate. A few days later, I heard the McInnes soldiers talking. They'd spotted warriors wearing the MacBain plaid crossing their border.
And that is when you came up with the lie?
Claire shook her head.
The soldiers didn't realise I was listening to them. When they whispered your husband's name, I could hear the fear in their voices. I decided then that I would go searching for these soldiers. I don't know what I thought would happen if I found them. I didn't have a plan, Johanna. I just wanted someone to help me.
Yes, Johanna agreed, her voice a soothing whisper. She handed Claire a linen cloth to wipe her face, then took hold of her hand.
I would have done the same thing.
You would?
Yes.
The conviction in her voice assured Claire. Johanna felt a strong bond with the woman. They were united now, for their memories of nightmares past joined them together against the atrocities forced on women by a few bullying, frightened men.
"I had already been beaten once for insolence," Claire said, "and I knew it would happen again and again. I never found the MacBain soldiers, and by the time I gave up my search, it was getting dark. I stayed in an abandoned cropper's cottage all night. Dear God, I was afraid. I was terrified of going back to the McInnes Keep, and terrified not to," she added. "They found me the next morning."
Claire was holding on to Johanna's hand with such a strong grip she was bruising the skin.
"You felt helpless, didn't you?" "Oh, yes," Claire answered. "I still hadn't thought up the lie, though. 3 months went by, and then one morning the laird announced he decided to move up the marriage date. Robert and I were to be wed the following Saturday."
Claire's voice was hoarse from strain and weeping. Johanna was going to get up to fetch her a drink of water, but Claire wouldn't let go of her hand.
"My lie wasn't planned ahead of time," she said. "I gathered my courage and stood up to Robert. I told him I would never marry him. He went into a rage. He's a possessive man and jealous. I knew he wouldn't want me if he believed I had willingly given myself to another man. I remembered the MacBain soldiers who had crossed the border. Remembered, too, the McInnes soldiers' fear of your laird. And that is when I came up with the lie. I knew what I did was wrong, and I'm sorry I lied to you. You have been so kind to me, Johanna. Hilda told me what you did to Robert. I wish your arrow had pierced his black heart. Dear God, how I hate him! I hate all men, even my father."
"You have sound reason to despise Robert," Johanna said. "In time, you'll get past your hatred. You might even begin to pity the man."
"I'm not so forgiving."
"Claire, I know you aren't in the mood to listen to me, but I still must instruct you not to blame the majority of men for the sins of a few."
"Didn't you hate your first husband?"
Johanna sighed. "Yes," she admitted, "but I didn't hate all men. My father, if he'd been alive, would have protected me from Rolf. I would have found sanctuary with him. My brother Nicholas came to my rescue once he became aware of what was going on."
"Once he became aware? Didn't you tell him after the first beating?"
"It's difficult to explain, Claire," Johanna replied. "Rolf wasn't like Robert, and I was much, much younger then. The beatings didn't start right after we were wed. He set about destroying my confidence first. I was naive and frightened too. And when you are called ignorant and unworthy over and over again by someone who is supposed to love and protect you, well, in time a part of you will begin to believe some of the nonsense. I didn't tell my brother because I was too ashamed. I kept thinking I would make it better. I never believed I deserved such foul treatment, and eventually I came to realize Ralph was never going to change. That is when I knew I had to find a way to leave. I would have gone to Nicholas, but as it turned out, it wasn't necessary. My husband was killed." Johanna paused to take a calming breath. "You wouldn't take Nicholas if you knew him. He's the reason I married Gabriel," she added. "And you cannot hate my husband. 'Tis the truth, I can't imagine how anyone could." "I don't hate him," Claire said. "He has been protecting me, and I am appreciative. He does frighten me, though. You obviously do not notice what a giant of a man he is, my lady, or that his manner is most abrupt. He can be overwhelming, but only if you let him," Johanna replied, a smile in her voice now. "Claire, you showed incredible courage standing up to Robert. You must have known what would happen. You almost got yourself killed." "My game is over, isn't it? I'll tell my father the truth, I promise." "Will he make you go back to McInnes?" "I don't know," Claire said. "He wants the alliance." Johanna felt sick. The thought of the woman being forced back into Robert's grasp was simply too appalling to think about. Only one thing was certain in her mind. She wasn't going to let that happen.
"Don't tell your father the truth just yet," she said. "I must think about this. I cannot allow you to go back. No, I can't let that happen. We will have to put our heads together and come up with a solution." "Why do you care, my lady? You put yourself in jeopardy by keeping me. Your compassion will get you into trouble. My father—"
Johanna wouldn't let her finish her protest.
"Claire, I believe you've already conquered the most difficult challenge." "And what was that, Johanna?" "You were in an untenable position, and you took the most important first step. I wouldn't have chosen your road to freedom, but that doesn't matter now. You got out. Don't you understand? You cannot consider going backward now." "What happens when my father's soldiers war against the MacBains because of my lie?"
Johanna shook her head.
"We will find a way to avert a conflict," she announced.
"How?"
"I don't know, not yet. But you and I are clever. We can find a way to straighten out this mess."
"But why would you put your clan in such a position?"
"I don't believe one must be sacrificed for the other," Johanna said. "I do believe that every woman has a responsibility to look out for the other. When one is in bondage or suffering, then aren't all of us?"
Johanna knew she wasn't making any sense. It was difficult for her to put her feelings into a coherent explanation.
"Women are looked down upon by some men. There are members of our church who consider us inferior. God doesn't, though. Remember that one important truth, Claire. It took me a long while to understand. Men make the rules, not women. They tell us they are interpreting God's views, and we are supposed to be naive enough to believe them. We are not so inferior."
Her voice was filled with conviction now.
"As women, we must try to stand together, like sisters, and when we see an injustice, we damned well should try to interfere. Together, if there are enough of us united, we can help. Attitudes can be changed."
"And where do we start? With our sons?"
"We start by helping each other now," Johanna explained. "Later, when we have sons and daughters, we teach them to love and honor one another. We are all made in God's image, men and women alike."
The sound of men coming down the hallway stopped the discussion. Claire surprised Johanna, for she didn't look overly afraid. She let go of her hand, straightened her shoulders, and smoothed her covers. The door was just opening when Claire whispered,
"Together."
Johanna nodded, and then echoed the promise.
"Together."
Chapter 17. Gabriel was the first to enter the chamber. He didn't look happy to see his wife there. He shook his head at her. She pretended she didn't notice. Father McKechnie led Laird Mackay into the room. The priest nodded to Johanna before turning his attention to Claire.
"You look a wee bit better today,"
he announced. Laird Mackay moved to the side of the priest so he could see his daughter. He started forward, then came to an abrupt stop.
"Dear God,"
he whispered, loud enough for everyone in the chamber to hear. The sight of his daughter's bruised face made the laird blanch. Johanna had been prepared to dislike the man. He had refused to listen to his daughter's pleas and had forced her to go back to the McInnes men. Yet his reaction now made Johanna re-evaluate her opinion. Perhaps he hadn't realized how horrible Claire's circumstances were. No, she thought to herself, she wasn't going to give him the benefit of the doubt. She didn't care if she was being uncharitable or worse. In her mind, he was just as responsible for Claire's near death as Robert McInnes was. He wasn't a very appealing man in appearance. He was of medium size, judging by the fact that Gabriel towered over him. He was at least twice her husband's age, too, for he had thick strands of grey streaked through his brown hair. He had deep lines around the corners of his eyes and around his mouth. Like his daughter, he had brown eyes. His nose was his most prominent feature, however. It was quite large and hawk-like. It was fortunate Claire hadn't inherited that feature from her father. Gabriel walked over to stand next to Johanna. The window was directly behind them. The furs had been tied back, and a faint breeze brushed her back.
"Good day, Father."
Laird Mackay finally recovered from his initial surprise. He walked over to the side of the bed, reached down, and took hold of his daughter's hand.
"Claire, what have you done to yourself?"
The caring was there in his voice, but Johanna thought the question obscene. She saw red. She walked over to put herself between father and daughter. The laird let go of Claire's hand and backed up a space. He caught the look of fury on Johanna's face and backed further away.
"What did Claire do, you ask? Do you honestly believe she inflicted those marks upon herself?"
The laird's eyes widened. He took another step back, obviously trying to get away from Johanna's anger. It washed over him like boiling water.
"Nay, I don't think she did,"
he replied.
"Robert McInnes and his father are responsible. And you, Laird Mackay," she announced. "Aye, you are also responsible."
Claire's father turned to Gabriel.
"Who is this woman?"
he shouted. Gabriel walked over to stand closer to Johanna.
"She is my wife," he announced, his voice hard. "And you will not raise your voice in front of her. She isn't from around here."
Laird Mackay made the comment in a much softer tone of voice.
"She's from England. Are English daughters allowed to speak to their elders in such a disrespectful tone of voice, I'm wondering?"
Gabriel turned to Johanna. He thought she was probably dying to answer Mackay's question.
"She will speak for herself," he said.
Johanna kept her gaze on Mackay.
"Most English daughters are encouraged to voice their opinions," she said. "Their fathers, you see, love and cherish them. They protect them, too, unlike some lairds who would put alliances before their daughters' safety and happiness."
Mackay's face turned red. Johanna knew she was provoking his temper. She couldn't seem to care.
"Do you love your daughter?"
she asked.
"Of course," the laird replied. "I cherish the lass too."
Johanna nodded.
"Do you realise, sir, your daughter almost died?"
The laird shook his head.
"I didn't realise,"
he admitted. Father McKechnie cleared his throat to gain his audience.
"Perhaps I should explain exactly how Claire came to us."
He waited for the laird's nod, and then proceeded to describe the circumstances of Claire's arrival. He told how she'd been stripped naked, and then wrapped in a burlap bag. The priest didn't leave any details out of the telling, and even included the fact that Robert McInnes had spit on the lass.
"He was set to give her a good kick," Father McKechnie added. "Lady Johanna's arrows stopped him."
Claire's father stood with his hands clasped behind his back while he listened to the priest recount the chilling tale. His face didn't show any outward reaction to what he was hearing. His eyes, however, told another story. They were watery with unshed tears.
"The McInnes clan will pay for their sins against my daughter," Mackay announced, his voice shaking with rage. "I speak of war, MacBain, not alliances. I was told by your first-in-command you are also after vengeance. What is your reason?" "Robert McInnes dared to take his knife in his hand, and would have hurled it at my wife if I hadn't stopped him."
Johanna hadn't realised her husband planned to war against the McInnes clan. The fury she heard in his voice as he explained his reason for wanting vengeance made her stomach queasy.
"But he didn't touch your wife," Laird Mackay snapped. "What are you getting at, Mackay?" "Robert belongs to me," the laird replied. "It's my right to avenge my daughter."
Gabriel was hard-pressed to agree.
"I must consider this," he muttered.
Laird Mackay nodded. He turned his attention back to his daughter. Johanna blocked his view. The laird stepped to the side so he could see Claire.
"I believed you exaggerated your circumstances. I knew you didn't want to marry Robert, and I foolishly thought in time you would learn to get along with him. It never entered my mind that the McInnes men would treat you with such brutality. Their insult is unforgivable, and so is mine, lass. I should have listened to you. MacBain's woman is right. I, too, am responsible."
Papa, Claire whispered, I'm sorry. I shamed you with my... Her sobs prevented her from going on. Johanna hurried to hand Claire a linen cloth.
Stop that now, her father ordered. I do not wish to see you weep.
I'm sorry, Claire said again. I cannot seem to stop.
The laird shook his head.
You should have made me listen to you when you came running home, daughter, instead of disgracing yourself with a MacBain. Getting yourself with child wasn't the answer. Now you'll give me the bastard's name and I'll settle my grievances with him.
Begging your pardon for interrupting, Johanna said, but I thought Claire came home to you after the first beating. Isn't that fact?
There were no bruises, the laird replied. I thought she made the tale up to gain my sympathy. I'm a man who admits he's wrong when he is, he added with a nod.
Father McKechnie was pleased to hear the laird's confession.
It's a fair start, he remarked. Give me the name of the man, Claire.
Father, I'm sorry you're disappointed in me. You mustn't blame the MacBains, for this was fully my sin.
I'm wanting the name, daughter.
Johanna didn't care for the laird's harsh tone of voice. She moved to put herself between father and daughter. Gabriel saw the expression on her face and immediately reached out to take hold of her arm. Laird Mackay also realized what Johanna was doing.
Do you think to protect my daughter from me? He asked.
He sounded astonished. Johanna didn't answer his question. She tried to turn his attention.
I have misjudged you, sir, for I now realize you do love your daughter. Claire needs rest now. She took several blows to the head and she's very weak. Why, even now she's struggling to keep her eyes open.
She prayed Claire would take the hint. She nodded to the laird to emphasize her lie, then moved aside so he could see his daughter. Claire had caught on to the plan. Her eyes were closed, and she looked as though she'd already fallen asleep. Johanna lowered her voice when she said,
Do you see, laird? She needs rest if she is ever going to recover. 'Tis the truth, she could still die.
I was wanting to take her back home with me, the laird whispered back. She's getting excellent care here, laird, Father McKechnie announced. Your daughter doesn't appear to be strong enough to go anywhere. Best leave her be. She's under Laird MacBain's protection. She can't have better than that. She does have better, Gabriel interjected. She has my wife's protection as well.
Laird Mackay found his first smile.
I can see that she does. Perhaps we should go downstairs to discuss this worrisome topic, Father McKechnie suggested. The matter of who fathered her child can wait, can't it? The man will wed my daughter. I'm wanting your assurance, MacBain.
Gabriel frowned.
I put the question to each,
Johanna interrupted.
He asked some of his soldiers, she blurted out, but not all of them, of course. There are so many, and some haven't returned from duties. Isn't that right, husband?
Gabriel didn't blink an eye over his wife's lie.
That is correct, he announced. But I'm wanting to know, Laird, if you stand with me on the marriage issue, Mackay muttered. Will you demand the soldier responsible for disgracing Claire marry her? I will.
Mackay looked satisfied. The priest hurried over to the entrance and pulled the door open. Laird Mackay gave his daughter an awkward pat on her shoulder and then turned to leave. Gabriel gave Johanna a hard, wait until I get you alone look before following Claire's father out the doorway.
You took my daughter in, MacBain. Protected her too, and your wife has shown her compassion. I won't be warring against you if a marriage comes about. We could have us a fair alliance.
Father McKechnie pulled the door closed, cutting off Laird Mackay's remarks. Johanna collapsed into the chair and let out a loud sigh.
You may open your eyes now, Claire. What are we going to do, Johanna? I have to tell my father the truth.
Johanna nibbled on her lower lip while she thought about the problem.
At least now we know you won't be sent back to the McGuinness clan. Your father might have been blinded before by the fever of an alliance, but he's certainly had his eyes opened just now. When he saw the bruises on your face, he was convinced. He loves you, Claire.
I love him too, Claire whispered. I didn't mean it when I said I hated him. I was angry. Oh, what a mess I've made. I don't know what Father will do when he finds out I'm not carrying.
Long minutes passed in silence. Then Johanna straightened in her chair.
There's only one solution to this problem.
I know,
Claire said, guessing Johanna was going to instruct her to tell the truth.
I have to,
Johanna smiled,
get married. What? Don't look so stunned, Claire. It's a sound solution. Who would have me? I'm supposed to be carrying, remember?
We're clever enough to think of a solution,
Johanna insisted.
We'll find someone suitable.
I don't want to get married.
Are you being stubborn or sincere?
Both, I think, she admitted. The thought of marrying anyone remotely like Robert McInnes makes my stomach turn.
Of course it does. But if we find someone who realizes your value and treats you with respect, then wouldn't you be happy to marry him?
Such a man does not exist.
My husband is such a man.
Claire smiled.
He's already married.
Aye, he is,
Johanna agreed.
But there are other men almost as perfect, she added in a whisper.
You are so fortunate, Johanna.
Why is that, Claire?
You love your husband.
Johanna didn't react to the truth for a long minute. Then she leaned back in her chair and let all her indecision and her insecurities go.
I do love him.
The wonder in her voice made Claire smile.
Have you only just realized it?
Johanna shook her head.
I do love him, she repeated. But I realize now I have loved him for a long time. Isn't it odd I couldn't acknowledge my feelings, even to myself? I have been foolishly trying to protect myself, she added with a nod. No one likes to feel vulnerable. Good God, I love him with all my heart.
The sound of her laughter filled the chamber. It was filled with such joy, Claire found herself laughing too.
I assume you've never told him how you feel, Claire remarked.
No, Johanna answered.
Then what do you say when he tells you he loves you? Oh, Gabriel has never told me he loves me, she explained. He doesn't realize it, you see. At least not yet. Eventually he'll acknowledge he loves me, but I doubt he'll ever tell me.
She paused to laugh again.
My husband is so unlike the barons in England, and I thank God for that blessing. The men I knew there would sing sweet ballads to the ladies they held in esteem. They hired others to write down poetic words of love for them to recite. The men were quite flowery in their pretty speeches. Most of it was nonsense, of course, and certainly insincere. But the barons believed they were chivalrous. They all held courtly love in high regard.
Claire's curiosity had been caught, and she asked Johanna several more questions about the men in England. A good hour passed in conversation before Johanna finally insisted Claire get some rest.
Now that your father has seen you, do let Glynis trim your hair.
Claire agreed. Johanna stood up to take her leave.
Will you tell your husband the truth about me? Claire asked.
Yes, Johanna answered.
Eventually, she hastily added, I must choose the right moment. What will he do?
Johanna opened the door before replying.
He'll growl something fierce, I imagine, and then he'll help me figure out what to do.
Hilda was coming down the hallway with a tray of food for her patient. Johanna backed up so the cook could get past her.
Laird Mackay left, Hilda announced. He's going to let you stay here until you're strong enough to go home with him, lass. Lady Johanna, they're waiting on you to start supper. The men are surly with hunger. You'd best get yourself down there.
Hilda placed the tray on Claire's lap.
You, lass, are going to eat every morsel, and I'm going to stand here to see that you do. You need to regain your strength, she added with a nod.
Johanna turned to leave, then suddenly stopped.
If either of you ladies should hear a commotion coming from the hall, please don't be concerned.
I've planned a little surprise, you see, and some of the soldiers might become a bit upset.
Hilda and Claire both demanded to know what the surprise was. Johanna shook her head.
You'll find out soon enough, she promised.
Johanna wouldn't let them prod her into explaining. She went down to her chamber and changed into the plaid she'd hidden under the bed. Alex came into the room while she was adjusting her pleats under her belt.
Hurry and shut the door, she ordered.
What for?
Alex asked. He didn't seem to want an explanation. He didn't notice anything different about her plaid either. The little boy ran over to his bed, lifted the mat, and pulled out a long wooden sword.
Augie's going to show me how to fence, he announced.
Have you had your supper? Johanna asked.
I ate with Augie,
Alex answered as he ran for the door.
1 minute, please.
He slid to a halt. Come and kiss me goodbye, she ordered.
I don't want you to go away.
He fairly shouted his worry. Johanna hurried to assure him.
I'm not going anywhere, she told him.
Alex wasn't convinced. He dropped his wooden sword and ran to her. He threw himself into her arms and held tight.
I don't want you to go away,
he repeated. Lord, what had she started?
Alex, now that I'm your mother, I wish for you to kiss me every now and again when you leave. Do you understand? You told me you were going with Augie, and that is why I asked for a kiss before you left.
It took her another 10 minutes to convince the child. She stroked his back until he was ready to let go of her.
I'm not going away, he said then. I'm just going outside.
You're still leaving, she replied, and so I ask you again for a kiss.
She leaned down close to Alex. He stretched up and gave her a wet kiss on her cheek. Alex picked up his sword and ran for the door.
You're supposed to sit by the fire and sew, Mama. Papa said so.
Is that right?
Alex opened the door.
It is so,
he answered.
Papa said.
What else did your father say?
Alex turned and pointed at her.
You're supposed to stay where he puts you. Don't you remember?
She was going to have a talk with Gabriel about the outrageous things he was telling their child.
I do remember, she answered. Go along now. You don't want to keep Augie waiting.
Alex forgot to shut the door. Johanna finished adjusting her plaid, took a deep breath, and then went downstairs. Megan was just starting up the steps to fetch her mistress. She almost toppled over the banister when she noticed what Johanna was wearing.
You can't be so cold that you need 2 plaids, my lady. Why, it's sweltering in here. I'm not wearing 2 plaids, Johanna explained. I'm only wearing 1.
Megan climbed a few more steps so she could get a closer look.
Good God! You made a new plaid. Does our laird know what you've done?
Not yet, Johanna answered. Megan made the sign of the cross. Johanna tried to make her understand.
I'm sure my husband will give me his full support. My opinions and suggestions are important to him. Yes, I'm sure he'll stand behind me on this issue.
Megan made another sign of the cross. She obviously wasn't convinced. Johanna was exasperated.
It's going to be fine, she promised. Stop doing that, she added,
when Megan's hand flew to her forehead again to make yet another sign of the cross.
No one's seen you yet, Megan blurted out. There's still time to change into a proper plaid.
Nonsense, Johanna replied. She tried to maintain her serene expression. In truth, Megan's reaction did make her a bit nervous. She straightened her shoulders and continued on down the steps. Megan lifted her skirts and hurried past her.
Where are you going?
Johanna asked, when Megan started down the corridor leading to the back of the keep.
I'm going to fetch a few extra bowls, my lady. I've a feeling you'll be needing at least 5 before you gain the men's cooperation.
Megan disappeared around the corner before Johanna could tell her she had no intention of throwing anything. Father McKechnie drew her attention then when he walked inside. She turned to smile at him. He gawked at her. Johanna stood on the bottom step and waited until the priest recovered from his surprise.
"Well, now," he whispered. "Well, now."
Good evening, Father.
He didn't respond to her greeting. He seemed to be in a bit of a stupor. His reaction was making her apprehensive.
Do you think my husband and his soldiers will be overly upset with me?
The priest broke into a wide grin.
I'll stand by your side when we find out, he said. I would be honoured to escort you to your husband.
The priest took hold of Johanna's arm. She didn't notice.
I expect them to be a little upset at first, she explained, but only just a little.
Yes,
he agreed.
Tell me, lass, when was your last confession?
Why do you ask?
It's preferred to receive absolution before you meet your Maker.
Johanna's smile was forced.
You exaggerate the men's reaction. None would dare harm me.
I wasn't thinking about the men, he replied. I was considering your husband's reaction. Come along, lass. I'm anxious to witness the battle you're about to wage.
They'll all get past their anger.
Eventually, the priest speculated. The Highlanders consider their plaids sacred, Johanna.
Oh, Lord, I shouldn't have—
Of course you should have,
the priest countered. He was in the process of prying her hand away from the railing.
Father, are you for or against this change in our plaids?
I'm for it, the priest answered.
He burst into laughter then.
I almost fasted today for penance. Now I'm glad I didn't. I would have missed—
He didn't finish his explanation. She let out a groan.
You're making me terribly nervous, she confessed.
Forgive me, lass. I don't mean to tease you. You know you're going to have to let go of that railing eventually.
I'll act as though nothing is out of the ordinary, she blurted out. What think you of that plan?
It's plain ignorant, lass, he told her.
Yes, that's what I'll do.
She let go of the railing and took hold of Father McKechnie's arm.
I'll plead ignorance. Thank you. You've given me a wonderful suggestion.
If I were you, I'd plead insanity.
Father McKechnie was sorry he'd made the jest the minute the words were out of his mouth. He was paying for his rash comment, too, for he was now having to drag his mistress over to the steps.
I'll stand by your side, he promised. Don't you worry. It will all wash out.
The soldiers were all standing around the tables. Gabriel stood near the buttery. He was talking to Callum and Keith. He spotted her before anyone else did. He squinted at her, then closed his eyes and looked again. She smiled as she continued toward her seat at the table. Keith and Callum both turned at the same time.
My God! What's she done to her plaid?
Callum bellowed his question.
Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing?
Keith asked, in a shout of his own at the very same time. Everyone turned to look at Johanna then. A collective gasp filled the air. Johanna pretended not to notice the horrified expressions on the men's faces.
I told you it would be all right,
she boasted in a whisper to the priest. Gabriel leaned back against the wall and continued to stare at his wife.
MacBain, you'd best do something before all hell breaks loose, Callum said.
Gabriel shook his head.
It's too late, he remarked. And high time one of us did something, he added.
Keith's face had turned bright red.
Lady Johanna, what have you done?
I'm trying to please you, Keith, she replied.
He did a double take.
You think to please me by joining the MacBain plaid to mine? How could you think? How could you believe I would—
He was actually sputtering. She prayed it was due to his surprise, and not indignation.
You know I can't seem to keep my days straight. You have noticed that flaw, haven't you?
Flaw?
My faulty memory, she explained. Come and sit beside me, Keith, and I shall give you a proper explanation for my bold action. Callum, you take Keith's place at the other table.
Johanna kept giving her husband wary glances every other second. He hadn't shown any outward reaction to her surprise, yet.
Gabriel, are you ready to sit down? She called out.
She had a death grip on Father McKechnie's arm. He patted her hand in a bid to get her to let go of him.
Where would you like me to sit, lass?
On Gabriel's left, she answered, and across from me. It will be easier for you to give me the last rites if it becomes necessary, she added in a whisper.
Did you forget which day it was, and that was your reason for wearing both plaids? Lindsay wanted to know.
It is only one plaid, Johanna explained. I cut them each down the middle, and then sewed one half of each together to form this one. The colours blend together quite nicely.
Johanna reached her chair and turned to Gabriel. He was still leaning against the wall, staring at her. His silence made her even more nervous.
Gabriel?
He didn't answer her. She couldn't stand waiting to hear what he thought of her boldness.
Please tell me how you feel about this change, she asked.
He suddenly pulled away from the wall. His voice was hard and angry when he spoke.
I'm most displeased.
She turned her attention to the table. She tried to hide her hurt and her disappointment. She'd hoped for his support, of course. 'Tis the truth, she'd expected it. His disappointment fairly overwhelmed her. She heard several loud grunts of approval. She didn't look up to see who the offenders were. Gabriel walked over to the table. He nudged her chin up, then put his hands on her shoulders.
I should have thought of this myself, Johanna.
It took her a full minute to realize he was giving her his approval.
You're far more clever than I am, he said.
She tried to tell him thank you for his compliment, but couldn't. She burst into tears. Everyone started shouting at the same time. Keith blamed Callum's rude reaction to their mistress's clothing as the reason for her distressed state. Callum was just as emphatic in his opinion that Keith's constant browbeating tactics were the true reason Lady Johanna was weeping. Gabriel seemed to be the only one not affected by his wife's tears. He ordered her to sit down, then moved to stand behind her. He put one hand on her shoulder and turned his full attention to his soldiers.
Seeing my wife dressed in both plaids has opened my eyes. I have only just realized the great lengths Johanna has gone to in order to accommodate all of you. She has been told which plaid to wear, which chair to sit in, who to walk with, and so on, and she has never been anything but gracious in her bid to please you. From the day she arrived here, she has accepted all of you, MacLaurens and MacBains alike. She has treated Callum and Keith with equal affection. She has given all of you her devotion and her loyalty. Her repayment has been your criticism and your disdain. She has even been called coward by some, yet she didn't come to me with a single complaint. She suffered the humiliation in silence, proving without a doubt she is far more understanding and forgiving than I could ever be.
Silence followed the laird's speech. Gabriel squeezed his wife's shoulder before continuing.
Aye, she's been damned accommodating, he repeated. And so have I.
His voice was hard now and angry.
I've tried to be patient with you, but I find it's one hell of a strain, for I'm really not a patient man at all. I have had enough of this conflict, and obviously so has my wife. From this moment on, we are united as one clan. You have accepted me as your laird. Now you will accept each other. Those of you who cannot do this have my permission to leave at first light.
Another minute or two of silence followed the laird's command. Then Lindsay took a step forward.
Laird MacBain, which plaid will we wear?
Gabriel turned his attention to the MacLauren soldier.
You have given me your loyalty, and I am a MacBain. You will wear my colours. But your father was a MacLauren, Keith reminded his laird.
Gabriel turned his frown on his first-in-command.
He neither claimed me nor gave me his name, he replied, and I do not claim him. I'm a MacBain. If you follow me, you wear my colours.
Keith nodded.
I follow you, laird. I too, laird, Lindsay blurted out. But I'm wondering now what we will do with the MacLauren plaids.
Gabriel was going to suggest they burn the things, then changed his mind.
The plaid belongs to your past, he announced. You will hand it down to your children with the tales of your history. The MacBain plaid you put on tomorrow is the beginning of your future. United, we will become invincible.
The tension in the hall was broken by their laird's last remark. A resounding cheer went up.
"'Tis cause for a celebration,"
Father McKechnie announced.
"A toast it is,"
Gabriel agreed.
"Without spilling,"
Johanna blurted out. For some reason, her instruction was found to be vastly amusing by the men. She couldn't imagine why they were carrying on so, then thought that perhaps they were simply laughing with relief. There had been a few worrisome minutes during Gabriel's speech. At least she'd been worried. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes with her linen square, embarrassed now because she couldn't seem to quit crying. Dear God, she was thankful she'd married Gabriel. Her life had been so bleak and desolate. She'd never known what joy was until he came into her life. Such thoughts only made her weep all the more. The men didn't pay her any attention now. She heard Keith whisper it was her delicate condition causing the undignified display of emotions. Callum nodded agreement. Johanna looked up and spotted Leela standing by the entrance. She immediately stood and motioned for the woman to come to her. Leela seemed hesitant. The men all stood with their goblets. The jug was being passed down the line so that each soldier would pour his own. Johanna walked around the group and met Leela in the centre of the hall.
"Did you hear?" "Oh, yes, my lady, I heard,"
Leela interrupted.
"Your husband gave a powerful speech. Come and sit down next to me, Leela, at the table." "But I'm a Maclaurin," she whispered. "At least, I was until a few minutes ago."
She blushed after making the comment. Johanna smiled.
"You are still a Maclaurin, but you are now also a MacBain. Callum won't have any excuse not to court you now,"
she added in a low whisper. Leela's blush intensified. Johanna took hold of her hand and pulled her along. The soldiers had just finished a toast to their laird and their future. They were about to take their places at the tables when Johanna gained their attention.
"I would like to make a few changes in the seating," she began.
"We like where we sit, my lady,"
Michael told her. She ignored the protest.
"It is only fitting that both commanders sit with their laird. Keith will sit on his laird's left, and Callum will sit on his right."
Gabriel shook his head at her.
"Why not?"
she demanded.
"You will sit next to me."
He didn't sound like he was going to bend on the issue.
"All right, then," she agreed. "Callum, you will sit next to me. Leela, come along. You may sit next to Callum."
Johanna wasn't quite finished making changes. When she was finished, a Maclaurin sat next to a MacBain at each table. Father McKechnie sat at the head of the second table where Keith used to sit. He was thrilled with the honour bestowed upon him. Keith was just as pleased with the new arrangement, if his smile was an indicator, because he now sat next to his laird.
"Why does it matter where the rest of us sit?"
Lindsay asked his mistress. She wasn't about to tell him the truth, that she wanted to completely eliminate the division by the clans. She never again wanted to see the Maclaurins all clumped together at one table and the MacBains seated at the other. The soldier repeated his question when Johanna didn't immediately answer him. She couldn't think of a logical reason to give the inquisitive man, and so she gave him an illogical one.
"Because my mamma's coming. That is why."
Lindsay nodded, then turned to repeat her explanation to the MacBain soldier seated next to him.
"Her mamma's coming. My lady wants everything to be just so."
The MacBain soldier nodded.
"Aye, she does," he agreed.
Johanna turned her attention to the table so the men wouldn't see her smile. She wanted to laugh over Lindsay's naivete, but didn't dare. Dinner was a wonderful success by her measure. Callum and Leela started out as stiff as boards, but by the time the meal was finished, they were talking to each other in low whispers. She was straining to hear what they were talking about when Gabriel realized what she was doing and pulled her closer to him.
"There will be a wedding soon,"
Gabriel remarked, with a nod in Callum's direction. Johanna smiled.
"Yes,"
she whispered. The mention of marriage turned her thoughts to Claire. The Mackay woman needed a husband, and in Johanna's estimation there were several fine possibilities sitting at the table.
"Keith, have you
Johanna began, thinking to ask him if he'd considered his future. Keith wouldn't let her finish her question.
"I've been waiting for you to bring that up," he said.
Her eyes widened in surprise.
"You have?"
"It was my duty to tell your husband, my lady. I tried to keep your promise. Even felt a bit relieved, because I felt responsible for the McLaurin women, and their offence was mine. But I didn't get through the full day without realising my first loyalty belonged to the MacBain."
"What are you talking about?"
Johanna had never seen a grown man blush until now. Keith was turning red with embarrassment.
"Never mind, my lady."
She wasn't about to let the matter drop.
"Exactly what did you tell my husband?"
Gabriel answered her.
"He explained about the names, Johanna, and how Glynis came up with—"
She wouldn't let him finish.
"She was most contrite, husband. You mustn't take issue with her. Promise me you won't talk to her about this."
Since Gabriel had already had a talk with Glynis, he felt it safe to give his wife his promise. She nodded, satisfied.
"I wondered where you'd heard I was being called a coward," she said then.
She turned her frown to Keith.
"It never entered my mind, however, that you would tell my husband. I believed someone else had overheard Glynis and then went to his laird with the tale."
"It was his duty to tell me," Gabriel announced. "You will thank him, wife, not sanction him."
"It all came out in the wash,"
Johanna announced.
"What in thunder does that mean?"
Gabriel asked.
"She's giving us another lesson, laird,"
Keith explained with a grin.
"I see,"
Gabriel replied.
"Nay, laird, you won't see. None of your wife's lessons make any sense."
Johanna would have explained what she'd meant by her remark, but Alex drew her full attention when he came running into the hall. She saw the frightened look on his face and immediately stood up. Alex circled the table and hurled himself into her arms. He buried his face in her plaid.
"What happened, Alex?"
she asked, her concern apparent in her voice.
"Did you have a bad dream?" "There's something under the bed. I heard it."
Gabriel rolled his eyes in exasperation. He reached over to pull his son away from Johanna. Alex wouldn't let go until his father ordered him to.
"You're sleeping on a mat on the floor, Alex," Gabriel said. "It isn't possible for anything to get underneath."
"No, Papa," Alex argued. "I got in your bed. It's under there. It might get me if I close my eyes."
"Alex,"
his father began.
"You'd better go up with him and look under the bed, husband. It's the only way he'll be convinced. Besides, there might really be something under there." "There is,"
Alex insisted. Gabriel let out a loud sigh before complying with his family's wishes. He stood up, lifted his son into his arms, and walked out of the hall. Johanna took her seat again. She smiled at Keith. She was thrilled to have his attention without Gabriel. Her husband would certainly interfere in the discussion.
"Children," Johanna drawled out. "They're such a joy. When you get married and have a family of your own, you'll understand what I'm saying. You are going to get married some day, aren't you, Keith?"
"Aye, my lady," he answered. "Next summer, as a matter of fact. Bridget McCoy has agreed to become my wife."
Oh. She couldn't quite hide her disappointment. She turned her gaze down the table and settled on Michael as a possibility. He caught her staring at him. He smiled. She nodded.
"Children," she began again. "They're wonderful, aren't they, Michael?"
"If you say so, my lady."
"Oh, I do say," she replied. "When you get married, you'll understand. You do plan to marry some day, don't you, Michael?"
"Eventually,"
he answered with a shrug.
"Have you anyone in mind?"
"Are you matchmaking, my lady?" Keith asked.
"Why would you think that?"
"I'll marry Helen when I'm ready," Michael interjected. "I've told her I will, and she agreed to wait."
Johanna frowned. The possibilities were becoming a bit limited. She turned to Niall.
"Children," she began.
"She is matchmaking," Keith announced.
It was as though he'd just shouted the alarm that they were under siege. The soldiers literally jumped from their stools. They bowed to Johanna, and left the room in the space of a single minute. She didn't even have enough time to order them back into their seats. Only the soldiers already spoken for remained, and Father McKechnie, of course, but then he wasn't a viable possibility either, for priests couldn't marry. Gabriel came back to an almost empty hall. He looked around him in puzzlement, shrugged, and then sat down again to finish his supper. He smiled at his wife. "Well?" she demanded. He looked sheepish. "There was something under the bed." She laughed, for she believed he was jesting with her. Then he explained. "Dumfries crawled underneath." Leela and Callum both stood up. Leela bowed to her laird. "Thank you for giving me the honour of dining with you," she said. Gabriel nodded. Leela blushed. "Thank you too, my lady." "It's dark," Callum announced. He didn't have anything more to add. Johanna tried not to smile. "Perhaps you should escort Leela home," she suggested. "If it's dark, Callum." The soldier nodded. "As you wish, my lady." Callum motioned for Leela to walk ahead of him. Johanna turned back to her husband. Keith caught her attention then. The look of surprise on his face indicated he'd only just realized a romance was budding between Leela and Callum. He suddenly grinned. He stood up, bowed to his laird, and then called out, "Wait up, Callum! I'll walk with you." Johanna could hear the laughter in his voice. Callum wasn't amused by Keith's offer. "You don't need to." "Oh, but I want to," he said. He hurried to catch up with the couple. "It's dark outside." Leela kept walking. Callum tried to shove Keith aside. The soldier wouldn't be shoved, however. They bickered back and forth as they left the hall. "I wonder if those two will ever learn to get along," Johanna remarked. Father McKechnie was feeling lonely. He picked up his goblet and moved to take Keith's place at the other table. "It's just a bit of good-hearted rivalry between two commanders," the priest remarked. "Laird, that was a fine speech you gave tonight." "Yes, it was," Johanna agreed. "I would like to ask you something, though," she added. "Why did you wait so long? Why didn't you give your speech a month ago or 2 months ago? You would have saved me quite a lot of aggravation, husband." Gabriel leaned back in his chair. "They weren't ready then, Johanna." "But they were ready tonight," the priest interjected with a nod. She was still puzzled. "What made them ready tonight?" "Not what," the priest said, "but who, lass?" She didn't understand. Gabriel nodded. A warm glint had come into his eyes. "You made them ready to accept the change." "How did I do that?" she demanded. "She's begging for compliments," Gabriel told the priest. "It appears she is," Father McKechnie bantered back. "I'm begging to understand," she countered. "It was your quiet defiance," Gabriel finally explained. She still didn't know what he was talking about. The priest seemed to understand, however, for he nodded several times. "Explain my quiet defiance to me." Gabriel laughed. "You will never make me believe you couldn't keep track of which plaid to wear on which day," he said. "You forgot on purpose, didn't you?" "Gabriel, no one forgets on purpose," she argued. "You put no importance on keeping track," the priest said. She sighed. "That is true," she admitted. "I thought it was nonsense, but I—" "Quiet defiance," Gabriel repeated. "'Twas the reason you learned to read," he added. "Isn't that so?" "Yes, but that was different," she explained. "No, it isn't." Johanna let out a sigh. She knew she shouldn't let her husband believe she'd deliberately worn the wrong plaids, just to make the men realize how foolish they were behaving in their determination to maintain their separation from each other. It wouldn't be honourable to accept praise for something she hadn't done. "I'm not so clever," she remarked. "Aye, you are," her husband said. "You convinced Laird Mackay to wait another couple of weeks before taking his daughter home." "Claire isn't up to a long journey."
And you stopped me from telling Mackay none of my men touched his daughter. I know you were deliberately stalling so that Claire could stay here, and I did keep silent," he added. "But when Mackay comes back, I will have to tell him the truth."
"And so will she," Johanna said. "She'll be strong enough by then." And hopefully married, Johanna thought to herself, if she could find a suitable possibility. Gabriel could prove helpful. "Husband, I find it honourable indeed that you have such faith in your soldiers. To know without a doubt that none of them would ever have touched Claire."
"Where did you get that notion?"
"From you," she replied, puzzled by his question.
"Now, Johanna, you can't believe my men wouldn't take what was offered."
"But you defended them, and led me to believe none had touched her," she argued. He looked exasperated.
"We are talking about two different issues," he explained. "I don't believe any of my men would refuse the opportunity to bed a willing woman," he said. "However, I also believe that if he did touch her, he wouldn't leave her there. He would bring her home with him. There is also the fact that the soldier would certainly admit he'd bedded the lass. He wouldn't lie to his laird," Father McKechnie added.
Gabriel nodded.
"And that, you see, is the real issue."
She didn't see, but she didn't want to argue with her husband. In her opinion, he was making the issue far more complicated than it needed to be. Father McKechnie stood up to take his leave. He once again praised Gabriel for his cunning and forceful speech, then turned to bow to Johanna.
"You do realise, lass, that you saved the Maclaurens from certain exile. You used your wiles to get their cooperation," he explained. "You gained their affection, too."
Johanna was humbled by the priest's opinion. She whispered her thank you for his kind words, even as she thought that tomorrow she would have to straighten out his opinion. Gabriel was the reason the Maclaurens were cooperating. Surely the priest would realise that fact soon enough. Father McKechnie left the hall. Johanna and Gabriel continued to sit at the table. They were finally all alone. She was suddenly feeling embarrassed and shy, for the praise she'd received was overwhelming her. "I will make Father understand the truth tomorrow," she whispered.
"What truth?"
"That you are the reason the Maclaurens are finally cooperating." Gabriel stood up and pulled Johanna to her feet.
"You're going to have to learn to accept a compliment when it's given to you."
"But the truth—" He wouldn't let her finish. He nudged her chin up so she would look at him, and then said,
"The truth is simple to understand, lass. You became the Maclaurens' saving grace."
She thought that was the most wonderful thing Gabriel had ever said to her. Tears filled her eyes. She didn't think she was going to cry, however. She wasn't so undisciplined. Then Gabriel made her forget all about being dignified.
"And mine, Johanna. You're my saving grace as well."
Chapter 18. Gabriel left the holding the following morning. He was evasive about his mission. Johanna immediately became suspicious and demanded to know if her husband planned to do any stealing. He took exception to her question, of course, and an argument resulted.
"I have given you my word I won't steal," he muttered. "You'd best learn not to insult me with such accusations, woman."
"It is only because I worry about your safety," she countered. "I would be most unhappy if anything happened to you while you were hunting."
"You have just given me another insult," he announced,
though his voice had lost its hard edge.
"Have you so little faith in me? My men and I are so quiet when we take what we need, no one hears us. We are in and out of their stores before their animals even catch our scent."
She wasn't at all impressed with his boasts. She let out a rather inelegant snort. "I happen to have complete faith in you," she muttered. "I was merely curious to know where you were going. That was all there was to my question. However, if you don't want to tell me, then don't." He didn't. When she found out he was planning to be away for at least 2 weeks, perhaps as many as 3, she became even more curious. She didn't nag him, though certainly not because she thought she was above such tactics. Gabriel simply didn't give her time. He told her he was leaving, argued with her for a minute or two,
then kissed her soundly and left. He didn't confide in her because he didn't want her to worry. He and a full contingent of soldiers were joining Laird Mackay in the war against the McInnes clan, and once they'd finished with those infidels, Gabriel planned to ride to Laird Gillivray. Yet another request had come from Baron Good, begging an audience with Johanna. The Englishman obviously didn't understand what the word no meant. Gabriel planned to personally and forcefully insist the Baron give up. He wanted to make sure the ignorant Baron comprehended what would happen to him if he dared to pester Johanna again. He prayed the Baron hadn't sent a vassal. His wife was kept busy with Alex, Claire Mackay, and mundane everyday household affairs. Glynis trimmed Claire's hair, and after another 2 weeks resting in her chamber, the Mackay woman was finally strong enough to join Johanna for supper in the great hall. Claire was getting prettier with each new day. Once the bruises faded, and her facial features were no longer distorted from swelling, she turned into a strikingly beautiful woman. She had a wonderful sense of humour and an appealing brogue that sounded musical to Johanna. She tried to copy it, much to Claire's amusement. Johanna tried to keep her concentration on the preparations for her mother's visitation. She was anxious to see her, but actually hoped she wouldn't arrive for another month or two. With a bit of prodding, Johanna was certain she could convince her mamma to stay until after the baby was born. Johanna was getting thick through her middle, but she wasn't actually showing yet. She was sleeping quite a lot now. She took an afternoon nap, then still went to bed early each night. She and Alex kept the same hours. It became a ritual for her to take him up to bed. After he'd washed and cleaned his teeth, they would kneel side by side at the foot of the bed and say their nightly prayers together. She was usually nodding off by the time they were finished. Alex wanted to delay sleep, and for that reason he liked to include everyone he'd ever met in his prayers. Gabriel was always at the top of their list, of course. They prayed for him first, then for Alex's relatives and Johanna's, and after all the acquaintances had been named, Johanna insisted on a prayer for King John's nephew, Arthur. Alex wanted to know why they were praying for him, and Johanna explained that Arthur should have been king, and since that right had been denied, they would pray he'd made it to heaven. Gabriel came home just a few minutes after Johanna had taken Alex upstairs, but by the time he finished listening to Keith's report and had his supper, his wife and son were sound asleep. It was as hot as hell inside the chamber. Fall had come to the Highlands, and with it a cooling breeze his wife could barely tolerate. The furs covered the window, and his wife was hidden under a mound of plaids. Since Alex wasn't sleeping on his mat, Gabriel assumed he was also hidden somewhere under the covers. He found his son at the foot of the bed and carried him over to his mat. Alex must have put in an exhausting day, for he didn't even open his eyes while he was being carried from one bed to another. Gabriel barely made a sound as he got ready for bed. He stripped out of his clothes, washed, and then started discarding covers in his attempt to find his wife. Johanna was sleeping in the centre of the bed. He stretched out next to her and gently pulled her into his arms. He needed her tonight. Hell, he always needed her, he thought to himself. Not an hour had passed during their separation that he hadn't thought about her. It was a shameful habit he was getting into, for he was behaving like a lovesick husband who only wanted to stay at home with his wife. The comforts of family life had actually taken the pleasure out of warring. Johanna was wearing a long white nightgown. He hated the thing. He wanted to feel her smooth body pressed up against him. He eased the garment up over her thighs and began to stroke her while he nuzzled the side of her neck. She took her time waking up. He wasn't deterred, however, and when she finally realized where she was and what her husband was doing, she was very enthusiastic in her responses. It proved to be a difficult challenge to keep her from making any of those arousing sounds he liked so much, but he didn't want Alex to wake up, and so he sealed her cries of ecstasy with long, hot kisses. When she found fulfillment, she tightened all around him and let out a soft whimper. When he found his own pleasure, however, he let out a loud shout.
Papa!
Johanna went rigid in her husband's arms. Her hand moved to her mouth to keep herself from laughing. "It's all right, Alex. Go back to sleep."
Good night, Papa.
"Good night, son." Gabriel's head dropped to the crook of Johanna's neck. She turned so she could nibble on his earlobe.
Welcome home, husband.
His grunt in reply made her smile. She fell asleep, hugging him tight. He fell asleep, wishing he had enough strength to make love to her again. It was a thoroughly satisfying homecoming. Nicholas arrived late the following afternoon. Gabriel stood on the steps outside, waiting for his brother-in-law to dismount. Callum stood by his laird's side. He spotted the look of displeasure on Gabriel's face. "You going to kill him this time?" he asked. Gabriel shook his head. "I can't," he replied in a voice that sounded a bit forlorn. "My wife would be unhappy, but by God, that is the only reason her brother's still breathing." Callum hid his grin. He knew his laird's anger was all pretence. He turned to watch their guest. "Something's wrong, MacBain. The Baron isn't wearing his usual daft smile." Johanna's brother was all alone. He was in a hurry to get to MacBain too, for he swung his leg over his mount and jumped to the ground before the stallion had stopped. The horse's coat was lathered, indicating he'd been pressed hard. Something was wrong, all right. Nicholas wasn't the sort of man to abuse his mount. "Take care of his horse," Gabriel ordered Callum. He went down the steps and walked forward to meet his brother-in-law. Neither warrior was much on proper greetings. Nicholas was the first to speak. "It's bad, MacBain." Gabriel didn't question Nicholas. He simply waited for him to explain. "Where's Johanna?" "She's upstairs, getting Alex ready for bed. I could use a drink." Gabriel tried to contain his impatience. He followed Nicholas inside, dismissed Megan from finishing her task of preparing the tables for supper so that he and Nicholas would have privacy, and then waited by the buttery while his brother-in-law poured himself a drink. "You'd better sit down to hear this news," Nicholas suggested. "It's a hell of a mess, and Johanna's in the middle of it." Johanna had just come down the stairs when she heard her brother's voice. She didn't pick up her skirts and run to Nicholas, but came to an abrupt stop instead, for the anger in his tone, added to his worrisome words, made her wait to hear what mess he was talking about before she intruded. She knew it wasn't polite to eavesdrop, but concern and curiosity overrode manners now, and she knew that if she interrupted, the men would change the topic. Both her husband and her brother were overly protective of her feelings. Aye, they would change the topic all right, and it would take her a good amount of nagging to get any answers out of either one of them. Listening in on the conversation might not be proper, but it was certainly effective. Besides, she'd heard her name, and knew the mess somehow involved her. She edged a little closer to the entrance and waited to hear her brother's next remarks. "Just get it said, Nicholas," Gabriel commanded. Johanna nodded. She was in full agreement with her husband's demand, and feeling every bit as impatient as he'd sounded. "Baron Rolfe has returned from the dead. He wants his wife back." Johanna didn't hear her husband's reaction to Nicholas's news. She was too stunned to hear anything more. She felt as though she'd just been struck a powerful blow. A scream gathered in the back of her throat. She backed up until the railing prevented her from going any further. She shook her head in denial. It couldn't be true. Ralph had fallen from a cliff. There was a witness. He was dead. Demons stayed in hell, didn't they? And then she ran. She didn't have any clear destination in mind. She simply wanted to find a place where she could be all alone until she gained control over her panic and her fear. She went down the back corridor, but by the time she reached the door leading outside, she realized what she was doing and why. The fear had been immediate and instinctive. It was a black remnant from her past, she thought to herself, and in the past her fear had always controlled her. She wouldn't allow it to control her now. Johanna sat down on the bench and leaned back against the wall. She took several deep, calming breaths. After a few minutes, the panic began to ease, and with it the fear. She was a different woman now, she reminded herself. She'd found courage and strength, and no one, not even a demon, could take those things away from her. Her hand moved to her stomach in a protective action. Tears came into her eyes, but they were tears of joy, not apprehension, as she thought about the miracle growing inside her. She said a prayer in thanksgiving for all the blessings God had given her. She thanked him for giving her Gabriel and Alex, and the baby sleeping inside her, and thanked him, too, for giving her a safe haven where she could be free of pain and where she could learn how to love. And last of all, she thanked him because he'd made her strong and clever. And then she set about using her cleverness to find a way out of the mess. Johanna sat on the bench in the dark for almost an hour, but when she finally stood up, she had a clear plan in mind. She was feeling peaceful now, actually serene. Most important in her mind, she was in complete control. Yes, she had come a long way. She smiled over the compliment she'd just given herself, then had to shake her head because she was acting daft. She wasn't crazed. She believed she would be all right. If it came to a battle of wits, Ralph wouldn't stand a chance against her. In her estimation, men who beat women were ignorant. They were also weak-minded and filled with insecurities. Ralph had all of those sorry traits. Yes, she would be victorious if the battle was waged in London's court with threats and accusations. She would use her knowledge of his sins to condemn him. But if Ralph decided to use his fists and his sword to get his way, Johanna knew she wasn't physically strong enough to withstand his attack. It didn't matter, though. Ralph could summon an army to aid him, but in the end, she would still be victorious. Because of Gabriel. He was her champion, her protector, her saving grace. She had complete faith in his ability to keep his family safe. Ralph was no match against him. A demon, after all, could easily be crushed by an archangel. Johanna let out a sigh. She was ready to let her husband comfort her. She picked up her skirts and ran to him. Nicholas intercepted her in the centre of the hall. He lifted her into his arms and swung her off the floor.
"Oh, Nicholas, I am so happy to see you," she cried out.
"Put her down, damn it!" Gabriel roared. "And get your hands off her. My wife isn't in any condition to be tossed about like a caper."
Both Johanna and Nicholas ignored Gabriel's commands. She kissed her brother and hugged him tight. He finally put her down and draped his arm around her shoulders.
"My sister may look delicate, MacBain, but surely you've noticed by now she's really as strong as an ox. I've noticed you haven't let go of her yet," Gabriel snapped. "Johanna, come here. You should stand by your husband."
He sounded surly, but the sparkle in his eyes indicated he was pleased to see her happy. She thought he might actually like Nicholas, too, but Gabriel would go to his grave before admitting it. Men, she'd learned, were a complicated lot. She pulled away from her brother and went to her husband. He immediately put his arm around her shoulders and hauled her close into his side.
"Why didn't you bring Mamma with you, Nicholas? She would have been happy for your company, and she is planning to come here for a visitation. Isn't that right, husband?"
Gabriel nodded.
"Yes, Nicholas," he said. "Why didn't you bring her?" "She wasn't ready to leave England just yet," Nicholas countered. "Besides, there developed a bit of a problem, Johanna."
Gabriel wouldn't let him finish.
"Your mother will come next month."
"Explain, please, the problem you mentioned," she requested.
Both men looked wary now. She thought they didn't know how to give her the bad news. After several minutes of prodding, however, she came to the realization neither one had any intention of telling her about Ralph. Gabriel could barely make himself let go of Johanna. When they sat down at the table to share their dinner, he kept reaching over to take hold of her hand. Nicholas sat across from his sister and adjacent to Gabriel. Keith sat next to him. Claire joined them a few minutes later and took her seat next to Johanna. Both Nicholas and Gabriel stood up when Claire entered the room. Johanna had to motion the other soldiers to also stand. Nicholas kept his gaze on the lovely woman walking toward him. Gabriel kept his full attention on his brother-in-law. He waited to see a sign of recognition.
"Do you know this woman, Nicholas?"
he demanded. His brother-in-law took exception to Gabriel's tone of voice.
"How the hell could I know her? I haven't met her yet."
Johanna hurried to make the introductions. Claire made a curtsy, but because Nicholas was scowling, she didn't smile. Gabriel still wasn't willing to admit defeat. He believed he'd thought the matter through and come up with the only logical conclusion possible. The MacBain plaid had been spotted near McInnes Land. Nicholas had worn the plaid on his last return trip to England. Since none of the other soldiers had been near the holding, Nicholas had to be the man responsible for getting Claire Mackay with child.
"Are you telling me you've never met Claire Mackay before?" he asked. "That's what I'm telling you, all right," Nicholas drawled out.
"Hell!"
"Gabriel, what is the matter with you?"
Johanna asked.
"Claire, come and sit next to me, please."
"I thought your brother was the one responsible for Claire's condition."
"How could you think that?"
Johanna cried out.
"He would never abandon—"
"It was a logical conclusion,"
Gabriel defended.
"It was a sinful conclusion,"
Johanna countered. Nicholas was trying to follow the budding argument. He understood Gabriel was trying to blame him for something or other, and that Johanna was valiantly trying to defend him, but he didn't have a clue as to the topic.
"Exactly what is it you think I'm responsible for?"
he asked Gabriel.
"Nicholas, this matter needn't concern you,"
Johanna said.
"How can it not concern him?"
Gabriel asked.
"If he is the father—"
She wouldn't let him finish.
"He isn't,"
she blurted out. The frown on Gabriel's face was chilling.
"I see,"
he remarked. He sat down, motioned for Nicholas to do the same, and then turned back to his wife.
"Then you know who the man is, don't you, Johanna?"
Johanna nodded. She fully intended to explain the situation to her husband, but she wanted to wait until they were alone.
"We have company,"
she whispered, hoping her reminder would make Gabriel realize she didn't wish to discuss the delicate topic now. He refused to take the hint.
"You will give me the man's name," he ordered.
She let out a sigh. Claire had been diligently studying the tabletop with her head bowed and her hands fisted in her lap. She looked up when Johanna's husband demanded an answer, took a deep breath, and then said,
"There isn't any man, Laird MacBain."
Gabriel wasn't prepared for that answer. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the Mackay woman for a long minute before he turned to his wife. Johanna immediately nodded.
"There isn't any,"
she said, repeating Claire's statement. Johanna kept her gaze on her husband as she reached over and took hold of Claire's hand.
"You'd best get ready,"
she whispered.
"Ready for what, my lady?"
Claire whispered back.
"Growling."
Gabriel ignored the banter. He was still reacting to the news he'd just been given. The ramifications were staggering, and try as he did, he couldn't understand why the woman would put herself in such jeopardy over a lie. He shook his head. Johanna nodded.
"It's joyful news, Gabriel,"
she remarked. His face turned red. She guessed he didn't think it was joyful at all. Claire was squeezing her hand now in obvious fear. Johanna turned to her.
"You have no reason to be frightened,"
she announced.
"My husband would never hurt you. He's just been given a surprise, that's all. In a minute or two he'll get over it."
"Will someone tell me what in thunder is going on?"
Nicholas demanded.
"No."
Gabriel, Johanna, and Claire all shouted the denial together. Johanna was the first to realize how impolite they were being to her brother.
"Gabriel, this matter can wait until later for discussion," she announced.
"Please," she added, when he looked like he was going to argue with her. Her husband finally nodded.
"We should only have pleasant conversation at the supper table," she said then. "Isn't that right, Claire?" "Yes," Claire replied. She let go of Johanna's hand and straightened on her stool. "Have you given your brother your good news?" "My husband has," Johanna replied.
"No, I haven't,"
Gabriel said. He still sounded irritated to her, but she wasn't upset. "Why haven't you told him?"
"I thought you would want to," he answered.
She smiled. Nicholas's curiosity was captured, of course.
"What is this news?"
"I want you to tell him," Johanna insisted.
"Tell me what?"
Nicholas asked. "Your brother's a very impatient man," Claire remarked. "But then, most Englishmen are, aren't they?"
"No, they aren't," Nicholas snapped. "Johanna, tell me your news."
Claire was startled by Nicholas's hard tone of voice. Her shoulders straightened a bit more, and she frowned at the man she now decided was a rude boor.
"She isn't barren."
Gabriel made the announcement and actually smiled. His soldiers all immediately nodded their agreement.
"'Tis the truth. She isn't barren," Keith remarked.
The men all nodded again. Callum and Leela came into the hall then. Leela was holding Callum's hand. She let go of him when they started down the steps. Johanna smiled over the sight of the happy couple before turning her attention back to her brother. He still didn't look as though he understood. "I'm going to have a baby, Nicholas."
"How is such a thing possible?"
Johanna started blushing. Gabriel laughed, for he found his wife's embarrassment amusing. He was still determined to give her hell because she hadn't told him the truth about Claire Mackay, of course, but he wouldn't raise his voice to her when he was letting her know how displeased he was, given her delicate condition.
"She is married to a Highlander,"
Gabriel said in answer to Nicholas's ridiculous question,
"and that is how it happened."
Nicholas laughed. He pounded Gabriel on the shoulder while he congratulated him, then turned his attention to his sister.
"This is joyful news," he said.
His voice shook with emotion.
"Mother will be very happy."
Johanna became teary-eyed. She reached for the linen square she kept tucked in the sleeve of her blouse. "Yes, Mamma will be very happy," she said, while she dabbed at the corner of her eyes with her cloth. "You must be certain to tell her when you return to England, Nicholas. She'll want to begin sewing for the baby."
"Now do you understand why I don't want my wife upset by any unpleasant news?" Gabriel asked.
"I understand," Nicholas replied. They really weren't going to tell her about Ralph. She didn't have a shred of doubt about that truth. Both men were trying to protect her from worry. She would have to be told eventually, of course, and she wondered how long they thought they would be able to keep the secret. Their motives were good-hearted, she supposed, but Johanna wasn't going to let them treat her like a child. Besides, the matter needed to be discussed. She had a sound plan in mind to keep Rolf from making any trouble, and she wanted to talk to Gabriel about it. Her husband became preoccupied. Nicholas also seemed to be caught up in his own thoughts. Both men were frowning now, and neither was eating. Johanna wasn't about to bring up the topic until the men had finished their supper. She decided to turn the conversation to everyday matters. "Have you noticed our wall is almost completed, Nicholas? The men have done a fair amount of work since your last visit." Nicholas nodded. "Keith, have I mentioned how fit you look wearing the MacBain plaid?" she remarked. The soldier grinned.
"Aye, my lady. You have mentioned it at least 10 times today."
"She told me my shoulders look wider and stronger with the MacBain plaid,"
Michael interjected.
"She told me I looked taller,"
Lindsay called out.
"And I meant every one of my compliments,"
Johanna blurted out.
"Every single one of you does look better in the MacBain plaid."
The soldiers laughed.
"We have accepted our laird's colours, my lady. You don't have to fret any longer."
"I haven't been fretting," she defended.
"Then why are you suddenly complimenting us?"
Keith asked. She shrugged. The men found her reaction vastly amusing. She deliberately changed the subject to a less embarrassing one. The soldiers had all ignored Nicholas.
When one mentioned the incident with the wolves, they outshouted each other in their bid to tell the tale of their mistress's cunning. Johanna didn't believe her brother needed to hear the story, but her protest was ignored. Gabriel reached over and took hold of her hand. The men were laughing and shouting now, and in the middle of the chaos, Gabriel leaned close to Johanna.
"You know I'll always protect you, don't you?"
He whispered his question. Johanna leaned to the side of her chair and kissed her husband. "I know." Nicholas saw the tender moment between Johanna and Gabriel. He nodded, satisfied. He'd done the right thing by insisting she marry the laird. Callum asked Gabriel a question then. Johanna scooted back on her stool and turned to Claire.
"Are you feeling all right?"
she whispered.
"Yes, my lady,"
Claire answered. Johanna wasn't convinced. Claire had barely touched her food and had stayed remarkably silent for most of the meal. She thought Nicholas might be the reason for Claire's timid behaviour. For some reason, the two of them had taken an immediate dislike to each other. If Claire wasn't sick, then Nicholas was the only other reason for her odd conduct. They both kept staring at each other, and when one caught the other looking, a quick frown resulted. Their behaviour was bizarre as well as distressing, for Johanna had grown quite fond of Claire, and she wanted the young woman to like her family. She put the matter aside when the men requested permission to leave.
"Where is Father McKechnie this evening?"
she asked. Keith stood up before answering.
"Oggy wanted him to sample a drink of his new batch of brew."
"If you run into him, will you please tell him I would like to speak to him?"
"What do you want to speak to him about?"
Gabriel asked.
"An important issue."
"You will discuss your important issue with me,"
he commanded.
"Yes, of course I will,"
she agreed. "But I would also like to hear Father McKechnie's opinion too." She turned back to Claire before her husband could question her further.
"What do you think of my brother? He's handsome, isn't he?"
"Handsome? My lady, he's English," Claire whispered. Johanna laughed. She turned to her brother.
"Claire doesn't appear to like Englishmen, Nicholas."
"It's unreasonable to dislike an entire country of men," he remarked.
"I'm not an unreasonable woman," Claire defended. "If I were English, I might think your brother was handsome."
It was all she was willing to concede. Nicholas didn't appear to care what her opinion was. Yet Johanna wasn't fooled by her brother's indifferent behaviour. He was interested in Claire Mackay, all right, and trying not to let anyone know. Claire was acting a little too defensive. Johanna suddenly straightened on her stool. Gabriel noticed the look of surprise on her face. He demanded to know what the hell was the matter with her. She patted his hand and gently told him she didn't care for his gruff tone of voice. She deliberately didn't answer his question.
"Nicholas?"
"Yes, Johanna?"
"When are you going to get married?"
Her brother hadn't been prepared for her blunt question. He laughed.
"I'm putting it off for as long as possible," he admitted.
"Why?"
"I have other more important matters to think about," he said.
"But do you have anyone in mind when you do decide to marry?"
Nicholas shook his head.
"I really haven't thought about it. When I'm ready, I'll marry. Now, enough of this talk."
She wasn't finished discussing the topic just yet.
"Would a large dowry be important when making your choice?"
He let out a sigh.
"No," he answered. "I don't need a large dowry."
She smiled. Then she turned to Claire.
"He wouldn't want a large dowry," she repeated.
Claire frowned in puzzlement, but only for a second or two. Then she realized what Johanna's plan was. Her eyes widened, and she vehemently shook her head.
"You cannot think I would ever consider an Englishman," she whispered.
Johanna tried to soothe her.
"I wasn't asking you to consider anything," she said.
It was a blatant lie, of course, but her motives were sincere, and she didn't believe she was committing a sin. She'd achieved her goal, too, for all she wanted was to plant the idea in Claire's head.
"My father would die. He would recover."
"How does one recover from death?"
Gabriel wanted to know. Johanna ignored his question.
No one's going to force you to do anything you don't want to do, she told Claire. She turned to her husband. Isn't that right, Gabriel?
Isn't what right?
Johanna, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Johanna wasn't bothered by her husband's irritation.
When is Claire's father coming back here?
Tomorrow, or the day after.
Nicholas was staring at Claire now. The look on her face bothered the hell out of him. When she heard her father was coming, her eyes clouded up with tears, and damned if she didn't look frightened. Nicholas didn't understand his own reaction. He barely knew the woman, and had already decided he didn't like her much. Yet now he felt the urge to try to straighten out her problem for her.
You do not wish to see your father? He asked.
Of course I want to see him, Claire replied. Claire won't be ready to go home tomorrow or the day after, Johanna told her husband. She hasn't completely recovered yet.
Johanna,
Gabriel began in a warning tone of voice.
She looks fit enough to me,
Nicholas remarked, wondering what the hell they were talking about.
Have you been ill? He asked Claire.
She shook her head. Johanna nodded. Nicholas was thoroughly exasperated.
Claire's been very ill,
Johanna said then.
She needs time to regain her strength.
So that is why her hair is cut like a boy's, Nicholas remarked. She had fever, didn't she?
She didn't have fever, Johanna said. Gabriel, I must insist you tell Laird Mackay his daughter isn't up to a journey just yet.
I don't think I can put him off,
Gabriel replied. He turned to glare at Nicholas.
It's a pity you didn't father her child, he muttered. It would solve all our problems.
Nicholas opened his mouth to say something, but was too stunned to think of anything appropriate.
I still cannot believe you thought my brother would be so dishonourable, Johanna said.
It was logical, damn it, her husband countered.
And just how would it have solved our problem? Johanna demanded.
He's here, Gabriel countered. The priest would marry them. You did hear me promise Mackay there would be a marriage, didn't you?
I couldn't possibly marry him.
Since Claire was pointing to Nicholas when she made the emphatic statement, he had to assume she was talking about marrying him.
Damn right you couldn't, he snapped. I might also mention I haven't asked you to marry me.
Claire bounded to her feet.
Please excuse me, she blurted out. I suddenly feel the need for some fresh air.
Gabriel nodded. Claire immediately left the hall. Nicholas watched her leave, then turned back to his sister. She was frowning at him.
Will one of you tell me what in thunder is going on?
You've upset Claire, Nicholas. You'd better go after her and make your apology.
How did I upset her?
You refused to marry her, Johanna explained. Didn't he, Gabriel?
Her husband was thoroughly enjoying Nicholas's confusion.
Aye, he did refuse,
he agreed, just to goad his brother-in-law's temper.
Start explaining, Nicholas demanded.
It would be wrong of us to talk about Claire's problem, Johanna said. She'll tell you when she's ready. Nicholas, why did you come here?
The switch in topics took him by surprise. He couldn't come up with a quick excuse. He turned to Gabriel for assistance. Father McKechnie inadvertently came to Gabriel's and Nicholas's rescue. He came rushing into the hall.
Keith told me you wished to speak to me, my lady, he called out. Is it convenient now, or would you like me to come back later?
Gabriel and Nicholas literally jumped at the opportunity to turn Johanna's attention.
Come and join us, Father, Gabriel shouted. It's good to see you again, Nicholas called out at the same time.
If the priest was surprised by the warrior's enthusiastic greetings, he didn't let it show.
I heard you were back, Nicholas, Father McKechnie said. Were you checking up on your sister? You can see she's happy, he added with a nod.
Is that why you came all this way?
Johanna asked. It was sinful to admit, but she was really enjoying her brother's discomfort. Lying to her was difficult for him, she decided, if the look on his face was any indication. His frown was quite telling, considering the innocence behind the question. Gabriel rescued him.
Have you had your dinner, Father? Johanna, where are your manners? You should ask the servants to feed the man. I've already eaten, the priest announced.
He sat down next to Johanna, declined the offer of a drink, and then went into detail about Oggie's latest batch of brew.
It's got a kick to it, all right, he announced. One drink, and a body could fly across the courtyard.
Johanna laughed over the priest's exaggeration.
It will warm us come the long.
The priest was about to say the brew would warm their stomachs on the cold winter nights ahead, but hastily changed his remark.
If there's any left.
Long what? Johanna asked.
Long, warm winter nights,
the priest mumbled with a glare in Nicholas's direction. He obviously still blamed Johanna's brother because of the lie he'd told about the warm climate in the Highlands. Nicholas was surprised everyone was still keeping the truth from his sister. He almost laughed, but caught himself in time. Nicholas, do you know that since I came here, the weather has turned most unpredictable? Why, some nights it's actually cold.
Nay, lass, it's never cold, Gabriel argued. Now, Johanna, Nicholas began.
Are you going to tell me why you came here? There is obviously a problem of some sort, or you would have waited to accompany Mother, Nicholas.
Why are you here, son?
The priest also wanted to know. Nicholas was hard-pressed to come up with an answer.
The weather, he announced after a moment's pause. I couldn't live with the lie any longer, Johanna. I came here to tell you the truth.
Johanna's burst of laughter told him she didn't believe him. Yet once he'd started the fabrication, he was damned if he was going to stop.
I lied to you. There. I've said what I came here to say.
Do you mean you lied to me about the weather? Nicholas grinned. Her laughter was contagious, and so was her cunning. It suddenly dawned on him that she'd always known he was lying. He leaned forward and pointed his finger at her.
You knew. All the while, didn't you?
She nodded. I'm wearing a woolen plaid, Nicholas. Of course I knew.
Then each time one of us lied and told you the weather was unusually cold, you knew the truth, lass?
The priest sounded appalled. Johanna nodded. It was kind of you to hold my brother's lie, for you only had my happiness in mind, father.
You've got a bent sense of humour, wife, Gabriel announced.
It's as warped as a shield left out in the rain too long, Nicholas agreed. She laughed. The men assumed she wasn't bothered by their insults. Johanna yawned and immediately apologized. Gabriel demanded she go upstairs to bed. First, I would like to discuss something with all of you, she said. Then I'll go to bed.
What is it you want to talk about? Nicholas asked. I'll help if I can, the priest promised.
I have a problem, Johanna began.
Tell us what it is, lass,
Father McKechnie insisted. Johanna stared at Gabriel when she gave her answer. It seems I have 2 husbands. Chapter 19.
You have only one husband, Johanna.
Gabriel's tone of voice didn't suggest she argue with him. She took hold of his hand and nodded.
You listened while I was telling your husband about Rolf, didn't you, Johanna? Nicholas asked.
I did, she admitted.
That wasn't proper conduct, lass,
her husband decreed. She shook her head. It wasn't proper conduct for you to think you could keep this important news from me.
I'm trying to get this straight in my head, the priest interjected. Are you telling me Baron Rolf's alive?
We are, Nicholas answered.
Good Lord above, the priest muttered. Where's he been all this while? Locked away in a dungeon an ocean away, Nicholas answered. He was sent halfway across the world to act as King John's representative to negotiate a trade agreement. Rolf left England before John started feuding with the Church. The king doesn't give a damn about placating the Pope now.
After finishing his explanation, he turned to his sister.
How much of it did you overhear?
All of it, she lied.
Damn!
She ignored the blasphemy. Please explain the mess I'm in the middle of to father. Nicholas picked up his goblet and drained the contents in one long swallow. Johanna suddenly felt the need to get closer to Gabriel. She stood up and moved to stand next to him. He put his arm around her waist and pulled her close to his side. She put her arm around his neck and leaned against him.
Baron Ralph fell from a cliff, and everyone believed he died. I was in England when word came, the priest reminded Nicholas. Yes. Well, he didn't die, he muttered. He's back in England, and mad as a hornet because his wife and his lands have all been given away. The king wants to appease the bastard, though only God knows why. John has ordered Johanna to return to Ralph, and in an attempt to pacify MacBain and avert war, he has agreed to let him keep this holding. Father McKechnie muttered something under his breath. It makes no difference what your king wants, son. Johanna's marriage was annulled, and that's a fact. The Pope himself signed the decree. Isn't that what you told me, lass?
Johanna nodded. It is so, she said. I didn't realize I would really need an annulment. I requested it only to stall the king from making me marry again.
John has decided to make himself Pope. Since he started fighting with the Church, practically all ties with the Holy Father have been severed. Priests have already fled to the lowlands in anticipation of the interdict. John's sure to be excommunicated. So your king believes he can switch husbands as easily as snapping his fingers? Gabriel asked his brother-in-law. He does, Nicholas replied. He won't listen to reason. I tried to talk to him, but he remains stubbornly determined to keep Ralph happy. I wish to God I knew why. What happens when our laird refuses to give up Johanna? The priest asked. John will assign troops to Ralph. For what purpose? The priest asked. War. Nicholas and Gabriel said the word together.
I can't let that happen, Johanna whispered. We have only just rebuilt Gabriel. I will not have it all destroyed.
I don't think there's anything you can do about it, Johanna, her brother said.
Have you seen Ralph? Johanna asked.
If I had seen him, I would have killed him because of what he did to you. No, I haven't seen him.
Johanna shook her head. You cannot kill him. The king would turn his anger on you.
Listen to her, son, the priest advised. He let out a weary sigh. We've got quite a problem on our hands.
How long does Gabriel have before he must give his decision?
Johanna, you cannot believe I would consider giving you up, her husband muttered. 2 messengers and 4 soldiers riding escort will be here tomorrow, or the day after, to give your husband King John's demands.
And where is Ralph? Johanna asked.
I gained my king's promise. Ralph would be kept in court with him until this is settled.
Johanna sagged against her husband. Gabriel immediately moved his chair back so he could lift her onto his lap.
That doesn't give us much time to form a plan of action, the priest said. Yes, it does, Gabriel argued. The messengers will have to return to England with the report we've denied the demand. That will give us enough time.
Time to do what? Johanna asked.
Prepare, Nicholas answered.
Johanna changed the subject then. What have you heard about Arthur? We were told the king's nephew was murdered. Have you heard anything more?
Nicholas frowned over the switch in subjects. Johanna looked exhausted, however, and he decided she was trying to turn the conversation to a less distressing one. There have been several conflicting reports, Nicholas replied. Baron Good has vowed to find out what happened to Arthur. He's turning over every rock in his search. More and more believe Arthur was murdered. He was a contender for the throne, he explained for Father McKechnie's benefit, and a true threat to John's position. Good wasn't the only one backing the nephew. Arthur had quite an army supporting his bid.
What does your king say about this mystery? Johanna asked.
He vows he has no knowledge of how his nephew died, Nicholas answered. The most common belief is that overzealous supporters of King John captured Arthur and threatened to castrate him, and he died of fright. That would do it, Gabriel muttered. Speculation is still running high, Nicholas said. I'll tell you this. If any of the barons had proof John was involved in his nephew's death, England would be thrown into rebellion.
The barons would hang John by his—"
Nicholas caught himself before he said something Johanna was certain to take offence to, and quickly substituted another, more appropriate word.
"Feet."
Johanna let out another loud yawn. She begged the men's pardon, and then said, "And that, you see, is why King John wants to keep Ralph happy." Gabriel guessed what Johanna was about to say before she spoke another word. It all snapped into place now. Johanna not only knew Arthur had been murdered, she also knew who had killed him.
"Johanna, explain what you just meant," Nicholas asked. "Do you know why John wants to appease Rolf?"
She was about to answer her brother's question when Gabriel gave her a gentle squeeze. "He's one of his most favoured barons," she said. Gabriel loosened his hold. She guessed her answer pleased him. She would wait until they were alone to ask him why he didn't want her to tell Nicholas anything more.
"John doesn't want to keep Ralph happy," Gabriel said then. "He wants to get him killed. And that, you see, is why he'll eventually send him to me."
The discussion heated up, but Johanna was too exhausted to stay downstairs and listen to her husband and her brother argue about what was to be done. Father McKechnie requested the honour of accompanying his mistress up to her chamber. His real goal was to get her alone, and as soon as they had left the hall, he clasped her hand in his and asked her if she was going to fret about this nasty bit of news, or if she was going to place the matter in God's hands and get a good night's rest like any intelligent lass would. Gabriel was also concerned his wife would worry until she made herself ill. He was fully prepared to try to soothe her fears, but found it wasn't necessary. He couldn't even get her to wake up long enough to kiss her good night. She was dead to the world and sleeping like an innocent without a care to concern her. Johanna awakened in the middle of the night. A weight rolled onto her feet, startling her. As soon as she moved, Gabriel sat up. He spotted his son at the foot of the bed and immediately ordered him to go back to his own bed. "Don't wake him," Johanna whispered. "He's been in our bed for over an hour. Just scoot him off my leg, please." Her husband let out a sigh loud enough to wake the dead. Alex didn't stir, though. He slept through the transfer from one bed to the other. "Does he have enough covers?" Johanna whispered. "It's cold in here," she added with a nod. Gabriel got back into bed and hauled his wife into his arms.
"He's my son," he said. "The cold doesn't affect him."
She thought her husband's remark was most illogical. She was going to tell him so, but he turned her attention with his gruff command to kiss him. He thought only to give her a quick kiss, but she tasted so good to him, and she was so wonderfully responsive, he decided he wanted a little more. He kissed her again, long and hard, and then he decided he wanted it all. It was agony making love without making any noise, and Gabriel's last coherent thought, before his wife drove him beyond the limits of his control, was that he was going to be damned happy when his son moved into the other chamber. He liked the way his wife snuggled up against him afterward. Hell, he liked everything about her, he thought with a smile. "Gabriel."
"What is it?"
"I would like to tell you something," she whispered in the darkness. "I know why King John wants to be rid of Rolf."
"Rest now, Johanna. We'll talk about it tomorrow."
"I want to talk about it now." He gave in.
"All right," he agreed. "But if you begin to get upset, you will put the worry aside until tomorrow."
She ignored his qualification. "I wanted to tell you earlier," she began.
"You were going to tell Nicholas, too, weren't you?"
"Yes," she replied. "Why did you stop me?"
"Because Nicholas isn't just your brother. He's also an English baron. If he were to hear unsettling news regarding his overlord's behaviour, he might be forced to act upon it. No one's going to unseat John now, and if Nicholas tries, he'll get himself killed."
She hadn't considered the possibility that Nicholas might feel compelled to challenge the king. She was thankful now Gabriel had stopped her from telling what she knew. "How did you come to guess?"
He didn't let her finish. I have but one question to ask you, Johanna. Your answer won't leave this chamber.
I'll tell you anything you want to know.
Did the king kill Arthur, or did Ralph? She didn't hesitate in giving him her answer.
I believe Ralph killed him, but the order came from King John.
You're certain?
Oh, yes, she whispered. I'm certain.
She was so relieved to finally share the burden she'd been carrying around. Tears came into her eyes. How did you come by this knowledge?
I heard the king's messenger reading the order, she explained. Ralph didn't know I was listening, but the messenger spotted me in the doorway. I don't know if he told my husband or not. I'm certain he told the king. Ralph left shortly before Easter. He didn't come home until the middle of the summer. A scant month later, I heard the rumour that Arthur had disappeared. Years later, after I'd been told of Ralph's death, I was ordered to London and kept under lock and key. The king came to see me several times, and during each audience he would deliberately bring up Arthur.
He was fishing to find out what you knew, Gabriel speculated. Johanna nodded.
I pretended ignorance, of course.
Who was this messenger the king sent to Ralph with the order to kill Arthur?
Baron Williams, Johanna answered. John certainly wouldn't have trusted a court messenger. Williams and Ralph were the king's closest confidants, yet the two barons didn't trust each other.
You were damned fortunate the king didn't kill you. He took a chance letting you live with the knowledge.
He wasn't certain I knew anything, she argued. Besides, he knew I couldn't give testimony against him. Women aren't allowed to make any accusations in court against anyone but their own husbands, and then for only a very few offences.
Baron Good believes you know something, doesn't he? That is why he tried to talk to you.
Yes, she answered. All the barons were aware of the relationship between John and his two favourites, Ralph and Williams. As we now know, Ralph left England just before Arthur disappeared. Good is guessing there might be a tie between the two. He probably wants to question me about the dates involved. He couldn't know I overheard anything.
I want you to listen carefully, Gabriel commanded. You will not tell anyone what you overheard, not even your brother. Give me your promise, Johanna.
But there is one person I really must speak to, she whispered.
Who?
King John.
He caught himself before he shouted, It's out of the question!
I believe I can make him listen to reason. It's the only way, husband. I don't want a war.
Gabriel decided to use logic to make her understand her jeopardy. You've just told me you can't testify against the king. If you think you can threaten him with a promise you'll tell the barons what you know and ignite a rebellion against the crown, John will simply silence you before you can carry through your plan. A long minute passed in silence. Gabriel believed Johanna was finally realizing the foolishness in her wish to speak to the king.
I hadn't considered that plan of action, she whispered.
But what in God's name was your plan? Did you think you could gain John's sympathy? She shook her head.
No, she said. I just thought I would mention the message he sent Ralph.
And how would your reminder help?
He sent a written message, Gabriel, in his own hand. Ralph believes he burned it.
Gabriel went tense in anticipation. Didn't he?
After Williams read the order to Ralph, he placed it on the table and took his leave. That is when he spotted me. I nodded to him and continued on across the entrance, and then went down the back corridor. I wanted Williams to believe I had only just gotten there, you see.
And then? Gabriel prodded, impatient to hear the rest of the tale.
Ralph accompanied Williams outside. When he returned to the hall, he picked up the scroll and tossed it into the fire. He stood there and watched it until it had been completely destroyed.
A hint of a smile changed Gabriel's expression. God, he was married to a clever woman. What did he burn?
One of Bishop Hallwick's important sermons on the inferiority of women.
Ralph didn't know you could read, did he?
Oh, no, he didn't, she rushed out. He would have beaten me if he'd known I'd deliberately proven him wrong, for he told me again and again I was too ignorant to learn how. Of course, he beat me because I was ignorant, too, so I don't suppose—"
It was the very first time she'd spoken so openly about the beatings, and although he'd known the truth for a long time now, it still shook him to hear her say the words. "Don't suppose what?" he asked, his voice gruff with emotion. She squeezed herself closer to him before she answered.
"I don't suppose he ever needed a reason to beat me," she whispered.
"He'll never touch you again,"
Gabriel promised. The fury in his voice was chilling.
"I know you will keep me safe," she said.
"Damned right I will,"
he countered. She wasn't upset by his harsh reaction, but comforted. He was outraged on her behalf.
"You took a terrible risk when you switched the scrolls," he said then. "What if Ralph had decided to reread his king's command?"
"I believed the risk was worth it," she replied. "It was an important paper to save. John's signature appears at the bottom, and his seal is affixed."
"He was a fool to put its name."
"He believes he's invincible," she said. "And I think he knew Rolf wouldn't believe Williams without a written order. Time was important, though I'm not certain why, and surely that was the reason King John didn't summon Rolf to London and tell him what he wanted done."
"Where is the scroll?"
"I wrapped it in soft cotton cloths and hid it inside the altar of the chapel Rolf had just had built for the bishop. It's wedged between 2 marble squares."
Gabriel felt her shiver and tightened his hold on her.
"Do you know, I almost destroyed it just before I was told Rolf was dead. Then I changed my mind."
"Why?"
"I wanted someone in future to find it and know the truth."
"I'm more interested in keeping you safe, Johanna. I will not allow you to talk to King John."
"I don't want war," she whispered. She sounded close to tears. He kissed her forehead and demanded she quit worrying.
"I'll convince England's king to leave us alone."
She tried to argue with him.
"You can't think to go to England."
He didn't answer her.
"It's late, Johanna, and time you went to sleep."
Exhaustion won. She decided she would have to wait until tomorrow to talk some sense into her husband. Of only one thing was she certain. She wasn't about to let him confront King John or Ralph without a foolproof plan in mind. She would demand he take at least a league of Highlanders with him. Morning proved to be too late to demand her husband be reasonable. When Johanna dressed and went downstairs to find Gabriel, Nicholas gave her the news that he'd already left the holding. She didn't become hysterical, but it took every bit of strength she possessed to control herself. She spent the day pacing and worrying. By dinner-time, her nerves were flayed. Father McKechnie sat at the head of the table at Johanna's insistence. She sat on the priest's right next to Claire, and Nicholas took his seat across from her. The thought of food turned Johanna's stomach. She could barely stand to watch anyone else eat. She didn't say a word until the trenchers had been cleared from the table.
"Nicholas, why did you let him go?"
she cried out. "Let him? Johanna, I made a sound argument, but your stubborn husband wouldn't listen." She tried to calm down.
"Then you too realize the jeopardy?"
Nicholas shook his head. "I didn't argue against his going. I tried to talk him into letting me go with him."
"He didn't take enough soldiers with him."
"He knows what he's doing," Nicholas defended.
"He hasn't had enough time to think of a plan. He can't go barging into John's court and demand a hearing."
Nicholas grinned. "Aye, he can," he replied. "Your husband can be very persuasive when he wants to. He'll get his audience all right."
"You should have gone, Nicholas," Claire blurted out. "You're a baron. Your king would have listened to you."
Nicholas turned his attention to the beautiful woman frowning at him with such obvious indignation. "That was my argument," he told her. Johanna shook her head.
"Only Gabriel can make the king listen to reason," she said.
Nicholas leaned back on his stool. "Why is that, Johanna?" She was immediately sorry she'd made the remark.
"Because he's my husband," she replied. Besides, last night you said you had already tried to talk to John and he wouldn't listen to you.
I still should have gone with him, her brother said.
Why didn't you?
Claire asked.
He asked me to stay here, he answered. Gabriel made me responsible for you, Johanna, and he's going to be damned unhappy when he comes back and finds you've made yourself ill with your worry.
If he comes back,
Johanna whispered.
You shame Gabriel by making such comments, Nicholas said. You should have confidence in his ability.
Johanna burst into tears. Father McKechnie dropped the piece of bread he'd been nibbling on and reached over to pat Johanna's shoulder.
There, lass. It's going to be all right.
While the priest tried to comfort his mistress, Claire attacked Nicholas with the defence of Johanna's conduct.
She loves her husband, she cried out. How dare you criticise her? She's worried about his safety, and she certainly doesn't need you to make her feel guilty or ashamed.
Claire was shouting by the time she finished her speech. She'd bounded to her feet and folded her arms across her chest while she glared at Nicholas. He showed no reaction to her behaviour or her words. In truth, he wasn't offended. Nay, he found Claire's defence of Johanna admirable.
How did you become so loyal to my sister in such a short time?
His voice was kind and soothing. The bluster seemed to leave her all at once. She collapsed back onto her stool, straightened her plaid across her shoulder, brushed a strand of hair out of her eyes, and then looked at Nicholas again. He was smiling at her. He was a handsome man, she thought to herself, and the look of tenderness in his eyes made her feel warm inside. She shook her head against such thoughts and tried to remember his question.
Your sister saved my life.
Johanna mopped at her eyes, thanked the priest for his concern, and then turned to Claire.
You saved yourself, Claire.
You had a hand in it,
Father McKechnie announced. Alex appeared at the entrance. He was hopping from one foot to the other while he waited to get some attention. Johanna spotted her son and immediately excused herself from the table.
I must tuck him in, she explained. Will you come back down? Claire asked.
I'm very weary tonight, Johanna answered. I believe I'll go to bed.
I'll go up with you,
Claire announced. She stood up, bowed to the priest, and then turned to Nicholas.
I didn't mean to shout at you.
Nicholas had stood up when his sister did. Claire walked around the end of the table to leave the hall, but stopped when she reached his side. He towered over her. She tilted her head back so she could look into his eyes. They were beautiful, she thought to herself, for an Englishman.
I have apologised, Baron. Have you nothing to say in return?
And catch hell again. You seem to take exception to everything I say, Claire Mackay.
I haven't, she defended.
He grinned. Father McKechnie snorted with his laughter.
He's got you now, lass. You just proved him right.
Claire didn't know if Nicholas was jesting with her or not. She could feel herself blushing, and didn't understand why. She certainly hadn't done anything to feel embarrassed about. She decided she'd wasted enough time trying to understand the strange Englishman. She turned to the priest, bid him good night, and then muttered the same to Nicholas.
Sleep well, Claire.
The caress in his voice shook her. She glanced up to look at him. He winked at her. She didn't run out of the hall. She walked at a ladylike pace. She didn't smile until she reached the entrance. Then she smiled all the way up the stairs. She did a lot of sighing, too. Baron Nicholas was a thoroughly unacceptable man, and heaven help her, she was beginning to like him. Nicholas watched her leave the hall. Father McKechnie asked him to sit back down.
Don't leave just yet. Share some brew with me. None of us is going to get much sleep tonight, worrying as we are.
Nicholas reached for the jug and poured a drink into the priest's goblet.
Claire intrigues me, he remarked.
Of course she does, Father McKechnie agreed.
She's a bonny lass, isn't she now?
Nicholas nodded.
Were you here when she arrived?
I was, Father McKechnie said. Nicholas waited for the priest to tell him more. Father McKechnie didn't seem inclined. "As long as Claire is here, I'm responsible for her safety too, Father," he said. "Aye, you are. MacBain told me her father will be coming to collect her tomorrow or the day after." "I hadn't heard that," the priest replied. "What are you going to do? Will you let her leave?" "You're going to have to tell me what happened to the woman. I can't make any kind of decision until I know her history. Claire seemed upset over the news." "Do you mean upset because her father's coming to get her?" Nicholas nodded. The priest let out a loud sigh. "You'd best hear what happened to the poor lass. Claire Mackay arrived here so bloody and torn apart, it looked as though the wolves had gotten to her. It's a miracle her face wasn't scarred. It's a miracle she even lived. I gave her the last rites," he added, so Nicholas would understand he wasn't exaggerating. He took a long swallow of his drink and then told Nicholas the full story. He was pleased with the Baron's reaction. Nicholas was properly outraged. "So she's carrying a MacBain?" Nicholas asked, when the priest finished his explanation. "No, son, she isn't carrying. She made it up, you see, and confessed the full truth to our laird only last night. Claire told me this morning, though not in confidence or in confession, so I am at liberty to talk about it," he hastily explained. "She said she was feeling relieved. She's a proud woman. She doesn't like to lie." "Then why did she?" "It was the only way she could think of to get away from the McInnes men. She went to an extreme. She could have gotten herself killed. From what you've told me about her injuries, she damned near did get herself killed," Nicholas remarked. The priest agreed with a nod. "Claire's father is the only one who doesn't know the truth yet. He's expecting to meet the father of Claire's babe and set a marriage date." The bizarre conversation of the night before was suddenly making sense to Nicholas. "The MacBain kept asking me if I recognized Claire. He thought I was the man responsible." "No one's accusing you now, son. It would have been convenient if you had been the one. At least I imagine our laird thought it would have been convenient." Nicholas shook his head. "Son of a—" He stopped himself from saying the blasphemy just in time. "What will Claire's father do when he finds out she lied?" "No telling," the priest replied. "I will, of course, try to intercede if he loses his temper. 'Tis the truth, I'm afraid for her. Laird Mackay's a hard man. He loves his daughter, but when he finds out she lied, he might marry her off to the first unattached clansman he spots. She's got a hard future in front of her." Nicholas thought about what the priest had told him for several minutes. "I wasn't able to save Johanna." Nicholas's voice was whisper-soft, as though he was in confession. The priest put his goblet down and turned to the Baron. "You cannot blame yourself for what happened to Johanna. She told me she kept the truth from you because she was ashamed." "I should have known what was happening," Nicholas muttered. "Rolf kept her hidden away, and I should have been clever enough to realize his reasons. He didn't want me to see her bruises, of course. Dear God, how I want to be the one who kills him." The priest decided to turn the Baron's thoughts. "You'd best be deciding what to do when Laird Mackay gets here. Johanna doesn't want Claire to leave. I'm warning you now, son. You're going to have to contend with your sister as well as Claire's father. You've also got the king's messengers coming here with their demand to take Johanna back to England." "John assured me he would send only the messengers and 4 escorts," Nicholas said. "It will only take a few minutes to give them Gabriel's answer and send them home. My laird believes he's going to be able to change your king's mind, doesn't he?" "He does." "I wonder how he thinks to accomplish his goal," Father McKechnie said. Nicholas shook his head. He was damned confident he would get the king to withdraw his support from Baron Rolf, but Gabriel wouldn't tell me what he planned to say. "You're caught in the middle, aren't you? You can't call up your own vassals to fight by your side, for you're in the Highlands now, and the battle might very well be waged against your own king." "We're living in difficult times," Nicholas said. "It is unthinkable for a vassal to lose his faith and trust in his overlord. Most of the barons in England have had their fill of John's antics. There's constant talk of rebellion. I can understand why," the priest remarked. "Your king's made more enemies than allies." "That is true," Nicholas agreed. "He has even turned the Holy Pope against him. Change is in the air, Father, and if John doesn't mend his ways, he'll eventually be forced to hand over his power just to remain king." "A king without power? How is that possible?" "John will be forced to give over specific rights to the barons," Nicholas explained. The priest had never heard of such a thing, yet in all of his considerable years he'd never seen such an inept leader as John. The stories he'd heard over time regarding King John's behaviour couldn't all be exaggerations, and if only a few of them were true, then England's leader would certainly have quite a bit of explaining to do when he stood before his maker. "Do you trust your king?" "I will continue to serve my overlord until he breaks the bond. I am his vassal." "But do you trust him?" Nicholas didn't say another word. He pushed his chair back, bid Father McKechnie good night, and then left the hall. His silence was his answer. Chapter 20. All hell broke loose the following day. The weather was a prelude to disaster. A violent thunderstorm erupted shortly before dawn. Lightning felled 2 giant pines. One crashed down on top of the tanner's cottage, and the other fairly destroyed the kitchen's roof. Thunder shook the castle walls. The storm seemed relentless. Alex attached himself to Johanna. The noise frightened the child, and every time another clap of thunder sounded, he tried to bury himself underneath her. By the time the storm had worn itself out, Johanna and Alex were exhausted. They slept until late in the morning. Claire shook Johanna awake. "Please wake up, Johanna. I must talk to you. Father's riding up the last hill. What am I going to tell him? He's going to be furious. I can't think what to do. Oh, Alex, please don't cry. I didn't mean to frighten you." Johanna sat up in bed just in time to catch her son as he hurled himself into her arms. She soothed the little boy first, and when she finally made him realize neither he nor his mother was in any danger, he quit crying. Alex had been fretful since his father's departure, and Johanna thought she might very well be responsible. The little one had latched onto her fear. She decided she was going to have to be more vigilant in hiding her worries. "Claire, help Alex get dressed, please. I must hurry if I'm going to talk to Nicholas before your father gets here. What did I do with my plaid?" Johanna raced to get dressed. She was thankful the morning sickness had passed. She didn't have time to deal with a bout of nausea now. She washed her face with cold water, cleaned her teeth, but didn't take the time to brush her hair. On her way down the hallway, she threaded her fingers through the mess to try to get the tangles out. "Mama, wait for me," Alex shouted. Johanna stopped at the top of the steps. Alex ran down the hallway and took hold of her hand. "How would you like to visit Oggy this morning? Lindsay will take you over to his cottage. He'll be pleased for your company." Alex was thrilled. Oggy had become one of his favourite companions. He eagerly nodded, let go of Johanna's hand, and ran downstairs shouting Lindsay's name. Nicholas wasn't in the great hall. Claire called out to Johanna and motioned for her to come to the door, which she had partially opened. "Father's here," she whispered. "Nicholas is waiting for him." "Stay inside, Claire," Johanna ordered. "I'll try to get my brother." "I'm going with you," Claire announced. Johanna didn't argue. Claire pulled the door wide and then followed Johanna outside. It was cold and damp. The clouds were grey, and a fine mist was falling. Laird Mackay spotted his daughter immediately and gave her a quick nod in greeting. He was still mounted on his steed, and there were at least 20 clansmen with him. "Where's MacBain?" the laird shouted. Nicholas waited until Claire's father had dismounted before he answered him. "He had an important matter to take care of, and left yesterday morning. I suggest you come back in 2 or 3 weeks. He should be back by then." Laird Mackay frowned with anger.
"Claire Mackay!" he shouted.
Yes, father?
"You married yet?"
Claire walked down the steps and started across the courtyard. Her voice held a note of fear in it when she gave her answer.
No, father.
"Then war it is!"
Laird Mackay bellowed. The veins in the side of his neck stood out. Nicholas shook his head.
"MacBain doesn't have time to war against you," he announced. "He's got another more important battle on his hands."
Mackay didn't know if he should be insulted or not.
"Who is he warring against?"
he demanded to know.
"The Gillivrays? Or is it the O'Donnells? They're a sneaky lot. Makes no difference which clan it is, for they're both poorly trained and can be defeated in a day's time."
Laird MacBain went to war against England, Papa.
Claire blurted out the lie. Her announcement gained her father's full attention.
"Well now, that's all right," he decided.
Laird Mackay, you look soaked through. Won't you come inside and warm yourself by our fire?
Johanna tried to play the gracious hostess now, in hopes of soothing the old man's temper.
You must be hungry after your long journey,
she added as she walked down the steps.
"I ain't hungry, and I can't imagine why I'd be needing to warm myself. It's hot as ever today."
Father, please come inside.
Laird Mackay shook his head.
"I won't be moving a foot until I hear the name of the man who disgraced you, Claire. I'm wanting to know who my son-in-law is, and I'm wanting to know now. Which MacBain shamed you, girl?"
There wasn't any MacBain.
Claire's voice shook when she gave her father her answer. Johanna tried to hush her before she could say any more. Claire shook her head.
He'll have to know, she whispered.
"What did you just say? It wasn't a MacBain?"
her father demanded.
Father, will you please listen to me? Claire implored. I have to explain what happened.
"The only thing I'm wanting to listen to is the name of the man you're going to wed."
Nicholas hadn't said a word during the debate between father and daughter. He seemed completely unconcerned. Yet when Claire tried to walk past him to get closer to her father, he reached out and grabbed hold of her arm to keep her from going any further.
Nicholas,
Johanna whispered.
"Hell,"
Nicholas muttered. Claire was thoroughly confused by Nicholas's action.
Please let go of me, she said. This matter doesn't involve you.
Oh, but it does, he countered. She shook her head. He nodded. I'm responsible for you, Claire Mackay, and you are accountable to me. I haven't given you permission to go anywhere. Get behind me and stay there. The last of his command was given in a hard, downright mean tone of voice. Claire was simply too astonished to argue. She turned to Johanna for guidance. Nicholas's sister lifted her shoulders in a shrug. She looked as confused as Claire was by Nicholas's behaviour. Do it now. Claire obeyed the command before she had time to think about it. She moved to stand behind Nicholas, then leaned up on tiptoe so he could hear her whispered protest.
I am not accountable to you.
Nicholas didn't bother to whisper his reply.
You will be.
Claire still didn't understand what Nicholas was telling her. Johanna understood, though. She walked over to her brother. Keith appeared out of nowhere and blocked her path. He obviously didn't want her to get too close to Laird Mackay. She tried to ignore the soldier's interference.
Nicholas, are you certain you want to do this?
Her brother didn't answer her. Laird Mackay strutted forward. He wanted to snatch his daughter back.
MacBain promised me a wedding, he announced. He's not a man to go back on his word.
No, he isn't, Nicholas agreed. There will be a wedding. The laird looked appeased. He grunted low in his throat and gave a brisk nod.
Papa, there isn't—
Be silent, lass, while I get my particulars, her father ordered.
He kept his gaze centred on Nicholas.
And who is my future son-in-law?
I am. Laird Mackay's mouth dropped open. His eyes looked as though they were going to bulge right out of his face. He shook his head in denial and took a step back in an attempt to distance himself from the Englishman.
No, he bellowed.
Nicholas wouldn't let the laird retreat. "Yes," he answered, his voice emphatic. Claire grabbed hold of Nicholas's tunic and tried to pull him back.
"Are you crazed?"
she asked. Johanna nudged Keith out of her way and hurried over to Claire's side.
"Let go of him,"
she ordered. Claire started to protest the outrageous pledge Nicholas had just given her father, but Johanna stopped her by grabbing hold of her hand and demanding in a whisper that she wait until later to argue.
"Is it a trick, then?"
Claire asked, thinking Nicholas might be giving the rash promise in order to stall for time.
"It could be,"
Johanna allowed, knowing full well her brother never said anything he didn't mean. He was going to marry Claire Mackay, all right, and from the set look on his face, no one was going to stop him, not even a reluctant bride. "You're English!" the laird shouted. "It's unthinkable!" Nicholas didn't seem to be at all affected by the old man's fury. He actually smiled when he said, "I won't require a substantial dowry." "Claire Mackay, you might as well have taken a dagger and plunged it into your father's very own heart," the laird wailed.
"But, father—"
"Be silent!" Nicholas snapped the command. He didn't take his gaze off Claire's father when he gave his order. He waited for the angry old warrior to either pounce on him or gain control of himself. Johanna tried to soothe Claire, but it was difficult for her to pay attention to what she was doing and keep her attention on the laird at the same time. She was mesmerized by the man's behavior. Lairds didn't weep, but this one looked like he was going to break down and cry at any moment. He was certainly having difficulty accepting Nicholas's announcement. "An English baron wed to my daughter! I'll die first, I will!" Johanna quit rubbing Claire's shoulder and stepped forward.
"A very rich baron," she blurted out.
The laird frowned at Johanna with what she thought was indignation. "Wealth is not an issue here," he muttered. "How rich?" They were married an hour later. There wasn't time for a celebration. Father McKechnie had only just blessed the union when Michael came running into the great hall. He was looking for Keith or Nicholas to give his news. He spotted the Baron first. "One of our soldiers doing border patrol has just arrived with the news," he said. "English soldiers were spotted coming onto our land. It's an army, Baron, and only an hour away from the keep." "How many were sighted?" Keith demanded. "Too many to ever count," Michael told him. Nicholas let out a roar so forceful and so filled with fury, the sound surely reached the lowlands. He had been betrayed by his king. The bond between vassal and overlord was destroyed. John had lied to his baron, for he hadn't sent a messenger and escort. He'd sent an army. The keep would be under siege in less than an hour's time. Keith immediately took charge of readying the area for attack by posting guards all along the walls, and Nicholas took on the responsibility of leading a contingent of men down the ridge to meet the English soldiers in a flanking attack. Laird Mackay was told to go home before the fight began. He refused the order and mounted his horse to ride by his son-in-law's side. He told one of his men to ride like lightning back to his own holding and gather his considerable troops. Nicholas was damned thankful for the old man's interference. He knew they were going to need every fighting man available. Claire couldn't seem to make up her mind if she wanted to get hysterical because she was now married to an Englishman, or if she wanted to be helpful in the battle against the intruders. Then Nicholas turned to leave, and Claire picked up her skirts and ran after him.
"Don't you dare make me a widow, Baron," she demanded. "I'm wanting an annulment, not a funeral."
Nicholas reached his stallion, grabbed the reins in one hand, and turned to his bride. "You won't be getting either," he announced. She didn't know what to say to him next. Nicholas stared at her for a long minute, then decided he'd wasted enough time on his new bride. He started to turn away.
"Wait!"
"Yes?" Words still eluded her, and so she simply threw herself into his arms. Nicholas knew what to do next. He let go of the reins, wrapped his arms around his trembling bride, and gave her a kiss filled with promise, commitment, and a fair amount of lust. "You look like a boy with your hair cut so short, but you sure as hell kiss like a woman, Claire Mackay." She forgot how to breathe. She couldn't seem to gather her wits about her until her husband was riding away.
"Take care of him, Papa," she shouted.
"I will, lass. Get yourself inside and stay there."
Claire turned to do just that when she spotted Johanna running across the yard.
"Johanna, where are you going? It isn't safe for you to stay out here."
Johanna wasn't listening. She ran all the way to Oggie's cottage. She was crying by the time she got there. Alex took one look at his mother and started wailing. She picked the child up and hugged him tight.
"Oggie, take Alex up to my chamber. I'm making you responsible for him. Don't let any harm come to him. Promise me."
"I promise you," he said. "And where will you be while I'm looking out for the boy?"
"There isn't time for me to explain," she answered. "King John has sent an army 4 times the size of our own."
"We've survived before, lass. We'll survive again."
The price was too dear to pay for Johanna to be reasonable. She didn't want a single man to die because of her fight with England's king. She believed she was the only one who could avert a massacre.
"The king betrayed my brother," she said. "He used trickery, Oggie, and so I will use the truth to stop this before it's too late."
Johanna kissed Alex and handed him to Oggie.
"Go," she whispered. "I must know both of you will be safe."
"If it gets too threatening, I'll take the boy and hide. I'll bring him back when it's finished."
"How will you get outside the walls?"
"I have my ways," Oggie boasted. "Quit your crying, boy. We're on an adventure now. Let's fetch your wooden sword and have our own battle."
Johanna stayed inside Oggie's cottage for several minutes. She knelt down and said a prayer for courage. She finished her petitions, made the sign of the cross, and then stood up. Claire and Keith were both standing in the doorway, watching her.
"They're swarming up the hills, my lady," Keith announced. "We're going to have to find a way to get you out of here. We can't defend ourselves against such numbers."
Claire was trying not to cry.
"Papa and Nicholas are both going to get killed. I've never seen so many soldiers, Johanna. I don't know what we will do." "I have a plan," Johanna announced. "They're here to fetch me, aren't they? Keith, you will simply give me to them."
He shook his head.
"I cannot, my lady."
"You don't have a choice in the matter," she countered. "Listen carefully. We were taken by surprise, isn't that so?"
She waited for his nod before continuing.
"If we'd had time to prepare, what would you have done?"
"Called up our allies," Keith replied. "And when they arrived, we would outnumber the enemy. Even now the word is being passed through the Highlands, for the sight of such a vast army would be spread like wildfire. Most of our allies are to the north, however, and they are probably only just now hearing the news. They'll come."
"But it will be too late, won't it?"
"There is always hope, my lady."
"There is also a better plan," she replied. "If I willingly go to the English soldiers, they will retreat." "They'll take you back to England," Claire cried out. "They will if Keith cannot mount an attack in time. How long before you can gather enough men?"
"A single full day," he answered.
"Gabriel hasn't reached England yet. He will have heard. Add him to your numbers."
Johanna continued to try to make the commander listen to reason. Keith wouldn't agree with her plan, however, and kept insisting he would give up his life to keep her safe. And so she resorted to trickery to get her way. She pretended to give in. Keith asked her to go back to the Great Hall and wait there with Claire until he sent men to sneak the 2 of them out of the keep. Johanna nodded agreement. She started up the hill with Claire at her side, but just as soon as Keith had regained his mount and ridden away, she turned to her friend.
"You're going to have to help me," she announced. "You know it's the only way, Claire. I won't be harmed." "You can't know that, Johanna," Claire whispered with fear. "What about your baby?" "We'll be all right. Ralph doesn't know I'm carrying, and the pleats in my plaid hide my condition."
She nodded again.
"We'll be all right. And if Baron Rolf is leading the army, how will you keep him from hurting you?" "I have not forgotten how to cower," Johanna replied. Her voice was filled with sadness. "And I will try not to incite his anger. Claire, I love my brother, and all these good men here. I cannot let them die because of me. Dear God, I don't know what to do. Please help me." Claire was finally swayed. She gave a quick nod. "Aren't you frightened, Johanna?" "Oh, yes," Johanna answered. "But I'm not overwhelmed with it. In my heart, I know it's a sound plan. Gabriel will find me." Tears streamed down Claire's face. She forced a smile to hide her terror. "I wish I had someone like Gabriel who I could love and trust." "Oh, Claire, you do. Nicholas is every bit as gentle and good as my husband." Her friend's smile became genuine then. "Dear Lord, I forgot I was married," she blurted out. "Come now, we must get you out of here before I also forget I have courage." The two women turned direction and ran toward the back entrance to the stables. 20 minutes later, and after considerable subterfuge and plain sneakery, Johanna rode out of the keep and down the steep hill. She was going back to hell again. Yet when she spotted Rolf riding toward her, her heart didn't stop beating, and her stomach didn't twist in agony. Johanna wasn't terrified now. She was determined. She had a sound plan. She had Gabriel. Chapter 21. They took her to the Gillivray keep. Rolf and his army had crossed the clan's border and immediately found themselves under attack. The Highlander soldiers were courageous in battle, but Laird Mackay's evaluation was proven true. They were a poorly trained group of men, and it had only taken the English infidels 1 day to conquer the land and the castle. Laird Gillivray and 30 of his men were locked away in the cellars below the Great Hall. The other clansmen were being held in the soldiers' quarters in the lower bailey. Johanna's surrender had been swift. She rode down the hill and into the jaws of the enemy. They enveloped and surrounded her. Although she was just a scant foot or two away from Rolf, she didn't speak to him. She simply sat atop her mount, with her hands folded together, and waited to see what he would do. Rolf was dressed in full knight's battle wear, but his head was covered with the old-fashioned, open, conical helmet. He preferred it over the modern, fully enclosed gear. He'd told her his vision was improved. She believed vanity was the true reason. It was difficult for her to look at him. His appearance hadn't changed much. His eyes were just as green, his complexion was still unscarred, and there were only a few added age lines creasing his narrow cheeks now. Then he took his helmet off, and she realized there had been a dramatic change after all. His hair had been the colour of wheat when she'd last seen him. It was white now.
"We will go home now, Johanna, and all this will be put behind us."
"Yes," she immediately agreed. Her answer pleased him. He nudged his mount close to her side and reached over to touch her face.
"You have grown more beautiful," he remarked. "I've missed you, my love."
Johanna couldn't look at him now, for she was certain he would see the disgust in her eyes. She bowed her head in what she prayed looked like submission. Rolf was apparently satisfied. He put his helmet back on, turned his mount, and then gave the order to ride. They didn't stop for water or rest, and reached the Gillivray holding late that afternoon. Johanna immediately pleaded exhaustion. Rolf escorted her inside. The entrance was narrow. Steps leading upstairs were directly in front of her. To the right was the hall. It was a large room, square in dimensions, and the balcony above surrounded it on all sides. Johanna was disheartened by that notice, for she knew if she was kept upstairs, she couldn't sneak out the door without being spotted by the guards in the hall. She was given the third chamber. The door was in the centre of the balcony. Ralph opened the door for her. She kept her head bowed and tried to hurry past him. He grabbed hold of her arm and tried to kiss her.
She wouldn't let him. She turned her head away. He roughly pulled her into his arms and hugged her. His hands toyed with her hair. "Did they make you cut your hair?" She didn't answer him. "Of course they did," he decided. "You never would have willingly cut your hair, for you surely remember how much I liked it."
"I did remember," she whispered.
He let out a sigh. "It will grow again."
"Yes."
Ralph suddenly tightened his hold on her. "Why did you get our marriage annulled?" The pain he was inflicting upon her made her flinch.
"The king wanted me to marry Baron Williams. I demanded an annulment to stall for time. I didn't believe you were dead."
Her answer satisfied Ralph. "John didn't tell me Williams wanted you for wife. The bastard did lust after you, didn't he? And you never did like him much."
"I'm very sleepy," she blurted out. "I don't feel at all well."
Ralph finally let go of her. "The excitement has been too much for you. You were always weak, Johanna, and only I know how to take care of you. Go to bed now. I won't bother you tonight. I put one of your gowns on the bed. You will wear it tomorrow. When you join me downstairs, I will have a surprise for you." He finally left her alone. The door had a lock, but the key had been removed. She would have to find something to block the entrance, she decided. She didn't trust Rolf to leave her alone, and if he did sneak into the chamber during the night, she would be prepared. If he tried to touch her, she would kill him, or die trying. Johanna had been in complete control of her emotions until now, and although she was exhausted from the strain, she was still feeling proud of herself, because she hadn't allowed her anger or her fear to gain the upper hand. It was her sole duty to protect her baby from harm until Gabriel came to fetch her. Yes, that was her only duty. Messengers had left to chase down Gabriel as soon as the English army had been spotted. Johanna prayed the clansmen wouldn't have to go all the way to London to catch up with their laird. The MacBain allies were surely preparing to ride now too, she decided. Why, by tomorrow night, or the night after, she would certainly be rescued. Johanna set about defending her little chamber from attack. She pushed an empty chest over to the door to block it. She knew it wouldn't keep anyone from breaking in, but she hoped the sound, when the chest was moved, would wake her up if she accidentally fell asleep. She hurried over to the window, pulled the fur covering back, and looked down. Then she muttered an expletive. There wouldn't be any escape possible through the opening. It was a straight drop 2 stories down, and the rock wall was too smooth to find handholds to climb down. The room was cold and damp. She was suddenly so weary she needed to sit down. She removed her belt and wrapped herself in her plaid. Then she went over to the bed. She spotted the gown spread out upon the covers. Recognition was swift. Her weariness vanished, and fury such as she'd never known before flooded her. She was consumed by it, and all she wanted to do was scream as loud as a warrior would when he rode into battle. It was her wedding gown. The shoes she'd worn were there too, she noticed. And the ribbons, dear God. The ribbons she'd entwined in her hair were spread out on the covers as well. "He's demented," she whispered. "And determined," she silently added. He'd told her he had a surprise for her in the morning, and now she fully understood what he planned. The fool actually believed he was going to marry her again. Johanna was literally shaking with rage when she reached for the gown. She hurled it across the chamber. The ribbons and shoes went flying next. Her anger quickly drained the rest of her strength. Johanna stretched out on the bed, pulled her plaid up over her head, took her dagger out of the sheath she'd tied with string around her thigh, and held the weapon in both hands. She fell asleep minutes later. The scraping noise the chest made when it was moved across the stone floor woke her up. Sunlight streamed into the chamber from the sides of the fur covering the window. Johanna had dropped her dagger sometime during the night. She found it in a fold of the plaid, and was ready to strike when she sat up. "May I enter, my lady?" The whispered request came from an elderly woman. She held a tray in her hands, but hesitated in the doorway until she was given permission.
"You may,"
Johanna called out. The woman hurried inside. She used the back of her foot to push the door closed.
"Baron Rolfe ordered me to serve you,"
she said as she walked closer.
"You're a Gillivray,"
Johanna guessed when she spotted the colourful plaid.
"I am,"
the woman replied.
"And you're Laird MacBain's wife, aren't you?"
"Yes," Johanna answered. Her voice was sharp, for she was in a hurry now to gain some answers the Gillivray woman might be able to give her.
"Are there guards posted outside this door?"
"There is one,"
the servant answered.
"How many in the hall below?"
"Too many to count,"
the woman answered. She put the tray on the foot of the bed.
"My laird's locked in the cellar, my lady. They're treating him like a common thief. He sends you an important message. I was allowed to carry food to him early this morning, and he whispered the words he wanted me to repeat to you."
"What is his message?"
"The MacBain will avenge this atrocity."
Johanna smiled. The servant looked expectant.
"Does your laird require an answer?"
"He does."
"Then tell him,
yes, the MacBain will certainly avenge this atrocity."
The woman gave a brisk nod.
"And so it will be done,"
she whispered. She sounded as though she was in prayer.
"What is your name?"
Johanna asked.
"Lucy,"
the woman answered. Johanna scooted off the bed. She held onto her plaid with one hand and offered her other hand to the woman.
"You are a good and courageous woman, Lucy," she whispered.
"And now I have a favour to ask of you."
"I will do anything I can to help, my lady. I'm old and surely feeble, but I will diligently try to serve you."
"I must find a way to stay inside this chamber for as long as possible. Are you good at lying?"
"When it's called for," Lucy answered.
"Then report to the Baron that I am still sleeping soundly. Tell him you put the tray down but didn't disturb me."
"I'll do it," Lucy promised. "The Baron doesn't seem to be in a hurry to get you downstairs, my lady. He's pacing with impatience, but only because the man he sent for has still not arrived."
"What man?"
"I didn't catch the name," Lucy said, "but I heard what he was. He's a bishop, and he's living somewhere near the Lowlands." "Bishop Holwick! My lady, please lower your voice. The guard will hear you. I didn't catch the bishop's name."
Johanna's heartbeat quickened.
"Of course it's Holwick," she muttered. "Will the bishop help you, my lady?"
"No,"
Johanna answered.
"He's an evil man, Lucy. He would aid Lucifer if there was gold involved. Tell me this, please. How did you know Baron Rolfe sent for anyone?"
"No one pays me any attention because I'm old. I can act dotty when I set my mind to it. I was standing near the corner of the hall when the soldiers came inside to take over our laird's home. The Baron didn't waste a minute giving his instructions. He sent 6 men to ride to the Lowlands. They were to escort the bishop back."
Johanna rubbed her arms to ward off the chill she felt. Rolfe had been quite methodical in his plans. She wondered what other surprises were in store for her.
"I'd best get downstairs before the Baron notices I've been in here so long, and you'd best get back under the covers, so the guard will see you're sleeping when I open the door."
Johanna thanked the servant, and then hurried to do as she suggested. She stayed in bed a long while, waiting for the summons to come. Ralph left her alone. The blessed reprieve lasted until the following afternoon. Johanna spent a good deal of her time staring out the window. The hills below were covered with English soldiers. She thought they probably surrounded the keep on all sides. How was Gabriel going to get to her? She straightened her shoulders. That was his problem to worry about, not hers, she decided. But Lord, how she wished he would hurry up. Lucy came back into the chamber late that afternoon. She carried another tray of food.
"They've been coming and going all day long, my lady. Now men are fetching pails of hot water and bringing up a wooden tub. The Baron has ordered a bath for you.
Why in heavens he'd think about your comforts now is beyond me. He thinks I'm going to marry him, Johanna explained. The bishop's here, isn't he? He is, Lucy answered. There's another baron down below as well. I heard his name. He's called Williams. He's an ugly one all right, with his frizzled, dirt-coloured hair and black eyes. He and Baron Ralph have been arguing most of the afternoon. It's a heated fight, all right, and wouldn't it be a blessing if they killed each other and saved your husband the bother? Johanna smiled. It would be a blessing. Lucy, please stay and lean against the door while I bathe. Then you're going to accommodate the foul man? I want to look as pretty as possible for my husband, Johanna explained. He will be here any time now. Will you put on the English gown? Lucy asked. She pointed to the corner where Johanna had thrown the garment. I will wear my plaid. Lucy nodded. I'm going to fetch you clean underclothes when I go get the soap and drying cloths, she said. Johanna carried through with her determination to wear her plaid. She knew Rolf would be furious, but she was also certain he wouldn't strike her in front of witnesses. She would have to make certain she was never left alone with him. She wasn't at all certain how she would achieve that miracle. And damn it all, where was Gabriel? She absolutely refused to consider the possibility her husband might not be able to get to her in time, and whenever a worrisome thought popped into her mind, she pushed it away. She took her time bathing. She even washed her hair. Then she sat on the side of the bed to dry it with the cloths Lucy gave her. The servant insisted upon brushing her hair for her, and when she was finished, and the curls fell just so about her shoulders, Lucy declared she looked as beautiful as a princess. The summons came an hour later. Lucy was wringing her hands when she repeated the order. Johanna was extremely calm. She knew she couldn't put off the confrontation any longer. She put in yet another request to her maker to help Gabriel get to her in time, tucked her dagger in her belt, and covered it with a fold from her plaid, and then went downstairs. They made her wait at the entrance for almost 10 minutes before bidding her to come into the hall. Ralph and Williams were standing at a round table on the opposite side of the room, arguing about a paper Williams waved in his hand. The two barons were opposite in appearance, yet quite similar in temperament. They snapped at each other like mad dogs, one with his shock of white hair and the other with his brown-coloured locks and black soul. They were both hideous to her. Bishop Hallward was also in the hall. He sat in a tall, backed chair in the centre of the room. He held a scroll in his hands and appeared to be reading the thing over and over again. Every other minute or so he would shake his head as though in confusion. The bishop had aged considerably in the past few years. He looked sickly too, for his complexion had a yellow cast to it now. Lucifer must be dancing with anticipation, Johanna thought to herself. Hallward was old and worn out, and it wouldn't be long before he was welcomed home by the devil himself. Johanna noticed a movement above. She looked up and spotted Lucy making her way along the balcony. The servant was pausing at each chamber and pushing the door open before moving on. Johanna assumed she'd been told to wear out the chambers.
But I will take the stand that this marriage is only a formality, a renewal of our vows, if you will,
Ralph announced in such a loud, angry tone of voice that Johanna heard him. Williams nodded.
Yes, he agreed. A renewal. When the Pope and our King settle their differences, we'll send these explanations to Rome. I doubt Innocent will involve himself in the matter anyway.
Ralph turned then and spotted Johanna standing in the entrance. He frowned when he saw what she was wearing. Williams ordered her to come forward. Johanna did as she was commanded. She didn't cross the room, however, but stopped when she was several feet in front of Bishop Hallward. He nodded to her. She ignored him. Williams noticed her slight.
Have you forgotten to kneel in the presence of a man of God, Lady Johanna?
The sneer in his voice disgusted her. I do not see a man of God in this room, she answered. I see only a pathetic mockery dressed in priest's black garb."
Both barons looked quite stunned by her opinion. Williams was the first to recover. He took a step forward.
"How dare you speak to Bishop Holwick with such disrespect?"
Ralph nodded. The look of fury in his eyes was chilling.
"When the holy bishop hears your confession and gives me your penance, Johanna, you will regret your rash outburst."
She saw Holwick nod out of the corner of her eye. She still refused to look directly at the old man, however, and kept her attention on Ralph.
"Holwick isn't holy," she announced, "and I will never kneel before him and give him my confession. He has no hold over me now, Ralph. He teaches blasphemy against women. He is, in fact, a despot and an evil-doer. Nay, I will never kneel before him."
"You'll pay for your sins, woman."
The bishop's scratchy voice was filled with malice. She finally turned her gaze to him.
"And you will pay for the terrible punishments you've inflicted upon all those honourable women who turned to you for counsel, whose only fault was in believing you were God's representative. They didn't realise, as I do, what a monster you are. I wonder, Holwick, if you fear going to sleep at night. You should, you know. You're old and sick. You're going to die soon, and then, by all that is truly holy, you will be made accountable for your tortures."
The bishop staggered to his feet.
"You speak heresy," he shouted.
"I speak the truth," she countered.
"Tonight you will learn your opinions should best be kept to yourself,"
Ralph announced. He nodded to Williams, and then took several steps toward her. She didn't back away from him.
"You are a fool, Ralph. I won't go through any pretence of remarrying you. I already have a husband. You seem to have conveniently forgotten that important fact."
"She cannot want to stay with the barbarian," Williams said. "Her mind has been broken, Ralph. That's why the demons speak through her."
Ralph stopped.
"Have you been possessed by an evil spirit?"
The bishop latched on to the possibility at once, and vehemently nodded. He turned to walk toward the side doorway, which Baron Williams now blocked.
"She'll have to be purified before she can speak her renewal vows," he declared. "I'll get the holy water and the stick, Baron. You'll have to beat the demons out of her. I don't have enough strength."
The bishop was out of breath by the time he finished explaining his errand. He wheezed his way across the chamber. Johanna didn't show any outward reaction to the threat just given. She tried to keep her expression as serene as possible. Ralph was watching her closely.
"You do not seem to be afraid of what is going to happen to you," he remarked.
She turned her attention back to him. He looked both angry and confused. She laughed.
"It's you, Ralph, who has become possessed. If you believe I would ever prefer you to my laird."
"You cannot possibly love the savage,"
Williams blurted out. She kept her gaze directed on Ralph when she gave her answer.
"Oh, but I do love him,"
she replied, her voice strong with conviction.
"You're going to be punished for such treasonous and disloyal remarks against me,"
Ralph threatened. She was neither impressed nor frightened. She tilted her head while she considered the man who had so terrified her in the past. Ralph looked pitiful to her, and she was suddenly so filled with loathing she could barely stomach the sight of him. He could never destroy her. Never.
"Do you honestly believe you and Williams and Holwick are superior to one Highlander? You really are fools,"
she added with a shake of her head.
"We are King John's closest advisers,"
Williams shouted the boast.
"Ah, yes, King John," she scoffed. "The three of you are worthy company for each other."
The derision in her voice was a slap to Ralph's pride. He was visibly shaking with his anger now.
"What has happened to you?"
he demanded in a harsh whisper.
"You never would have spoken to me with such blatant disregard in the past. Do you feel safe because you are in Scotland? Is that it, Johanna? Or do you believe I'm so overcome with joy to have you back, I will overlook your slander against my character. You would do well to remember the pain you suffered in the past because of the necessary punishments you forced me to measure out. Aye, you would do well to remember.
She wasn't cowering away from him. Ralph was confused by her behaviour. He didn't see fear in her eyes. He saw defiance.
Tonight, I will show you what happens to a wife who has forgotten her place, he threatened.
He thought to terrify her, and knew he'd failed when she simply shook her head at him.
What has happened to you? He asked again.
You are too ignorant to ever understand what happened to me, she replied.
The Highlanders have done this to her, William shouted.
Ralph nodded.
There's no similarity between us and Scotland's waste, Ralph muttered.
She nodded. Her quick agreement gave Ralph pause. Then she clarified her position.
You have spoken your first truth, she said. There are no similarities between you and my Gabriel, and I thank God for that. You have vowed your love for me 1,000 times in the past, and then used your fists to show me how very much you love me. Gabriel has never told me he loves me, yet I know he does. He would never, ever raise a hand against me or any other woman. He's honourable and courageous, and has a heart and a soul as pure as an archangel's. Oh, no, you two are nothing alike.
How dare you speak such blasphemy?
The veins in the side of Ralph's neck stood out from the force of his scream. She knew she was provoking his rage, but she couldn't stop the words from pouring out. It so offended her that he dared consider himself superior to any Highlander. His opinion of himself was perverse, and she was determined to set him straight.
Show me the companions you keep, and I'll tell you who you are. My mother taught me that valuable lesson, but I doubt either one of you will understand the meaning behind it. I happen to keep very good companions. My clan's my family, and each one of us would die to keep the others safe. They're all proud and honourable men and women.
She shook her head at the two barons. Disgust echoed in her voice when she continued.
Nay, you can't understand. How could you? You don't know what honour is. Look at your companions. You cannot turn your back on each other for fear of getting a knife between your shoulders. You would both kill your own fathers if it meant you would gain more power. You, Rolf, have broken every commandment, and so has your overlord. You and Williams both conspired with your king to commit one heinous crime after another. You will pay for your sins one day in the future, and very soon now you will pay for forcing me to leave my sanctuary. You're demented if you believe you can get away with this atrocity. If my husband has any faults at all, it is that he is a terribly possessive man. Oh, Gabriel will come after me, all right. You have dared to take away the woman he loves. He won't show you any mercy. And when you're dead, I doubt God will show you much mercy either. You are a demon, Rolf, and Gabriel is my very own archangel. He will crush you.
Rolf's fury became uncontrollable. His roar echoed throughout the hall. Johanna braced herself for his attack and reached for her dagger. Rolf ran toward her. He was just a few feet away when he raised his fist in preparation for the first blow he would deliver. An arrow stopped his advance. It went completely through his closed fist. Rolf's bellow of rage turned into a scream of agony. He staggered backward and looked up to find the man who had attacked him. They were everywhere. The balcony was filled with warriors wearing the MacBain plaid. They surrounded the great hall on all sides. All but one soldier had arrows notched to their bows. Baron Rolf was in their sights. There was but a second or two of awareness in Rolf's eyes before he died. Recognition, too, perhaps, as he stared at the giant warrior standing directly above Johanna. Gabriel's gaze was locked on the Baron. He slowly reached back to take a second arrow from his carrier. Death captured Rolf's expression of terror. The next arrow ended his life. It penetrated the centre of his forehead, and then another arrow, and another sliced through the stillness to cut into the target. The force of so many arrows striking at the same time propelled Rolf backward and upward, and when he finally collapsed to the floor, there were over 50 arrows lodged in his body. Lucifer had his soul. Johanna turned around and looked up. Gabriel stood above her. Nicholas was at his side. Both warriors handed their bows and carriers to the soldiers standing behind them, then turned to come downstairs. All of the other clansmen had fresh arrows notched in preparation. Their target was Baron Williams, who was now cowering in the corner of the hall. She didn't wait for Gabriel to come to her. As soon as he reached the entrance of the hall, she dropped her dagger and ran to him. He wouldn't let her hug him. He wouldn't even look at her. His gaze was fully directed on Baron Williams.
"This isn't finished yet,"
he announced in a gruff tone of voice. He gently pushed her behind his back.
"You may show me your affection later, wife."
Her next remark surely saved Williams's life. Gabriel started forward, but stopped when he caught her whispered reply.
"And you may explain your reason for being so tardy, my lord."
A slow smile eased his frown. He continued on across the hall, grabbed Williams by his shoulders, forcing him to stand up, and then slammed his fist into his face.
"You're going to live for one purpose only," Gabriel announced. "You're going to take a message to your king and save me the journey. I've been separated from my wife long enough, and I cannot stomach the notion of having to look upon King John."
Blood was pouring down from Baron Williams's broken nose.
Yes,
he stammered out.
"I'll take any message you wish to give me."
Gabriel dragged the Baron over to the table and shoved him into a chair. Her husband's voice was too low for Johanna to hear what he was saying to Williams. She tried to walk closer, but suddenly found herself surrounded by soldiers who deliberately blocked her path. Nicholas also wanted to find out what Gabriel was telling the Baron. The soldiers wouldn't let him get any closer. He turned to his sister, noticed she was staring at Rolf, and immediately walked over to put himself in front of her.
"Do not look at him," Nicholas ordered. "He can't hurt you any more. He's dead."
It was a ridiculous thing to say, given the fact that arrows covered Rolf's body from head to feet. She was about to point out that fact to her brother when he spoke again. He gave her his boast, not his confession.
"I killed him."
Keith stepped forward.
"Nay, Nicholas, I killed him,"
he announced in a near shout. Callum came forward next.
"Nicholas, you didn't even have your arrow at the ready when I killed him."
Suddenly, every soldier in the hall was shouting his boast that he'd been the one to end Baron Rolf's life. Johanna didn't understand what was happening, or why it seemed so important for each man to claim he'd been the one responsible for killing the Baron. Then Nicholas smiled. He noticed her confusion and hastened to explain.
"Your husband is protecting me from my own king, Johanna. Gabriel won't ever admit it, of course, but he's making damned certain I can't be blamed for killing another Baron. Each one of his men will continue to boast the kill. However," he added when Keith nodded, "it is a fact that I really did kill him." "Nay, boy, I killed him!" Laird Mackay shouted from the balcony.
And then it started all over again. The hall was echoing with shouts when Gabriel finished with Baron Williams. He hauled him to his feet, looked around him, and nodded with satisfaction. He waited until the shouting had died down, then said to Williams,
"You will tell your king. At least 60 men took credit for killing his favoured Baron." "Yes," Williams said. "I'll tell him. And after you've given him my other important message, I suggest you do one last thing to please me." "Anything," Williams promised. "I'll do anything."
Gabriel stared at the man a long minute before giving him his final instruction.
"Hide."
He didn't need to say more. Williams fully understood his message. He nodded and ran out of the hall. Gabriel watched him leave and then turned around. He ordered 2 soldiers to remove the dead body from the hall. Lindsay and Michael hurried forward to take care of the chore. Nicholas and Johanna stood side by side across the room with Keith and Callum. "It's finished, little sister," Nicholas whispered. He put his arm around Johanna's shoulders and pulled her up against him. "He can't ever hurt you again."
"Yes," she replied. "It's finished, and now you will let go of your guilt. You were never responsible for what happened to me in the past. I was in charge of my own destiny, even in those most difficult times."
Her brother shook his head. "I should have known," he said. "I should have protected you." She tilted her head to look up at him.
"That's why you married Claire, isn't it? You were protecting her."
"Someone had to," he admitted. Johanna smiled. She decided the reasons why her brother married Claire weren't important. What mattered was their future together. Claire, Johanna believed, would eventually fall in love with Nicholas. He was such a good, kind-hearted man. Claire would realize her good fortune in time, and Nicholas would also grow to love her. Claire was a sweet woman. Johanna decided, it was going to be a sound marriage. Gabriel was staring at her. Laird Mackay was standing by his side and waving his hands in agitation as he talked to Johanna's husband. Every now and then Gabriel would shake his head.
"I wonder what has Laird Mackay upset,"
Johanna remarked. "He's probably wanting to raid the castle before they let the Gillivray laird out of the cellar," Nicholas replied. Johanna couldn't take her gaze off her husband. He was taking forever to come to her. Didn't he realize how much she needed his comfort?
"Why is Gabriel ignoring me?" she asked her brother.
"I can't read his thoughts," Nicholas replied. "I would guess he's trying to calm down before he talks to you. You gave him one hell of a scare. You'd best get a good apology ready." "I'd try to look humble," he advised.
"I can't imagine why he would want an apology."
Keith stepped forward to answer. "You didn't stay where you were put, my lady." Nicholas tried not to laugh. He could tell from his sister's expression she didn't like hearing his explanation. If looks could do injury, Keith would now be writhing on the floor in acute pain. Johanna straightened away from her brother.
"I did what was necessary," she told Keith.
"What you thought was necessary," Nicholas corrected. From across the room, Gabriel nodded. Johanna knew then he was listening to their discussion. In a much louder tone of voice, she said,
"I was protecting my clan by leaving."
"Each one of us would die to protect the others."
Callum interjected the remark. He was smiling at Johanna while he repeated her very words back to her. He had obviously been hiding in one of the opened doorways on the balcony during her confrontation with Rolf.
"How much did you hear?"
she asked.
"All of it,"
Callum answered. Keith nodded.
"We keep good companions," he said. "We all understood your lesson, my lady."
Johanna started blushing. Nicholas thought the soldiers' obvious adoration for their mistress might be the cause of her embarrassment. Both Keith and Callum looked as though they might kneel down in front of her at any moment to pay her homage.
"You made us very proud, my lady,"
Callum whispered in a voice that shook with emotion. Her blush intensified. If they continued with their praise, she knew she would start weeping, and then they would surely become embarrassed. She couldn't let that happen. She hurried to change the topic. She glanced up at the balcony, then turned to Keith.
"It's a straight drop from the windows to the ground," she began. "How in heaven's name did you ever get inside?"
Keith laughed.
"I cannot believe you're asking me that question," he said.
"I am asking you," she countered, wondering what he found so amusing. "Please explain. How did you get inside?"
"Lady Johanna, there is always more than one way into a keep."
She burst into laughter. The sound was filled with such joy, Gabriel's entire body reacted. His throat tightened up, his heart started slamming a furious beat, and he found it damned difficult to take a deep breath. He knew that if he didn't take her into his arms soon, he would surely go out of his mind. He wanted privacy, because once he started touching her, he wasn't going to be able to stop. Dear God, how he loved her! He started to go to her, and then forced himself to stop. By God, she would realize the hell she had put him through first, he thought to himself. Why, she had taken a good 20 years off his life. When his men had chased him down and told him she was in the hands of Baron Rolfe, terror such as Gabriel had never known before filled his mind, his heart, and his soul. He was certain he'd died 1,000 deaths on his way to the Gillivray holding. Another scare like that would put him in his grave. Only after he had gained her promise never to take such chances again would he let her comfort him. Gabriel asked Mackay to go downstairs and let the laird out of his prison, and then turned to Johanna. "MacBain's wanting your attention, Johanna," Nicholas whispered. She looked at her husband. He nodded to her, and then ordered her to come to him by crooking his finger at her. The look on his face told her she was about to catch hell. She didn't want to waste time listening to him rant and rave about the danger she'd placed herself in. It was finished now, and she was safe. That was all that mattered. Besides, she wanted to be comforted, and she'd waited long enough. She was out of patience and in desperate need of her husband's touch. The only way she was going to get what she wanted was to catch her husband off guard and nudge him into forgetting his bluster. She took a step toward Gabriel and then stopped. She forced a frown while she folded her arms in front of her chest. She hoped she looked displeased. Gabriel was astonished by her behavior. "Johanna?" The uncertainty in his voice made her want to smile. She didn't dare, of course, because she wanted to soothe his temper, not prod it.
"Yes, Gabriel."
"Come here."
"In a moment, my lord,"
she answered, in a voice as serene as a sweet summer breeze.
"First, I would like to ask you a question."
"What is it?"
"Does the expression, 'in the nick of time,' mean anything to you?"
He wanted to smile, but glared instead. He knew what she was doing. She thought to make him feel guilty because he hadn't gotten to her sooner. He wasn't going to let her turn the tables on him. If anyone was going to apologize, by God, it would be his stubborn, ill-disciplined wife. He shook his head at her, took another step forward, and then announced, "It's going to take you a lifetime to soothe my temper." She didn't want to contradict her husband, but she was certain it would only take her a minute or two. She walked forward to stand directly in front of him. She clasped her hands together and smiled. She stared up at him with those beautiful, bewitching blue eyes, and Gabriel knew then there wouldn't be any talk about safety tonight.
"Will it take you a lifetime to get around to telling your wife you love her?"
She reached up and gently stroked the side of his face. Her voice was filled with tenderness when she said,
"I love you, Gabriel MacBain."
His voice shook when he answered with his own pledge. "Not nearly as much as I love you, Johanna MacBain." And then she was in his arms, and he was kissing her and hugging her, and telling her in broken whispers how much he loved her, and how he knew he was damned unworthy of her, but it didn't matter, because he would never let her go, and how she had become the center of his life. He was rambling, but he didn't care. Some of what he said made sense. Most didn't. It didn't matter to her. She was crying, and also rambling with all the loving words she'd kept protected inside her. Their kisses became passionate, and when he finally pulled away, she was trembling. He let her go, but only for a second, then caught hold of her hand and walked out of the hall. She was blushing, and kept her head bowed when they passed her brother and her clansmen. Gabriel slowed his pace when he led the way up the steps so Johanna could keep up with him, then threaded his way through the throng of men standing on the balcony until he reached the first chamber. He pulled his wife inside, shut the door, and then reached for her again. Clothing became an obstacle. Gabriel didn't want to quit kissing her long enough to get undressed, and so he tried to do both at the same time. They made it to the bed, though just barely, and made love with an intensity that left them both shaken. He was gentle, she was demanding, and each was eventually thoroughly satisfied. He stayed inside her a long while afterward. He covered her from head to feet and braced himself on his elbows to keep from crushing her. He kissed her brow, the bridge of her nose, and finally her chin. She let out a loud, lusty yawn. Gabriel rolled to his side. He covered her with his plaid and pulled her into his arms.
"You should sleep now,"
he whispered. "I'm not weak, Gabriel." He smiled in the darkness.
"No, you're not weak,"
he agreed.
"You're strong and courageous and honourable."
He leaned down to kiss the top of her head before adding,
"But you're carrying, my love. You must rest for the baby's sake. Alex and I would be lost without you. You're the centre of our family, Johanna. I've known that truth for a long while. I think that is why I was a bit overprotective. I wanted to keep you under lock and key so nothing would happen to you."
There was a hint of laughter in her voice when she responded, "You let me so."
"Tell me again you love me. I like hearing your pledge."
She cuddled up against her husband. "I love you," she whispered, "almost from the very beginning. My heart softened toward you the day we met."
"Nay, it didn't," he countered. "You were afraid of me."
"Until you gave me your promise," she corrected.
"What promise did I give?"
"You wouldn't bite."
"You were still frightened."
"Perhaps. Just a little," she agreed. "But then God gave me a sign, and I knew everything was going to be all right." He was intrigued.
"Explain this sign," he commanded.
"You'll laugh."
"I won't."
"It was your name," she whispered. "I hadn't heard it before the wedding ceremony. Nicholas called you MacBain, and so did your men. But you had to give your true name to the priest, and that is when I knew I was going to be safe." He broke his promise and laughed. She didn't mind. She waited until he'd finished and then said, "You were named after the highest of angels," she explained. "Mamma taught me to pray to the Archangel Gabriel," she added. "And do you know why?"
"Nay, love, I don't know why."
"Because he's the protector of the innocent, the avenger of evil. He watches over women and children, and is our own special guardian."
"If that is truth and not fanciful thinking, then he didn't do a very good job of looking out for you,"
Gabriel said. He thought about the years she'd endured hardship under Ralph's control, and immediately started to get angry again. "Oh, but my Archangel did protect me," she said.
"How?"
Gabriel demanded. "He gave me you." She stretched up and kissed his chin. "It doesn't matter if you understand, or if you think I'm crazed, Gabriel. Just love me."
"I do, lass, I do. Have you any idea how proud I was when I heard the praise you gave me tonight?"
"Do you mean when you were on the balcony?"
"Yes."
"Ralph needed to know the truth," she said. "He had no understanding of what true love is," she added. She leaned up again to smile at her husband. "I know when you realized you loved me," she boasted. "It was when you found me in the tree and saw the wolves." He shook his head.
"No," he said. "It was long before that god-awful incident."
She badgered him to explain.
"It was your immediate acceptance of Alex. When he asked you if I had given you a wedding gift, do you remember what you said?" "I remember every word," he added, before she even had time to nod. "You said, 'He gave me a son,' and that is when my heart softened towards you. It just took me a little while to realize it."
The mention of their son made her frown.
Alex is certainly fretting. I want to go home with you. I don't want you to go to England.
"I won't have to," he said. "Williams will give King John my message."
What will he tell him?
"To leave us alone."
Did you tell Williams about the scroll I hid in the chapel?
"No."
His denial surprised her.
But I thought—
"Ralph's dead," Gabriel explained. "The king doesn't have any reason to bother us now. If he should decide to send additional troops here for whatever reason, then we'll mention the damning evidence."
Johanna thought about her husband's explanation a long while before finally coming to the conclusion he was right. The king didn't need to know she had kept the scroll.
You want him to think it's over?
"I do."
Will anyone ever know the truth about Arthur?
"Most of the barons already believe the king was behind the murder," Gabriel said. "Even Nicholas has his own suspicions. He has another reason for turning against his overlord."
What other reason?
"John betrayed his trust. He gave Nicholas his word he was only sending a messenger and escort, and he assured your brother Ralph would be kept in London."
He lied.
"Yes."
What will Nicholas do?
"He'll join Baron Good and the others."
Rebellion?
He could hear the worry in her voice.
"No," he answered, "but a king without loyal vassals and an army has little power. Nicholas told me the barons plan to force John to make necessary concessions. Do you know why Nicholas gave you to me?"
She smiled over his choice of words.
He didn't give me to you, she whispered. He was merely matchmaking.
"He was in love with you."
She didn't understand what he was telling her.
He's my brother. Of course he loves me.
"He was there when you were born and so you raised, but he told me he left to do the king's fighting when you were only 9 or 10 years old. He returned several years later."
Yes, she said. He came back home just a few months before I was wed to Rolf.
"You had become a very beautiful woman," Gabriel said, "and Nicholas was suddenly having unbrotherly thoughts about you."
She bolted up in the bed.
Is that what the argument was about on our wedding day? You became angry and dragged Nicholas away, she reminded him.
He nodded.
"When I heard his full name, I knew he wasn't related, by blood, and I had already noticed he seemed a bit overly protective for a brother."
She shook her head.
You're mistaken.
"He rarely came to see you when you were married to Ralph. He feels tremendous guilt over that slight, for if he hadn't been so determined to hide his feelings, he would have seen how you were being treated by the bastard."
She shook her head again. He wasn't going to argue with her. He pulled her down on top of him and wrapped his arms around her.
"He seems to have gotten over the affliction."
He was never afflicted, she countered. Besides, he's a married man now.
"Nicholas?"
Johanna smiled. Gabriel sounded quite astonished.
Yes, Nicholas, she said. He married Claire Mackay. Do quit laughing so I can explain, she added. They'll be happy together, once Claire gets past the fact she's married to an Englishman.
Gabriel's laughter echoed around the room. The rumbling in his chest nearly knocked her head off his shoulder.
"I wondered why Laird Mackay joined our fight," he said.
He didn't tell you?
"He only said he was protecting his interests. He never mentioned the marriage. I probably wouldn't have paid any attention if he had tried to explain. I was fully occupied trying to get to you."
"It took you a long while."
"It didn't take me much time at all," he countered. "I had already turned around, and was on my way back home when my men reached me with the news you'd been taken."
You had already turned around? Then you heard about the army, didn't you?
"Yes," he said. "One of the MacDonald soldiers told me."
I never heard you or saw you on the balcony, Gabriel. You and your men were as sneaky as thieves, she praised.
"We are thieves," he reminded her.
You were, she corrected. You aren't any longer. The father of my children doesn't steal. He barters for what he needs.
I have everything I could ever want, he whispered. Johanna, those things you said about me, to hear you say, to know you believed.
Yes.
I'm not any good at putting into words how I feel, he muttered.
Yes, you are, she whispered. You told me you loved me. I don't need or want anything more. You please me just the way you are.
Johanna closed her eyes and let out a loud sigh of contentment.
You aren't ever going to take needless chances in future, he told her. Do you have any idea of the worry you caused me?
Gabriel guessed she didn't. He waited a full minute for her to answer his question, before he realized she had fallen asleep. He left the chamber a few minutes later to give his appreciation to Laird Gillivray for his hospitality. The English army had scattered like mice down the hills under the watchful eyes of Gabriel's allies from the north. The Highlanders outnumbered the enemy by 3-1 now, and made their presence felt. Baron Williams would have been a fool to consider attacking, and although Gabriel was certain he would run back to John, he still wasn't taking any chances. He doubled the number of guards needed along the perimeter of the holding, and insisted his allies stay for as long as Johanna was inside the keep. Johanna slept for 12 straight hours. She was fully recovered from her ordeal the following morning, and was anxious to go home. Yet just as they were about to take their leave, she insisted upon returning to the great hall. Gabriel wasn't about to let her out of his sight. He followed her back inside and stood guard at the entrance. His wife took hold of one of the servants and tugged her along to stand in front of the laird.
I cannot leave before telling you what a fine, courageous woman Lucy is, Johanna began. You have none more loyal than this woman, Laird Gillivray, she added. She spent a good 5 minutes praising the servant, and when she was finished, the laird stood up and smiled at Lucy.
You will be richly rewarded, he announced.
Johanna was satisfied she had done her duty. She bowed to the laird, thanked Lucy once again for her help and her comfort, and then turned to leave. She stopped just as suddenly. Bishop Hallward captured her full attention. He stood in the centre of the doorway on the other side of the hall. He was staring at her. She looked at his face for no more than a second or two, but that was long enough for her to see his expression. It was filled with loathing and disdain. He was wearing cardinal red robes. Johanna wondered if he decided to increase his status overnight. His satchels were near his feet. 2 Gillivray soldiers stood behind him. Johanna assumed they were going to escort the bishop home. The sight of him made her skin crawl. She would have left the hall without acknowledging the unholy man, but as she turned, she noticed the long, narrow rod protruding from one of his satchels, and knew she couldn't leave without taking care of one last important duty. She slowly walked over to the bishop. Her gaze was directed on the object of her anger. Before Hallward could think to stop her, Johanna snatched the punishment stick and moved back until she was standing directly in front of him. Hallward took a step back. He tried to leave, but the Gillivray soldiers blocked his exit. Johanna slowly lifted the stick up in front of Hallward's eyes. The hatred in his expression turned to fear. She stood there a full minute without saying a word. She stared at the stick she held up. Hallward stared at her. The hall became silent with expectation. Some might have thought she was about to strike the bishop. Gabriel knew better. He had followed her over to the old man, and now stood just a foot or two behind her. Johanna suddenly changed her hold on the stick. She grasped one end with her left hand and took hold of the other end with her right hand, and then she held the weapon up in front of the bishop again. Her grip was as fierce as her determination. Her hands ached from the strain of trying to break the stick in half. The wood was too thick, too new. Johanna wouldn't give up. If it took her all day to destroy the rod, so be it. Her arms shook as she applied every bit of strength she possessed.
And then she suddenly had the strength of 20. Gabriel reached over her shoulders and placed his hands on top of hers. He waited for permission. She nodded. The punishment rod snapped in half. The crack was like an explosion of thunder in the silent hall. Gabriel let go and moved back. Johanna continued to hold the broken weapon for another few seconds, then threw the two ends at the bishop's feet. She turned around, took hold of her husband's hand, and walked by his side out of the hall. She didn't look back. Evening was Gabriel's favourite time of day. He liked to linger at the table, to discuss the day's events, and to plan tomorrow's duties with his soldiers. He never really listened to the men's suggestions or remarks, however. He pretended to, of course, but all the while he watched Johanna. Nicholas and Claire had left for England over 3 months ago. Claire hadn't wanted to leave the Highlands, and it took Nicholas time and patience to coax her into going. One relative had left, but another was on her way. Johanna's mother was expected to arrive tomorrow or the day after. As soon as word arrived she was on her way, Gabriel had sent an escort to wait at the border of his land for her. In 2 weeks' time, he would leave to attend his first council meeting with the other lairds. He wouldn't be gone long, because Johanna was expected to deliver their babe in about a month's time. Oggy and Keith had stolen the noser from the Kirkcaldy clan. Laird Gillifrey had mentioned the man, and had made the comment he was the best noser in all of the Highlands. Oggy kept the noser locked up for a good long while, once he'd selected the finest of the brew for them. The noser was named Giddy, and he was harmless enough. After a month or 2 of boredom, Oggy took mercy on him, and let him try his hand at the game of striking the stones. Within a week, Giddy caught the fever. Now there were 2 fanatics digging holes all over the courtyard, the meadow, and the valley below, and Gabriel had the suspicion that once the barrels had been traded, and Giddy could go home, he probably wouldn't leave. He and Oggy had become fast friends, and when they weren't striking stones, they were dragging copper kettles to Oggy's cottage to convert into a more effective brewing apparatus. Johanna sat by the fire every night and worked on her tapestry. Dumfries waited until she was settled in her chair and then draped himself across her feet. It became a ritual for Alex to squeeze himself up next to her and fall asleep during her stories about fierce warriors and fair maidens. Johanna's tales all had a unique twist, for none of the heroines she told stories about ever needed to be rescued by their knights in shining armour. More often than not, the fair maidens rescued their knights. Gabriel couldn't take issue with his wife. She was telling Alex the truth. It was a fact that maidens could rescue mighty, arrogant warriors. Johanna had certainly rescued him from a bleak, cold existence. She'd given him a family and a home. She was his love, his joy, his companion. She was his saving grace. Epilogue. England, 1210. The chamber was stale and musty with the scent of dying flesh. The room was filled with priests and students who surrounded the bed on all sides. They held candles up and chanted prayers over their esteemed bishop. Hallwyck was dying. His breath was shallow and uneven. He didn't have enough strength to open his eyes. Across the room was a round table covered with coins the priests had collected from the congregation to pay for indulgences for their bishop. They thought to buy his way into heaven, and the gold would be given to the church as assurance that any past sins the holy man might have inadvertently committed would be forgiven. Hallwyck had never tried to hide his hatred and his disgust for women. Yet the priests he'd trained didn't believe those views were sinful. They accepted as fact each and every dictate the bishop gave them, and were determined to preach his beliefs to their own subjects
so that Bishop Horwick's good word would be carried down through the generations. Yet in death the bishop contradicted himself. He died, crying his mother's name.